G'day, StarCraft fans. Welcome. It's the War Chest Team League. It's finally happening. I'm Maynard. With me is my good friend Pig, or I guess tonight it'd be frenemies, because we're about to do battle. My boys, the Dread Knights, going to be up against the War Pigs. Pig, are you as excited as I am? You actually can't wipe the smile off my face. I'm so excited for this.
Mortal frenemies, mate. I mean, there's
Mortal
nothing
frenemies.
better than having fun playing games with your mates. You know, watching, having a beer, you know, shooting the stuff and talking about everything. But it's even better when you get to laugh at your friends' terrible drafting decisions as you grind them to dust. I'm looking forward, mate. You know, I'm not going to go easy on you, as I think you all missed out, man. You all missed out. You missed out on some of the best players out there. I can't believe none of you took Serral before I did, mate.
Yeah, that's kind of hard when you're like the 7th draft pick, but that's a really good call, Pig. Definitely, you know, I probably would have grabbed Serral if, you know, if my pick came around and he hadn't been grabbed yet. But, you know, that aside, I'm pretty happy with my roster. I've, of course, got, personally on my team, I've got my boy Time on there, who's going to be up first against your guy Dream. And then make up the rest of my roster. I got Ragnarok, Parting, and Cure as sort of my, you know, Parting and Cure being my heavy hitters, and Ragnarok being a, you know, still a pretty heavy hitter, but a bit of a dark horse pick along with Time. This is a best of one Pro League format. So everyone that loved Pro League back in the day, it's back in some sort of fashion here as a Blizzard sponsored event, which we're very excited to see Blizzard tap into that prize pool with the War Chest. Of course, we got over $100,000 worth of prize money going to the players, not to the commentators, unfortunately, is because we actually have very little to do with this at all as far as gameplays goes. We are just here to commentate, and we are just here, of course, to cheer our teams on and to cheer the other team to, what's the opposite of cheer? Boo. And to boo the other team. And you, boo, Pig. I hope your team loses in 4-0 fashion.
You know, I may have made little voodoo dolls under the desk, and I'm stabbing pins into them for each of your players right now. But
is that where that other dread went? You took one of these bad boys last time I saw you. You pinned it to a voodoo doll. Oh, how did you know?
I don't stand above getting a hair doll going, mate. I am, you know, there's no bar too low for me to stoop to.
Well, you know what? I do like the taste of pork, and I hope those War Pigs taste good when they are shaved and put on the spit, because we're gonna make you guys all. You're gonna make you eat that apple. You know what I mean? We're gonna put you up there on the barbecue. We're gonna be a slow rotisserie, and it's going to be all around a good time for all of my. I mean, I've got a team full of Korean players, and I know they love their pork. I've been to a few Korean barbecue times in my time, and happen to know that Time also likes his meat. So we're looking forward to a good feed tonight. Let's start things off. Look, our TVT on Golden Wall is the first one up. Time wanted this map. I guess Dream did too.
Yeah, you know, it's the weird map out there that we're seeing more and more. And I don't know, man. TVT on this map, I think, favors the aggressor so much. So I think we're in for a wild one. I think TVT on Golden Wall, you're looking at a map where it's like, hey, do I take the top and give you the bottom? Well, guess what? You know, one player is going to doom drop your base or get a position with siege tanks hitting your production. It's going to be friggin' awesome and a great way to start things off. And of course, you can see the two team names there. And over here on the right-hand side, it's my boy, it's Terran. He's playing pink because Pig's a pig, and it is Dream.
And on the far left here, #1 in China, one of the greatest foreign Terrans in the world, and playing red because them Dread Knights like the taste of blood. It's Time.
Of course, for anyone
play here for the Steam League.
Oh yeah, it's kind of a little bit of a different look, isn't it? Changing.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the BlizzCon one a little bit, actually. I remember that the WCS finals having sort of a similar load up at the start there, but at the bottom specifically, that looks very, very familiar. I think that was the WCS finals we saw it. I think, but
yeah, it might
team
have been.
logos and everything.
You know, I'm honestly just excited because we've got Pro League format back, Maynard. This is such a sick format. I mean, if you're out there and you guys don't like cheesy builds and you're watching at home, well, sorry, but this Team League is going to bring a lot more cheesy builds onto the ladder. It's exactly what Pro League did. Best of one, pro gamers have got a week to prepare for their opponent. They know the map. They know the player. I'll tell you what, they absolutely destroy it there.
Yep. Now, before I, you know, just talk more crap on your team, I do have to say that Time is. He did mention that he's a little afraid of Dream. I think a lot of people are right now. Dream's looking extremely good. It's really cool to see the players come back from the military, like Dream and DRG, and make it so deep in the the greatest tournaments out there. I think to talk about the builds a little bit, we do have a 2 gas opener from Dream and just a 1 gas from Time. So Time looking to expand a little bit quicker, which he's doing right now. Dream will have the faster factory, but other than that, pretty standard across the board.
Yeah, we're going to see that Reaper battle, and the Reaper in the grass does beat the Reaper in the open there. Time with some fantastic micro. Actually gets a lot of hits off, but should not be able to get that Reaper. It is 2 hits from death, not just 1. And even drops a Reaper grenade there. Starts healing with those combat drugs, of course, and gets back up. So yeah, it's a slightly slower expansion, but you're going to be able to do the Reaper Hellion pressure here as Dream, get across the map, try and get over there. And I'm really curious to see the follow-ups for both players, because as I said, I mean, it's just the golden wall here, man. It blocks off this whole bottom part of the map. It's kind of awkward to open up those minerals, and you just have so much drop area. I mean, how many games have we seen people just drop units down in that bottom corner of the main base and find their way in? And in TVT, I mean, you can even, like, if the production gets too far to the edge of the base, siege tanks from the low ground can sometimes siege it up as well. So, I mean, where do the players take it exactly? Does someone just go Mega Turtle with mech? Both of these guys strike me as the in-your-face bio type.
Yeah, no, they definitely are generally the bio kind of guy. I mean, Time, of course, was known very much so for being a really good multitasking, medevac-focused, aggressive Terran. In TVT, though, I remember Time actually being a little bit more on a conservative side. Like, he would open for multiple barracks openers just to try and shut down potential of proxies. But he doesn't want to do that multiple barracks opener here on Golden Wall, at least. He's playing very standard so far with the 1 gas expand, which is a little bit... he does have that second barracks at the back there, but it's just getting its tech lab now, so it's not like, the double barracks opening I'm talking about, where you go for like a lot of Reapers early. Yeah, he's going for stim, so a much faster stim here for Time than Dream.
Kind of cool, right? I actually kind of like Time's build. I was talking about just being aggressive on this map, and we're going to see a starport and then get a factory onto it in the follow-up to this for Time. So it's going to be kind of aiming for lots of stim marines to take advantage of that mobility, look for drops. But that's about 3 minutes from now. That's not for a while. And right now we've got 4 Marines in a siege tank moving across. And you know what? That tech lab's looking mighty exposed, Maynard. If that stim pack goes down to this tank elevator, it's going to be really bad for Time.
Yeah, and this Cyclone is meant to be here for this kind of play. Anything that flies in the sky, a Banshee, a Liberator, a Medevac, that Cyclone needed to be on the back line rather, not the front line. Stim is exposed. Time goes for the mass repair, but the siege tank's going to get some SCVs with that splash damage. Can Time hold on to Stim and push back this attack? Oh my god, he saves it! Time saves it, loses 9 SCVs, but he's not super behind in workers. He is behind in workers, of course, because he has the
up in the natural.
That is more the problem from Dream.
Boy. 4 more SCVs going down there in the natural, though. So, I mean, you look at it like, he didn't get the stim. It's like, actually, 9 SCVs pretty good. I mean, those tank shots on those SCVs were massive, and I mean, that's what I talked about, the drops getting in there. They've got so much angle to come from. And I think it's actually a little bit surprising to me that Time had his Cyclone down at the natural, not in the main base patrolling. Because, Liberator, Medevac, even a Viking land, there's a lot of strange things that can come in there. And I think he's no doubt regretting that decision to not have the Cyclone just kind of sitting on anti-drop duty.
Yeah, well, that's why you make it, right? You use it to stop all those things we listed there as the Medevac head on in. There is a double drop here from Time, and Dream and Time are going to miss each other's drops. I think Time is a little bit more frightening, though. 16 Marines with Stim, 2 Medevacs. This could be some good counter damage from the Chinese Terran, but, Dream does have a couple units going across the map here and is trying to get his third up. We'll see how much SCV damage Time can do. Yeah,
it's so scary, man. The Raven, though, and the Cyclone. Good rotation from Dream. He's got a tank in both bases. He sees it. I think he's totally fine now.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Tank even right by the main command center. I think Dream reading Time like a book here. Going into the mineral line, the SCV's exposed. Marines coming up to try and stim down these units, but they're going to get some SCVs before they get cleaned up. Only 3, not that bad, but still, it's exacerbating the worker lead here for Dream.
And this was already a bit of a funky build from Time where you really want to do damage with this double drop. He took the SCV damage. That puts more pressure on him to find damage. But every second that goes by, there's more tanks, there's more Vikings, there's more Marines, and that worker advantage for Dream is starting to just work its way up. A really powerful start for Dream, and Time's looking for value where he can get it. I admire the patience. He's not diving in and sacrificing his units, which should kind of end the game right here and now. But he's just kind of waiting for his moment, and he's realizing, oh man, I just can't even get a third command center this time. I've got to just macro up slowly, keep building these units, keep getting these drops out, and he's just going to try and use the power of the boosted medevacs to find position.
Yeah, I mean, economically, it's not a great situation at all for Time, but he does have the bigger army for the moment, does have the extra medevacs out for mobility, as you mentioned. But, you know, I feel like when you have tanks already sieged up and you got a ball of Vikings patrolling, it's so hard to be aggressive with this army of Time. And the Marines are going to get shepherded back by the tanks. The medevacs with the tanks in them get pushed back by the Vikings. He's still just making medevacs here. Like, Time is not investing too deeply into his future here. He's one of those billionaire rich trust fund kids that are just he just got $50,000 allowance from daddy, and he's going to burn it all right now here for a giant party.
There's a nice counter marine drop here. I mean, Time is still loading up medevacs, boosting across the map. He's about to have a 7 marine drop come in right on top of his cyclone. Immediate stims there as he unloads for Dream. Does keep the medevac alive, forces the evac on the SCVs, and I mean, this is just awesome little bits of damage when you're already ahead, as Dream is, and he's even going to get a bunch of SCVs before he goes down.
It hurts. 9 more SCVs go down for Time. He's lost 25 SCVs in this game to the 0 workers killed on Dream's side of the map. Dream is, you know, he's a little bit behind in army. He's a little bit behind in upgrades, of course, but it's not like Time can capitalize on these upgrades at the moment. Dream's just locked down so tight. He is containing this third base, though. You know, Time does have his building on location, but, you know, it's still just such an uphill climb for him economically.
I love how much insurance Dream is getting right now. He sees the style Time is playing. He's like, you don't have any air control. You're never going to take it off me. I just need to be careful and slow. Vikings, Ravens, they're going to give me cost efficiency over time. Oh, no. Oh, that's so sick. Where did they even come from? Are they just spotting Marines?
I don't even know, dude. Apparently, Dreams found a way to give his Marines tactical jump. I don't know what to tell you, dude. I don't know how they got there. I think those are the 2 Marines that Time pushed back into like the corner of the 3rd, and they just walked the whole map and then made it over there. Oh, Dream's feeling like he wants to intercept this army. He may just be able to. He's got a lot of tanks here. Time's got some units on the high ground, but they're not joining in just yet. Interference Matrix is shutting down these tanks. Oh, Time is losing a lot of that army supply advantage. He's getting pushed way back into a little nestled spot here. He's pressed up against the wall.
Oh, he does spread out and try to take the fight, but those tanks sieging across the ledge, landing some big shots. Right-hand side Marine battle does go to Time. And Dream does rotate back around. The fact that Time's even able to keep this army alive, I mean, that in itself, I think, is going a bit better than I expected there. So he's handling it well, but I think Dream just has so many Marines coming in from both sides, and the Vikings crushing the medevacs.
Yeah, Time is now, I mean, every advantage that Time had has just gone away. Dream is overwhelming him here, and Time is starting to bleed out those all-important medevacs as well as having his tank count reset. Time currently on 2 tanks, 20 Marines against the 25 and 4 tanks for Dream, and not counting the fact that Time doesn't have any flying units. He's got 1 medevac. Dream's got 5 Vikings and 5 medevacs. His army is so much more powerful than Time's right now, and he can really just contain him and cut him off the natural. I think Time knows it. He's going to try and stop Dream from getting into that really nasty spot here between the natural and the 3rd.
Yeah, this is lovely play from Dream. He's just investing everything in unit production right now, and he's looking to take the fight to Time. He knew he had a big advantage from earlier. He delayed 2-2, delayed the workers, and he just wants to push this home right now. He's got the advantage, and he's just hitting that Marine production non-stop.
Yep, and I like that Dream's even circling around some Marines to the 3rd base because he's like, why not? I got army supply to burn. Let's try and get some SCVs during all this. Dream really doing a great job here. He's got his 2-2 on the way. Not even an armory done for Time, but I don't know if 2-2 is going to be a factor. A big doom drop from Dream. Whoa. Time sees it with his scan, but he's still out of position. Oh!
There's even an annoying siege tank location kind of right there where Dream is right now. You can kind of cut off a little bit of the rotation, but even with it spotted, Dream's going to find his way into the back of the main base. He's going to get those tanks sieged up, and Time, he's forced to try to stop this before it gets sieged, but there's just no way.
Yeah, this is going to be GG right here, I think. Dream is in an undiggable spot, and there it is. Dream takes game number 1. And that's going to be the first point on the board there, I guess, for the War Pigs. I mean, you know, there are charity cases out there, and we like to give a little bit of hope. It's much more, it's better to, instead of just like completely demolishing a team, it's better to like give a little bit of hope and then take it away. You know what I mean? For the next 3 maps, that's what I'm talking about. That's where the focus is now for the Dread Knights.
I see you're a man of science, Maynard. Yes, you know,
I'm very scientific.
The thing is, unlike a regular charity, I think in this case it might be a little bit like a tax break for, you know, a billionaire. That's essentially it. I mean, I think we've started winning. We're gonna keep on winning. Honestly, the War Pigs right now. You just look at the lineup, Maynard. What honestly, do you actually have hope? Do you still have hope after dropping that map?
I have absolute hope, Pig. Ragnarok against Special. Are you kidding me? My boy Ragnarok's got this in the bag. I'm a very, very hugely confident fan of Ragnarok, especially considering our Eternal Empire. Massive map. Not too many Terrans comfortable to play on this one. I know Special does. I think he likes to play mech on this one against Zerg. And my boy Ragnarok, who I affectionately refer to as Rutrow Raggy, is going to no doubt tear the face off Special in the next game here.
I like that confidence. It's always good, you know. We don't like going in swinging against someone who's not at least got their hands up. So good on you, Maynard. I mean, it's exciting, man. I think that was a good start. Honestly, though, just a bit of analysis on that game. I mean, let's be real. It's just I think the Cyclone not in the main for time, right? It's one of those little things on that map. It was a really odd drop timing as well. That's like, remember when Bjorn was winning, right? Back, you know, when he was world champion. That was like every TVT was like, all right, let's get tanks in medevacs and go. And there was a reason you could pick up the tank while it was sieged and move it around, right? So you could do a crazy amount of things with that. But it still finds its place here. And you get that tank sieged up in the base, 2 shots on clumped SCVs. Goodbye early game economy, man.
Yeah, that was a little bit weird to have that Cyclone not be able to pick off the medevac, and then it's just one of those things where it seemed like Dream after that initial drop got ahead and then proceeded to just get further ahead from there on out. You know, there were a few edges for time here and there, army supply, that sort of thing, but I think specifically in TVT, that's one of the matchups where army supply doesn't matter as much because you have to engage in the siege tanks at some point, and that really is the big daddy of the ground army. And especially when you're trying to go up a ramp or into a main that's completely shut down with Vikings and tanks everywhere, you really can be 20, 30 supply down and still be completely fine. We are loading up our next game, though. Forget game 1. It was a loss for the Dread Knights. We don't care about game 1, man. We're going to get into the next map here. Eternal Empire. Rutrow Raggy going up against Juanito Special here. And I'm actually very, very pumped for this one. Let's get into it.
All right, let's go. I mean, this has been a good start to the day. The games are going to keep on delivering, no doubt. Of course, the War Pigs are up 1-0. It's Pro League format, best of 5. Now, no matter what, we will play the first 4 matches 100%.
Mm-hmm.
And
as you, the UI is orange. Oh, well, that's
interesting. Yeah, well, we are adding some color settings on there. So it could be that. It could also be something like maybe his own colorblind settings are on. Whenever I turn my colorblind settings on, and then when I'm casting, and then I queue a ladder game, and I go, why is everything like either selection circles or a different color under my units and stuff? And
I have done that before, yeah.
It throws you off. You're just not quite used to it. So they're just going to rehost that game, get it going. Eternal Empire, though, Zerg versus Terran. Part of me is hoping that Special's gone back to Bio here, Maynard. Just because, you know, outside of any rivalry between our players and ourselves, I just like watching long Zerg versus Terrans on Eternal Empire when there's a lot of Marines and tanks running around and drops all over the place. That is some of the funnest stuff to watch.
It is, yeah. I mean, that's really why I fell in love with TVZ so much and why it's been my favorite matchup in the game. It's not because of mech versus Zerg, even though there's been some great mech versus Zerg, and I like to play mech versus Zerg myself, but it's just because I can't control anything. When I watch professionals that can control stuff play bio tank or bio mine against a really fast Zerg that's great at multitasking, great at creep spread, being able to shut down drops and that everywhere while doing all their, you know, keeping up their macro and the injects. To me, that is like one of the most mechanically intensive things that you can do on a PC with your keyboard and mouse. You don't see many esports that provide that kind of high-level mechanic ability, and that is to me what StarCraft is all about. And TVZ, I feel like when you play that particular style, is like really encapsulates that on both sides.
The push and pull. I mean, even with mech, we get a fair amount of it. I think what's been interesting, if we see that from Special as well, is the fact that what are we seeing lately? We're seeing waves of Ravagers get thrown. There's waves of Mutiling Bane into lots of big Ravager Baneling busts. And sometimes the back and forth is what has been catching out the TYs and the Specials of this world. You know, these guys are very methodical. They're really good at their BC harass, their Hellion harass. And I'm curious to see exactly what the Zergs are doing at the moment, because recently they've become experts at just sliding that harassment in there. But hoping he can weather that storm and bring out some victory for the Terran race. Down here in the pink, representing the War Pigs, it is Special.
'Tis indeed. But more importantly, in the top right, representing the Dread Knights in that blood red color, it is Ragnarok.
And we're going to see exactly how they fare in this longer map. Always fun to watch and see exactly what's going to go on in the back and forth. I've got my eyes on really the details early game, because I look at Ragnarok as a player. He's come into prominence in the last couple of years. Honestly, as you know, now I'm going back to the self-interested analysis, Maynard, and I'm saying, please play mech special. Don't play bio against Ragnarok. Don't. He's so good against bio. He's become an expert.
Yeah.
If you give him a standard like 6 Hellions and a Liberator pressure into 3cc double engineering bay, like that real, just let's go to the mid game. Let's kind of progress into the big bio tank game. I feel like Ragnarok regularly gets ahead in those sort of games. Like, he has mapped out the standard situations to such a high detail. He always just navigates his way through with minimal losses. We've seen him ahead time and again against Maru, against Innovation, against these level of players. He sometimes falters a little bit in kind of the late mid game, I guess I would call it. But the early game, you've got to make sure Ragnarok doesn't just get ahead of you in the work account too far, or he's going to just dominate in the late mid game and the kind of the swarm point where it's like, oh, he's just got too much Zerg supply, too much creep spread, can't deal with it.
And to me, Ragnarok is quietly one of the best Roach boys out there, you know. And to me, a Roach boy is there's a lot of them in Korea, you know, your Sues, your Impacts, those kind of guys that are just so good at Roach timings and just handling Ravager Ling Bane in general, and knowing when to take a fight and when to pull back. And just being like, you know, a bit more masters of those units. Whereas like you see your Europeans, they're going to see Serral in a little bit later, actually next match, Serral versus Cure. He's a bit more of that Ling Bane style, you know, something that Solar is definitely really good at. Just like a lot of Ling Bane until Hive seems to be more.
What do you think about the
up T in ZVT?
Indeed. What do you think about the 6 Lings early here? Really respecting the Reaper of Special. I mean, Special's been doing, I guess, the 2 Reaper build a little bit. So maybe kind of blindly preparing to make sure that doesn't come in and like delay the third base for a while.
Yeah, I mean, Ragnarok is a better Zerg than I ever will be, so I'll allow it. I think there could be a little bit of mind gamery there, you know, not to read too much into it, but Special and TY do share builds a lot and are a bit of a brains trust. They're very close, they're good mates. You know, obviously TY being the reigning GSL world champion at the moment, which is a pretty huge deal, is one of the greatest Terrans of all time. And he does have some pretty wet and wild builds that he'll potentially just bring out in a series that no one's ever seen before, prepared specifically for certain players. And I think that Specials, you know, we've known the matchups for quite a while. Specials had time to prepare for Ragnarok and vice versa. So I think he's maybe just Ragnarok's done a bit of research. He's like, okay, there's a percentage chance that Special's going to do something a little bit wild. He is actually even like further respecting the potential of something wild from Special by going for Overlord speed here. So shouldn't be able to be any more secrets from the Terran.
I think this is a good matchup of builds for Special, going for the 3 command center. One of the most standard builds, and he's actually, all he's done to adjust it is he's delayed his first Hellions. He's just said, you know what, don't build those straight away, get the 3rd command center started early. And Ragnarok's going to see this and go, oh, there's not really much to respond to, is there? All I can do is maybe hit my drone button a little bit harder than normal. But essentially, the Overlord speed was insurance that was not necessarily needed in this game. And as a result, I think looks good for Special. You were mentioning Special preparing for his opponent, an expert at preparation. It really is his expertise. And you look at guys like Dream, who just 2 nights ago were winning their GSL group, right? And it's like, they obviously haven't been sitting there preparing every moment for this best of 1 today. But Special, I mean, he got knocked out after being in some good situations. He felt like he threw some maps in GSL, as well as in the season finals. He felt like he didn't quite play to his own, you know, potential. And he is so competitive with this. Like, from the start of this week, he's like, do we have the matchups? Do we have the matchups? Do we have the matchups? And I was like, hey, it's good to see you're keen. He's like, dude, I want to win this league. Like, I'm out of my other leagues right now. I want us to dominate this, and I'm going to prepare so much for every single map. And I was like, hells yeah. So he's been really on point. I believe he's like in a call with Serral right now, and they're both just watching, or he was in the previous game, sorry. He was watching the dream match there and kind of cheering it on. And he's just going to start to gear up the pressure now. That Liberator finds an opening.
Yeah, Ragnarok prepared earlier very nicely, but this time a little bit slow on the draw. Loses 3 drones. Now we do have the Hellions, which I guess is the more like potential giant damage here, going cycling into the 3rd base. Ragnarok's Queen's moving to intercept. They do bat away those Hellions. Of course, the Liberator is still a threat. And there's actually, I think, another Lib on the left side here. And Special, he started Stim and is dropping those extra factories. So a bit of a switcheroo from Special.
Oh, this is actually really nice. The Lib's coming in from multiple sides. Their Hellions are going to dart back in on the 3rd. Now, as long as those Hellions don't overcommit and get surrounded, what they're trying to do is bait those Zerglings to run forward and then hit a big clumped up shot. Now, Looks like at this point, Ragnarok is getting on top of it. The Queen in the main barely gets out of dodge. But, you know, this does slow Ragnarok down a little bit. And overall, I think both sides playing very well. Special finds a bit of damage, but he paid 2 Liberators for it. That's by no means free.
I think that Ragnarok is still under the impression that Special's going mech here. Going bio, rather. Last time he scouted in with the Overlord, he saw the spinning tech lab. And yes, there's a lot of Hellions, which maybe could tell him that something, you know, mech-like is afoot. But normally, if you're up against mech, you want roaches, right? And this is going to be his first look at those 3 factories. Ah, damn, better drop that Roach Warren. You know, better go for something a little bit more convincing here against, you know, a ground pound army. Because Sling Bane, I mean, it's all well and good, but when you're up against a bunch of, you know, Blue Flame Hellions, not so much.
Well, you know, I wasn't sure, but it looks like the same thing some Zergs like Raynor out there have been doing. Serral sometimes, and definitely players on the ladder. Ragnarok's going to do as well. And he says, no, don't care. Just going to go straight to mutas. He does drop a Roach Warren now on the rescout. I think maybe he wasn't paying too close attention the first time, but it really feels like he's just saying, no, I can just defend with Zerglings. We're going to get out a round of mutas, get map control, and then go into the Roaches. And the thing is, if your opponent makes Blue Flame and 20 Hellions, Maynard, that's really scary.
Yeah, yes, it is. I mean, Special is playing Battle Mech here, but he's so heavy on the Hellions that Lings really feel like they're going to find it tough to get an engagement. Nice catch from Special. He's going to take a lot of damage off these Queens. One of them going to go down as the high energy Queen as well. And this hatchery's actually in a spot of bother. Even though Hellions take a long time to kill it, there are Cyclones there for those lock-ons.
And this madman, Ragnarok, doesn't even make any Banelings. He's like, no, I'm just going to make more Zerglings and I'm going to surround you. And I think Special, it feels like he knows this about Ragnarok because he is being so careful with his Hellions. Blue Flame's now kicked in. It's 15 Hellions with Blue Flame Maynard. Wall off on the right-hand side, ready for the counterattack. I think Ragnarok going Mass Ling here is super greedy and he is being punished.
Yeah, a bit of a misread here from Ragnarok. He's going to lose his 4th hatchery as a result, and that is a lovely pick off for the Terran because his 3rd is saturated. Counterattack here from Ragnarok. He's going to have to do a fair bit of damage, but there's already Blue Flame Hellions there to meet those Lings. So while he does get an SCV or 2, oh, Special, you're not done, mate. A couple more Lings still there. Oh my god, he's losing quite a few SCVs. He is picking up hatcheries though, so bit of glass half full situation there for Special.
You know, if you get that 4th base up, your mutas do a bit of damage, spread some creep, and then you just drone to 85, 90 drones. That's the dream spot. This is where Zerg players dominate against mech at the moment. Well, guess what? Your 4th has just started. And that's unfortunate for Ragnarok. Easy out? By no means, not at all. But he's definitely not in the economic position he wants to be. And it means his follow-up engagements become very fragile. You know, he doesn't have that room to mess up an engagement, walk out, take a bad fight, and then just recover from it. His economy is so small that every engagement, every bit of efficiency is absolutely crucial for the Zerg player.
And he doesn't actually have any drones there at the north side at 12 o'clock for the Hellions to pick off, but he does have his Ling Bane sort of chilling. Oh, that's a big lock-on from Special. That's a big lock-on, and Ragnarok can't escape it. He's going to lose so many Mutalisks.
Wow, that's actually quite a lot. I mean, he gets a few Cyclones there as well, but I don't think that trade's too terrible. Hellions dart on in and grab just a couple of drones, bruising a lot of the Zerglings at the same time. But you got to be real careful here. These Cyclones, of course, going to be able to somewhat deal with the Mutalisks. The Muta production has stopped at this point, but Infestation Pit's now on the way. +1 range, melee. I think we'll be seeing Ravagers coming out in large numbers. And you know what? Even though it was a rough early game, the creep's not great. Ragnarok's on 82 workers, and he's managed to survive to this stage. And that's very important because suddenly, you know, mech doesn't quite have the game-ending potential with these harassment units. Hellions and Cyclones, great for map control, good at picking away on the edges. But when push comes to shove, if they get surrounded on creep, they will evaporate.
Yeah, I mean, the Hellions just being, or rather, the Mutas just being used as Hellion run-by catches here. They got to be really scared of those the Cyclones. Those a lock-on and a scan could pick off a few more of them. But it looks like the age of the Muta is starting to come to a close as Ragnarok heads closer and closer to Hive. He is getting +1 air attack now. And maybe he could go into Broods a little bit later, but it just seems so flimsy against mech at the moment. And I mean, Special's already producing Thors. Interesting that he's getting Magfield Accelerator. I guess he does have a lot of, you know, potential to get into Cyclones a little bit later. I know he likes these late-game Cyclones.
Yeah. I mean, they're good for Ultras, right? I mean, if there ends up being just a big wave of Roaches produced or Ultras, those are the armored units. Not to mention, my favorite thing, it's where you do the disappearing trick to your opponent's hatchery with a few Cyclones. Run in with 4 Cyclones, lock on, knock it out, get out of there.
Yeah. The Mutas do get locked onto there. Looks like 2 or 3 of them about to go down to the lock-ons there. Swagfield Accelerator assisting. And Special's just getting so much production, man. He's got himself, oh, what's he on? 8 factories now. So well and truly on that 4 saturated bases worth of production here for the Terran. He's going to be able to stay maxed out for quite a while, but it's around about that point. Both players are maxed out. Ragnarok an insane 93 drone economy on 5 bases, heading towards a 6, and the top left there. Special doing a Hellion run by, going to get a few more drones. Nice bit of damage here for those Hellions. Special does have money to burn, obviously. 2,000 minerals in the bank.
Yeah, not really finding the big damage though. And whoa, big Biles take out 3 Liberators there. A couple big tank volleys though. Those 3 tanks behind the planetary, definitely an unbreakable position. Special would love to force some of these engagements to be prolonged and extended, but Ragnarok wisely pulls back, just kind of gets out, and these mutas cleaning things up. I like the way Ragnarok's treading water right now, and the bravery here and the comfort in the late game is clear. 3 Vipers and Pathogen Glands done. This is going to be a double spellcaster Zerg, the scariest type of Zerg to fight in the late game. Someone who can both Fungal Growth, Neuroparasite, Blinding Cloud, Parasitic Bomb, and Abduct. Now, it's hard to pull all those spells off correctly, but they each are fantastic for their own use. Parasitic Bomb will destroy Liberators. Abduct will pick off any expensive mech units that get exposed. Fungal, obviously good for locking down Hellions and Cyclones, as well as Vikings and Liberators in clumps. So just the fact that he's already branching into this spellcast attack, it gives me a lot of hopes for Ragnarok's efficiency as this game drags on.
Yeah, I mean, this obviously Special had a really good early to mid game here, but when you get towards tier 3, it's anyone's game still, especially when the economies are so strong for both players. It's really going to come down to what does the compositions look like? How do the engagements start? Like, how did they initiate? How well do they initiate? And can they capitalize? Can they execute well enough with those spellcasters? You know, like Korean Zergs are kind of famous for not liking spellcasters. They kind of like their big mid-game armies. But Ragnarok, he's one of those guys that is not afraid, like his pal Rogue, not afraid at all of that tier 3 late game with multiple spellcasters. He's even just getting every single tech structure. Ultralisk Cavern on the way. All these drones are exposed. Big lock on that hatchery. Time to David Copperfield this one away.
Oh, he already gets one of them, and a few more of those drones will go down as well. But the Ravagers and Banes splitting up. These Hellions and Cyclones cleaned up very nicely there. Ragnarok does take it down. I mean, these sort of trades, the funny thing is the longer the game goes, they're not the most crazy efficient for the Terran, but it just takes the income down for Ragnarok, slows down his creep spread, pushes him back a little bit. And over time, those can add up quite a lot. We're actually seeing Corruptors, Maynard. Do you think we're going to see Broods, or does he leave those in Corruptor form just for killing Liberators?
I think we're going to see Broods, honestly, Pig. I think that he wants to abduct Thors into, like, you know, into Ravager Broodling. He's starting his Chitinous, though, so you might be right. I mean, he has to deal with the Liberators somehow, and absolutely Corruptors are, like, the best way to do that. But considering he's getting those melee upgrades and still getting flyer upgrades, he could absolutely go into Broods here, even though it feels so frightening in current age to do that against a Mech Terran.
Well, even Transformation servos coming in at this point. We're seeing all the upgrades on both sides of the map, looking for that late game efficiency. And these Hellion run-bys continue to look for damage and not really find it in a big way, just picking away at the edges, slowing down the creep spread, and fantastic responses so far from Ragnarok. Now, I love that more Thors are coming in, because that Broodlord tech switch is very dangerous. Thors are kind of the most general purpose unit for Terran.
Very A-movie.
Yeah, I think the weakness is the Neuroparasite and the Abduct, though, as you mentioned, right? So it's such a valuable unit. You get 4 of those abducted, so it's like a quarter of your army a lot of the time. So you've really got to keep them safe at the same time. Nice positioning here.
Man. Yeah, this is a very tough army for Ragnarok to engage into. He does have Vipers, but if those Vipers come in for those abducts, they'll very likely die to the Thors that they don't abduct. They need to have the energy for it. Oh, Ragnarok might have to just give up this position, is lose all those Ravagers for the tanks. Otherwise, these are very heavily upgraded tanks with +3 attack.
Well, his supply's a bit funny right now. 85 workers, that's a lot. He's 8 workers up, but he's also got Ravagers, which are supply expensive, Vipers, which don't attack. He's got Mutas and Corruptors in large numbers. He's doing great Blinding Clouds, but he's got so few units on the ground to back it up.
Oh, he's bringing in what he can. A lot of his supplies also from these Corruptors, though, which don't shoot down. Blinding Clouds are fantastic. He is getting a lot of those tanks. Does he just have enough to clean this up with the Ling reinforcement? Looks like the answer is yes.
Wow.
Definitely was an expensive hold for him there.
I mean, they were amazing Blinding Clouds. That was like 8 Ravagers and 6 Zerglings that just killed like 12 tanks. That was actually insane.
And I'm amazed he's trying to survive that as well.
Oh,
with the
wow.
Thors.
Both in red hit points. Yeah, they're both hanging on. Good withdrawal here from Special, who sneaks a few workers. Hellions up. I'm impressed that Ragnarok still got these mutas alive. They've been instrumental in defending Hellion run-bys, but they chew up supply. Corruptors chew up supply. You know, it's kind of hard for you to have enough raw damage when these fights actually go down. And Ragnarok now finally feels like the first time in this game getting to Special's side of the map and looking to try and restrict that base count. But Special, he's already got that base up on the right. And if he can take the 2 bases next to that one, he's got all the money he needs for the next 10 minutes of this game.
Yeah, very precarious moment right now for both players. Vikings coming forward for those Vipers, which are going to try and escape. They're full of energy. Very low on hit points. There's the parasitic bombs. One Viper does get picked off. The Corruptors moving to intercept as well. Up them up. No splits on the Vikings from Special. Taking a lot of
that was
there.
rough. That was really awkward there. Those Vikings taking big damage. I think he was kind of hoping there was no anti-air, but more than enough there with the Corruptors defending those Vipers, keeping them up. And both players very close in bank. The banks are almost identical at this point.
Yeah, that's weird.
+1 ship weapons on the way for Terran. As Terran, I feel like you keep just kind of staying on this comp, and it's about minor adjustments from both sides. Like, we've got Neural Parasite coming in for the Zerg. Oh, man.
God, that Widowmine got so many Banelings there. Can Ragnarok bust this planetary down with the rest of the Banes? He does have his upgrades up. Yes, he gets the planetary. Did cost him a fair few resources. And he gets the planetary over here with a Corruptor Caustic Spray as well. Big double base pick up there. A great 1-2 punch from Ragnarok.
Yeah, that was really good. The one on the left, I was a bit, but sealing the deal with the one on the right, yeah, that's well worth it. I mean, Ragnarok at this point is now adding Ultralisks. There is no Cyclones on the map. So with no Cyclones on the map, it's just mostly Thors and tanks here. And I mean, Special would like to force a fight because his composition's a little bit clunky. Yeah. It's very countered by Blinding Clouds and Neural Parasites.
I'm gonna be real with you, Pig. I love Ragnarok, but I don't love these Ultras. I think that Special's army is very good against Ultras right now. I am loving Neural Parasite on the way here, but I'm seeing precisely 0 Infestors for Ragnarok. And how is he going to get them out in time to make a difference here, to grab these tanks or grab those Thors and turn them on their brothers? I just don't know. These Thors, I mean, these Ultras feel like, I mean, they're obviously, they're decent tanks. They have a lot of hit points, a lot of armor, but they feel like a little bit of wasted supply against an army that's this anti-armor, you know what I mean? Like, they're so good against armored units.
Oh, Ragnarok actually ran forward there on the ramp and just turned around after taking a big couple volleys. That Thor on the left, of course, is continuing to damage that hatchery. The mutas are finally going to go forward and save it, but that is 2 bases, both in danger of going down right now. Special's getting lured into the open with his Thors, though. Remember, they're very immobile. They're deep on creep. I think he's got to keep him a little bit closer to that ramp. Yeah, good pullback from Special.
Looks like a lot of the Vikings are also getting picked off there by the Corruptors. Moving to intercept. The mutas are finally dead. Oh, the Thor's anti-air, that +3 attack. Starting to delete these Corruptors, but he gets the Vikings at least.
I love the Cyclones coming in now as well. The Cyclones kind of good versus everything that's on the map right now for the Zerg. And they're very quick. They're mobile. They're going to be so good for reinforcing. Look at this, even knocking down these spine crawlers so quickly. The tank's shoving forward here. Special. He's just encroaching on Ragnarok's side of the map. So many Banelings in production. These units are not good versus siege tanks. I'm a little worried about Vipers right now, but there's actually, they're all up in the main getting energy. They're nowhere near the fight. The tanks are clumped up, but he's not able to take advantage of this moment.
Well, this is the Hail Mary play for Ragnarok here. He is against the ropes. Special's army is bigger, it's better. He's picked up that hatchery in the top left of the Cyclone. Absolutely fantastic there for Special. These Infestors are his last chance. Can he get the Neurals that he needs to turn this army around?
He's going to go for one big engage, and he needs to absolutely delete this army to have any chances left in this game. He's setting up for it. He's going to go for it. Ragnarok's going to come over. He's got a couple Neurals on the south side, Blinding Clouds on the top side. Absolutely just covering that army, but man, these tank shots are powerful.
Yeah, it looks like Ragnarok is going to get the cleanup. Can he capitalize on this moment, though? After beating all those armies of the Terran, he has lost a lot of drones. His army supply is bigger than Special's right now, but a lot of it's in production. It's those 8 Ultras. A lot of that supply is right there. Awesome lock-ons of these Cyclones, catching some of those Ravagers. Ravagers are 3 supply each as well, so it kind of doesn't tell the full story of whose army is better.
Still a scary supply moment, though, isn't it? I mean, I like the attempt to grab a few more pickups there by Special, but he's got to make sure he gets another base up, and that's the real danger. He really wants to eliminate one of Ragnarok's, but I don't know, man. That's a lot of units coming out. Neural Parasites from the left could be huge.
He goes for the fungals instead here on the Battle Mech army. Biles down the tanks. This engagement for Ragnarok is absolutely fantastic. He has killed so many army units of Special here. Where is Special's army? A lot of it's in production. Special's bank is gone as well. He's so mineral poor right now. This is the time for Ragnarok to do a big counter blow.
Yeah, there's so few units out right now here for Special. And Ragnarok. Oh, man. I mean, he's got the army advantage. He just knows that Special has next to no units. This is definitely the one angle where you can see this army not managing to do it. But, he's going to try and breach the production. These Ultras so weak against Cyclones. They're actually getting blasted on the high ground. Yeah, Ragnarok, that's a good pullback. That was definitely a questionable angle to force the issue with pure Ultra Ravager.
A tiny little choke point there against a mech player. It's always questionable, but he does do a fair bit of damage, and Ragnarok has the benefit of still having a much better fighting force, but of course the supplies are catching up. The mining of Special is looking a little bit better, so he's back to reducing. Can he get a big enough army to fight back against Ragnarok's Ultras? These Cyclones with their lock-ons too. Ultras going to be picked up immediately here. Another one.
Fungal though. Fungal. Oh, he does land one good fungal, but I think, oh man, the planetary goes down, and I think that's the most important part there. Ragnarok's got the income. This base that he's had on the high ground just north of this position, the fact that this was up the whole time, Special was pushing him back. I mean, that's the whole supply advantage. That's been the income advantage throughout all of this. It's not over yet, though. As you said, the Ultras and the Ravagers, mate, in the moment the units are fungal, they look good, but whenever they're not, those units look kind of terrible.
This could be critical here. A Ling Flood from Ragnarok just heading into the main base where all the production is, especially closes the front door. But can he actually stop these +3 attack adrenal enhanced Lings? Widowmine actually clears up a bunch of them there. High ground. Hellion actually assisting. Ragnarok not paying attention to these Lings at the moment. So he's not going to get that production.
Yeah, that's good for Special. And he's floated command centers down, these orbitals. He has so many of them. And as long as he keeps dropping mules, Special has the gas bank. So he can actually replenish this army for a while longer. He's trying to add a bit more complexity in terms of siege tanks. He's going to try to buff it out because at the moment it's almost all just Hellion Cyclone. There's a couple of Liberators, but he needs a bit more complexity to this army. And hey, if he can get this bottom right base back up, that's going to be massive.
Widowmine tries to connect there with the Lings and the Banes. The Ultra's coming in to get the cuddles on his tanks. Even a Neural in the tank to turn it against Special's army. These Cyclones aren't getting micro back from Special there for a second. He loses a few of them. Ragnarok coming through with some of those Ravagers from the back, but the Liberators are also deleting a lot of these Ravagers. Oh man, this fight from Ragnarok, it might have been an overextension here. Can he actually capitalize and make enough damage for it to be worth it?
This is so close still on both sides. I mean, this is a lot of SCVs falling, and that might just be enough. Ragnarok smashing Special's economy down so low. It's all about momentum and tempo. Ragnarok just trying to overwhelm with Ravagers, Zerglings, Ultras in his face non-stop. Special is so efficient. Every time Ragnarok gets in, he does some good damage, the trade starts well, and then he loses a ton of units in the second half of the battle. Cyclones are locking onto Ultras and just gunning them down, kiting them. But in the meantime, SCVs always fall, and we're down to just 44 SCVs. If Special can transfer his workers over to these two bases, he's actually got massive oversaturation on his two bottom center bases. So if he can get them over there, defend the next few run-bys, I'm feeling good for Special, but that is a big if.
Well, it does seem like it's balanced on a razor's edge here with maybe Ragnarok being slightly ahead at the moment. His gas bank's not super convincing, but he is mining a fair bit more gas at the moment versus Special, who's just dropping that Mule Hammer because he just doesn't need that gas. He's got that bank for days. He just needs minerals so badly, like you mentioned, Pig. He needs to take that bottom right. He needs to make sure this base is as saturated as possible. These, you know, those vials were there as sort of a warning shot. I'm sure it wasn't.
Yeah, intimidation vials. Absolutely.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, a bit of a wonky engagement there. The Neural's not really a part of it. The Infestors show up a little bit late to the party, and their front line is really going down quite fast. But the bottom right base is going to be on fire. Special's going to have to repair that.
Oh, yeah, that bottom right base. Oh, man, the vials almost finishing the command center. The SCVs and the mules all there off mining, and Ultra burrows on the expansion in the bottom right. What an absolute chat of an Ultralisk right there.
What bad manner here from Ragnarok. It's all fun and games here, mate. What's the matter with you? I can't believe you hate Special this much. Burrowed Ultra on the base there. Neural on one of the Cyclones. That's one less for... I mean, he does have a lot of Infestor energy, and that could make a massive difference here. Scans from Special, though. Oh, and a big Hellion run by over there as well. Can the tanks get rid of these Infestors before they're a problem? He tries, but no, he does not.
Man.
Grab those Infestors. Oh, I think this might be too much from Ragnarok, Pig.
Yeah, he comes in. He's even got Zerglings in the back line with a bit of a run by on the southern base. He's totally eradicated these expansions, and with that, Special's last bit of economy goes down. An action-packed back and forth game. And exactly the sort of the game that we thought Eternal Empire would feed us there. Looked like Special almost had it, but I got to give shout-outs to Ragnarok for holding onto that high ground base on the right. It got down to red hit points, but it survived. And that entire time where it felt like, hey, Special took out 1 base, 2 base, 3 bases, just pushing the top left. And there was this 1 base in the bottom right that was Ragnarok got just way too much money off that base and absolutely turned it around. Well played.
That was a sick TVZ. That was really, really fun. What a great Mech versus Zerg matchup from both those players, where it looked like Special really had the game by the ropes at the start there. And then in the mid game, even like Ragnarok was finding it hard to sort of push everything back uphill against Special. But once he got to that hive tech, he really showed those blinding clouds, man. I had very little help. I'll be real with you. I thought Ragnarok was in so much trouble. But those blinding clouds, managing to actually win engagements with what seemed like similar army supply to a Terran, with a lot of supply inefficient units, like still had a lot of Ravagers at that point, had a lot of Banelings that were just becoming like suicide balloons. Like they just, that's army supply that you don't get back. And, that was, that was a great TVZ pig, but you know what the best part of that TVZ is? Do you know the answer?
No. What was it?
You don't know the answer? Oh, okay.
No,
I was going to give you 3 guesses, but you're taking too long. The correct answer is that my boy won the game, which means that we're tied up 1 apiece. That's the most important part.
Of course. Good Zerg versus Terran game, Zerg triumphing over the overpowered Terran race, the bugs infesting the Eternal Empire. None of those? Okay, no worries. So, of course, I think we're hopping over to the Americas for our next tournament. Should be good. Tied up. And that's always good, because honestly, as much as I would love to just destroy your team 4-0, ace match is always a bit more exciting. And hopefully, if we keep it up this way, we will get that 5th ace match. So for those of you who are watching who've never actually watched Pro League back in the day, I mean, if we think about it, not everyone's been obsessed with this game as long as us, Maynard, right? And I believe Pro League finished in 2016, if memory serves.
Yeah, I remember 2016 being a pretty dark year for the Korean scene there. Losing Pro League was a massive blow, but it's cool to see this format back. A lot of community tournaments have used the Pro League format because they love it so much. It is such a fun. I feel like it is my preferred way to play team matches, like the GSTL all kill format. You can have that kind of team where you have one dynamite player, like for instance your team in an all kill format would be pretty brutal. To have basically King Serral available over and over and over again would be a little bit rough for everyone else. But you know what? I like this best of 1 style. I picked specifically some players that I think are quite good at best of 1s as well. Looking forward to that parting match against Armani later. And of course, I'm looking forward, forget that, that's the future. I'm looking at the present right now, and that is going to be Cure versus Serral on Death Era.
Absolutely, Maynard. And I am having a small technical issue with my Battle.net, so I'm just restarting my game and fixing that quickly. So thank you very much for hanging on to the mic while I fix that one up. And I will be in the lobby in just a moment.
No worries. So, I mean, the elephant in the room here is that, of course, Serral and Cure have played recently, and Serral did defeat Cure. One of the scariest things is that Serral was one of the few Zergs in the whole world at this level to actually, I wouldn't say just defeat, but kind of embarrass a professional level Terran on Submarine. And that's always terrifying. If you can do it on Submarine, you can do it any map. It means your CVT is quite legit if you can beat Cure on that one.
I don't know if embarrassed would be the word, but more just a 2018 Serral experience, I think. It's just where he kind of gets bigger and bigger, and the creep gets further out on the map, and you're not really sure exactly how. But it's just, a steady dominating advance of Zerg across the map, which feels like it's completely unstoppable. So there we go. I've fixed up the issue, and
we're in.
I am now in. Fantastic. Sorry for holding that one up. What I'm loving about this is we get at least 4 matches times 5 different matchups today, right? We get so many matchups in a row. You got the potential ace matches on that. And we've got very little downtime. Notice, unlike many StarCraft broadcasts, check it out. We've got the War Chest, we've got Blizzard and everyone getting behind this and saying, let's try and pack as much awesome games in as possible. This is, of course, the first of, I believe it's 6 different broadcasts, Maynard, I think we're doing, and then the finals after that.
It is, yes, 6 broadcasts and then a playoffs for whoever's left. So it'll be 6 for some and maybe 7 for some others, like my team. We'll definitely be in that on that playoffs bracket for sure. But that's getting ahead of things. Let's look at right now. We'll look at actually the first-person view of our players here, representing the War Pigs in that top left box, and then my boy in the bottom right there for the Dread Knights. Oh, I'm excited for this one, man. I love my TVZ, as we mentioned earlier, and I love both these players in the bottom right here. From the Dread Knights in the blood red, it's my boy Cure from Generic Greenwings. Excuse me, Dragon Phoenix Gaming, the best part of the Dragon. Generic Greenwings was yesteryear.
Well, you know, Maynard, there's a lot of people out there hoping you can do it, but there's one thing that you can't cure, and that is greatness. Up here in the top left-hand side, many would say he is the GOAT. It is, of course, the one and only Serral.
Yeah, the recent champion of the DreamHack Summer. And of course, DreamHack Summer is like more of a, kind of more similar to an IEM rather than your WCS circuit, because it sort of had qualifiers in every region. This wasn't just a outside of Korea tournament. This incorporated Korea as well. And every region basically had representation at some respect there in DreamHack with the EU boys going quite deep, and it's the familiar faces though. You know, your Reynas, your Serrals getting to the top 4, and then Serral getting to the top 2 and winning it all over again. And I'm sure that was a weight off Serral's back. It was a little bit annoying for him to make it so far into these tournaments and not be the champion in the end. Time and time again recently.
Time and time again, indeed. It is, of course, a good testing ground for these players, and they are getting involved in more and more of these tournaments that have moved online, of course, temporarily for the 2020 season. And at the moment, looks like nice respect from both players. The SCV scout after the barracks confirms, yes, you have gone hatchery first, no cheeky plays. Immediately goes home, will not attempt to block on the third. And of course, Serral, his overlords checked just about everywhere for proxy barracks plays. So neither of them kind of taking anything for granted. No assumptions being made in this series. And it's going to be that quick third hatchery into just a slight delay on the Zergling speed, as is the norm in the current meta. A lot of players want to get that third base up, make sure the Reaper just can't do anything to delay the Zerg's economy.
And on Cure's side of the map, it is also quite regular. It looked like a 22 supply second refinery there for the Terran. It looks like a 1-1-1. All very stock standard stuff here. Death Aura is one of those maps where it's, I feel like pretty well balanced, but it does have the weirdness of the acceleration in zones in the middle of the map, or as our boys Nick and Dan will call them, the dubulars in the middle of the map there that do accelerate things and make engagements a little bit weird. I have had some engagements recently since starting the ladder again in the middle of the map there, and it does feel very strange. It's like everything has stim without hitting the button.
It's kind of funny because they are choke points, they're bridges, they're areas where normally people are going to avoid engaging anyway, and now it's even easier to just kind of dart across there. It's very rare you'll see someone standing their ground and really fighting head to head. When it happens, you're always in for a kind of fast-forwarded treat of an awkward, strange battle.
So, yeah, there he goes. Zip it and zap it. Doesn't need stim to be that fast. And this is just the regular early game army for the Terran, just joining up the Hellions with the Reaper there to try and get a little bit of map control, pick off the creep trimmers specifically, and Cure. That's part of the reason why I like this guy so much. He's my spirit animal, going for the fusion core here. Gonna go for a BC follow-up.
Oh my. Yeah, that looks very cool there, that fusion core. Does kind of look like it's already almost built, doesn't it, actually, the fusion core?
Yeah, it's a bit weird with this new skin.
Yeah, the new skin there. But I do like it. BC, of course, always a good opening with the quick third command center there. Very common for that to go into mech, but recently we have seen so many single battle cruiser into like 2 base bio tank call-ins, 2 battle cruiser into like bio tank macro game. Obviously, you know, there's so many different follow-ups, but with this one, it's the one where you're just kind of like, hey, third command center is in the wall, we're just chilling. You know, the fusion core, I believe, was hidden up to this point. Indeed, it was not spotted. Obviously, the tech lab on the starport was seen, though. And I think Serral here, opting for a quick Roach Warren, definitely going to be prepared for any large amount of Hellions on the ground.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, one of the powerful things about Death Aura is that there are a couple, or actually I feel like 3 really good dead space areas for your BC when you send it on in, so it's pretty safe. You got this spot right here that what he's showing us, we overload. You got top left up there, and you also got to the very top right there of that third base. Good stuff. Yeah, and I guess up there as well if it becomes relevant. But yeah, it's like in the early game, there's a lot of spots for you to nest that BC and just be a complete pain and not lose it to you know, to queens and that sort of thing. And there's going to be a mech follow-up here for Cure, someone who's been putting his foot into the mech pool and realizing that he likes the temperature, trying it out a little bit more and more these days.
I feel like there was one game where Serral, I think it was maybe his game one, I think it was like first Innovation or someone, where he looked a little bit awkward. And he kind of dropped the map there. But after that, I feel like Serral has been near perfect in his verse mech play. He's looked really good, especially when he has a chance to get around and mutas out to just kind of control things a little bit. But hey, good old position there. Battlecruiser already grabbing 2 kills, but tanking a little bit more damage than I think you'd like.
Yeah, he's going to lose quite a bit of hit points there on that BC, and the dead space is a little bit more to the left there. Cure, I don't know about that flight path, mate. Don't mean to backseat you too hard, but there we go. Those
lings, the backstab on the third from Serral, I think that's really what distracted him. And yeah, he's immediately gone into Aspire here as well. And he's even starting melee. So I really think we're going to see a big round of mutas come out. A lot of little Zerglings looking to just nip their way in and see if they can find any openings. Not many units on the ground at home in terms of Zerglings, but the Roaches should be more than enough to push back these Hellions. The Lings are unable to find their way in on the other side of the map. Just a couple of SCVs going down on the third base of Cure. And these Hellions only finding a creep tumor, no real damage going down.
Yeah, not really much damage at all there. Cure also getting his second and third, or rather the first and second armory going down after the second and third factory. I'm with you on the muta call. I think that going for a bunch of mutts here for Serral is going to really complement his army quite a bit. Have seen Corruptors as well as a response to BCs, which is like a better standing and fighting unit, but all that thought, we got a little bit of Hellion run by. He does get 6 drones here. Serral pulling everything away. Oh, the drones come back a little bit early there. Yeah, they should survive. All good there from Serral. Takes a little bit of damage, and he's going to go for Corruptors. Interestingly enough, it's the more expensive unit, but it is a little bit tankier. It's just that it doesn't have the ability to shoot down like mutas do.
Yeah, I think when you've gone for it this late, it's probably a little bit better, to be honest. I think if you're building your mutas maybe 45 seconds ago, it's totally fine to go mutas, but here the Corruptors are just a very specific tool to deal with the battle cruisers. 8 Corruptors only. They're going to be used to intercept these BCs, shut them down. Obviously, the battle cruisers are never going to go down unless Cure makes a mistake. He can just pick one off, teleport home. Pick one off, teleport home. Ooh, can that siege tank go down? Yes, it can. Can he get a second one? Very nice from Serral. 2 siege tanks for a couple of Lings and Roaches. These are the sort of trades that are very important for slowing down that mech buildup.
And speaking of slowing things down, not too many SCVs in production for Cure, but Serral's drone count just got up into the 80s here, and he is going to be knocking on that front door with the Ravages. Now, he does have to respect these Corruptors quite a bit, as he doesn't have like that really huge amount of BCs where he can engage everything directly with just those. He needs to have everything together here with the tanks, and actually a little bit of supply blocks as he loses one of his depots. One of his depots burned down there on the front. Just starts his depot now.
I like this harassment from Serral. I feel like he does this every time he's playing mech. So you've got to respect it. You go, oh man, there's Corruptors here, there's Roaches, there's Ravages, and it just kind of forces your attention away at a point where if the Zerg just sits back, often you see Terran players drop a really fast 4th command center and get away with it. They feel really comfortable. Instead, we've got QA here building turrets. He's walling off with engineering bays and things, and he's sitting on 3 base, very much afraid of the next move. Only now does he kind of realize, hey, wait a second, you're not really doing that much. Starts his 4th command center up against an 85 drone Zerg, going up to 5 base, who's also getting infested. So he is preparing to just clear these battle cruisers off the map. He doesn't want to have to keep paying that battle cruiser tax to the Yamato gun over and over. He wants to use the Fungal or the Neural Parasite to lock them down and interrupt the teleport.
Good creep removal there. A decent scan from Cure. Actually gets quite a few creep tumors, but obviously there's a lot of queens so they can take them down. Battlecrew's going to tactical jump back before it gets picked off by the Corruptors. Serral's still on the chase here. Yamato has been burned on these BCs. He should be able to save this hatchery, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if he brings queens over for transfuse, then these BCs should not be able to take the Corruptors out. And there we go. Q is going to give it up. For those who don't know, the cost to repair a unit up, only 25%. To get it from 1 hit point to full hit points, it's 25% of the cost of its original build cost. The
Yeah,
real
like
cost
100
is the
minerals
fact
and yeah, just under 100 gas for the BC.
75 gas, yeah, right, something
Yep.
like that. So you've got to pull SCVs off though, right? So it's the mining time more than anything. That's the real cost. It's the, okay, we got to go home, we got to pull SCVs off, costs a lot of actions. But now the Hellion Cyclone is out on the map. The 4th base is being secured. And the creep spread's not really out there and dominant just yet, but I do feel like the army could definitely get over there for Serral, and I think he could possibly even deny this base.
I think that Serral is actually one of the best players, even back in the day. I'm talking like middle of 2019 when all the rage was Battle Mech. He was one of the best players at dealing with Battle Mech back then with his Infester and Baneling ambushes and that sort of thing. I'm harking back to say like the Kiev final against Special, where every time Special tried it, it looked like just terrible. It looked like a bad build, a bad comp to play against Zerg because of how good Serral was dealing with it. And he already has those Infestors, does have pathogen glands, and they are burrowed, sharking around, ready for those fungal ambushes. And there is one Infestor on the left. Cure scans it, actually catches it with the Cyclone.
Yeah, he may have seen it on the ground there. And, oh, Serral, he really wants to shut the jaws closed on this, but Cure is like, hey, man, you got to pay for that, buddy. Ooh, yeah. More units on the right, more units on the right.
Oh. Uh-oh, Cure stuck now. I don't know if he has enough firepower to get everything home. Nice biles from Serral as well. Great catch there from Serral. Kills so many units. Oh, man, Cure's army supply just took a massive connection.
Oh, Fungals on the top right as well. One battlecruiser goes down. Can the other two get out? Yes, they can. They took out one Infestor as well there. So Cure making the best of a bad situation on the right-hand side of the map, only losing one of the battlecruisers. But every time a BC falls it down, the game just gets a bit calmer for Serral. He says, hey, I only have to focus on one thing. It's that ground army. And cool, there's Widow Mines, there's Cyclones, there's Hellions. But as you stretch out as Terran, I mean, just look at the map, right? All the control goes to Serral. And how do you possibly extend yourself to a 5th and then a 6th base? Q is going to try to creep out to the left-hand side now. But I think that's the moment where Serral can just break these rocks in the middle, start just swinging in with masses of Ravagers and Banelings. And it's going to be very much about Cure. Can he control his 5 bases? Because if he loses even one base here, I think Serral's bank is going to be insurmountable.
It's interesting from Cure to see so many Drilling Claws enhanced Widow Mines here. Like, you don't normally see Widow Mines in this kind of army. It's more of a reliance on, like, you're going to Thors at this point, a bit more siege tanks, kind of like what Special did in his mech game against Zerg. But Cure's got so many Widow Mines with his army here. I think he's just really respecting the Ling Bane part of Serral's army.
Yeah, I think so. They're not bad versus the Ravagers when they run forward as well. And they're such a low supply units that have the potential to get massive hits. So
true.
I always like it when they're kind of mixed in just a little bit and you kind of see this. So good to add a few more problems as well. Suddenly Serral has to second guess himself just a little bit. He has to go, okay, got to watch out for Widow Mines, got to watch out for the Cyclones, got to watch out for the tanks as well. So there's more complexity. Of course, the danger you run as Cure is that your army gets a bit complicated. It's kind of hard to have the Widow Mine set up in the right position and the Liberators. And of course, advanced ballistics on the way. Liberators are now coming in. Serral's going to go for yet another engage. He's coming down on the bottom left as well. But good micro from Cure. He escapes the clutches of the Zerg. Serral's going to have to wait till he has some more Banelings ready.
He does have a bunch of Banelings finishing on the south. Looks like Serral once again trying to go for the wraparound, but thinks twice, pulls the Banelings back up to the high ground. Maybe feeling not as confident about that play. I mean, all those Banelings would be very expensive for Serral. He does have a bank right now, and he's mining a lot more gas than the Terran. BC's back on the menu. They're going to the top right, of course. In come the Corruptors. So going to be negligible damage from the BCs. Looks like one Corruptor each, and that's it.
Oh, they teleport to the left-hand side. These battlecruisers want to help out the engage. There is a Baneling flank ready. I don't think Serral minds losing this base too much. He's going to try to take advantage of the positioning, but he backs out. There was only 2 tanks there. I actually think Serral, if he dived in, he could have taken advantage of that, but he did not know how deep the tank line was.
The Corruptors nearly dive too deep there. A scan from Cure to seal the fate of 2 of those Corruptors at least. A lot of the Lings dying to the Hellbats on the way back in. Serral just lost a lot of his army there, Pig. A good connection from the back, though. Looks like he got a bit of the battle mech.
Yeah, the Baneling flank was nice. He doesn't have any spells coming in. Just Ravager Baneling, but some big biles. Can they land? Indeed they can. The Corruptors should be able to finish off these battle cruisers now. The Liberator will fall. And as these complex units get taken out, remember Serral had so much bank to work with this whole time. This might not have been the cleanest engagement for Serral, but it was enough. The fact that he's taken all these units out, I mean, Cure took a long time to build all of that up, and Serral now says, hey, I'm still mining with 80 workers. I still got a gigantic income. Come and take another base, buddy. Stretch yourself out just a little bit further. Let's see what happens.
That attack on the left that we just saw get erased by Serral a few seconds ago had to do way more than that for Cure. He is absolutely going to be thinking twice about moving out. He can only really afford to throw away some Hellions here and there. And it feels like Serral is already so safe for that phase of the game. In fact, Cure is setting up some minefields here. He's going to try and catch a bit of a YOLO move, but if you can catch a bunch of Ling Bane, maybe that gets you back into the game. It's all about taking better trades at this point. Yeah, that was a decent win of mine there. But again, like Lings is something that Serral can absolutely afford.
I love the forward turrets as well. He's aware of the fact that infestors are a big threat. So he's got those turrets spotting in front of his army. He's trying to secure this base on the left-hand side. Serral, of course, securing one of the very central bases on the right. And I think it's very important he tries to mine out both the gas and the minerals from these bases. If you can mine those out in the long run, you are going to get an extra base or two over your opponent. And that's going to be huge. That is often what decides the very long games. Remember, Serral, direct cost efficiency, it's ahead for Cure by a couple thousand resources. The longer this goes, if you don't actually win outright, that's going to get out of control.
Oh, this big attack from Serral is just that. It is so huge here. And even grabbing some of those tanks, turning on the planetary, turning on his own army. Serral is collapsing into Cure's army and just once again resets it here with a nice engagement. Serral truly is the master.
What do you think about those two neural parasites on the Hellions there as well? I think a couple of misclicks, they must have been next to the siege tanks or something. That was hilarious.
Look, we had a burrowed Ultralisk hiding blocking an expansion in the bottom right of the last game from Ragnarok. We have Serral neuraling Hellions. There's a bit of bad manner, a bit of bad blood between both these teams here, but in the end, it is just esports, still getting into the head of their opponents.
Well, I think he's a StarCraft fan, to be honest. He just wanted to have the infested drive the Hellion back and forth. Broom, 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 broom. He's got his tongue out, making those engine noises. Yeah.
Serral is in complete control of this game. Now, Cure's starting to get his army looking a little bit more solid here, but, at the moment, it feels like Cure is very, similar to last game, very mineral light here, very mineral starved. And without minerals, it's hard to get that really great late game mech army. He's making a lot of Cyclones right now, and Cyclones are great against those single units, those flying units, of course, but Serral still just has so many Lings and so many Banelings at the moment. Serral's making 30 more Lings, already has 30 out in the field.
Oh, big engage on the left. Here we go. He's coming in, but yeah, that's such a good spread. I think, thankfully, Serral says, no, I'm not taking any of that. I mean, look at the right-hand side of the map, Maynard. Right now, I feel like Cure realizes that he's got to defend the left. But if we scroll down, I mean, not only does Serral have this entrenched, there's no defense for Cure through the middle or the right-hand side. And I think finally Serral starts to poke with some Zerglings. It's a very low-risk pressure. And I think he's finally realizing, hey, wait a second, you actually have nothing covering the run-bys.
And that is exactly what he's going to go for here. But Lings running into that third base, of course, it is mostly mined out. Some Hellions here, but not that many Hellions. So the Lings stay and commit and actually can pick off a few Cyclones along with that, which is obviously fantastic for Serral.
Ooh, the very, very rare Broodlord switch. That's something we almost never see, and the scan is just out of range of it. So, I mean, these Cyclones, they don't know, can they? Oh, man, the drones are trying to lure them away from the Broodlords. Serral's like, please don't catch my Broodlords. Please don't catch my Broodlords.
Please catch the Broodlords. Please catch the Broodlords. He does not catch the Broodlords. They do finish morphing. And of course, Serral, if he comes in with his whole army with the Broods on the left and the Infestors on the right side, it is going to be very hard for Cure to actually engage this army. Those Broods are going to launch those Broodlings, and that's going to take all the threat and all the target fire here on these Widow Mines going to be largely useless. In fact, they connect with a Terran army more than anything else. And that means Cure needs to give up this position, and that means that base is in so much trouble, Pig.
Yeah, and a big Ling run by getting ready on the right-hand side as well. So if Cure goes over there, there's Mass Queen Spine. Oh, look at this. Cure's going to counterattack up the ramp, and he's going to be greeted by a wall of spines on the right-hand side. He runs up the ramp. That is hilarious. This orbital, though, is getting biled down. And, yeah, Cure's trying to bust the spines over there. The transfuses are going down. He's paying a lot of Hellbat tax for that, and the Banelings are going to defend the attack on the right-hand side at the same moment.
I mean, it's just one of those, rock and hard play situations. Do you lose your army to all the static defense on the right side, or you lose it to the Broodlords and Infestors on the left side? Serral has got Cure in a seemingly checkmate position here, starting to just completely dwarf him in supply. The Broodlords also completely unanswered. There are some Thors here for Cure, but they aren't here yesterday, which is when they needed to be here for the Broods. It looked like he didn't expect the Broods at all. I mean, I didn't expect the Broods. I think Broods is just such a weird thing to do against mech right now, but it's absolutely paying off for Serral. There's the GG. And Serral takes the game.
just grabbing the individual Vikings with the neural, grabbing the individual units and using them against each other, at the same time spamming transfuses on the right-hand side. And once again, he's Serral. He has that mixture of very nice engagements and just excellent defensive play. He looks very good against mech once again. Cure making some nice plays throughout the early stages, but I think definitely if he looks back at that game, regretting that first battle cruiser, you know, just taking a bit too much damage there. I think he could have found a little bit more, grabbed a bit more momentum, but a little bit busy there, of course, just dealing with those run-bys on both sides.
Well, that is another one in the bag there, and unfortunately that means that your team is ahead by a map, Pig. But of course, we're not done. We've got map number 4, and we have a very well-rested and no doubt sober parting about to join the lobby here against Armani for our 4th game. Now,
I didn't realize you were a stand-up comedian, Maynard.
Look, there was a little bit of stress from the Dread Knight camp this morning, and by this morning I mean approximately 12 hours ago, where I got out of bed, jumped on my phone, checked Twitch, and my boy Parting, the big boy himself, was streaming at 3. He started his stream. I did the math. He started streaming at 3:30 in the morning, Korean Standard Time, and he was threatening a 24-hour stream. It was in his title, and I'm like, what are you doing? There is a $100,000 plus tournament to play in like 14 hours, you madman. And then Parting assures me in the only way Parting can, with his $20 microphone and his 11 out of 10 volume voice, that he will be just fine, that he's going to destroy Armani just for us. And I trust in him. When he tells me these things, I mean, you look into the face of Parting, and that is a man you can trust, right? Ignoring all the things I said earlier about him threatening a 24-hour stream today, ended up being more like an 11-hour stream, which is a very casual stream there for Parting. I'm pleased to hear that he had a bit of rest before this game. What are your thoughts, Pig, on this series coming up?
You know, Parting is a man who I think you could pull in out of. He's literally gets dropped out of a cyclone or something, and you could sit him in front of a computer and he would play. So I think Parting doesn't matter. Maybe he's been having a few drinks. Maybe he's been streaming since 3 in the morning. Maybe he's going to go into the map and just let his instincts take over. I don't think the War Pigs are ever looking at Parting as an easy match. And I think Armani goes in here going, all right, got to be tight, got to have a nice game plan. But at the same time, I'm playing Parting. So that game plan is not one where you come in necessarily with a sniping build a lot of the time, because often Parting's going to build cannons in your base before you get a chance to, or he's going to have just some crazy blink pressure that never relents. So I think we're going to see just how flexible Armani can be and what sort of game Parting decides to bring.
Usually, Parting has a specific brand of PvZ where if it does go to the late game, obviously he can open very aggressive sometimes in this matchup. But if it does get to the later stage of the game, we saw him, try and go for, a lot more of a Wings of Liberty style late game PvZ army where a lot of, Colossi, a million sentries with force fields, a lot of Blink Stalkers, and just trying to rely on that kind of army and his impeccable force fields to try and take engagements. But let's see if we even get that far, because we are jumping into the game, guys. We've magically whisked away to Pillars of Gold here for map number 4. Armani versus Parting, War Pigs versus the Dread Knights. What a way to start off this series with the two teams that are very likely going to go deep. In the top right here to start things off, in the red, from Dragon Phoenix Gaming, it's my boy, the big boy, Parting.
Well, I don't know if a big boy is going to be enough to stop this stylish gentleman down here. Pink as a piggy and representing the War Pigs. He is 6.7k, top 10 on the Korean ladder. An amazing Zerg player. Let's see if he's got what it takes. It is Armani.
He didn't have what it takes, unfortunately, in the Doyu Cup, where Parting managed to get him the 2-0. Normally, if there's like it is best of ones, right? So if I see that a score is not a something and 0, I'm like, okay, well, it could be anything. You just don't know. But luckily it was a 2-0, so I'm pretty confident for Parting here, and I think Parting's pretty confident too.
It's just going to be pretty typical opening here from Armani. And of course, Parting is a player who goes into a series and where a lot of players say, okay, I might be the favored player. It's it's a best of 1. I should scout really early. Parting, of course, scouts only after the Nexus, and even then, he's what looks like he's going to proxy a Stargate. So we're going to see proxy Oracle, I would imagine, is what this is going to be. So I think 2 chronoed depths from parting into an oracle is what I would be guessing is going to be coming out, and have to keep our eyes on it. But yeah, I mean, a wildly aggressive way to start things off.
Yeah, he is, he's one of those guys that does like to get his aggression on pretty early. The Overlord of Armani sees the probe that looks like the first probe coming through the middle of the map there from parting, which is by design. The other probe in the top left has been unscouted, and Armani is about to see the main base. There's no drone scouting in this matchup really at the high level. It's all about these Overlords, and parting's done a good job at basically keeping him in the dark at the moment for the start of this game. Of course, it's always a question mark on how much damage this proxy is going to do. It is going to be that Stargate.
Well, the Overlord's going straight through the main for Armani. This is actually a great way to play against parting if you know this sort of thing as an option. And it's just, will he make the read on seeing a completely empty main base? Is Armani going to realize, hey, wait a second, what?
Yeah,
there's no pylon in the main base. And at this point, he's got to have alarm bells ring now. If he knows this about the build, he would build a spore in the main at about 3 minutes, like really early, to make sure he's definitely safe. But as it is, he's going to sacrifice the Overlord by the looks of it. The Adept does come in. Nice micro on the spore crawler trick.
Yeah, really good control there. Very nicely done from Armani. Eats those Adept shots without taking any damage. He cancels both spores, though. I mean,
4 queens coming out. So I think he's actually fine if the queens are in the mineral line. That's the thing. This is kind of the perfect build order, and he builds a spore in the main really fast as well, and he finds the Stargate. Armani with the perfect read here. Queens in the main, ready to respond. Queens in the natural as well. And his third base is a little delayed, but who cares? He's going to be able to eliminate parting Stargate. This is an incredible start for Armani.
Didn't realize you had hackers on your team, Pig. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you know, we tapped into, we consulted our alpha star algorithm, and it said send an Overlord through the base because this guy's cheeky and he's going to do some crazy stuff. So Armani with a clever adjustment there. He says, you know what, I have a flying map hack unit that I start off with.
Yeah, those flying map hacks, man, they're pretty good. They've been in the game since the beginning too, which is crazy. I'm only just realizing it.
They did get a bit faster over time, right? A little bit faster, but
yeah. Oh, I actually forgot how slow Overlords used to be in Wings, man. I forgot about that.
Ooh, this is going to turn things around, though. Yeah. I mean, it was great up to this point, but suddenly just being caught with no Zerglings for a moment. 2 drones. Can he get a third? I think he can. Nice micro from parting. That Adept's going to try to shade out the Oracles. If they can just find one good dive in, they're going to be looking very nice for the follow-up. But I think the part where Armani can get ahead is if he can just drone the third and get like 10 drones up on that third before committing to a lot of roaches, he's going to be in a very powerful economic position.
Yeah, and I think that going for the roaches is absolutely the right call here. You know, a lot of stuff that Protoss want to do in the early stages of the game, you need roaches pretty much to well, not need, but you really want roaches to make sure that whatever early game army is coming out is going to be holdable. You know, and when you just have lings and queens against a ton of adepts, you're going to be in a bit of a rough spot. Nidus here from Armani. Oh, baby. I kind of love it.
Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, I was about to say, look, there's 2 things that are happening here. One, 2 options. One is either Armani is way afraid of parting and he's panicking and he's not building his economy as much as he should, or he's planning it all in the entire time. And thankfully, he puts the Nidus Worm down, because one of those would be a very bad thing. It means, oh no, Armani feels really stressed in this match. What I see is a clear, well-planned all-in attack. 4 queens going to be the first ones to load into that Nidus Swim. There's Glaive Adepts coming across the map, and there is a massive roaches out ready to receive them. So I think Armani here, he can both defend the Adepts and pop units out into the base at the same time. He's just got to make sure, and yeah, he's seen the Adepts. He's in a great spot. This is awesome for Armani.
Yeah, this is looking really bad for parting here. The Adept shade forward, and this is the first he's going to see of this Nidus Worm here. And the Adept Shade gets cancelled. He's just going to go for drone damage, but his main base is under attack here. The Zerg is in. He goes for the recall, but will he have enough firepower? I'm just unconvinced about the defense here from parting.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The units are loading into that Nidus and unloading up here very quickly. The Zerglings, of course, kind of useless against this many Glaive Adepts, but the Adepts just cannot really deal with those queens and roaches.
Parting's going to try and hold on these queens, goes to Stasis Warp, but it gets picked off before it connects. That's a nice Stasis Warp from Parting. That's going to give him time for another warp-in round, but will that be enough?
I didn't even see that one on the ground, Maynard, and I guess Armani didn't either. Otherwise, he would have focus fired it. Oh, that is a nightmare stasis trap going down there for Parting. And now he's got Stalkers out. And you know what? He might even be able to time another stasis trap. No, he's not able to do it. The units are going to come out and fight. It's still a hard position for Parting. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, no way. That stasis, those extra warp-in rounds, could that make the difference here? It looked amazing for Armani, but all of a sudden, Parting's actually got an army that can fight this. Parting's starting to twist Armani here.
I cannot believe it, man. That was insane. This was such a good start to things for Armani, but that stasis trap. And I tell you, I didn't even see it. It was right on top of the army in the midst of it. Parting just throwing down both. You could see Armani focus down the first of the two stasis traps. But now Armani realizing, oh no, I've got to go to not just plan B, I've got to go to plan C or D. This is just an awkward situation. He's going to try to drone up. He's going to try to go burrow. But equal economy against a 3-base Protoss. You're going to see probes just chrono boosting out. And there's a Robo up. There's Blink finished. This is a very uncomfortable position to be in as a Zerg player.
Yeah, the third base being up for the Protoss here, and he's, you know, ahead in workers versus the Zerg. So economically, the Protoss is in a fantastic spot. And now Parting can go into that comfort zone, which is just dealing with a lot of roaches. And that is just going for Blink, you know, getting your attack upgrades, getting your Forge down eventually. He's already got Blink. I do like the Roach Burrow here from Armani. It's kind of like trying to make lemonade with your lemons. It's not a great situation. What are you left with? You're left with a fair few roaches. So maybe Roach Burrow can get him quite a few probe kills. It does feel a little unconvincing against Protoss specifically because, you know, you generally got observers everywhere, I guess. But we'll see if it works out for Armani here. Parting going for the big counterattack, though.
Yeah, he's not giving him any space at all. There's still 4 drones in production. There is only 12 roaches out right now. And Armani, I mean, he's got roach speed. Burrow's almost done, but the observers here with the army, it's a lot of force fields, a lot of stalkers and sentries. And I think this is just a very well-timed push from Parting to make sure Armani can't pull off any sort of cheeky comeback maneuvers.
Yeah, Parting's army is definitely looking pretty threatening. It's a good army against the composition of Armani here. And he's going to try and trade as much as he can. You can see that he is starting to switch to tier 3. That Forge I'm talking about, it is on the way. Robotics Day also on the way here. So that Parting can head towards the Colossi that really wants. Good usage of the Burrow there to try and get under the force fields. He's going in through the force fields to try and pounce on an army of Parting, pick off those sentries. He does get a few of them there. Nice pickoffs from Armani.
That was pretty cool micro. Now, Parting in this situation, he is known for dictating the pace, attacking, and just really keeping his opponent under his thumb. The one thing where Parting, especially when he's just playing this by feel, you know, awake for many hours, maybe not the best rest in StarCraft, where it's pure instinct. Parting's instinct is to attack, followed by attacking. After that, he'll attack, often to his own peril. So I actually, you know, I mean, he's adding probes, he's adding tech, he's adding cannons. These are all good signs of the fact that Parting is managing to restrain that instinct. And I think the Burrowed Roaches is obviously part of why that's the case. He's saying, look, I know the harassment potential's there. And I think Parting is making the right adjustment. He realizes, look, Armani has big tunneling roach claw pressure coming, disruptors, cannons. There's going to be a very, very easy defense, I think, for Parting here. He's just got so much stuff.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, I think he knows the attack's coming, so that's why he's going for the disruptors here instead of the laser giraffes, and I think it's definitely the right call. Yeah, the Zerg's going to be fighting off creep, even with Roach Burrow. They are still going to get one shot by the Disruptor Novas, by the balls of Parting, and ball number 1 is out in that natural. And this shocking army of those Stalkers, when they have +1 attack, they're also just going to shred these Roaches and Ravages ever faster.
Oh, I'd actually kind of like to see the Disruptor try and get those Burrowed Roaches when they're not looking and eat. Oh, no!
Got him!
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, the Observer saw the Roaches, and obviously Armani didn't know they'd been spotted, so he clicks them in, looks at his main army, looks back, they're all gone. You know, this is just a situation where Parting's got all of the tools, and Armani, he's trying to make something of it. He's trying to work his way in here. But he ends up in a one-dimensional push. He's got an Overseer going towards the main. If he can get a Nidus up in another front, maybe he can work his way in here. But right now, this is a losing battle. Every Disruptor shot is going to be absolutely deadly.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We do have that Nidus going up the main base. Parting does have pylons next to it and a Stalker on patrol. He pulls the probes as well, knowing that this Nidus is basically the only chance Armani has of actually doing damage to him. This attack at the third base is being completely deflected so far. And the Nidus Worm does get denied.
Yeah. Love that picture-in-picture usage there, of course. Wardy, our 8-armed observer here, and his production gain. He's Disruptor shot zoning, not really finding the mark just yet. but the unit count getting bigger and bigger. I do like the swap into Zergling, Baneling, and melee upgrades for Armani. He's added a couple of workers at some point earlier, but it's still a very fragile force. He's going to try to sneak roaches in, will not find an opening. And I think Armani...
Good surrounding. The Stalker's actually got a few of them there, but I think that the army of Parting is still just way too big, and the fact that he's got these disruptors is massive. Actually gets connection there on one of the Ravagers. If he can grab this Nidus Worm, that's it for Armani. I think Armani's realized, oh, okay, I need to give up this Nidus Worm here. I need to pull back. I mean, if he could turn back time, I feel like if Marnie could get a Spire up or something like that, maybe he could turn this into a weird game. But at this point, it looks like, once again, Parting going for the attack here. And even on creep, I think Armani's defensive capabilities against an army with this many Blink Stalkers, with +1 attack, with all these disruptors, I'm not loving it for Armani, but I am loving it for my boy Parting.
You know, he's relying on Parting's over-aggression, but he's a little bit too slow to get into the Zerglings. The Zerglings are the potentially very efficient tech here, as well as the Banelings. It's a combo of having a lot of Zerglings and a lot of Banelings coming in from multiple angles, but notice he has nothing on the rear of Parting. He's got to have something swing in on the backside. He cannot just come from one angle. He's got units on the left that will come from there, but when he goes in, he's got to close it in from all sides. Otherwise, Parting's going to slip out of this noose.
Oh, Parting is going to collapse on in. The good biles there from Armani on the force field. But Parting, he knows he's got it. He goes to the big blink forward. Some Banelings from the backside. The Banes there. That was so dangerous. Sent the balls into his own Stalker cluster, but it didn't matter. He got the connections he wanted. Some fantastic falls from Parting. Once again, getting a victory over Armani. And that means, Pig, the first match is going to go to the ace match here. We got to figure out our fifth player.
Hot diddly damn. We're going to have to consult with our teams and see who they want to just come in here and dominate it. I mean, that's cool to see, mate. I love that we are getting that Game 5 coming in. And you know what? An ace match, Game 1 here of the War Chest Team League. I wouldn't have it any other way.
That's right. Well, we're going to take a short break here. And when we return, it's going to be the first ace match for the first series of the day. We'll see you then. Hey mates, welcome back. The StarCraft will continue here for the War Chest Team League, and we are going into the ace match. You're getting your value for money's worth here out of this War Chest Team League for the first series. The Dread Knights and the War Pigs couldn't go any other way, Piggly Wiggly, with two of the best picked teams, two of the best drafted pigs, and the two of the biggest brains in the caster scene. Of course, it's the ace match. It's going to be my player pick, as you'd expect from that very lovely last game. I'm going to go for Parting as my ace boy here. Who's your boy?
It is the one and only. It's the Serral. He was actually, he was saying, all right, I'm not sure. Maybe Dream goes out, and Dream was like, no, take him on, go, Yuna, go. And Serral is now hopping on. We've got that lobby going and everything, and yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I think a Zerg versus Protoss match. Honestly, I've been saying it since about the time of Katowice. I think Parting is the best Protoss vs Zerg player in the world. I think he's the most dangerous. His cannon rushes, his blink pushes, his trickery with some of his adept builds as well. It's the fact that he's got such a range, and he'll cut little corners here and there. He'll just not scout and get a slight boost to his economy, and then he'll hit his timing just a little bit quicker. He'll throw down a stasis trap in the middle of a fight on top of your army, and you won't notice it, and he'll manage to escape from near death. You know, he's a lucky guy with a lot of range.
Yeah, he is indeed. I'm just loving the enthusiasm from Parting in this lobby. He's an all cap saying, kill some piggies. I love the enthusiasm. Let's do it, Parting. Let's do it, big boy. And I love that spirit. This is what the Discord's all about as well. It's just when Parting's winning, Ragnarok is spamming, cheering Parting whenever when he beat Armani in Doyu Cup, when he beat Rogue, he's just spamming how good he is at PvZ. And he actually got a map, I think a few days ago, speaking of the Doyu Cup, Parting actually did get a map off Serral in that series, with Serral winning the series in the end. And if you can take a map pig, that is the series here in this best of one format. So can Parting get that extra map? Just that last one there for Daddy. That's all we want, just that last map there. And that's going to be a big W on the board there for the Dread Knights. I'm very, very excited for this one.
I mean, I think definitely Parting. I actually kind of liked his build last game. I wouldn't be surprised if he just opens up with a cannon rush. I do kind of like it though. You know, you've got the all caps from Parting. This is the guy who obviously last week, after making it out of his GSL group in flying fashion, tweeted in all caps, "Who is your daddy?" This is the same guy who just plays like a maniac. He's always in his opponent's face. And the Serral is a little bit more of a controlled, cool burn as a player and a personality. And he is just kind of like, go ahead and try, buddy. Let's see what you got. So we got Chaos up against the controlled side. Reminds me a little bit of that Parting TY match from last season's GSL, where you saw the same thing, the extreme kind of out there, emotional, wears it on his sleeve character, and the very controlled one on the other side.
Yeah, TY, the cold pro gamer exterior, the consummate professional face. It looks like he could take a baseball bat to the back of his head and he wouldn't even flinch, that poker face. he's such a professional, that TY. Parting, it's the thing about esports, that there are a lot of those really cold, calculated players, which are terrifying, and some of the best players are that. But to me, I am like super in love, even speaking as a TY fanboy, because I just love the way that he plays. I'm super in love, though. I become a fan so fast of those really emotional players. Like your Beyonds, like your Partings. Like seeing all those fist pumps from the foreign scene as well. When Bly wins and he's on stage and he just jumps up and he's like, yeah, like swearing and just jumping up and exploding in his native tongue. I don't want to speak any Ukrainian and ruin my impression to anyone that might be a Ukrainian fan of my casting. But yeah, I just love those guys, and Parting's certainly one of them. And the countdown has begun, guys. We are on US West. We have picked the right server. Serral vs Parting is going to be on Everdream. I'm loving it. Let's go.
Heck yes, Maynard. I like to tease you a little bit, but I think right now I'm just ready to watch some awesome StarCraft, as you are. It's one of the things where we're, I think, both honored to watch on a daily basis, and the fact that we get to call these guys part of our team is a big old bonus. So we're going to dive straight on in here. It's the ace match. Let's tie it up 2 maps each for these teams, and this one single map will decide the entire thing. Both players revived from the ace match, or not really revived, since they both won their previous matches. And of course, up here in the top right, he's in the pink. He's representing the War Pigs. It is Serral.
And in the bottom left, he's a big boy, and he's ready to get that ace match for the Dread Knights. He's parting.
You almost said Dreadnoughts, didn't you?
I nearly forgot my team name.
I was like, I thought you were going to say Dreadnoughts, and I was like, that's just as cool. You know, Dreadnoughts are cool, Dread Knights are cool.
No, I actually nearly said something way worse because of Parting's clan tag on the server. Yes, we do have the War Chest Team League decals as well. Everything's looking super sexy, super fly here. With actually UI improvements coming in for future streams as well. So everyone that's tuning in today, maybe you think, oh, this could be improved here and there. Well, look forward to some changes.
And we see here the probe coming in, and Parting does this every single game, and he says, hey, look, I'm trying to cannon rush. And I feel like he does this in the most half-hearted way ever lately. But then when he's actually cannon rushing, he does the exact same thing. He makes it look really obvious. He's like, yeah, and then 3 pylons go down, and you're like, oh my god, this time it's real. So you can never count it out, but I love the discipline from Serral. Didn't even pull a drone down. I think he just kind of calmly was like, nah, this is cool.
We have a bit of a spray battle in the main mineral line there of Serral. Both players have spray on cooldown right now, so they can't respond at the moment. Parting getting the upper hand there, spraying on top of the question mark of Serral.
Yeah, for those who don't know, everyone has a spray tag on. I believe Y is the default hotkey for that on your workers.
Yep. That's right.
You can only throw one down every couple of minutes, though. Yeah. It's always fun. I'm loving the cactus as one of the recent ones in the war chest that came out, actually. I've been spamming cactuses in my opponent's mineral lines. I don't know. It's just something about having such a big green spiky kind of spray paint on the ground. It just looks kind of distracting. It makes me feel very happy putting that in my opponent's base.
I'm such a, I mean, live and breathe Twitch, so I'm such a Twitch spray fan. You know, come on, bro.
And that's just one of the greatest. The fact you can put that in the game is incredible.
Yeah, it is actually incredible. I was embarrassingly excited when I saw that was coming into the game with the Twitch Prime advert that Blizzard had there. Overlord speed from Serral here. Yeah. And actually no link speed at all. So Overlord speed before link speed.
He saw Stalker first, and this is the perfect adjustment from Serral. Often you'll see Parting hit a ridiculously fast DT timing off this, but he has a few other builds he can do from it. So you just want to confirm what's up, see exactly what's going on so that you can be prepared for it. And that, of course, is something where Serral, one of the best players at not just scouting and going, cool, I know what's happening, but keeping tabs on it. He'll keep going back in and checking. And honestly, Serral is a player, it's not like he's defined by super greed. It's not like he's defined by just having better micro or mechanics than other people. It's the fact that he uses all of his skill to constantly see what his opponent's doing at every moment of the game.
And Serral sees that it is 4-gate with the Chrono Boost on the tech on the Twilight Council, which it means one thing, and that is a depth printer. Down goes the Roach one for Serral. Perfect read, perfect reaction. And, you know, link speed, like I mentioned, was favored, well, rather put to the side there, and Overlord speed was favored over link speed, which is the perfect response, as Pig followed up with. That is, you don't really need link speed right now. What does link speed achieve? It's like you get rid of one adept if it's across the map. You know, what you do. Doesn't really matter. It's going to be on creep anyway.
And if this game goes far enough, that same Overlord, I think is going to turn into a Dropper-Lord. A few minutes from now when the lair finishes, and Zerglings will drop in the main while Serral pressures the third. So it's quite a few minutes away, but obviously you need the lair done for that. It's all about Serral defending, but keep your eyes open for that. He used that constantly against Trap in their grand finals, in the season finals, of course. And for now, Roach is out. Lots of Zerglings already out. No drones on the third, so there's no soft targets in the open for these Adepts.
Yeah, it really feels like Serral's already fine here, with before the Adept Shade has even achieved anything. And Serral's making so many Roaches, Pig, I don't think this is just to try and hold the Adepts. I think that Serral's just looking for a big counterblow to punish this build from Parting.
And he's going to wall off as well. He's got the drone, who's of course the bouncer here in the wall of Serral. Does get that Evo chamber down. Now remember, that can be focused down. Parting's the kind of guy who will just finish the Shade on the Evo, focus it down with 2 volleys, and try to run into your base. You know, he'll do those risky maneuvers. You got to keep your eyes open for that sort of stuff. But for now, Parting, he's on 2 bases. He's adding a massively delayed Dark Templar shrine there. And I think Serral's just got to keep up that roach production. He's very low on workers right now. So I guess you would say Serral probably needs to squeeze 6 or 7 workers out, catch up in the worker count at the very least, and then just keep the roach count up. But so far, both players on a very small limited economy, looking for the mistake from the other one.
And neither player really making too many mistakes here. Both players playing very, very cleanly. The parting hasn't thrown anything away right now. Yeah, he's actually not lost a single thing in this game so far. Serral's only lost a handful of lings as well, which is completely negligible for the Zerg. And there's that Dropper Lord you were talking about, Pig.
This is such a big part of his way of just putting on a bit of both scouting, and sometimes he gets big damage and it pulls the momentum away at a point in the game where Protoss players are used to just having their bases completely untouched. They go, hey, a few units chilling in the third base, all I need to worry about. There's nothing else I really need to care about too much. Super chill. These Adepts, though, so patient from parting, but the Queen's really blocking that main base, and he's got an observer up there. DTs are now coming in. One's going to run towards the natural. The other one's going to try to drop in the main. Overseer's morphing. It's not quite ready just yet. Can parting finally find a little bit of damage here?
It looks like the Lings aren't doing a whole lot at the moment. The DT going to be ferried into the main. The one, the natural, is on standby. And this guy's going to go for some swiftly swipes there. Does actually kill the DT in the natural. That's a lovely pick off from Serral. Third base actually has drones on it, but Serral intercepting with those roaches to fight back the Adepts. Good hold from Serral.
Yep, and he did keep the full Zergling drop alive as well. So now Parting's worried about his main base as well, leaving a few Stalkers in there. We've got a 14 worker advantage on roach speed, and +1 is about to finish. And this is the moment where, after minutes of just being so turtled up and really not having any proper mobility, the Zerg says, hey, get out of here. You're on my side of the map. Catches 2 Adepts there. He's going to grab a third. Parting very slow to respond. That's 4 Adepts going down. And it looks like maybe even a 5th will fall as well. That Shade is not going to get them out of dodge. That's a one-way trip.
Yep, they're in the drone line. Well, they better hope they get a ton of drones. They actually are killing a ton of drones. Serral's got them on A move, so there's Adepts actually taking a dozen drones down with him. I mean, that could have been worse for Parting. Yes, he's lost the Adepts, but getting 12 drones before they died is at least something.
Don't know if it matters too much at this stage, though. With how quick Serral replenishes that, I think it's really nice for him to now finally get his side of the map to himself. I wouldn't mind him spreading creep off even the Overlords, but as it is, nicely done by Serral. It's just kind of getting the creep out, adding the Bane speed. Dropper Lords queuing up, so he's going to try and send Dropper Lords to both sides of the map and start Baneling dropping the mineral lines while going up to that 85, 90 drone Ravagerling Bane that he's so damned good at.
And Parting's trying to head towards that tier 3 Robotech that he's so damn good at. It may just be Colossus this time. He's still got a lot of his sentries alive. He's got Immortals coming in for a bit of a push here. A lot of force fields available for Parting. He really needs a good fight here if he wants to try and even the score, because at the moment, Serral is looking very dominant at the moment in this game.
+1 range is done here. No upgrades for Parting. He's got some force fields, but his army is tiny right now. He's trying to pressure Serral with almost no units, and Serral, he senses blood in the water. He's going to force every single force field out of this army, and even then, Parting's still nowhere near being in the clear.
Blink looks like it's done here for the Stalkers, but there's so many of the dying into the Banelings of Serral, and his Lings are catching these Immortals on the backside. No room in the Prism. No Prism action at all. In fact, the Immortals die. Oh, that last one just after the War Prism at the end there. Some DT damage on the other side of the map. A few drones go down, but Serral does clean it up there thanks to the Queens. And he's loading up those Overlords for the Bane drops, Pig. Parting is in trouble.
3 base up against 4. Serral is droning behind this. He's got a hive on the way. His +1 melee is about to finish. Bane drops coming in there. Nice interception. That was good reactions there by Parting. The one in the main, though, still another chance to find more damage. Of course, not as many probes stacked up there, though.
And not as many probes, but also nothing from the Protoss, so it definitely will find some damage. We have got the Stalkers doing a bit of a blink dance here with the Ravagers. And there goes the probe count. So 6 go down in the main base thanks to the Baneling drop there of Serral. And he's actually got some Banelings still alive, although Blink, yep, should die. Oh, that Overseer.
Does end up gooping up the Robo, but both Baneling drops going down, only 6 probes falling. This could have been a lot worse for Parting. Never count Parting out. He's very good at microing. Says, hey, yeah, we'll take some hit points for those Banelings, no worries. I think the 82 drones, the 5th base, those are the things that really threaten to just explode Serral out of control. Unfortunately for Serral, there's a hive, but there's nothing to really use it with, right? Adrenal glands. Okay, he's going to add Vipers here, so I guess he knows about the planned Colossus tech. That's a really good choice.
This is almost exactly what Parting did against him last time they played in the Doyu Cup, and it was on this map, in fact. The Colossus are such a staple to the backline of Parting. It's all about the force fields. It's all about the Colossi staying safe. And Vipers, they don't care about your force fields. They'll just yoink those bad boys out of their nice, stalker nest where they're just cuddled and safe, and pull them out into the darkness that is the Zerg Ravager Lingbane army.
Parting here, always just happy to be on the Zerg side of the map and just rely on his blink micro on the edges of the creep to get him out of trouble, but it does cost him sometimes, and he's already lost, I think, 3 Stalkers over there. A lot of force fields going down at home against a few Zerglings trying to do a run by, and Serral's happy to take some what look like kind of inefficient or a little bit sloppy trades. They're good for him. He's on 5 bases. Parting's 4th is almost finished, but that is just a big economic advantage for the Zerg.
Yeah, he's outmining Parting, way outmining Parting at the moment. We do have the Vipers starting to juice up, get ready for the fight here. And the Vipers are definitely a massive threat to Parting's army. The Stalkers are his only anti-air here. His only way of getting rid of the Vipers and then abduct is quite long range. I like that he's also going for the Ultra Cavern as well, which is once again, a really good frontline unit for Serral at this point if he can get to it. And I think he should be able to. He's still dominating this map. Every time Parting gets near the Zerg, he pushes him way back and takes a few Stalkers with him as well.
Only Parting would blink towards that army.
Yeah,
He's like, nah, you can't chase me. Like, yeah, let's go. Absolute madman. Oh, man. Banelings are going to roll the 4th, and there's going to be a big flank on this army as well. And if those abducts land on the Colossus, it's just a pack of Stalkers and Sentries. I mean, the upgrades are getting out of control. There's even a Baneling flank up here. I think Serral's just going to go for it.
Yeah, Parting wants to blink back here, but he's going to be right into the Baneling's force field. Snap decision there from Parting to keep his army alive. That might just have done it for him here, but the Colossus are a little exposed. Trying to use the Prism to take them from the front line into the back line.
Shout out to Parting there for focusing down both Vipers in a fraction of a second with his Stalkers. I think he had to split fire with those, and unfortunately, Serral actually misclicked. He abducted a Stalker. It was the only spell that he got off with those 2 Vipers before they went down, so not landing it on a Colossus, not finding any big kills there.
There doesn't need to be too many force fields here. The Prism just gets out of those vials there as it was in warp mode. You stutter stepping against the Banelings, but does lose 1 Colossus. Another one goes down. The Prism's full. It's got 1 Colossus in the payload. He goes from 3 Colossi to 1 just like that. Serral with a lovely hold there and a lot of damage to the probe line from another Baneling drop or another Baneling bust into that probe line. It's just devastating damage here into the economy of Parting, which was already hurting.
Serral, he just is so good at, once he gets to this position, methodically draining his opponent of any opportunities. These Banelings rolling in constantly, and yes, there's a bad trade like that here or there, but for every one of those, Serral has taken another base. He's built another round of workers. He's found the worker line with some other Banelings. He's now got Kindness Plating Ultras out of the map with 2-1 upgrades. He's got 3-2 on the way. He's got a gigantic arc of Ravager Bane, and as Parting comes up, the other hand comes in from the right-hand side. A ton of Ravager Baneling closing in on those Stalkers and Colossus, and a Space Cow leading the charge.
That's right. I think if it was just the one hand, it would be fine, but Serral had 2 hands there, and sometimes it feels like he has 18 hands. This kid is absolute straight fire, and he is busting through that army of Parting. Parting has got dregs left over. He's running on fumes. He loses the 4th Nexus. Oh, man. Parting is running out of options, Big. I don't think he has a lot left in this game.
Yeah, I didn't realize your team was called the Dregs Lords, Maynard.
Get out of here. It's the Dregs Knights. Get the name right. Jesus. It's the Dregs Knights.
The Dregs Knights. Goddamn. All right, we got, yeah, this is a big lead though. I think Serral here, the master of methodically refilling. You got to notice his Ravagers survive every engagement. A lot of players would be like, hey, why don't you just push in and win? You know, what the hell? You've got a big advantage, Serral. The Ravagers are really fragile and weak on their own. Notice they never go down. Every battle, they're in there, they do their damage, they pull back once the Ling Bane's gone. He refills the Ling Bane and he goes again. And it's that Ling Bane, those expendable units doing the high damage. It's him finding these workers on the 4th base again and again. And each time he just kind of pulls back and waits for some more Banelings. At this point, he knows that Parting is working with next to nothing. And he's going to keep forcing the issue.
Yeah, he's basically just choke holding Parting right now, not giving him any room to breathe. He has killed another dozen probes. He's canceled the fourth. That wasn't a kill, it was a cancel on the fourth, but does it really matter? Not really. I'm just splitting hairs here. Parting is not able to spend his mineral bank at the moment. He doesn't have the gas to make what he wants. In fact, he's making zealots right now, which is just desperation. He's just like, I've got to spend my money. I just need something. I need units right now because the Zerg is not letting me breathe. He's going to come again. And that next wave is just shortly around the corner here for Serral.
Yeah, some Zealots going to try to run by on the southern side of the map, but a big pack of Zerglings are already on their way to hunt them down. And remember, these are 2-1 Zerglings. Actually, Adrenal Glands never happened this game, but 3-2 is about to kick in. And even without Adrenal, those Zerglings more than a match for just a handful of Zealots.
True that. The Zealots, even when they're +1 armor, are not going to be able to stand a chance there. Biles in the middle of the pack as well. Parting took some massive Biles to the middle of his army, but even if he didn't, it's just too much Zerg on the dance floor, Pig. He's getting pushed back to that high ground. He cannot get a fourth Nexus up to save his life.
Yep, these Banelings just constantly coming in, and so far 91 Banelings have gone down in the course of this game. Damn, those High Templar, such valuable units.
Yep, well, Serral is continuing to play with his food here. He's pushing Parting around his plate, bringing in some Banelings from the rear. Serral loves his flanks, Big, and I think this might be a juicy one.
Yep, Banelings finding the center. Oh, battery overcharge is not enough to deal with that.
Oh, it hurts. Serral's just too damn good. He's trying to turn the Immortals on themselves. Why don't you just use your Zerg units to show off? Stop taking the Protoss ones.
My favorite part is, as a caster, you often look at the supply count after a fight to take stock. And Serral usually is remaxed by the time you check the supply after one of these engagements. You're like, oh, he was producing while microing. Okay, all right. All right, there's a reason they call him the finisher. And there's a reason we brought him out a second time here in this series. It is because he is just such an unstoppable monster. And he manages to close out the series.
GG. You know what? Lucky. Your team is, when I looked at all the drafts, Big, I will openly say now that we have been defeated by 3-2 here in the final score, I will say that your team was the one I was the most afraid of, now that I could admit that. But we don't have to worry about you for a long time now, potentially at all, until maybe the end, because we got another 8 victims lined up for the Dread Knights. And it was nice to get all the way to the ace match. We had some very strong teams. Getting all the way to the ace match, I wouldn't have wanted it any other way, except for I would have liked Parting to win game 5. Other than that, I think that was a pretty good showing for both our teams. Congratulations on the luck.
Yeah. I think there's something there. I mean, obviously, Parting, I think he used up maybe 7 or 8 of his 9 lives while streaming for, 10 hours earlier today and drinking and shouting and stuff. But I think he used up the 9th life with that stasis trap, catching every Roach and Queen that had popped out of the Nidus Worm. Hats off for that sick play. I hope that clip's already out there circulating in social media land, because I didn't even notice it going down. It was one of those moments that just shocked me as much as I'm sure it shocked Armani in that game. But yeah, that was an awesome match, Maynard, and glad to see you putting on a good fight there. Do you know who you're facing off next against?
I have it listed out, but I have to refresh my memory. So I will say that my next match is going to be against Nathanius. So going to be up against the Tank Toppers, and then Roddy's team directly afterwards. We've got 2 teams back to back. But you know what, Pig? We're going to take a break there before we go. Good luck against the 4 Shades of Protoss team. That's Fear Dragon coming up next against Pig's team. No doubt going to be a terrifying ordeal for your team to deal with Fear Dragon after the Dread Knights. Yeah, hopefully you're nice and warmed up, because the real challenge is coming up next after the break. Don't go away.
Welcome back. We are going for non-stop action today. Unlike many tournaments where there's a little bit more in between, a bit more downtime, it is going to be straight into the next match. The War Chest Team League here, of course. The Warp Pigs, my team, is going to be going straight into a match against 4 Shades of Protoss. A team which some have described as more of a meme than a real team. Fear Dragon, you've chosen this team. You're here to cast with me. I'm excited for the sparks to fly. What do you have to say to the haters out there?
Look, I'm not saying that when we win, it's going to be a demonstration that Protoss players in general are harder working, more talented, smarter IQ, and generally just more powerful and handsome individuals. But I'm also not saying that, Pig. So I'm looking forward to crushing your team, because after I crush your team, and by I mean my teammates who pick up for the fact that I put them in this horrible position. After they crush your team, then we can say now that we also were better than Maynard's team. So this is just a 2-for-1 blow right here.
Okay, that does sound like the sentence that would indeed come out of someone with smarter IQ, as you mentioned. So looking forward to it. I mean, we can already hear the countdown going. So it is going to be Ice and Chrome map 1, exact same format, of course, always best of 5 overall, individual best of 1s between the players. Ice and Chrome, we're going to be kicking off with Special up against Mana, a Protoss versus Terran a series, or a matchup, I should say, which was absent, of course, from the last one. It's going to be a good way to get things off, and we are diving right on into it.
Let's do it. Yeah, this PvT going to be kicking things off, and I am super excited, Pig, to introduce my player, because I think that's the way it should be. We're going to be starting down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, top of the yellow Protoss player from Team Liquid, and from 4 Shades of Protoss, he is Mana.
And his opponent up here in the top right-hand side, representing the War Pigs. He wants you all out there to spam your Doritos. He is, of course, Special. Opening up very aggressively with the proxy barracks in the middle of the map there.
Yeah.
And you know what? Mana not scouting early on at all. And it looks like he's going for a double gas on one base. What is this weird matchup of builds between these two?
Oh, Pig, I love it. You know, I was actually a little bit sad because I heard you and Maynard talking earlier about how the Pro League style format and how you guys better get ready for some cheese, some aggression here and there. And then we just had some really sick, awesome macro games. I'm not going to complain about that last series. It was great to watch. But this is also what I live for, right? This is what the Pro League style team league matches are all about. Huh?
And when you say this, I think there's a bit of a question mark about exactly what this involves. Because
yeah, that's true.
It's like 2 very quick gates and a proxy forward pylon. So is Mana doing something like an old 4-gate, like but with just like a forward proxy robo or proxy 3-gate? Like this is some sort of wild rush here. And you know, Special is going very quick tech, which is going to be good against that. But at the moment, neither of them really knows what they're up against. So I think there's so much missing. And the moment one of them gets even a little bit of an inkling of what's going on, they're suddenly going to have a much bigger chance to actually adapt and adjust to this strange position they find themselves in.
Yeah, the Reaper's going to be making its way over to Mana's main base. Now, Mana, while he does have the proxy pawn coming out, both of the Stalkers are going to be coming out back at home. So he will have the tools he needs to eventually deflect the Reaper, but the Reaper's still going to be able to do a bit of harassment here. Denies a bit of mining time on that gas, softening up some probes. Good control here from Mana so far. Has not lost any probes, though. And, ooh, it's going to be able to snag the Reaper kill.
That's really big there. You know, it's kind of weird when you see that second gate because you're kind of like, hey, what is this? Like, what comes out next behind this? And he's continuing Reaper production.
Reaper. It finally scouts it, but it missed it for quite a bit of time. The Stalkers should be able to get over there to protect the pylon now.
Yeah, immediately building a second bunker a bit closer to the command center. The barracks is floating back, which is a good idea. Cyclone first, and then I think it's going to be siege tanks immediately after that. And without being able to build any extra Marines, you've got only one Reaper that can get in the bunker. So that's really awkward there for Special.
Yeah, the Cyclone's going to be a really big part of this. Oh my god, Special's actually attacking his own SCV and building the command center. Oh no, gonna have it delayed a little bit. Remember, every little SCV, every little bit is going to matter right now.
Yeah, the Cyclone wants to lock onto the Prism if it can, but he's got to be so careful to not lose it. Oh no! Cyclone already taking big damage. He's going to lock onto a Stalker, but whoa, Mana a little bit slow to pick that up, but mostly healthy still. And there is, of course, just big damage coming out.
This is going to be an interesting spot too right now, because Cyclone obviously wants to zone out this army, but the tech lab and the factory are going to be at the forefront over here. That's actually going to be a potential sniping opportunity for Mana later, but that's the lock-on that Special is looking for on the Warp Prism. Softens it up, doesn't get it, but kills off a Stalker in the process.
SCVs overextend just a little bit, but that Immortal is now here, and that Siege Tank's got to get back to safety. Oh, I like that. Siege is the tank in a very conservative location, and that Viking's going to seal the deal on the Prism.
Stalker's managed to push it back for a little bit. The Siege Tank, like you said, though, is putting in so much work. Snipes off another Stalker over there. Softens up the rest of this, and now the Warp Prism is so low on hit points. The Vikings looking for the final kill is not going to be able to get it before the Immortal can get out.
This is such a big disruption, though, to Special's play, and Mana does take the expand behind this. If there's one thing Mana likes, it's a just messy game. He likes scrappy situations. He thrives in them. There's finally enough Marines to man both bunkers, but the second siege tank only just starting now. Thankfully, the Viking has been repaired up. I think that's a very important tool for Special in the next minute or two to push back the Warp Prism and make sure it can't come too deep into this base.
Yeah, that should just be the magic bullet over here, right? Because the Stalker is pretty far back, and if the Immortals want to continue harassing up on the high ground, the Stalker can't really protect the Warp Prism anymore. So I totally agree. Having that Viking out really changes the dynamic of this. How do you feel about just kind of the situations economically now after all of this has kind of calmed down a little bit? It's not fully over, but, you know.
I think small things like the lack of a reactor and the lack of any second or third add-on, really. It's just a tech lab, that's it. That makes things a bit awkward for Special, but he does have the command center finished and the mules dropping. So overall, I think it's very even, but yeah, losing that Reaper on the way across the map for Special, it's a real pain. And I think he may have spotted that Observer. The thing is, as Mana, you've just got all the tactical advantage of, hey, I see everything. I've got these dangerous units. You've got these much less mobile units. And you can see that first reactor only now starting. Charge. A Forge, a Dark Shrine. Oh, I can see why you picked Mana, Fear Dragon.
I mean, like you said, I think Mana does great in scrappy situations, and I actually really like the decision to go for this. This is going to be definitely a tough situation for Special, because when you go for charge lot blink DT styles, or if you end up getting blink for DTs, but regardless, even just charge and DTs, they actually usually do best against marine tank kind of compositions, and that's exactly what Mana's going to be up against.
Siege tank's in a very defensive position. I love that. Raven starting up. Oh, that makes me so happy. Whenever you're playing against a Protoss who's doing strange things, is being really frustrating, that's really useful. I think the one part that worries me, though, is you can be like, cool, I got Vikings to defend a Warp Prism. I've got a Raven to defend DTs. I got some Siege tanks. And then suddenly Zealots can just get in your main base, right? A Warp Prism warps into some Charge Zealots like just YOLO the front. And with how delayed Stim, Shields, and any really decent mobile bio count is going to be, it's going to be hard for Special if those Zealots ever find their way on top of those Siege tanks.
No, I definitely agree with you there. Another Observer is going to be making its way into the main base. And hey, the nice thing over here is that it's going to actually keep the Raven busy for a little bit while the DTs go into the natural. But the DTs end up pulling on back. It looks like Mana doesn't feel like he's going to be able to get a whole lot of damage done there. So keeps the DTs alive, but Special kills off a 4th Observer this game.
I kind of like that he hides the DTs as well. So now Special might never build turrets. And then if he pushes you with his Raven and you run in and hit both mineral lines with Dark Templar as he's on your side of the map with the Raven, that's a big potential comeback maneuver. So Mana being very tricky, but Special's got to feel good about eliminating the Robo. I mean, you mentioned all those observers going down. There's none left on the map. So this is really very low tech for Mana. It's just a +1 armor upgrade, a lot of gateways, and trying to get that 3rd base up. But as this goes on, it looks like Special is more and more stable. He's got his finger on the pulse of the game. He's adding all of those pieces that create a solid Terran position. And I think, honestly, Special, just the favorite in the longer game. I think he's definitely, you know, the player who has more experience in the big macro games. It's more of where he wants this matchup to go. So I'm definitely liking Special's chances if the game can slow down and really just gradually progress.
No, I'm actually totally with you on that. And I feel like you actually put it really, really well earlier on, where Mana thrives in kind of chaotic situations in games. I mean, it draws me back to the semifinals of DreamHack Austin 2018, where Special played versus Mana, and Special was the favorite. And if it went to like a normal, clean, longer term game, Special seemed like he would have the advantage, but Mana was able to beat Special in that situation by just turning the games into chaotic, crazy situations. And this game has absolutely calmed down a lot. Now Special is finally going to put his own bit of aggression on the other side of the map. How is Mana going to be able to react? He might have noticed this with the Zealot, though, moving forward.
Doesn't really have anything in position and so little anti-air on the map. So this is such a good move from Special. There is a shield battery that is going to buy him a little bit of time there. The shield battery, always nice in this situation, forces you to focus it down before the fighting begins. Zealots coming in, but they're kind of trickling in, and this Bio's taking an amazing trade. The auto turrets on the 3rd at the same time. This is a spectacular move from Special, finds massive damage.
Yeah, 15 workers killed over here. Special's now going to take that economic lead in terms of worker count. Now, there's even a Ghost Academy and stuff being added on behind this. Their 3rd orbital command is already done for Special. So even though it's not really landed in mining just yet, that's okay. He's going to have the advantage of those mules and is going to have that transitionary tech. So now the kind of onus is on Mana to try and find a way to bring this game back.
Yeah, Storm Drop is going to be the play. There's 2 big comeback plays in this matchup, Storm Drop and Disruptors. The problem is just that he never, I think, settled into this macro stage of the game. He never got the mobility. You need to get these Blink Stalkers up a little bit faster in position to limit the harassment. Once again, in the 3rd base as well, it looks like some stuff's going down. I think that was a big Widow Mine drop up there. 19 probes? Oh, Special is just... He's so comfortable now. He can just be so defensive at home. He's done so much harassment, and he is just laughing in terms of macro supply. He's slowly taking his 3rd with the tanks on the cliff. Mana's looking really desperate at this point.
Yeah, there might be this awkward moment over here, potentially, if Mana can capitalize on that. I think he still has a chance. It's when Special moves out to establish the third base. Mana is now seeing the position of the army, and the Siege Tank aren't really set up at this third base. All the SCVs have also transferred over. Will the Storms do a lot? They are actually covering a lot of that Bioforce.
Yeah, it was a great interference matrix, but an amazing storm in the middle of the Marines. And now the other storms can come down as well. Those SCVs and Bio have to spread.
Oh, the EMP finally comes out, though, and we're going to end up seeing a lot of this Protoss army getting pushed back. Remember, Mana does not have an economy he can pull back to and recover from. He's done some economic damage, yes, but he's actually lost even more workers during all this. Somehow, Special found a way to send that Widowmine drop back into the third base and kill more probes.
These tanks moving out, maybe a little bit preemptively. Mana's going to come in with one more desperate swing. I don't think it's enough, though, as there's ghosts out. Great anti-zealot units. The Marines, the Marauders with the +1 attack. Gonna butcher that. And Mana not able to do it. Special with the victory there and brings the War Pigs to a 1-0 advantage.
Yeah, you know, it's okay. Like, at this point, we got to give Special a little bit of an ego boost and everything. You got to make him feel good about himself because, you know, he's an important part of the scene and everything. Mana had a really great start in that game, but obviously Special very, very good at his TVP. Yeah, it's all good. We'll get him next time.
He weathered the storm, mate, and that's what it was all about, wasn't it? It was really just like, hey, can we survive? You know, can things actually hang on? Well, it was something where Special navigated it. Let's be real, if that Raven popped out any later, things could have been, you know, big problems. Likewise, I think if Mana just settled into a few more Stalkers early in the main base, that double drop was so important. That found massive amounts of damage at a point where Mana was only about a minute off getting into Blink and a lot of Stalkers. So it was this narrow window. The Raven started coming in as well, and from that point onwards, Special was just way ahead.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head with not having Blink and the Stalkers available, because even if you imagine Mana did have some of his army up in the main base, there was still going to be the annoyance of that double drop being able to move between the main base and the natural, because it's not just that there weren't that many Stalkers. It's not just that there wasn't Blink, there weren't that many Stalkers. There wasn't that much anti-air. So like you were saying, there's that little window where Mana was not really fully prepared for that, and definitely was able to do a great job capitalizing on it. All right, well, so I believe our next match, by the way, is moving over to
EU.
EU, yeah. Which is going to be interesting because that is Serral versus Neeb.
This is an awesome match. This is a really cool one. Serral, of course, already playing a little bit of Zerg versus Protoss before, and showing that he had what it took against Parting, but this is a very different Protoss, and one where I think sometimes people go, oh, you know, Neeb can be a little hot and cold in this matchup. Well, I'll tell you what, when Neeb is hot in his PvZ, you know, I think he, for many long periods of time, has been one of the best Protoss in the world, especially in this matchup. Specifically, very good at cutting corners, very good at hitting sharp pressures, one of the original OG kings of using the Adept. That's what he won his Kesper Cup victory off the back of in many ways as well. So, you know, I think if there's anyone who can contest the king, it's got to be Neeb.
Yeah, no, I definitely am going to agree with you. And to be real, like, Serral is obviously going to come into most of his Team League matches as the favorite, right? That's just the reality here. But like you said, Neeb is really, really specifically, I think, good with PvZ. He's had a history versus Serral. He's been able to take some maps here and there and actually do pretty well. And to me, it's always kind of a bit of a question, like which Neeb is going to show up, right? Because sometimes, and I think Hearthstone has actually put it really, really well before, sometimes Neeb shows up to a match and you're like, oh my God, I think he might actually have some of the best PvZ in the world right now. And then sometimes he shows up and you're like, I don't think you should have had business losing to that player there, Neeb. So I'm definitely hoping that, you know what, Serral's going to draw out the best in Neeb and we're going to get a great match on Eternal Empire.
Well, we're going into that map right now, and we're going to have to see exactly what happens. I just love that we're seeing these players on these gigantic maps. They almost always force the long ones. And of course, down here in the bottom left-hand side, Pink is a domesticated pig, but this man is definitely not domesticated. He's about as feral as they come. It is, of course, the Finnish phenom, Serral.
And up at the top right-hand side of the map, we have the yellow Protoss player from Ting Esports, the legendary player of North America. He is Neeb.
And have you given each of your players like a specific order? Is that like Shade 1, Shade 2, Shade 3, Shade 4 of Protoss?
You know, okay, well, if I had to give them a specific order, because it obviously is going to go from like the lightest color to the darkest color, depending on their play styles and everything. And I feel like, you know, Neeb's probably either like the second or the first brightest shade. Mana might just be the brightest. I want to say because of his name, Mana is like, you know, glowing aura of blue. But I think Neeb is probably in contention for the brightest one.
Noob. I believe that was his chat whenever he's playing at a live event. Those American fans, you know, I believe it originally when he was first in a finals, they were chanting it, and everyone at home thought they were booing.
Booing, yeah.
We're a bit upset.
Why are they booing him? He's, you know, I know that a lot of people really like the Korean players, but Neeb is doing such a good job and he's trying so hard. No, everyone, guys, relax. Everyone's a big fan of Neeb here.
It's like it just took one troll in the audience to start a really silly sounding cheer, and then it caught on.
Yeah. Oh man, so we actually just came off the back of also watching Serral play a ZVP versus Parting. How did you feel about how that one opened up and how that Zerg versus Protoss went for Serral?
I just love that Serral, he's found a way to pressure his opponents and get in their face with such light pressure, right? It's like, hey, just going to drop a few Zerglings here. This costs me very little, but you've got to react to it. You know, the fact that he's doing that so regularly, he's sliding Baneling drops in whenever he gets into the mid game, and he's always pairing them up with other things and doing them consistently. It feels like at no point is Serral really willing to give his opponent a free pass in any of his StarCraft 2 matches these days. Like, he's always hitting these sharp all-in attacks that he's mixing in so much in his play. He's putting fear into people. Even when he's playing macro, he's kind of in their face with some sort of harassment and pressure. There's always Zerglings on the back line. You know, part of me even feels like he's learnt a little bit from Raynor, since Raynor's gotten to the top, where it feels like Serral's become even more active and dynamic as a player, and just makes it so hard to play against him. So I think at this point, you know, you've got Neeb here hiding the Stargate. This does look like a nice opening. And it looks like one where Neeb wants to play very standard afterwards. It's Stargate into second gate, you know, just a little bit of a depth scouting to check that everything is normal, which indeed it is. Lots of drones on that natural. And,
yeah, kind of funny. Neeb ends up canceling the shade over there. There aren't actually too many Zerglings, but he doesn't really want to risk it, and the chance that the Zerglings are always just a little bit further back out of vision range.
Dude, he took out the Iraq. The poor little critter on the map, it's like an emu just hanging out there.
You know, sometimes in war there are casualties, and sometimes there are necessary ego boosts that you need. Okay.
Yeah, I guess so, apparently. Man, it was just hanging out. Couldn't be a good life. Most of this map is like, it's like a Protoss platform anyway. Like, what does it even eat, man? It can't have a great life hanging out here on Eternal Empire.
Well, like, look. Okay, Protoss don't actually need to eat meat, right? They're basically like plants. According to the lore, they survive off of photosynthesis. That's why they don't have mouths. So you know what? Don't need any animals on our Protoss homeworld. Okay.
All right. Phoenix comes in, lifts up the Queen, says, "Check out how much I can lift." The Oracle. Oh, Neeb's like, "Can I get a pity drone, please?" Oh, Serral does only lose one drone. Fantastic defense. Really good Overlord coverage on the edges. And hey, I like that follow-up there, Dragon.
Yeah, we got a second Stargate producing more and more of these Phoenix. Nice drone pull over there from Serral. It's only going to get one drone trapped in that stasis. And yeah, when is Serral going to catch wind of this? Because remember, when you open up with that Phoenix early on, you do get to shut down all the Overlord vision. Serral going to be very in the dark for a bit, although he does actually have one or a couple of Lings that are out on the map kind of scouting around.
Yep, third base at not a bad time. It's not especially early, at about 5 minutes. Just with a single Oracle there. And this, I mean, this tells you something. Wait, why is there only one Oracle at the third? Why have I seen no other pressure? And you can see Serral's antsy. He's looking around with those Zerglings, because it could be, wait, is there some sort of charged Archon attack coming with a fast Prism? Is there Glaver Depths that are going to come out? Or in this case, is it 2 Stargate Phoenix? And look at that Zergling net. He wants to see those Phoenix the moment they're coming. What I really admire though about Serral here is he's not building too many roaches. Just 3 roaches, and he's keeping his drone count really high. That's the perfect thing you need against these Phoenix. You just need to have a big economy so that you can throw down lots of Spore Crawlers and Queens.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of the hardest things about facing off against Serral is he's so on top of scouting. And okay, we're going to end up seeing the Spire coming on out. So I imagine that's going to be to try and get out Corruptors. Don't worry. Usually not going to make a bunch of mutas against this kind of army composition, but Phoenix are going to try and come in and see what damage they can get done. Already slapping off 2 Overlords over here, but Serral's got plenty of supply left over. And these Phoenix should be freeing up a little bit of that as well.
Those Queens really ambitious with the way they went out into the open immediately, but now they're starting to add a little bit of damage on the Phoenix. Every bit of that they get is great. You can notice that the Overlords of Serral are being shepherded in between the Spore Crawlers. Lots of drones going to fall here, and that is very necessary damage because these Queens hunting him down, but the lack of creep between the bases really hurting Serral there. And these Phoenix actually finding a good amount.
Yeah, gonna end up losing one of the Phoenix over here in the natural, but 11 drones is definitely not too shabby. Has enough sentries and adepts over here that should be able to push back against a small number of lings, but I add a couple of roaches in over here. This does get a little bit messier. Oracle gonna come in to save the day though.
Yeah, battery overcharge means that could have been a very stressful situation, but you can always just activate that. It's a bit of a get out of jail free in those small skirmishes. And definitely one where now the Phoenix have a little bit more of a chill time there. And interestingly, Corruptors coming out of Serral. He's going to use those to push back the Phoenix and straight just on into his normal path. Ravagers and Banelings. He wants to get up there and just deny a 4th base, attack in, and get up to that big, massive worker count. So Serral, I mean, it really feels like he's just an expert at Ravager Baneling, and he's going to keep working that path no matter what the opening is.
Yeah, I like the way that you put that as well, where it's just the Corruptors are going to push back the Phoenix and then allow Serral to just do what he wanted to do in the first place, right? It is just kind of the, all right, these Phoenix are not going to be able to really do as much as I would normally like to. The Corruptors can just kind of hang 10 on them and make sure they aren't really as effective anymore. Now, Neeb is getting his own transition set up. He's already got that Templar Archives done, morphing in a lot of Archons, and not researching Storm could be setting up for a big push out soon.
Yeah, there is a Warp Prism, but if that Warp Prism gets sniped by the Corruptors, that's going to be a huge problem because it's the only one. This is a sort of attack that's really meant to catch Serral off. It's trying to snipe this 4th base. He's already got 6 Banes, though, and another 8 on the way, and those are just going to clear out these Zealots with ease. He's making more Ravagers. I think Serral's very prepared for this, and this is very committed. Neeb needs to find damage here.
Yeah, Baneling speed is not quite done just yet, so those sentries of the Force Fields are going to be incredibly vital here for Neeb. Already popping that Guardian Shield. It's going to be a little bit less Force Field energy. Zealot's trying to come in for the south side. The Warp Prism gets found by the Corruptors. The flank maneuver definitely works out very, very well there for Serral. Serral is losing a few units over here on the low ground, but plenty of roaches up on the high ground.
Yeah, and the Corruptors are going to come in and take out those Phoenix now. Going to allow them to just say, no, get out of here. The Roaches and Ravagers hold strong. 1 Archon and 1 Sentry get recalled out. Remember, there was no 4th behind this. The first Immortal of the game gets queued up right there. And this is a thing we've seen recently in the last few months, is players saying, you know what, if I can make it look just like a macro game, and the only thing I'll skip, basically, is like Immortals and splash damage. And I just want to get the 4th base, and I'll have a few more Archons and a few more Zealots than normal, and then bam, I'll get over there and surprise them. But to make that work, you really want to get a Warp Prism in the back of their base at the same time, so you can open up a second front. That's where the Banelings struggle, you know? But instead, he tried to attack around the south, was not able to split up Serral's army. Serral took a really good fight there, and now he's in control of this game.
Really, really tough spot now for Neeb, who doesn't even have Storm yet, has just been saving up energy on those High Templars. Now we're going to see the Banelings coming on in. They do have +2 melee, so they actually one-shot so many of these probes. 11 workers going down. It is now 57 to 80, and wow, those Corruptors might even just go for a suicide mission to try and take out the Nexus or some tech, while he also snipes off the 4th.
Yeah, goodbye 4th base. Corruptors in the main are going to open up that Caustic Spray. They've been saving up that Acidic Spray for a while. And they are going to drop it there, forcing more and more Stalker Warpins. Really not the unit you want necessarily in this situation, especially since he doesn't have Blink. Blink now starts up. And Neeb, I mean, he's macroing well. He's building a big army. The question is, what is that army truly going to achieve? It's 4 High Templar that all of his hopes and dreams rest upon him. And Serral is just controlling the map. He's got Banelings on all sides. The Corrupt is ready to go back in. He's just looking for an opening.
Okay, Banelings get caught by one of the stasis trap, and another 2 of the Banelings end up falling over there. But the rest of the army comes in over here at the natural for Serral. Arcoin has to get morphed in immediately. High Templar is going to be very vulnerable. The Banelings managed to make connections and soften up some of them, but enough survive. He's going to be able to push this army back. In the meanwhile, though, Zerglings managed to get into the main base. Actually not getting as much damage done.
Cybercore and a gateway went down, though, as well as 5 probes. And any little trade like this is big, and it also opened up the wall for the follow-up run by nice Zealot block there. Really well done by Neeb. But these things still cost him money, and he needs the most insane trades ever. He's hanging on like a champ. Serral, he's got a big spread. The Banelings finding the edge of that army. There's no Psystorm left here. Just one in the middle to clear up some Zerglings, but it's just too much.
And Serral is going to take that second game and, you know, does put the War Pigs up 2-0. But
yeah.
Pig, this is where we rally, all right? This is where the Protoss force comes together, all right? We've now allowed you to get a little bit of an ego boost, and now we have to shut you down.
I like the confidence, Fear Dragon. You know, next up is one of your better matchups there. It is, of course, going to be Trap versus Armani, so we'll be hopping over onto the Korean server for that one. Trap comes in as the big favorite, but I'll tell you what, there's Trap versus Protoss, godlike. Trap versus Terran, godlike. Trap versus Zerg, sometimes absolutely amazing, but sometimes I feel like a completely different caliber of player. He's still a very good pro gamer in his PvZ, but he doesn't have the same championship level that he does against Terran and Protoss.
Yeah, I think most people would agree that Trap is like the PvT god, and PvZ has been a little bit shaky for sure. But you know, I gotta say he did pretty well versus Raynor. Showed some great games versus Serral actually in some recent DreamHack Masters events and stuff. But I think that this should still be a pretty interesting game. One funny thing I feel like that oftentimes happens when you watch Trap though in PvZ is that I feel like the games are usually a little bit less back and forth. Trap is, I feel like, oftentimes really good at coming together with like these really cool builds or well executed timings, and like he gets the Zerg or it doesn't work and the Zerg defends really well, and then he kind of gets got afterwards, right? I feel like that's a lot of his games.
Yeah, there's always a hard push, right? It's like, hey, you better find some angle with it. You got to get some damage done and see how it goes. I'm honestly as well just looking at this in terms of saying I hope Armani can find a little bit of success after I think he played an expert game against Parting and then just missed a second stasis trap in the middle of a big fight. And
yeah,
I tell you, it's one of the most frustrating things. I've had that happen to me as well, where you go, wait, what? Where was that? And you watch the replay and it's right in your face, but you know, it really took the victory away from Armani there. I think he would have probably beat Parting, at least got himself a great advantage with that Nidus attack, but we are going to go into that map, so very excited to see here if my team can get it with the 3-0, or if we're going to have to fight for those last maps.
Indeed. Well, we're going to be starting over here on the bottom right-hand side of the map, top of the yellow Protoss player. He is from Jin Air Green Wings. It is Trap.
And his opponent up here in the top left-hand side in the pink, representing the War Pigs, the most stylish of Zergs. He is Armani.
Okay, well, we got the nice early probe scout to block that hatchery over on the low ground over here. Trap already liking to get into his opponent's face, but yeah, talking about that series or the game that Armani played, he definitely wanted to get super duper into Parting's face, going for like the Nidus Storm play and everything. You feeling, you know, now that we're finally in the game, now that I can't like go tell my player, oh, Pig said such and such about Armani's next strategy. You think he's gonna likely do more aggressive strategies like that?
I don't necessarily think so against Trap. I mean, there's always a chance of bringing it out, but I definitely think it's going to be a little bit of adaptation as always. I don't think you can necessarily go into these series with a completely pre-planned all-in. If you're Serral, maybe. You know, if you're Dark, maybe. If you're one of these players with really scary macro, where the Protoss wants to be a bit greedier, the thing with Armani is, you know, he's facing 2 Protoss players today, earlier Parting, now Trap, who are the favorites against him. So when you're coming in as the underdog, just doing something like, yeah, I'm going to stop at 19 workers and make speedlings and flood his wall, it's kind of predictable, and it's something your opponent's really checking for constantly, right? So Armani, I think it's going to be very much like, hey, scout, adapt to what you see in the early game. He did that really well in the one against Parting. And then see how you can just find an opening in there. And if you go for a big mid-game Queen Ravager timing attack, hells yeah. You do a big Nidus Queen Roach, go for it. But I think it all comes down to how the opening starts off more than anything.
All right, well, Pro's going to scout out a few of these Zerglings being made. Nothing too strange, and it's going to get forced back. But behind this, we do have a Twilight Council coming on up over here for Trap, as well as an Adept or 2 going to be made. Stalker's also up just to push back any Overlords. And we'll see if Trap is going to lead this out into some good old Adept play, because I know you were talking about that earlier with Neeb and how Neeb was really good with Adepts, but Adepts I feel like have just been making a big comeback in the matchup play, right?
Absolutely, and players kind of really opting for efficiency over creativity, I think, often to their detriment. I think players got a little bit lazy in terms of the strategic diversity, opening up with Adepts. And I honestly do think when you're playing against a Zerg, I mean, if they know what you're doing and you still do it, I mean, you best have the best execution out there, because Zergs, if they can get an easy read on your play, it makes things just very straightforward for them.
Yeah, and we kind of saw how well Serral, who's just a master of getting that scouting information, of just reading and adapting to his opponents, how he was able to react to Neeb. Now we end up having the Dark Shrine coming out over here, with the War Prism also being made. Overlords are going to be pretty slow, and that Stalker should be able to push back the first Overlord pretty easily. Second Overlord just sitting outside the natural, so it's also pretty far away from scouting anything.
Yeah, this is a tough position, because it's going to be that really quick 3DT push where the 3 gates come out, the Warp Prism popping at 4 minutes and 5 seconds. This is such an early Warp Prism, and these Adepts are trying to clear the vision. What I like, though, is Armani's Zerglings are a little bit further back, so he's still going to see this. Now, it's a bit later than normal, but he's got extra spores on the way.
Okay,
No, you're kidding me.
You're kidding me. Yeah. Wait, did he not?
Okay, sorry, he did notice it. He only got a glimpse. I was like, man, if he didn't notice that, I'm so upset.
Oh man, yeah. Well, the Warp Prism is gonna have to back off, and you know, it's kind of interesting because as soon as you see the Warp Prism moving in and go into phase mode, not warp anything in, it's pretty obvious this is gonna be DTs, right? Immediately a layer gets started. We already have Spore Callers being made, so Armani gonna have a pretty good defensive setup over here.
DT is dropping to defend the depths there. Nicely done. But yeah, it's a clean defense from Armani. He's still building more Zerglings right now. Wants to go deny the third. It's a good call. The third base, I think that's a little explosive. He didn't send many Zerglings though. It's only a small pack, just 8 links to start. If he clicks on the Nexus right away, he can get it. But no, he's just going to pick off the units for now. And I don't think he'll be able to finish that Nexus. A quick DT warp in response.
Yep. And it's also going to be able to keep the shield battery alive over inside of that third base. So the pylon is still going to be there to power everything up. But Archons have been morphed in, I believe. And that Warp Prism is going to be making its way over to the main base to see what damage it can get done.
Yeah, I can find a few Overlords kind of out on the edges, but actually the Queens might choose to save that. No, they don't opt to do a transfuse. Figure it's too exposed. It'll probably go down anyway. 51 workers to 49. 3 base up against 3 base. More roaches coming in. There's still a lot of Zerglings out here. And with the Overseer as well, Armani's going to commit. These Archons didn't find the big damage, and that's a lot of Zerglings on the third base, Fear Dragon.
Oh, you can't shield battery overcharge either until the Nexus actually completes, but the DT managed to survive through all of the Ling surround damage, and now that Nexus is going to finish up, shield battery overcharge is going to be available if those Lings decide to pop back in, but yeah, it's going to be about all these roaches and stuff that are being made now, and seeing whether or not they can push back Trap's Archon harass.
Yeah, those Lings really needed to get in on the warping and sentries and split their attacks up. Some of them could have been attacking the other units. Some of them could have even been taking the shield battery down. A missed opportunity there for Armani, but you know why? It's because Trap is keeping the pressure up. He's being obnoxious. The DTs didn't find the damage early, but Trap just keeps diving in, grabs a worker, grabs another worker, and he stops himself from getting way behind. And I think, once again, that's kind of the situation that Trap was in. You know, if that third base went down, or if he lost the shield battery, the pylon, a bunch more units, and almost lost the third, he'd be way behind right now. As it is, Trap manages to get to the middle stage, and, you know, it's not an amazing position, but it's big slowdown on the tech, big slowdown on the upgrades for Armani. It means those Blink Stalkers are going to have a lot more longevity in this game.
Oh, absolutely. And we're going to end up seeing as Blink finishes on up, Trap is going for that move out. Got the sentries, got those stalkers, and got a good round of stalkers getting warped in. Now back over at home, Adept and the Zealot, I think with the shield battery, might be able to hold off against that little Ling counterattack. Trap is not going to get too distracted. Eye on the prize, already moving on in.
Stalkers, Archons, Immortals, lots of force fields in there as well, and it's a bit of a choke point. Roach speed will finish up in just a few moments. Biles are absolutely crucial in holding on. That's a big Roach count, but force fields could be deadly.
Yeah, the Ravager is able to get rid of some of those.
Old Pains on the third at the same time of Trap. Are they going to find the big hits? And it looks like no. Quick Stalker warp-ins do keep them all alive. Once again, Trap here is really good at defending Armani's counters.
Yeah, doing an excellent job of just multitasking and being aware of everything that Armani's trying to do behind all this. But Trap is not really able to make a whole lot of damage happen with the big push out initially. And I mean, I think this is one thing that has been, at least I've been a little bit skeptical about the heavy Stalker plays in PvZ, is I do feel like there's this point where you start to say, oh, Stalkers are not exactly what you're going to want as the game goes much later. I still think there's definitely a large opportunity here. There's still a bit of time where those Stalkers are going to be effective. But as the game goes on, Pig, I feel like there gets to be a point where you're like, do I want a primarily Stalker-based army?
I'm a little worried right now for Armani's comp because Bane Speed was forgotten. Okay, there we go. As I said, Bane Speed does start up. It's a very late Bane Speed just because everything was delayed. Hey, catches 2 DTs purely by chance. Hey, finally Armani picks up a little bit of luck there, and he's got to feel good about that one. He's going to see the Warp Prism here as well. It's a scary Ravager count. 13 Ravagers, 8 Roaches, and I think he may go into Mutas behind this. I'm not really sure. Maybe once he sees the Colossus, he'll build around a Corruptors.
Yeah, not a lot of gas banked up over there for Armani, but could make a few Corruptors or something, at least even just to push back the Warp Prism, right? Because right now there's no units that will attack the Warp Prism outside of Queens. And even just this harassment is kind of annoying. The Archon being juggled and getting little bits of pieces of damage done to the Zergling count, softening things up, pushing back Overlords. And yeah, there are a couple of Corruptors being made now. And a drop Overlord as well.
Yeah, he's going to try and Baneling drop the third base. But Ravager Baneling is a composition that expires with time. And with already a few Archons, a few Immortals, tons of force fields out, and now Colossus joining the fray, this is a fearsome timing that Trap's moving out across the map with. He's got a fourth base behind it. He's got 70 workers. And I feel like there's going to be one gigantic fight. And I mean, supply-wise, it kind of goes, oh, this is not bad, right? It's, you know, Serral was winning fights like this. Yeah, the difference is Serral had like 80 Banelings in these fights. In this case, we're looking at Armani only going up to about 22 Banelings.
Yeah, and that's after all these Banelings finish morphing. So Trap moving out once again. There is going to be a forced reaction over here. And honestly, yeah, Trap is going to be able to catch a decent bit of this army kind of off on its own. It's sort of starting to move forward and clump together. Colossus takes a lot of damage there very early on for the Corrosive Vials. And now we end up seeing the Corruptors coming to finish the job on one of the other Colossus, also getting pretty low. Little skirmishes and trades back and forth over here, but Trap is already on the breach of this fourth base.
Oh, nice force field wave goes down there on the right-hand side. But the Biles do break them. There's just not many Banelings behind this. That Colossus gets saved by the Warp Prism. And these Corruptors getting very low. The Colossus keeps getting saved in the back line. It finally goes down, but the Warp Prism survives throughout. It's a trade on both sides. The army's just getting whittled down, but it looks like if these Stalkers can get caught, that's going to turn massively in Armani's favor. Trap, though, quick to respond. He blinks his way backwards, piece by piece, and I think Armani has to gather up. He's got another Baneling drop on the south side. If he could find a big drop, that would be really nice, but there's no distractions at the same time.
Yeah, the Warpins just got used, Pig, so he can't do that big Stalker Warpin reinforcement like he's done previously. He has to pull the probes, loses 9 of them, and I think there's actually still 1 or 2 more Banelings left over. Oh my god, is Trap gonna get caught by the second round of Banelings? Oh no, reacts pretty quickly.
Nice Baneling drop repetition here from Armani. 12 workers going down, and he takes a 50 supply lead. Remember, though, the Baneling count has been depleted, so as always in these situations, it can get a little bit awkward. But as long as these trades keep going on, it's 4 base up against the 5 base Zerg. Corruptors coming in, +2 carapace, +1 range. The upgrades continuing to just blast their way forwards on both sides. And I think Trap here, he finds himself on that low tier composition where 12.5 minutes in, remaking Sentry is not the highest value unit in the game.
Yeah, Baneling drop is going to come back in and does manage to get a couple more probes. I want to also remind you guys that Armani behind all of this already has his high tech done. And remember, there was a Spire that was made. Remember, there have been Corruptors being added on. So the Greater Spire is also going to be a potential option later on. And while Trap is busy, he's investing all of that gas into finishing up upgrades, to replenishing things like the Sentry count, trying to get up Colossus again. That's all things that are going to prevent him from getting up other tech to deal with things like Broodlords outside of just, I have enough Blink Stalkers to try and jump on them.
Yeah, that's a problem that'll happen later in the game. There was a few DTs that snuck in. They did go down, but they got 9 workers. So just a bit of a, you know, throwing a spanner in the works, just kind of trying to disrupt Armani's economic machine. And at this point, Armani adding Spine Crawlers, no Adrenal, no Greater Spire. Those things you talked about not happening. Armani's just kind of going, look, as long as I take the correct fight with Ravager, Baneling, Corruptor, it'll be fine. And I kind of agree that that is the main thing. But especially if like the Archon count grows or anything like that, it just feels so much better if you can get up the Greater Spire and have the option to make a round of Broodlords. It's going to totally smash Trap's army.
Yeah, I'm definitely in agreement there. We are still going to see a decent number of Banelings over here ready to defend the multiple bases, the double expansion attempt over here from Armani. A couple of Zealots going to sacrifice their lives to keep this force at bay. Corruptors diving on top of the Colossus. The Shield Battery's trying to heal him up, and the Warp Prism picking up that Colossus, keeping it alive a little bit longer. Well, Trap is going to be able to thwart Armani's attempt to break through, but there is that Greater Spire we're talking about. Is this now Trap's last chance to try and move in and get something done?
Well, with no 5th base on the way, it definitely feels like that. 3-3 is starting up here for the Zerg. No armor or shields on the way. I do think the Baneling count's a little bit low right now, and it looks like push is coming to shove, and Trap here, I think, catching Armani a little bit unprepared for this. Armani's got 57 Zergers, but he's only got 11 Banelings right now. Has he been too greedy? Trap here with just a crazy push. I don't think Armani thought this was going to happen, and Trap may have just found his moment.
Okay, he's moving on through. Zergans are going to come in from behind the Colossus. We're going to make short work of them. Corrosive Vials are mostly going to get dodged. The Corruptor's taking care of the Colossus, but it doesn't matter unless you have enough on the ground. Banelings come screaming on through and do manage to get some hits on some Stalkers, but at the end of the day, the Archons, the Stalker count, the Warp Prism, they're all still alive, Pig. GG.
Nice comeback there from Trap. I mean, not a massive comeback, and definitely he was the favorite going into that match, but on the ropes at a few moments there. And I do think that Armani, he just split a big pack of Zerglings and Banelings off to start doing run-bys. He said, Trap, why aren't you pushing me? I want to take the fight. And then just when he's going Greater Spire, just when he's kind of droning and diversifying and splitting units off for run-bys, Trap goes, hey, wait a second. You don't actually have that many Banelings, jumps in through the middle and seals the deal. So good killer instincts there from Trap.
All right. And that does mean that we're going to be kept in it as we get to go to a game 4 for our next match, which, you know, I think a lot of people are going to be sleeping on my player for this next match, but there's a very good reason why I picked him. So we go into Dream versus Astrea. This is just going to be one of those matches where actually, Pig, you're the perfect person to talk about this with, because I know that you mentioned you were actually hoping to grab Astrea as a player as well. And I think that he's amazing for a format for a tournament where he has to play a best of one and he just gets to prepare for one specific opponent with one specific build.
Yeah, I think Astrea is a great sniper. He's got a bit of experience, of course, with playing against Dream in a lot of the online cups. For those who don't know, Astrea living and competing in Korea for quite a few months earlier this year. I believe he is back in America at the moment.
Yeah.
Down in San Diego, I believe. So yeah, I think we're going to be playing this one on the US server, but these guys have traded series actually in some online cups and some GSL qualifiers and that sort of stuff. So they've actually got a little bit of the head-to-head going.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that I think Dream won the last time they played, but it's always been like really close, and they're always taking maps off of each other as well. So I think that there's, like you said, there's going to be a bit of history going on over here. They had plenty of replays of each other to kind of think about, prepare for. But this is also a bit of a cheeky map, Pig. This is Golden Wall. And for those who don't know, it's not like there's some map veto process or something that happens. The maps are kind of randomly decided, and then you kind of send out the right players for each map. And this is definitely one of those maps that, especially for TVP, can be a little bit tricky.
Yeah, I think it's one where we saw Special against Astrea just proxy everything and cheese him out very quickly in the NA portion of the last DreamHack tournament. So it was one where, I mean, Astrea's so good at holding on, and I think it showed massive respect. We saw Special kind of pull out just full-on crazy sniper cheese builds. I think if Dream plays super standard here, he's definitely going to have a bit of a rumble on his hands.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see as we move on to that map, Golden Wall. And I'll say, Astrea, like I said, he's the master of preparation. He's the master of coming up with his own special little cheeky things. And Astrea was actually quite eager to go play. You know what? All the other Protoss players were like, ooh, Golden Wall. Ooh, Golden Wall? Maybe not. Astrea was like, give it to me. Give me Golden Wall. So I'm excited for this.
Show me the wall. And of course, we are going to be starting off over here on the left-hand side. The pink player driving it home, hopefully, for the War Pigs. He is Dream.
And down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, the yellow Protoss player, so handsome, so powerful. He is Max Angel, aka Astrea, playing for the good old 4 Shades of Protoss.
Astrea did manage to take down Dream 2-1 in the home story Stay at Home Cup qualifier number 2. So it was about a month and a half ago. But overall, they have played many times. And actually, while Astrea often takes maps, he's 13 map wins to 27 map losses. In actual best of series, he's only won 2 out of 12. So Dream there with a dominant 5-1 series record against him. But a lot of those actually go back to online series and show matches from last year and just the very start of this year. And I feel like you cannot underestimate how much Astrea has powered up in the last 6 months.
Yeah, literal hyperbolic time chamber of Korea, as Astrea was spending time there, getting better at everything he was already doing and shoring up a lot of his weaknesses. So I totally agree with you there. This is going to be kind of like a normal-ish looking opening. We got the little wall off coming out there from Astrea, which can definitely be useful against things like the Hellion run-bys and everything, which I feel like I've seen quite a bit of on this map. I feel like you're going to know exactly what I'm talking about, Pig. There is one little area at the south side of both of these bases that I feel like the Hellions always get dropped in from as well. Every single time.
I really like it when you start to see something a few too many times and you're going, I feel like I've seen this before, and then it's at that moment as you're watching GSL that Artosis starts to rant about it. He's like, we've seen this 12 times in the last week. People start scouting. How can Hellion drops keep finding this one hole in the vision and killing an entire mineral line? But this is a more standard opening. I mean, a lot of that was off kind of wild openings and different things, and so far here for Dream, it's just a Reaper into 2 Marines. It's a really kind of just chilled out one. Shield battery there early for Astrea. And that, of course, just defends the harassment, allows that first adept to go straight across the map. So both sides really just kind of saying, look, I'm going to put on a little bit of pressure with a single unit. Other than that, though, going to be very safe at home behind it, right? The bunker for Dream, making sure there's no way to upset his build order, and the shield battery on the Protoss side of things. And that's cool because we get to see the players do exactly what they always plan to do for the next step.
Yeah, and I'll say something that I do feel like when Astrea gets the late game, I think that's where he can oftentimes really hit his stride. He's extremely strong in those kind of later game situations where he's got a good amount of tools at his disposal that he can kind of power up into and really start taking some great engagements. I think that's actually one of his big strengths. And Dream, of course, also a very top-notch player. This should turn into a pretty fun game, I think.
Oh my. Oh my. That's charge. That's charge. That's a really fast charge, Ravi. Oh man, this build has really been hitting the meta. The 3 or 4 gate charge. Like the 4 gate blink got really big and everyone was like, cool, we're gonna make multiple tanks and sit them in places where they're safe from those stalkers. It'll be really cool. Yeah, well, the charged zealot drops have just got out of control recently. People are unloading zealots in the corners of the main, warping in, so they've got 8 charged zealots in your base really early, and this is against a fast third command center from Dream. This is a really rough situation to hold on against, especially if you don't know what's coming. And right now, Dream has no idea that this is going to come across the map in about 1 minute.
Oh, Cyclone's moving across the map, and there's nothing else that's going to be stopping it for a little bit. Remember, there is that little wall. There's a couple of Stalkers at the front lines that also might be able to chase the Cyclone back. And I mean, the Stalkers are definitely not going to be giving away that this is going to be a big charge push coming out soon. Warp Prism already warping in a few of those Zealots on the bottom side that is nearly unscoutable territory right now.
And he's ferried a probe to the low ground to potentially expand to his gold base from the reverse side. So he does have a follow-up. Remember, this is a, I think it was 6 gates, was it? Or actually, no, just 1, 2, 3. Oh, 2 of them are transforming. Yeah. Okay, that's it. I was like, why does it only show 4 in the structures tab? But there's nothing here, man. I mean, the Cyclone needs to get a lock on that Prism, and the Reactor is even going to slow down the rotation. Ooh, he gets the lock on with the Prism. Oh, nice scan from Dream.
Oh, that is brutal. That's going to be a hard shutdown on a lot of this. A few Marines are going to end up falling over here to the charge block, and they will get a little bit of damage done. And hey, even charge on the Cyclone going to get some more damage done. But as the tank pops out, more Marines pop out. That is going to be a cleanup. And this was definitely something that Astrea really wanted to get some damage done. This could have been a game-ending move if he had gotten that big warp in on.
Fast hands, big brain right there. Honestly, just instantly clicked on that Prism with it, or A moved it onto it when it was in range, and then he moved it to the low ground, scanned just before that Prism broke vision by going over the high ground. And that was so close. One more shot, or one less shot, sorry, and that wouldn't have gone down. And if Astrea got back in there and got one more warp in, well, I honestly think Dream was completely out of this game. But now, having survived with the 3 command center opening, that's about as amazing a position as you can get.
Yeah, second Warp Prism is going to be making its way down to the south side. There comes a scan out, snipe off that Observer. So Astrea is going to be a little bit more in the dark as he moves in with the Warp Prism. There's already a lot of Marines sitting on the south side, but oh my God, Pig, it is the Hellion drop location. I think the Warp Prism might try and move in from there, that bottom left side.
I mean, there's the depot that sees the edge of it. It just won't really give any advance warning, right? Now the gold base is up. That's a good boost to the mineral income. There's obviously storm drops on the way as the comeback mechanic that Astrea is looking for in this game. He's posturing on both sides with zealots. He's looking for the mistakes. I think, with everything we can see, we can kind of say actually Astrea should probably take a 4th and a forge and really move onwards. But he's kind of just saying, look, 3 base or die trying for now. I've got the Prism in the back. I've got the zealots here. Yes, I'll build another Prism and get a storm drop ready. But essentially, he's hoping that Dream pushes out and overextends onto the map. And that's kind of common because that gold base is really far out. But look at the way Dream is just leaving his command center, floating out front is natural. And he's kind of stopped it. And he said, yeah, maybe not yet. Let's hold on a second. Let's wait for those upgrades to kick in. And maybe we'll move out very carefully in a moment because I don't really know what's going on in this map. And yeah, that's a lot of charge lots. Even seeing a lot of zealots is big. What does he see? The base mining?
Oh, he finally scanned.
He doesn't see. He doesn't see. I went to his vision. He literally can't even see that the patch is being mined. That's hilarious. He couldn't even see the fact that was shining. As far as he knows, his opponent might still be on 2 bases. So Dream here going to play super carefully. And this kind of goes back to what I was talking about, where I think if you're an Astrea fan, you're kind of wishing he took a 4th behind this and went crazy greedy.
Yeah, it's also important to note that when you take the gold base from the back side like Astrea did, you don't have an extra gas geyser here. You are actually still on just 2 base worth of gas. And that's part of the reason why he's got so many charge slots. And the pylons is going to get found out as well. Astrea's still got that warp prism sitting in the bottom left. I feel like he's going to try and time this out with his big push out over here.
This is really nice map vision. You know, you don't have 13 observers on the map as Astrea, but you can see things with pylons and zealots and stalkers and roaming about. And he's created so much threat. And now he's going for Blink. He's going for a second forge. He started a 4th Nexus. I think he'd like to make a disruptor tech switch, but I don't think he can go there just yet. I think for now, he's still got to just kind of double down on the upgrades, keep looking to pressure where he can. But look at this defensive setup from Dream. The tanks are spread all the way back to the natural. Even if you overrun the 3rd, Dream can lift that command center and evac back around to this massive line of tanks into his natural.
Another scan comes out from Dream, and yet another scan that does not see the gold base. He's just sitting there thinking, where is your base? I mean, you must have taken the low ground base at this point, and at this point, yes, Astrea has. Astrea is not going to feel good about committing into this, though. He does have the Zealots sitting over the top side that I was thinking might try and go for a flank, but it looks like they are discovered, and Dream is actually going to go hunt them down now.
When Dream moves out on this map, he's going to have a big Zealot run by on his natural from the top left. There's going to be another big Zealot warping into his main from the bottom left. Astrea, honestly, I'm just impressed with his trigger discipline, because that drop in the bottom left, it could have found damage this whole time, but he doesn't just want a tiny bit of damage and disruption. He wants to do it at the same time as something else. And Dream here, I mean, he's really figured out what his opponent's up to, hasn't he? He said, okay, I understand. Like, this is not a normal game. You're in a really weird position, and you're trying to do these kind of oddball things. You're really trying to contain me and then catch me out of position. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to max out with Ghosts, Vikings, Tanks, Marines, Marauders. I'm finally going to scan an actual expansion and see the fact that you've got that one. I'm going to see no gases mining, though, which in of itself is a bit of a strange thing.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just going to write that off as, oh, my opponent's making a mistake or something. Because, you know, Astrea probably does want to be mining.
Look at the High Templar below the gold, Ravi. There is a full energy High Templar with Storm that's going to come in at any moment. It's been there for a little bit, but that could... Oh, in the middle of the map, there's High Templar as well. Whoa, this is about to be a gigantic engagement. Oh, man. The High Templar is just up to the left of that army, unspotted right now, but it hasn't managed to land the hit. And the tanks, of course, very dangerous for High Templar.
Oh, okay. The Observer's actually moving forward toward that gold base. I think that Astrea's looking for an opportunity. He's going to be moving up this ramp. Big EMPs come out on a majority of the Stalkers and a decent chunk of the Zealots. Astrea's gold base has finally been revealed, and he is going to get dropped over there. He's going to have a bit of a difficult time dealing with that right now.
Oh, man, this is crazy. This drop on the other side of the gold is going to catch a lot of these workers. And Astrea, he was really hoping Dream would just commit to a simple blob push through the middle that he could flank and Storm, but Dream just hasn't given him that opportunity. He finally comes forward with a big engage, big Storm on the Marines and the tanks, but he doesn't have any Zealots left, and the Stalkers are getting shredded by these siege tanks.
Oh, and the Stalkers, they really do fall so quickly. Even if Astrea ends up winning out in this fight, he has to trade everything for it. And unfortunately, Astrea doesn't have a whole lot of firepower behind this as well. The single High Templar that could have maybe been storming the gold or something during this maybe could have given him a bit of an economic edge behind all this. But even then, he'd still have to deal with round 2 of reinforcements that come on through the center and make their way through the gold.
Oh, this is still so weird. That prism is still in the bottom left. It could have gone into Dream's main and pulled so much attention away, but Astrea, I mean, he's trying desperately to hang on. It seems like he should be able to hold on to this base. I don't think Archons can get through there. Yeah, the Archons can't fit.
Oh, there's 46 minerals remaining on that gold base. Catch. And then the Archons can fit through, but it looks like you'll still be able to at least quote-unquote defend for now, pushing back Dream for a little bit. But yeah, I'm starting to just believe that Astrea forgot about the Warp Prism at this point.
And the High Templar as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely something he could do well with. He's at 65 probes. He's got 2-1 going up to, or 1-2, I should say, going up to 2-3. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Missed opportunity there. Hopefully that reminds him about the Warp Prism down there. This is such a crazy game, and it's so awkward with the unit movement. And I think, honestly, almost any other Terran would have just got out there and pushed. You could tell Dream, though, every time he scanned, and he was just like, I almost feel like him not seeing the gold actually worked in his favor. because it convinced him to be more conservative and sit at home. And Astrea really wanted to pounce earlier. So I feel like the longer this dragged out, the more Astrea went, oh gosh, this is uncharted territory. And I feel like he lost track just a little bit of all the pieces of the puzzle.
I completely agree with you on that. It really did feel like it was just, you know, Astrea looks like he's just a 2-base all-ending Protoss player for such a long time that, yeah, of course Dream is not going to go and try and push out at that point. So, oh man, becomes a very awkward situation. But Disruptor is going to be added on. These are considered to be like one of the good ways you can try and deal with large ghost counts. And those EMPs have been doing so much work in these fights, especially when you had such a zealot heavy army.
Yeah, already up to 2, on the way to 4. It's going to be adding that gravitic drive as well for the warp prisms. And, you know, you've got some Psy Storm spread around your bases. You've got a decent upgrade count. In fact, a little bit of a lead in the upgrades. You've got some disruptors. You've got 80 probes. I mentioned how Astrea has such survivability. It's so hard to kill him off in this matchup. Where a lot of players fall behind. Oh, it finally happened!
He was waiting for this moment, and it's a pretty good moment, honestly. There's actually only a few reinforcements. Oh no, there's actually plenty behind this. Never mind.
He'll kill the +3 upgrade though, so that's a nice pickoff. And you know, it wasn't the big thing we were hoping for, but it was finally just pulling home Dream a little bit and utilizing some of those resources that hadn't been used in this whole time. What I'm worried about is the double drop on the south. This has managed to sneak into Astrea's territory. And, you know, it's expensive units. It's a little vulnerable, but if it catches him out, Astrea does not have that many cannons and batteries. It's only 1 cannon and battery on the south. No High Templar on those bases.
Yeah, might have to rely on a recall. He's going to have energy for a recall on both of those south side Nexus in a second. Maybe busy trying to take these fights over here. Disruptor shot. I'm going to catch a couple of Marines and did manage to snipe off a ghost or two, but here comes in the big drop.
Oh. Nice. EMP's the Nexus. Dream. Largest brainus. Oh my god. Just absolutely huge. Who thinks to EMP a Nexus? That's so cool. I love Dream so much.
And I gotta say, like, there was still energy to recall it over the gold base. Could still recall in the main base right now if he needs to just get some units over there, but Astrea is going to walk back all these units. It takes so long, and even then it's going to be this little funnel through. Eventually he gets the cleanup. He's actually going to lose quite a bit in the process as well. Gets his top Nexus canceled. Dream is in full control of this game right now, it feels like.
Yeah, he's taking good trades. Keep in mind, we've only got 63 SCVs, and I actually really want Dream to take another base aggressively, and he is now floating that one forward to this kind of center top position. But he does need it. I mean, Astrea, the upgrades are great. He's adding plasma shields, +3 attack. The disruptor count grows. And it is, what, Marauder, Marine, Ghost. Yeah, there's 3 tanks. That's really not a lot of tanks. He's added a second factory and he's trying to build more. But if they're not actually in position, these disruptors can cause massive troubles.
And there are 7 of them. It is not a small disruptor count. It's not just, oh, I hope for 1 disruptor to get the big shot off and maybe I can actually turn this kind of engagement around. But EMPs do come out and Siege Tanks on the high ground. There's definitely going to be an angle that Astrea doesn't want to engage into, but that does mean Gold Base may be a little bit more vulnerable. Sensor Tower gets sniped off and it doesn't look like he wants to push up to that high ground, especially not with all the walling in that's happening up there.
It's a scary thing to do. Dream, though, is confident at this stage of the game. And as much as I said, yeah, his SCV count's not that great. Ooh, nice feedbacks in the Storm, but you know what? At the end of it, a bunch of High Templar go down, and that's a trade that Dream is okay with taking.
Yeah, I mean, feedback doesn't even actually kill the Ghost, right? It just removes some of the energy, so definitely a trade I think anyone would take any day. The army is still starting to push on forward. I really do feel like both of these players have the armies that are going to be so much better set up defensively. And it's going to be about, you know, where this engagement happens. Astrea is going to be looks like the one on the defensive, but also needs to have enough armies set up to deal with the attack on the top. Ooh. That's
wow.
A lot of ghosts dying.
Oh, that's a really good start to the engage. Marines, Ghosts all going down. But it's this rotation on the north, which potentially bodes ill. There's a few High Templar nearby that are about to get Storm energy. And Dream, he's trying to inch these siege tanks forward. Watch the EMPs on the top side. Will they land? Ooh. And it looks like no, a big Storm does manage to land on that bio. A nice hold on the top for Astrea.
Yeah, work them some Stalkers too to go chase after those medevacs if they do try and move back in. Ooh! Disruptors managing to, wow, those splits by Dream are absolutely insane. But the Disruptors do manage to survive and get a couple of pickoffs over here, even picking away at that siege count. I gotta say, even Astrea leading up a bit in overall supply right now has been taking some really good trades.
Yeah, and he's doing what very few players know how to do, and that is outrange siege tanks, using that extra just half a range advantage the Disruptors have there. He's often only copying a single siege tank shot while taking them out with a double Disruptor shot. Fantastic micro from Astrea, and he's actually whittled Dream's force down. I mean, Dream has been playing splendidly from start to finish. But look at this. He's actually out of bank that SCV count that's been a bit low for him for so long. He hasn't been transitioning his SCVs. He's been wanting to force the issue. He feels like he should have been able to, but this is actually such a scary army, and I kind of want Dream to just fall back here for a moment. It's just hard to pull out of here without getting caught by all these charge zealots.
Yeah, I also want to note that even though the engineering bay was remade, the second one, Dream never started up +3 weapons, so he has been down in these upgrades, and now his shield upgrades have been coming up here for Astrea. Already has +1. +2 shield is also on the way as well. That's going to be helping out, although, oh my god, the Disruptor hit. The Zell's coming in from the back. Is this the moment for Astrea to come through and break this engagement?
Giant Disruptor shot on the ramp there, but the siege tank damage is also real. Oh man. It's just a crazy trade. There's more money for Astrea behind this, but if he does manage to clear the position. I was going to say, if he doesn't clear the position, he's in trouble. But you know what? Astrea clears it, and he's still got bank behind it. He's cleared that siege tank count out. I just can't believe he's hanging on in these situations, and he's actually getting further ahead on upgrades. With his shield upgrades continuing, no +3 weapons was ever remade for Dream. So he's only on +2 attack with his bio. That's going to hurt him the longer this game goes.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one thing I will say is going to be a bit painful here for Astrea is that the Disruptor count got reset. That's what I wanted to say, but he's actually already been able to get back up to 5 Disruptors, 6th and 7th back on the way. He's already almost back where he was before because of that bank that you were talking about.
Yeah, and it's going to get to the point where minerals on the map becomes an interesting argument. So I feel like this kind of bottom base where that sensor tower is for Dream is actually super vital. If he can actually mine from this base, he'll probably end up winning later on in the game, since they've traded with Astrea being quite inefficient and Astrea mining out things like his gold base a lot earlier. So I think we're going to see Dream move more and more to the bottom side of the map as this goes on. And Astrea is going to move more and more to that top side and then just try to hang on to those bases. You can see Astrea has already mined out a lot of resources from this base.
Yeah, the double EMP once again on the Nexus does prevent the recall and allows a snipe off over there. Astrea still got a lot of gas that he wanted to mine from that south side base. And a nuke being called down in the main base. I think it might be able to get a couple of pylons here. I think it'll soften up the rest, but yeah, not too much.
He can queue it though. He can queue it, and even just the pylons depowering the production, right? That's
wow, that's actually a lot of gateways.
Yeah, and then you can do that again, right? Because there's 3 Ghost Academies right now. There's like multiple, or 2, sorry, and multiple nukes building at a time. So we're going to see just continual nuke harassment added in. It's just one extra problem for him to have to worry about.
Disruptors managed to snipe off Ghost. I love the back and forth. This micro gets so intensive for both the Terran player and the Protoss player, as managing the Ghost to try and snipe off High Templar and get EMPs while the Disruptors are trying to get shots off. Nuke come down at the natural this time. Gonna be able to get a couple of probes and maybe also delay a little bit of the extra mining there at that natural.
Down at the gold, a bunch of units got cleaned up there. They tried to get the Nexus, tried to EMP its shields off and everything, but they all went down. So as annoying as Dream is being here, Astrea's managed to hold on. He's on 75 probes, 332 upgrades, that +3 weapons on the bio still being forgotten about. And it will add up. Just this doesn't look like a game that's going to end with one fight. That's why I keep talking about that upgrade. It looks like it's a game that's going to end with like another 5 or 6 engagements. And oh man, big Disruptor shots actually caught a lot of the bio. Astrea pulls his probes away. Actually, not all of his probes pulled away. He leaves about 5 or 6 there. I guess that's a pretty negative performance review for those probes.
As they look, we need to clean out some of the probes that haven't been mining quite as effectively as the rest.
Those ones that have a few too many smoke breaks.
Dream is trying to make his way over to the south side to catch this big Zealot Archon Stalker run by on the south side of the map over the Planetary Fortress, but Astrea's going to use the Stalkers though, going to buy a bit of time for the Zealots to get the right click down.
Yeah, and he caught a big army in the middle as well at the same time. He's managing to find his way in the backlines. Dream's answering with a nuke in the top right. That's not going to land for a while, though. These Zealots of Astrea pulling this army so far back, and Astrea's going to jump on even more bases in the meantime. Oh, he even dodged. He pulled his probes away as well. Astrea's handling this so well.
And the Zealots are actually now going uncontested because the entire army is trying to make its way over to the north side, and the Zealots are actually starting to kill off some of the Ghost Academies.
Big nuke on the right. Big nuke on the right. Oh no.
Oh. That one is going to sting. 23 probes go down. Astrea is finally going to back off. It gets really weird though, right? Because like you were saying, this is getting to the point where more and more of these bases are actually starting to mine out. Astrea is actually oversaturated on some of the bases, so he is going to be able to quickly start transferring probes around and still have decent mining.
And he just built a round of 7 probes at once. Like, he's actually got 7 Nexi. That's crazy. Another nuke going down. Astrea goes to build a cannon on top of the Ghost. That's not going to work, but he's been so good at spotting these nukes and pulling these probes away. Really well executed here by Astrea.
Yeah, the Ghost is actually going to get more kills just right-clicking down probes, more so than the actual Nexus. Or sorry, the nukes getting damage done. So nicely done there by Dream. Still get some value from that Ghost.
And I think Dream navigated the dangerous portion here. That Zealot run by looked like it was going to undo things. But if he can take this bottom center base, I was talking about this one earlier and saying it's so important because it's like one of the only untouched bases, this one and the one in front of it. I mean, this does mean Dream kind of gives up control of the top side and like especially a lot of his gas mining. But I think he's managed to make it through a very scary moment. There's High Templar Disruptor all over the shop here. Oh, and this is a really scary point. Those tanks are such a threat right now.
They're going to be pushing on forward. A sick concave as well for Dream on top of the well-sieged up siege tank positioning. High Templar gets sniped off over there. Dream is making his way forward. Astrea, it looks like he wants to go for the loop-de-loo yet again. Nuke is going to be coming up on the top side. These players are everywhere right now.
I think there's just, whenever the units get a bit unsieged and a bit out of position, it can kind of favor Astrea, which is why he's moving like this. But I don't think he was expecting Dream to just shove in between his bases like this. Dream here is just constantly pushing the aggression. He's such a brave Terran player with how he moves his army about. I don't think he's caught Astrea a little bit unprepared. Astrea's going to have to recall on the right-hand side.
Oh my God! No. Dream dodging a lot of the disruptor hits, but still taking some big ones. There's actually only mostly Archons over here. He needs to wait for the Zealot reinforcements that get warped in. Hold on there.
Astrea walked some disruptors in from the tail end of that, but he's taking out the bases and he's on top of the production. So I mean, this is a situation you've got to make it happen right here with this army for Dream, and you got a whole bunch of Archons and disruptors from Astrea waiting to jump on you. With your production being destroyed, he's got to get on Astrea's production, but Astrea's pumping out disruptors in the main. He's got these balls coming in from the ramp and big shots on the Bio Ghost.
Cost efficiency is going to be a huge factor over here. Astrea is actually leading up a decent bit of army supply over here. And like you said, that production for Dream has been pretty much all annihilated. There's barely a few barracks in a factory out in the middle of the map. But that's effectively it. This is kind of do or die now for Dream. And those disruptors are going to be so critical here for Astrea.
But the main base has been breached of Astrea. His production is now exposed as Bio. Incredibly wounded, though. There's so few medevacs that are actually over there. I mean, Dream is trying to cover at his gold base, but I don't think he can hold on even there.
With no medevacs even on that south side that he's sniping off, yeah, then I mean, a big round of Zealots, and I love the DT choice. DTs are going to be a great way to just, with such a hectic game, force out Dream to even just use the actions, not even necessarily the mules, just the actions of using the scans. But even on top of that, look at all of the bases right now, Pig. It's all planetaries except for the gold.
Yeah.
There's only one model.
That's actually insane right now. There's so little of that. And these tanks from Dream, I mean, this crazy moves he keeps doing like this. But the Zealots jump on top. Dream's trying to find openings, but he's got such limited tools to work with. Astrea has just had a bigger income during this. And remember, the production was up the whole time. That production still has not really gone down. And the DT Shrine's going to finish. In the meantime, the Disruptors are just constantly wearing him down. I mean, Astrea's just been on point, microing piece by piece this entire time. And holy crud, this is honestly, this game is just crazy. I cannot believe. Remember, this started with a failed charge lot prism all in.
Yeah, it has been absolutely nuts. This has been 28.5 minutes of unbelievably interesting trades, engagements, army movement. I mean, honestly, Pig, after today's broadcast, I'm just gonna go back, look at this game, and just full screen the mini map and watch that, because that will be quite a treat.
Yeah, this is the heat map of this one's going to be rather wild. Ah, man, I thought Dream had this at a few points. Hats off to Astrea. I mean, you know, he kind of did
You don't
this.
believe in your boy Dream anymore, you know?
Oh, I absolutely believe in my boy Dream. I mean, I saw Astrea take punch after punch against Maru and still be ahead of him in supply at one point in the early late game. And I was like, what? How did you? I was like, what? The fact that he did that against Maru, you know, I know that Astrea is actually, I almost feel like he's becoming a specialist in this matchup where he plays it so differently to other Protoss players, but he knows how to adapt to the situation. He has this sort of ultimate flexibility where players get caught out against him.
Yeah, I just want to note there are three buildings left on the map right now for Dream. Dream has a command center to the top left, which is going to get found by Zealots potentially. Well, it gets scouted, but not quite attacked. And then there's the command center that's floating over to the bottom left. I actually think that Dream's plan right now is draw this into a stalemate, but that's not going to work. GG. Astrea brings us to another ace match.
A couple of stats. 198 Zealots went down in the making of this game. 206 Marines, 78 Marauders, 35 Siege Tanks, 69 SCVs, 96 Probes, 16 High Templar, 20 Medevacs, 46 Ghosts. The numbers go on. What an insane game, and massive hats off to Astrea there for that epic comeback. That was so cool.
Yeah. Just truly, that is definitely going to be one of my favorite games for quite a bit, as I can just already see the chat popping off in my Discord for our wonderful, wonderful team, as everyone is just kind of complimenting, oh my god, Astrea, you're so handsome, you're so powerful. That was amazing. But Pig, it's ace match time. I mean, you know, I just got to really hand it to Wardy. Wardy's done a fantastic job putting together the production for everything. Schedule everything out, getting so many people together at one place at the right time. And then I look at the schedule and like the estimated start times for all the matches, and I'm like, I think we're supposed to be getting started on our fourth match right now. we're definitely getting long games.
For those who don't know, you've got a long night or day or morning, wherever you are in the world, of awesome StarCraft up ahead of you. We have to go to a quick break to choose our ace players, and we'll be right back. And we are back here with the War Chest Team League. And our second match of the entire tournament is once again going to the ace match. My name is Pig, Fear Dragon. Of course, you have been putting up a good fight. And I honestly was I thought this one was over a few times in that last game, mate. But hey, it's tied up 2-2 now.
Well, here's the thing, Pig, is when your team is good enough, you'll actually learn this, that you can actually deliberately allow your opponents to give a little bit more like a feeling like they have a chance, and you kind of give them that room. You got to make it entertaining for the crowd, right? You know, as the Lord and Legend M. Canning once said, you know, it's all about the entertainment. So at the end of the day, the heroes still have to win, but you have to make people feel like they earned it, right? So, you know, this is gonna give you a little bit of a chance here as we move into this next ace match. But I gotta say, in the end, we know the result, but it's about the journey of how we got there.
Indeed. Yeah, I agree. You know, I don't think it's a good idea that you clearly have employed Florencio as your strategy coach as well for the players there with that, you know. Give them a little bit of hope before you take it away. Yeah, very good way to play. Definitely. Of course, Serral, of course, has been doing a little bit of strategizing. He's there getting ready. Our players in this match are going to be Serral up against Trap for the ace match. So that's going to be an awesome one. Serral coming out again here. You know, there was a toss-up. Should Dream come out? And, you know, Serral last day said, you know, Dream's looking really good, actually. Should he come out? And the consensus in the team seemed to be not after that draining, crazy Terran versus Protoss match. Yeah. So, yeah, Serral versus Trap is going to be a good one, mate.
Let me just say that the power of Protoss is going to slice and dice here in this ace match, Pig. I think that we're truly going to have a stellar game number 5 on Everdream, and I'm quite excited. We already got to see a lot of Serral's ZVP today. You're going to get to see one more game of it as we move in. Jump in to introduce the players here in this ace match to decide who is probably going to end up being the first place team in the league eventually, and who's going to be the second place team, because, you know, I think we have the best.
Sure, whatever you say there, Fear Dragon. Down here in the bottom left-hand side, the man who is having to already play his 4th match of the tournament. It is Serral, the ace of the War Pigs.
And up here in the top right-hand side of the map, the yellow Protoss player, a man who's so legendary, Gemini has created an entire shrine dedicated to him. It is Trap.
I've heard he lights a candle every day, puts some fruit in front of it, and all sorts of other things. Trap, of course, is insanely good, and he has come out with some very tight builds. I mean, what an upset that was when he took Raynor out in such a crushing fashion in the season finals. Raynor had looked unstoppable up to that point, and that was, I mean, it was just crisp builds, very aggressive openings, and I think it's always capable of taking a map is Trap. I think he's going to be looking to trick Serral if he can, come up with some really tight aggression. I don't think we see Trap just sitting back by any means.
Oh, absolutely. I am 100% with you on that. And I mean, you were already mentioning about Trap taking out Raynor, but I also feel like it's worth mentioning that they did play in the grand finals for the DreamHack SC2 Masters Summer Edition. So Serral ended up winning that 4-2. So you got to give some credit to Serral for sure there. Trap did manage to take 2 games, and I think exactly like you were saying, those well-executed, kind of nicely timed plays for Trap is usually how he was taking those maps off of Serral.
Interesting second pylon placement there from Trap. Looks like he wants to maybe just get a Stargate very far forward or something like that. It's kind of like, hey, look at my tech, you know?
This is where the Overlord goes. Yeah.
Like, oh, look, it's totally normal, mate. But yeah, so 2 queens are on the way. A couple of Zerglings. Going to be going for that Zergling speed in the near future as well. Pulling a couple workers off the gas there for Serral. Stargate does go down, but yeah, it's in the natural at the front, so it's going to be the Zergling's job to spot that one.
Yeah, all right. Adept starts making its way across the map and actually might be able to snipe off a Zergling or 2 down there on the bottom side. And Yeah, actually does manage to deny a bit of that scouting information there for Serral, who can't quite get over to the third base and make his way through the wall in. That's not going to have a whole lot of defenses for a bit.
Yeah, great studying of Serral's scouting pattern here. He's identified that Serral only sends 1 ling across. If he can intercept that, he's going to be good, and 2 adepts are already here. Serral's building 6 lings, but he needs them out yesterday. And in fact, I think he'd much rather be up at 8 or 10 if he realized this was 2 adepts that were going to be hitting him right now. So Serral, he's got a queen there. His Zerglings are popping just barely in time. His own ling will enter the base on the other side. These 2 adepts looking for a lot of damage.
Yeah, already snapping up 2 workers so far. They are a bit further apart, so they're going to have a hard time focusing down the same drone, but he still managed to get 3 workers over here. A lot of lings actually get forced out over here, as you end up seeing eventually the adepts end up falling. But now the Oracle harassment should be able to make its way across the map. And this is one of the kind of funny things that does end up happening, though, is that there are a bunch of lings. They're going to look to try and get something done. And I imagine that they're going to try and keep at least a second Oracle at home for a bit, make it waste some energy, as Trap is eventually going to want to get a third base up.
Yeah, that warp gate's not done just yet, so that Stalker will not be able to hold the wall completely on its own. I wouldn't mind the Zerglings trading in on that. But actually, a probe even sneaks out to the third.
Wow.
Please don't put a Nexus down, Trap. That's... Oh, I mean, thankfully, Serral's not looking. He was busy macroing and defending. That could have been a free snipe otherwise.
Yeah, the Oracle does manage to get some damage done, or I thought it activated the Pulsar Beam. It looks like it's going to finally do it as the Zerglings make their way to the third. Limited energy on that, though. The lings can still come back in later. The thing is, you were talking about Warp Gate. It's now done. And now Trap is going to be able to get those units up to make sure that third base stays nice and safe for a bit.
Sick opening here for Trap so far. 42 probes versus 36. Third base halfway done already. Trap just small adjustments so far. Hasn't done any big swings of aggression other than just a little bit of sneakiness, you know? Just a quick double adept, denying the scouting. He's just very carefully kept Serral in the dark a little bit. And now Serral, he's being forced into building a pack of roaches. Is he going to be going, oh my, oh my. That's a lot of queens and that's a lot of roaches in production, Ravi.
Yeah, no kidding. And I feel like, okay, as Trap sees the queens moving off of creep, okay, if you're going to chase the oracles a little bit, sure. But when you start seeing this, that is the 150% there is only one thing you could possibly be doing right now kind of scout.
Yeah, he's going to be making 8, up to as many ravages as he can, hoping to get 8 by the time push comes to shove. These queens slowly inching their way through the middle. I would have loved to see an Overlord dropping creep, but of course there's no lair. This is a very committed attack, and it is specifically here to counter the fact that Trap has taken the third base. He's saying, look, I might not be able to break your natural if you pull everything in there, but if you try to defend both bases, that means you have to come out in the open between the two, and he's going to try and just separate Trap's units, catch them out. Immortal in the open! Ooh.
Okay, lings do not manage to snag the Immortal. Now we end up seeing that Serral's going to try and move into the natural, going after the shield battery. That's going to be a big play over here, trying to prevent any of that good old shield battery overcharge. But there is a second shield battery that finishes up there. More stalkers getting warped in. Remember, there is a timer for Serral. He has to get something done eventually.
He's still building oracles right now. He wants to actually overwhelm those queens, but they got a lot of transfuse. So many Zerglings here. Those queens doing so good against the oracles. 2 of them pull back and hold position, though. The Zerglings on the right-hand side get evaporated. Those oracles doing a really splendid job. And this Immortal still standing. Stronger transfuses coming down. The oracle's starting to fall. It's so close.
Oh, the Immortal's getting so low. It is going to get finally focused fire down on the south side. Another Immortal pops out on the north. And a couple of Zealots and the Stalkers going to try and push things back. Trap forced back through the choke point. Shield battery going to get focus fire down by the Corrosive Biles. And I think that he will not be able to get that. Another Oracle pops out. There's only 3 queens left over. And one of those queens very low on hit points. But I don't know if that Oracle really wants to go in and try and engage against that.
Yeah, the Oracle's being forced back, and I think at this point the continual Oracle production is a little bit of a dead end, though I guess maybe if this resets and Serral starts droning, which he does at this point, maybe, just maybe that actually works out, because he can put on a little bit of counter harassment with 2 to 3 Oracles. That may work out. 2 Adepts working their way across the north side of the map. The Ravagers, Queens, and Lings are still here hanging out, looking for what they can do. And Serral's going to try and just find what damage he can, pick off at least a few of these structures and macro up behind it.
Yeah, those Adepts are making their way into the third base like you were talking about. There are a few drones that have finally been transferred over there, but oh, look at that reaction time from Serral. Does manage to pull those drones back very, very quickly. Doesn't really end up losing a whole lot. And it's also getting a lot of free pickoff on these Zealots as Trap tries to make his way through this awkward choke point that has honestly just turned into a contain of himself. But Oracle snapping off a few of these Ravagers, not taking too much damage either.
Nice control here by Serral, and even if he loses these 3 queens, it's not the end of the world. He's going to pull back now. He's up to 56 workers, and he's back into unit production. That's really smart. He's got some Lings that are going to keep harassing, looking to deny that third base. But if you look at the army here of Trap, he spent so much money on Oracles, many of which have died. I mean, so far 5 Oracles have gone down in this game.
Yeah.
He's got what, 2 Immortals, 1 Sentry. I mean, yes, you've got Zealots with charge +1 finishing, but I think as dicey as it was, this was a perfect build counter from Serral. He scouted the quick third and he said, you know what, you should not be able to defend this. Like, there's no way you can defend the third base at the very least. Oh,
okay.
Ouch.
Yeah, 5 drones. Definitely not
4 hit points. The Oracles bug out there as they both get told to attack that last drone, but up to that point, they did really well. Roach speed's on the way. It's going to be finished in just under a minute. I don't think we have a Bane Nest yet, so that is one thing that's kind of missing for Serral, but it's also not the most important just yet. If he can get just enough Roaches and Ravagers, those are what he needs to deal with both the Archons, the Sentries, the Stalkers, as well as a medium number of Zealots. Banelings would just be a bonus.
Yeah, there's a full wall off over here. Trap is fully committed to making this attack work. These Lings gonna try and bust through the wall. One of the gateways is still low from the earlier attack, so Trap is definitely gonna have his front door busted down. This is all or nothing now for Trap. Revelation gets tossed off. Doesn't actually hit the high ground.
The door has gone down. Back at home, Zealots are being warped in there. Zerglings are up in the main base, and suddenly Trap is completely all in. His Oracles are not going to make it home for a little while longer. Oh, the Oracles are going to arrive and save that mineral line. Well done by Trap there. Cleans up a lot of those Zerglings. And here we go. Serral trying to hold position behind the Evo and the Bane Nest. The Bane Nest goes down, but this just makes it so hard for Trap to actually force the game-winning engagement. There's just so many Ravagers just raining down vials. And yeah, Serral can't really chase him out of that position, but your force fields aren't going to last forever. 3 Immortals and 2 Archons have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I'm actually starting to wonder now. Trap getting into an awkward spot over there. I do wonder, like, continue to poke here as long as you think it's going to be safe, but is this the time that you say, well, you know what? Your worker count actually isn't that high anymore. It sniped off your Baneling Nest. It delayed you a little bit. Do you just have to take a third at this point? Not even necessarily because it's ideal, but just because this attack is not working.
It's rough. He's only just resaturated that gases in the main base's Trap, and he's kind of realizing, oh man, I have no gas. I'll tell you what Trap wants to do. He wants to make Robo Bay, he wants to make a Warp Prism, and he wants to make Warp Prism speed and a Disruptor, and he wants to look for a giant shot in the middle of the Ravager Bane. This is Trap's massive card that he pulls out where he says, look, if I can land a few good Disruptor shots, I can get back in any game. From this sort of supply situation and against someone as studious as Serral, who's always keeping an eye on their army, I think the chances are very low, because the moment he let up the pressure, look at the workers, he's just droning as Serral. He's got a giant army. Archon drops a good little bit of follow-up.
Yeah. There's also a hidden base in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, Pig. And you know what? If Serral goes and cancels the third base and then says, yes, like I don't need to force my way into the natural. I don't need to do any more. I'm already so far ahead. Maybe an opportunity here for Trap to make something happen, but this is still gonna, like you said, be a very, very tough spot. And Serral's actually gonna start pulling back a little bit as he establishes a 4th base.
A good micro here from Trap. He's looking for anything he can get. Does find himself a queen, not bad. That Disruptor is on the way. He's opting to skip Warp Prism speed so far in this game. And he's just looking for anything he can hang on. Might get a second Robo. Not really sure what the next step should be for him. It's obviously only on +1 attack right now. It's the Disruptors, maybe squeezing out the gases on the third, a Templar Archives, and a bunch of Archons just for tankiness. I feel like Archons are definitely a underused unit with Disruptors against Ravager Bane. But maybe, just got to keep his eye out.
Yeah, finally 2 of the Oracles have gone down, only 1 remained, but those Disruptors, they're there. I mean, second Disruptor is about to pop on out. Trap has been in for a very, very rough past couple of minutes, but this bottom right-hand base is also finished, still going unscouted. and no real signs that Serral's going to be scouting around to that location for a little bit. This is starting to look like something that Trap can maybe make work, but he's still got some more work to do.
Yeah. These Zerglings coming in from the south side, and they think they're keeping tabs on this, saying, hey, there's no fourth, but oh no, don't chase them down there. Don't chase them down there.
Them.
That Prism Archon drop is like, please clean this up. Trap's like, kill them now.
Got him.
Ooh.
Denied.
That was scary. I mean, that base could actually get him back in this game, right? If he just camps on 3 bases. So right now, Serral's like, well, haha, you're only on 3 bases. I'm feeling great. I actually think Serral may be missing a window if he doesn't force a trade soon. That being said, he's got so much Roach Ravager, Fear Dragon, and that's just an awkward composition, right? 5 Immortals, 4 Disruptors. Roaches and Ravagers are clunky units. They clump up a lot. They don't do a lot of damage. And they don't do it, you know, they're going to struggle to deal with this if Trap can find the right engage.
+2 melee is about to finish up as the Banelings come rolling into that 3rd base. Or looks like they are just going to go off on a whole lot of nothing. Oh, it finishes. Oh my god, it gets 7 probe. At the same time, the fight actually gets started. Trap pulls back though.
Yeah, Trap's only on 44 workers versus the 72 drone Zerg, but army supplies very close. There is that +2 melee versus only +1 attack for the Protoss. But like I said earlier, the Archon count, that when you add that to the Disruptor Splash is huge. It's really awkward to fight this with just Ravager Ling Bane.
Oh, Disruptor almost gets a big hit, but a good denial there from Serral. Serral just seems like he has overwhelming numbers at this point. A great attempt there from Trap. Really made it look like he was going to be able to start pulling this game back, but after you lose that kind of army, it is very, very difficult to ever recover from something like that. He's going to need 3 insane Disruptor hits to make a comeback from this one now.
Yeah, down at about 40 army supply deficit, down 20 workers. I mean, the hidden base still obviously giving him hope, but you can see that Prism just flying about the map is like, please clump your Roaches and Ravagers, please.
Please don't attack me for a little bit. Look, there's a Prism.
Oh, no.
High ground. Oh, loses the Disruptor.
Yeah, it was really open there. The high ground idea was really cute, though. I do like that. Revelation tagging the army, tracking it, and just trying to find that moment where Serral's looking elsewhere.
Stasis Trap does not get the massive delay that he was hoping for. But some of the army is actually starting to pull back over here for Serral. I think he's just getting ready for a wolf system.
Yep, Serral's just got so many Banes coming in, and even with that battery overcharge trying to heal up some units here, the Banelings finding some workers, finding some damage. And it's the Dregs once again. It just seems like not that many units left here. Everyone has to be, I think, a level 10 hero from Warcraft at this point.
Yeah, Trap is hanging on in there. He's hanging on off the back of that bottom right-hand base. The Baneling count was reset for the most part for Serral. It was down to 6, so you have to pull back, remake some Banelings before moving on in. And yeah, I think there's a point where you just get an overwhelming mass of Banelings, right? And then you kind of just sit there and shrug and think, what do I do against that? And the answer is, well, you gotta kind of kill them before they can get to that kind of point, right? And actually have enough of an army.
Yeah, absolutely. So, looks like here, just looking for that damage. The Archons of Surf trap well. The Zealots on the south side going to try to come in, but oh, he flies over a Spore.
Yeah, the Prism survives for a little bit longer, though.
Does recall the Archons out. That was a cute save.
Well, Zealot's going to be keeping this army busy. You know, Pig, here's the difficult thing about this situation to judge is that Trap is super far behind for sure. Absolutely.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, the Banelings almost spot the bottom right-hand base. And Trap spots the Banelings, and the Banelings are going to retreat home. Oh my god, that's hilarious. I was going to say, you know, there are things that Serral can do just like tech-wise that basically negate all of the fancy micro and everything that Trap is going for right now. But Serral has been sticking around this lower unit tech composition. He hasn't been getting the fire until now. Oh my god, the Disruptor! The Disruptor is annihilating the army. Two men or also get picked off there, but I mean, Trap is only now 40 supply behind. He was behind 150.
Look at the Ling run by though. Ling run by on the third base at the same time. Serral's chance to answer. Remember, these are Adrenal +2 Zerglings, and they are going to ravage that worker line. So, you know, it looks like the comeback move, and it definitely was massive. But those Lings on the base are doing so much. Archon's being picked off on the front, and he needs a few more disruptor shots like that.
There's still a few Banelings that are in that stasis trap, actually. This can get a little awkward. Archon is going to morph in. Got some Zealots over there to prepare, but here we go. Another fight over here. Colossus with some good Warp Prism aggro can do a lot. Disruptor gets picked off. Archon's getting picked off. And even if Trap cleans this up, which, man, it's looking like he's not going to be able to actually push this army back from his third base, it's already still a really tough economic position.
Yeah, this is looking rough here. Trap fighting like an absolute hero. It's your ability to just eke out, you know, every little bit of value of these units that makes a championship caliber Protoss player. But of course, at this point, you are fighting, you know, to change the reality of the world that you're in. You're trying to
5 bases with 30 workers.
Yeah, it's 5 bases, that's for sure. I think the income graph was probably be rather disgusting if we looked at that.
Finally.
Oh, actually, 10 minutes ago, Trap was ahead in income for about 6 seconds in this game. It just got pushed off the graph. Oh well.
Okay. Well, down to 19 workers. I do think the mutas are the game ender over here. Trap put up a hell of a fight, but there is actually no answer to this. There is a single stalker that has been warped in, Pig. That is all of the anti-air. A few more stalkers get warped in, but yeah.
Well, you know, you might have been going into this match thinking you were getting bacon for dinner. And you know what? Definitely not getting goat either, Fear Dragon. That's, Serral had to play big there, though. Honestly, that one was down to the wire. It was the ace match. So GG, well played. The 4 shades of Protoss. Actually, I mean, it looked really rough for you guys at the start, but you actually forced that one to go on and on to the point where it looked like it was going to turn around an epic series, mate. GG.
Yeah, good games. Nice try from all my players. You know, as the Lord and Savior M. Canning once said, is that you gotta give people something to root for. You know, at the beginning of Lord of the Rings or the Odyssey or any of these other stories, there has to be a little bit of a fall so that the heroes can rise up and reclaim the title in the end. So Pig, don't worry. This is all just setting it up so that the first match that we play is versus you and we lose. And then in the grand finals, we play again, and that's where we beat you. So you know what? Congratulations, Pig. You did good. Nice job to your team. And yeah, we'll get you next time. Don't worry.
Hot damn, GG, well played. Well, we have already absolutely ruined the schedule. I hope somebody's going to bring Warty food at some point today, because it's going to be a long night of awesome StarCraft matches. That's me done for now, but you're going to be going on to face your next opponent in the next match in just a few minutes. So everybody, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more War Chest Team League.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the War Chest Team League. I am now joined here by my next opponent for my team, Paulo, aka Cats. How you doing today, dude?
I'm doing pretty good, Ravi. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, you know. My team nearly ended up winning that last match, which just goes to show how amazingly talented my players are, honestly. But I think that now that we've given people the taste of defeat, seeing like, oh, you know, they're actually not just immortal gods that will win everything. That we're just not gonna stomp through the entire league. Now that we've given people a bit of a taste for that, we're ready to actually, you know, just crush your team. So I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, Ravi. Isn't there like a threefold rule for heroes? I was hearing you talk about this, so I'm pretty sure there's like a threefold rule or something like that. One of my friends, I'm not sure if you know him from the NA scene, McIntyre. He knows some of these rules. Like he reads a lot, and yeah, he talks about them. So I'm pretty sure you have to lose 3 times first, right? Before you win.
Lost 3 games in the last series, and now we're done.
Okay.
I'm so glad you pointed it out, Cats.
all right, perfect. So yeah, I mean, spawning in the bottom left-hand side is the player for SortOf Seoul Korea, part of the Korea portion of that name. It is Su.
And up in the top right-hand corner of the map, playing an absolutely godlike game earlier versus Dream, he is Astrea, Team Alpha X Esports. And of course, my team.
Of course, and yeah, and Su also has a team displayed on the Africa Freaks, I believe.
Yeah.
And yeah, did you know that it's pretty cool that each team has a different color?
Yeah.
And look, we're actually complete opposites here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Color wheel, yeah.
True, I trust you. You know, I realized a long time ago when I played Toy Story 64 on the Nintendo 64, and there was this little segment where like it was a puzzle where you have to use Buzz Lightyear to get color cans to mix to create a certain color to unlock the next area. I actually gave up and I stopped playing the game at that point after like 3 hours because I was like, I just don't know. I just don't understand the color wheel, Cat. So, you know,
it's just by maximum contrast. It actually just makes sense if you just stop to observe it, but you have to you have to pay attention, Ravi, and then I mean it's just contrast, like black and white.
That is not my forte. Paying attention, guys.
Well, either way, I was paying attention to your players, by the way, Ravi, and Astrea. What a comeback against Dream. Su said I'm scared. So I'm a little bit scared too now.
Yeah, I do think PVT, you know, there's some people that say is PVZ is scarier. I actually think Astrea's PVT is a bit scarier, honestly. But, you know, I think that regardless, this is like, again, the reason why I ended up drafting Astrea, besides him being just so handsome and talented and powerful, is extremely good for this kind of, this sort of best of one specific map decided a week in advance sort of format where you can come in, prepare, and come out. So I'm very interested. I do think, and I think you're probably going to agree with this, in reality, Astrea is a bit of the underdog in this particular match.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Su is number 1 on the Korean ladder right now. I believe he's obviously beast. He's usually number 2 in like tournaments. So this is, it's definitely in his favor. But Astrea is, I mean, he's pretty beast. There's no doubt about that. Like he can beat anyone, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a reasonable assumption. I do have Resonating Glaives coming on out. Overlord's going to come in right as the extra gateways are being plopped on down. That's going to be 4 gateways and a robo with Resonating Glaives also likely being scouted there, or I at least assumed, I would say.
Yeah, the thing about this is it's maybe the most standard PVC right now, I would say. I think that most people do a lot of this, and in Korea it's been happening for a while. So in that sense, I'm not sure that I like this strategy for Astrea, and I agree with everything that you were saying on how he is the ideal type of player for this type of format. And maybe because he hasn't been doing adepts as much recently, or up until recently, he feels like this is something like you know, that he can catch people off guard. But I don't think Su's gonna be that guy, Ravi, honestly.
No, I actually agree with you. I think if this just ends up being very standard, I think this is going to be pretty hard to make work. One thing I do like about these adept plays and stuff, though, is that oftentimes there's also the DT follow-up. And I think there are so many variations of how these adept plays can work. Like Parsum has made some fantastic guides on YouTube about the different variations as well. And this is a good start for Su, already having his units pulled away, and the adepts not going to be able to shade around and do too much just yet.
Yeah, very, very good timing from Astrea, hitting exactly at like 425, 430 there. And Su, on the other hand, I mean, he's actually behind in workers right now, so he still needs a perfect hold. And now these steps are gonna catch him off guard. This is terrible news for Su here. It's looking pretty good for Astrea already, I think.
Yeah, finding a drone or two over here. He's finally collecting drones. Oh, this is the money moment over here. The drones don't even have anywhere to run right now. They can't really escape out safely. So 7 drones already going down. Adepts have already begun their shade so they can actually escape out safely. And more drones in the main base are still doing damage.
Yeah, this is not the hold that Su needed. I mean, again, this is one of the more standard build orders. So I feel like he could have definitely gone for at least one spine. I mean, one spine is kind of the standard in one of these bases. But he didn't. I mean, yeah.
Oh, Adepts, I mean, they are finally, I think, going to get pushed back from that third base. But oh my god, they might get the hatchery first. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Su has to feel comfortable with what he was doing. He had the units to defend. The problem was the positioning. The choice to go for the main with the Warp Prism shouldn't be something that is too uncommon either, but it really caught Su off guard, right? Because there were so many adepts on the other side. That was very well executed, very sharp timing from Astrea.
Yeah, oh man, I feel bad, Cats. Maybe I'll have to talk with Astrea or talk with my team, be like, hey, they just started, take it easy on them. Like, I don't want Cats and his team to get totally demotivated when we crush them. Like, just make it look interesting. So don't worry, I'll make sure it's a little closer for game 2.
Oh, thank you, Ravi.
No problem. No problem, Cats. I gotta, the big guys gotta look out for the little guys sometimes.
This is true. All right, well, I mean, this game's not looking too hot, man. I'm not sure, but you know what? The rest of my team, especially with SortOf and Solo, I've been preparing a lot, and that's
all right. So ignore you, put him aside. The rest of my team. Actually, this Overlord drop could actually get some good damage done. There's no units really in position, and I think that Astrea just recently used his warp in at the third, so there's an opportunity for something here.
Yeah, and Su's gonna distract at the same time up at the third, give Astrea something to think about, and maybe to distract him enough that the Lynx can run into the mineral line unannounced. So that's not gonna be the case, though. Astrea is paying attention and will warp in 2 stalkers. Still 3 probes go down, maybe a stalker here. I mean, this is the beginning of what Su needs. I'm actually kind of surprised that Astrea didn't just seize the momentum that he had and just kind of close the game out, because it's really easy to snowball when you do that much damage. I feel like with openings like this, he's looking to close the game out later with a timing, and I mean, Su is the kind of player that you don't want to give a lot of space to.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be very scary if you give him that space to get into a late game macro situation. We already saw 12 drones in production, so Su is starting to play some catch up there on the worker counts. And that does come at the cost of not having as large of an army supply, which, 17 roaches, definitely not bad. But you look at Astrea's army and you see that he is moving out now, finally. This is what is going to get really scary. After you've been droning up like crazy, how do you defend? Astrea actually has a lot of units as natural expansion.
Yeah, that could be good. That could be the saving grace. Honestly, if those units get stuck, that could be the way that Su gets back into this game. Is an army where a fight where Astrea doesn't have all of his units.
Astrea, come on,
especially
man.
Because he doesn't have a counterattack or anything like that ready either. Su, that is. So I mean, let's hope that he has enough, though. He's been so greedy, man. Like, I mean, there's a Baneling nest that's not gonna do anything. There's like at all. Look at the army composition. What are the Banelings gonna do against that right now on defense? Right,
yeah,
there's +1 melee. That's never gonna come in time for this. Like you said, he made 12 workers at some point, so I don't know. This is gonna be a really tough hold. But if he holds somehow, he'll be in a good position.
Yeah, slap it off with 8 drones with the adept run by. Didn't even use all of the adept, or even a majority of them. Astrea is still looking to put on more pressure, but
Is he still stuck at his natural? No, right? Oh,
no, he cleared that up pretty quickly.
well, that's a shame because yeah, that was my last hope.
The Baneling run by is actually gonna come in as Astrea has pulled back to his third base.
Oh,
And it looked like Sue's gonna realize that with the Ling run by first, so is able to save those Banelings for a rainy day.
yeah. Astrea again pulling back all the way to the third though, maybe being overly cautious. Now he's chrono boosting Storm, but Su was actually rather greedy, like we were talking about. So I mean, he bet on that Astrea wouldn't attack, and Astrea's not attacking. Again, he's very far behind, I would say, or at least behind. Fair to say, but you know, if Max doesn't kill him soon, I think he can come back on. This is a great start. All right.
Yeah, sniping off a lot of these Adepts that were looking to go for a counterattack later. We even got a Ling run by getting set up once again. Adept is going to finally finish his shade and get out of there. But yeah, it's kind of what you were saying. Astrea, the longer he waits around and the more time Su gets, even if he's not being super duper greedy, you're giving your opponent the opportunity to get more tools up. Baneling's speed is going to finish up. Banelings can be a massive way that a small mistake on Astrea's part can absolutely turn this game around and allow Su to actually take a huge lead. But, well, this is, I think, finally the big push out.
Yeah, I mean, Astrea is up by quite a bit of supply. This is a difficult position to engage from if you are Astrea. However, as the choke is going to make the retreat a little bit difficult, Su should not chase past that choke. But now we have Banelings on creep all of a sudden, so it's, you know, it's not so bad. This order is funny, but it actually might be better if the Banelings walk into the mineral line.
Yeah,
funnily enough, I've never seen it. I've never seen it, but you can actually flank from two sides, you know, theoretically, and corner in a bunch of probes in there.
Ooh, oh, interesting. He's going to go over the natural. So just coming in from a strange angle. This will give Astrea more time, and look at that reaction time.
Yeah, it's the probe transfer from the main to the natural that makes that possible as he spots something moving on the mini-map inside his base. But this is pretty good for Su. A lot of the Banelings are going to connect, actually. And all the Storm has been spent as well. The army of Astrea continues to get pushed back. Su not really paying a lot of attention to his army, so not really doing much about those force fields.
Some Warpanes and Belts in the main base. At the same time, the Adepts are trying to get some damage on them. It looks like they're held position a little too far back. He finally does end up shading. He's also using this as an opportunity to move forward to the rest of his army. Zealots continue to do more damage. They actually snipe off some of the Queens, and the War Prism will make it out alive. Astrea just has to decide to commit with his main army, though, again, but he does get more economic damage done.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the theme about this game at this point, right?
Yeah.
Astrea is now 4 base taking a 5th. So Su really needs to make some magic happen soon here. He is making more circlings at this point. He is only at 60 drones to the 77 probes of Astrea. So Astrea has effectively is becoming the Cirque here, Ravi.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to watch. Bailey's going to go for a run by at a incompleted base, so they're going to get picked off by the Stalkers. That's a good snipe off there for Astrea. I think the Drop Overlord's actually still sitting in the main base. Yeah, the Drop Overlord's still sitting over in the main of Astrea with no real things available, and it's actually kind of a hard time escaping out of there now.
Yeah, that was a really cute blink too, as he blanked all the Stalkers but one to tank all the Baneling shots, potentially if the Banelings were, you know, trying to attack move onto the Stalkers. So.
Yeah, I mean, there were a decent number of Banelings there, so definitely should have traded out otherwise. But oh man, +3 weapons getting close to finishing. I wonder if that's the time for Astrea to do something, or he's gonna still just be waiting around. Because, you know, I thought at first, okay, Storm is gonna be the big thing. He finally has the High Templar, he has the Storms, but then getting caught there in the center definitely got a bit problematic.
Yeah, and to be honest, this is not the best position for Astrea to be attacking into in the middle of the map, because it's a very open area. And this is where Su really can come back into this game, and I already feel like he's kind of back in this game. Because he's gotten so much space and time, and this type of army composition thrives in spaces like this. Now he's choosing to engage in a little bit of a choke and without creep. I'm not sure I like that, but he does have a lot of Banelings, and a lot of them are going to connect straight onto the army of Astrea. There's more stray Banelings lagging behind that are going to continue to chase, and I mean, that's not a great trade for Su, honestly, because Astrea has the economy.
And in the main base, the Zealots are worked in, harassing and just ravaging that main, and even going over to the natural expansion. Looks like the rest of the army does retreat back and will technically clean it up, but I just say technically, Cass, because it is a hell of a trade, and Astrea puts one on the board for game number 1.
Yeah. I mean, well done. As I didn't like so much that he gave Su so much space, or actually, I did like it, but you know, he ends up doing the job, and yeah, I mean, he earned it. He played really good, especially at the start. That was really well executed. So
Yeah, absolutely.
rough start for us for sure.
Yeah, you know, don't worry. Like I said, I'll have a talk with my players, messaging them right now, saying like, "Hey guys, like, come on, these are really great members of the community. You know, Sue has gone through some hard times. He's gotten second place a lot in a 1v1, getting second place again. Like, it just brings back memory. Gotta go a little bit easier on them, but you know, we'll see what it can do. But honestly, Cats, I'm not sure how much of my English with the little nuances of the words and stuff I'm using are going to translate for the next match, because Trap is going to be going up against Soul. And let me tell you something, Cats. Trap is merciless sometimes. He is absolutely merciless in PvT.
I'm not sure what you mean merciless. Actually, Soul has been preparing for this one with stats, and we've been talking about this one a little bit. And he has a plan, and he's good with plans. We've been talking quite a bit with Soul, and yeah, he doesn't feel like Trap is actually that much better than him at all.
Yeah, I actually Soul, to be real, Soul has been this name that we've talked about in WCS and ESL Pro Tour and DreamHack Masters, in just all of these different events. We're like, oh man, he gets hyped up so much by the players. He's the practice partner for Serral and all, you know, he is capable of so much. But at the big events, he really does seem to have struggled until, I would say, like the past 3 or 4 months. I really feel like Soul has started truly hitting his stride in like some of the bigger events. And I think this is actually a time that Soul could really, realistically, like if Soul beat almost anyone, I would be like, you know, that might be a little bit surprising, but I believe it. Soul is actually just so good right now.
Yeah, he is actually extremely good. He is one of the very few players at 7k MMR in EU that is higher MMR than anyone in Korea. But of course, that's because the MMR in EU is inflated, because it has, I suppose, the most players. But yeah, I mean, 7k MMR is pretty competitive with just about anyone, right? Like there is a reason why Soul gets the shoutouts. He's everyone's practice partner, and people tend to metagame him, but it's something that I really want to work on with Soul for this league, because I think he has a lot of potential as a player, in the sense that he's already so good, but I think he needs to play the player a little bit more, and you know, this is the perfect opportunity for him to develop that in a sensible way, right? Study his opponents and really kind of mix it up a little bit more.
Absolutely. Well, there is one extra thing that's worth mentioning here, Cats, is that this is already going to be a pretty cool PvT, I think. But the extra little addendum is that we're going to one of the least played maps, I would say, for most players, which is Submarine. Submarine is going to actually be the map for this PvT. I'm always very curious when we see these kind of situations, Cats, like how many players veto some of these maps and just say, nope, never playing it. I guess it's probably less likely in this situation, because, you know, if you're in a team league match, you're picking out what map you want to go on. You're probably not going to play on a map that you never. So, I guess both.
Yeah, for sure. But they probably play it less than any other map, even just because more people veto them. So when there are, like, you know, there are certain maps that I play the weirdest maps. All right, our observers like, hey, do your player of your dragon.
My favorite thing is, Cats, is that if we just keep talking like this,
yeah,
poor Wardy, our wonderful observer in running production. Yeah, you see, he keeps flopping. He's like, they're gonna introduce their own player. So now if I hand it back to Cats, you'll have to go back to Terran. Like,
yeah, it's funny in the bottom right hand side for sort of Seoul Korea. It's Soul. He's the soul of the team. There we go.
And up in the top left-hand side of the map, oh, we'll show the probe. It is Jin-Air Green Wings' Trap. Wow, I don't even get the zoom in. Is this what I get? Is this your response, Wardy? I don't know if you guys could hear him, but he said I lost my right. I can't disagree with that. Does anyone feel like Wardy just doesn't respect the players and just doesn't give them the attention that they deserve? Hey, there we go. Look at that. All right. So, Cats, give me your thoughts on this map, like Submarine as a map.
Yeah, it's the shortest rush distance in the map pool currently. It's a very short map. So for that reason, the builds better be tighter than normal. Something that we've considered with Soul is that Trap could do something like an Adept to try and delay that CC on the low ground. This time around, the probe didn't manage to delay the CC too much, so we're not too worried about that Adept happening. But it's the kind of thing that can happen on this map, and maybe why we see this adaptation with the bunker.
Yeah, I think that absolutely makes a lot of sense, because otherwise it is very annoying dealing with that kind of Adept harassment. As we kind of actually, I believe we saw with, what was it, Astrea's match, where he got the shield battery. Maybe I'm thinking of Mana versus Special, something like that. But regardless, it's actually going to be the Stalker moving out and looking for some proxies, as you know, Soul does also have a bit of a reputation for being someone who does love some proxies.
Yeah, definitely. He has a few worked in there, and yeah, it's kind of extremes, right? Like where he goes to either super all in or macro to the bone. But this Reaper will have been spotted. The second Stalker is gonna pop out right in time, so the first Stalker gets to cross the map immediately. But I think Soul should be pretty happy that he made that bunker, and this doesn't feel too bad. I think we're gonna see from Soul something like a 3 racks Raven push is what he was potentially thinking about. So
yeah. Oh, the Reaper comes back in over here at a kind of awkward time. Nice micro there from Trap, not losing any of these probes and gonna be able to push back that Reaper, but Submarine does have an annoying Reaper hop-up cliff that we don't really get to talk about as much, but a hop-up cliff at the natural, not just the main base.
yeah, that is actually pretty annoying. It's one of the features of the map that could get abused further, that I haven't seen used too much, maybe because the map is so uncommon.
Yeah, I think a combination of that and also just a lot of people, they either lose their Reapers earlier on, or, you know, the Stalkers are already sitting at home. But yeah, at this point, the Reaper's going to continue to be able to just move around with a Hellion. We have a Raven on the way, so Soul's getting into a really nice defensive posture for a bit, and is going to have a good, solid base army in a few minutes. But Trap is getting up Blink, he's getting up the Robo, adding on a gateway or two over here. We'll see how aggressive he decides to get with these Stalkers, with the forward pylon also there as well.
Yeah, I think from Soul, like I said, we're gonna be seeing a 3 racks Raven push. It's gonna be pretty strong on a map like this because it is so short, the rush distance in itself. So Terran timings are usually pretty strong on short maps, especially against the likes of Protoss. And Trap actually takes a third, so I'm liking this a lot for us.
Yeah, Trap actually had an Adept that he had worked in at that proxy pylon, shaded it all the way up to the ramp, allowed it to die just so that the shade would finish. It would get the larger vision at the top of the ramp. Saw the starport, had the tech lab, saw the some of the production, and said, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm just ready to take a third at this point.
Yeah, but I mean, it might bite him because Soul is gonna be really aggressive here. Not too far from now, he's actually gonna scout inside the main of Trap, who just canceled the building but remade a forge, maybe just was blocking his minerals. That's good. Get good micro onto the probes to save them.
Yeah, really nicely done there. Observer's gonna spot out this army. There are a few Marauders in the mix. It's not something you want to dive on with too few Stalkers, but hey, the bunker's gonna be empty, and with a repair not coming quite quickly enough,
nice.
he's gonna be there in time.
Yeah, very well done by Soul here. Now fully loading the bunker, he's gonna feel pretty safe, and these Stalkers didn't do too much. He is getting Trap that is charge as well, which is really good for holding, but I'm not sure that his +1 attack is gonna be in time. Actually, most likely, but I think Soul is gonna be looking to hit sharp here with the stim and the +1 finishing.
Yeah, and remember, you're talking about how this is a small map. That means that you can get across the map pretty quickly. Nice auto turret harassment, snags 3 workers and a good amount of delayed mining time, but Trap is going to try and rebuttal over here, sniping off 3 workers of his own from that, you know, we called it the Reaper hop-up cliff, but now it's the Stalker hop-up cliff.
Yeah, that works as well. And yeah, I mean, the Stalkers will have to hop back out for the time being. That's denies some mining time, loses some HP on those Stalkers.
Yes, I from a Marauder though as well.
Yeah.
And I feel like he'll snipe off more Marines over here. I mean, this micro is one of Trap's biggest fortes that I absolutely love to see.
Yeah, most definitely. So let's see, especially with with ping advantage, the micro must be pretty nice, Ravi. But yeah,
Like I stuck that in there. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's worth mentioning though.
yeah.
Huh? Well, we got the Widow Mines. They do manage to kill off, what is that, 5 workers with the auto turret harassment, and one of the Widow Mines plus the medevac managed to survive. And here comes that big push out that you were talking about, but he did end up waiting for +1 weapons, all the harassment stuff that was happening. Is he still going to go for the big push out? He's kind of moving around in the center. Looking like he might commit.
Yeah, I think he has to kind of at this point. The combat shields is potentially what he's just waiting for here. He does have a good chunk of bio, does not want to get split there. Stim's actually forward, and that's a big stim. Only 2 medevacs available, so a little bit of a rough start there by Sol.
Yeah, the medevac's already almost out of energy. The other medevac that has a lot of health is going to go in with energy.
Oh, could have been better. Could have targeted that too. Just 3 probes.
Oh, Stalker's blink on top of the mine. He sniped off before he can get a shot off. That last mine does not do a whole lot more. War Prism is going to get sniped off. That is a really, really nice pick off there for Sol as he also moves into the 3rd base. Trap is going to have to get some counter damage done over here, but I think he's got the army he needs to, and he's going to pull out the bunker and start taking it out.
Yeah, this looks really good for Trap at this point. I mean, the push for Soldier was just delayed a little bit too long, I think. And ends up not working out. Now it's looking all Trap. Now Sol, I mean, yeah, just pull the voice at this point, right? Like, what else are you gonna do? Or
not really a whole lot of yeah, it's a tough
I guess
spot.
he just finished the CC, yeah.
Well, you know, the Temple Archives was not done, so yeah, pulling the boys would have been really scary, especially on a map this small. Like, you don't exactly get a lot more time. But, well, once the Temple Archives finishes up and there are a few Archons morphed in, that is going to be a much more difficult option to try and go for, or hell, even if Storm actually gets up, which would be even crazier. But man, the fact that these Stalkers are still getting this value on these pickoffs here against a bio army with +1 weapons and stim and combat shields is pretty nuts.
Yeah, it could be adjusted for by moving the Marauders a little bit more in front. But yeah, I mean, they're doing a little bit too much damage. This Zealot being annoying as well. And Sol will take a 3rd, so economically he's not dead for sure. He's lagging 20 workers, but that does have 3 mules at a time. The problem is the transition is going to be rough, right? Like, the complexity of his army really hasn't evolved too much, though he has a decent number of Marauders at least.
Yeah, oh, man, that was a brutal pick off there. Trap catching wind of the medevac with the 2 mines that Sol was going for. Immediately recalls as soon as it boosts in, just blinked in, sniped it off, doing some more blink harassment as this army tries to move across the map. And, well, the 4th base does get pretty awkward on this map because, I mean, you're almost as far from your 4th base to your natural as you are from your opponent, but well, Zealot's gonna be sacrificing their lives here. Once the Zealot buffer is gone, it's gonna be about the storms, and oh my god, they're enough to put Sol all the way back.
Yeah, there's a lot of them actually, and the War Prism actually tanking a huge mine shot will get picked off with one. Oh no, the Templar gets dropped, I think, in the last second. Sol is gonna get chased back, and it's looking really rough. Looking like yo boy is gonna close it out.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Cass. I think the language barrier just wasn't quite there. I told Trap to take it a little bit easier, but don't worry. Your team will have a fighting chance. GG.
All right. GG. So I mean, yeah, a rough start for us for sure. I really thought Trap would struggle a little bit more in this matchup against Sol, but something not going quite right. I mean, the build actually, you know, it worked even against stats in practice. So a little bit scary here, but well done.
I feel like it's still very much so like you're kind of implying like Sol is a really, really good player, and like I feel like this game was not necessarily Sol getting to play his game and showing his best. I know you were pointing out a few of the things that could have been adjusted to make things work a little bit better, and I think you're right. Like with some of those small adjustments, that game does look a lot better. It's a lot less one-sided in that sense, and like it's also another one of those brutal things about StarCraft, right, where you get those early leads and then it's no longer about, oh well, if you just play at their level now, like it'll even back out. It's like, well, actually no, if you're playing from behind, you have less tools at your disposal, so now when your opponent does something, you're going to look worse and worse and worse with every single movement and decision that happens. Like it's a brutal spot for Sol because you fall behind and then it doesn't even matter if you're playing at that level anymore. Like it's eventually just going to go your opponent's way.
Yeah. And I mean, yeah, I don't like to make excuses, but Sol is saying, if it wasn't for the ping, maybe I could have micro my units, and maybe.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. He said it's not fair to play on West. I mean, it's not something that I'm saying, Ravi. I'm just saying, some players would feel as though as if it's. You know what? I think the underdog should always have the ping advantage.
That would be a very interesting way to do it. You do it like a Ligulac rating or something.
Yeah.
I will say, for those who are wondering, like, I believe that when there are Korea versus Europe's situations, we end up doing a coin flip, or whether it's going to be on US West or like Central and stuff. And then if there are multiple, then you kind of alternate. So the coin flip to see who's going to decide which map they'll get the server preference for. And then after that, the other person gets the server preference. So I think that actually happened for one of our matches. I can't remember though.
Yeah, I feel like I spent all of my good coin flips in my pro gaming career because I lost 4 and won 2 in this one. So yeah.
Well, you know what they say about coin flips? The results of the last coin flip does not influence the results of the next one.
Yeah, well, gambler's fallacy is kind of my favorite philosophy. So.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Cats? There have been a lot of ace matches today. And the ace match of the last series did start off with my team being down 0-2. So you know what? Definitely a chance here as we move into a PvP with, I would argue, one of your absolute star players on your team.
Yeah, I mean, Stats and Su, I picked them together. I think they're around the same level, but Stats has been performing incredibly well, especially as of late. And he spawns in the bottom right-hand side of this map. Mm-hmm. Very purple.
And up in the top left-hand corner of the map, the man who I drafted, not just for his amazing StarCraft skills or Thundershaft, it is the yellow Protoss player from Ting, Neeb.
Yeah. All right, so I mean, we got to bring it back here, okay? And the last match, for anyone wondering, is going to be SortOf versus Mana. SortOf, as always, had a tougher time versus Mana, but we've been preparing. We've been talking. He feels confident. He 2-1 Clem just the other day, by the way, just like 2 days ago. Mm-hmm. This is going to an ace match, is what I'm trying to tell you, Ravi. And
all right. I'm liking the confidence there, Cats. I'm glad you're feeling it. PvP can be absolutely nuts. I actually think one of my favorite recent PvP games, and I think actually Rotterdam's game of the year thus far, although I don't know, that Dream versus Astrea series is also pretty goddamn good. But it was Neeb versus Astrea in a PvP. Neeb was a part of an incredible PvP versus Astrea, and something that I think is very rare to see. But it kind of showed what I really liked about that game, that crazy like 40-minute game that they played.
What's rare to see an incredible PvP? Is that what you just said? Ravi,
an incredible PvP of that style, that situation where it's just, we saw so many different points of PvP. And I feel like even when you get to a late game situation of PvP, usually you get to see like 2, maybe 3 phases of PvP. But I mean, we saw the Blink Stalker versus Blink Stalker stuff. We saw like Immortals getting added in. We saw Charge Lots versus Charge Lots only in the Archons. We saw Blink Stalker Disruptor. We saw late game Carrier Tech. Like, we saw everything. And what I really liked about that is it kind of showed that both Astrea and Neeb in their PvP are able to play through all of those different phases. And that's actually something I really enjoyed seeing. Just because, yeah, you don't get to see that much PvP in a usual PvP series.
Yeah, that was amazing. I mean, for anyone that hasn't watched it, you absolutely should check it out. Maybe one of the best games of the year. Roddy's favorite game. It was a PvP, so I feel like I can't appreciate it as much as Roddy or you can. But it was, I mean, it was gorgeous to watch, right? I just like some of the intricacies I'll miss. But it was a lot of fun. And like sometimes you see builds mirrored up until like a few minutes in or something. That PvP was like had mirrors going in the later stages that were so weird, and that just shows like how much both of those players like can influence each other as well. There were like 40 versus 40 Zealot fights going on at some point. You know, they were both trying to do a 40 Zealot run by.
It was gorgeous. It was beautiful. It was a masterpiece. It was full NA. I do quickly want to just catch us up on the kind of the state of this particular game. We did have the double adept opening there from Stats trying to move across the map, and both these players have been pushing back each other's units and everything. But this Warp Prism and the one base play for a little bit longer here for Stats do signal he really wants to be able to jump in over toward that main base, get some snipe offs. Neeb, I took the Nexus a little bit faster, but his tech is also going to come up a little bit later. If he can get survive long enough to get up that Phoenix or something, though, it easily pushed back a Warp Prism. But he's going to go for that Phoenix first.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised that Stats doesn't unload the units at the edge where there was no spotting for Neeb and then walks them in with the Warp Prism behind, but rather unloads in range of the gas, right? Because that's, I mean, the unloading takes time as well, whereas the units can just walk in together and get one snipe. So not a huge fan of that start, but, you know, Stats is kind of God. So let's see what he can do here. He's going to find 2 probes already. Not bad. Pretty good.
Okay, he's not recalling.
Phoenix,
if he doesn't recall, do it.
Yeah, it's done.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a dead Warp Prism. The Adepts are the only ones that stand a chance to get out here.
Yeah. Okay, and actually, I love the pickup over here, but it's gonna be able to shade out. No! Gets the kill before the shade completes.
Yeah, again, very surprised. Stats has this 3 Stalkers and the Sentry and the other Stalker that could have moved into the natural knowing where the army of Neeb was. I feel like, because Neeb chased pretty far with all of his army, and Stats was aware, right? Like, you know where the army is. Your army is kind of in position for a run by, a little bit shy, maybe doesn't have that chrono boost or that recall available, or used a chrono boost or something of the likes, and it's a little bit shy to go in there.
No, I think that definitely is true what you're saying. So a little surprised to see that from Stats. It seems like, yeah, he's gonna have to play a little bit more safe and defensive for a bit, but only 2 Phoenix being made here for Neeb. He's not going into like the 5 or 6 Phoenix that can start just getting pickoffs on probes and continuously accruing this economic edge, but it's going to be good enough to shut down any kind of Warp Prism harassment or stuff that comes out early on. And one other thing I'll just mention that sometimes does come into play in the big fights is that if the Phoenix are alive during the fights, the first target they usually go after is actually the observers start getting sniped off. It's like a really small, subtle thing that ends up happening in the big fights, but the Phoenix will just attack air units, and if the Warp Prism isn't in the front lines, the observer oftentimes is, and it just immediately gets picked off.
Yeah. All right, so how do you feel about the state of this game overall then, Ravi?
You know, I think that it's still relatively even, but I do like the situation a bit more for Neeb. He got up his 3rd a little bit faster. He's got the Phoenix out there that have been getting some good scouting information, just kind of moving around the map. Like I said, it shuts down a lot of the harassment potential. But as we add on the robotics phase, Blink is gonna be coming up. Actually, no, Neeb did not get a Blink yet because he didn't have a Twilight Council. All right, I think it's still honestly just a really even game. And we're gonna see a Colossus from Neeb.
What about the workers though, Ravi? It looks pretty bad for Stats, no?
I think it's definitely not ideal to be down 7 or so workers. Like I'm not arguing with that at all. But I think PvP, when it gets into the later stages, it's absolutely something that's recoverable. Like PvP is one of those matchups where you have so many power units. I feel like you can overcome mild economic deficits with really good engagements.
Yeah, that's very true. And disruptors are going to be the type of units that facilitates that type of engagement. As you know, like disruptor shots have a great deal of potential and can also whiff. But in PvP, I think it's one of the matchups where they're most often going to be able to connect or at least be very efficient at zoning.
Oh man. Okay, really big important thing here is that Stats is going for the Blink Stalker Disruptor, the tried and true style over here. Neeb is foregone getting Blink in favor of getting not only a later Twilight Council because you open up with Stargate and everything, but he's also going to be getting up the Colossus and he's getting up a faster charge upgrade. And I'm wondering, is he going to, one charge and Thermal Lance finish, is he going to be moving out, or is he going to actually sit back with +2 weapons and also 4th base getting started? Yeah, it seems like he actually just may try and play this really late game. I was thinking he might try and hit a timing, but the Disruptor count's not that high, and Cardinals just dive on things.
Yeah, pretty cool Blink there by Stats to trap those Adepts, but things are actually beginning to stabilize on that worker department as well. So things are catching up quite nicely for Stats. The upgrades are pretty much even. Dark Templars coming on our side. So how do you feel about that, Ravi? The Dark Templars are coming on my side and not yours.
It's okay because I know that Neeb is a true believer in the Blink DTs in the late game. Definitely can be useful. And I think especially in this situation, you take a look at Neeb's situation. He's been making a lot of Colossus. He only made one Observer. So keeping that one Observer alive is going to be very important. But I love that, yes, he is getting up, say, like the shield batteries at some of his other bases, getting up a cannon as third, and getting up a cannon as natural and his main now as well. So I think that he is thinking about the potential for them. But it's also going to be a question, how many DTs to stats warp in, Cats?
Yeah, that is going to be the question. I mean, these Phoenixes are going to be pretty scary as well, as Neeb has continued to make them, and he will be looking to pick up rather the Disruptors as they shoot to prevent those shots from going off. And without those Disruptor shots in the mix for stats, I think he's going to kind of struggle on defense here. So if Neeb is good about that and spotting those Disruptors in time, this could go really poorly for stats.
Yeah, War Prism is lagging a bit behind over here for Neeb, so he's going to probably hold back for a bit. But
the
an
Phoenix just gets spotted.
Yeah, well, I mean, Observer's been seeing like the Archons and everything moving around, so I think he's got to have a good idea about this, and Hallucinating Phoenix does confirm this. Ooh. Disruptor shot number one, not gonna land, but hey, there's still plenty more where that came from, and this is gonna be an awkward choke point for Neeb to move up through.
Yeah, but it's the Phoenix that keep me worried here, as they are gonna look to lift up a lot of these Disruptors that all of them get lifted up already, actually. So now Neeb is gonna march into Stats' army. Good blinks on the side of Stats though, and actually it looks like he might just have enough if he focus fires those big Disruptors. No, it got lifted up. Nice blink by Stats. It's actually gonna end up clearing both of those Colossi. The rest of this army can be kited. Good warpings of Zealots as well being used, and without those Phoenixes, Stats is gonna do it. Nice. Wow.
I have to say, a few things went really well for Stats in that fight. Neeb actually had his army on a move command. I'm not sure if it actually may have been intentional to get the Colossus further in range of things, but it actually put his Colossus in range of not only some of the Stalkers, but actually a lot of the Immortals. And that put him in a really awkward spot now. And now, over the third base, this is already going to be a difficult defense to make work. But at the same time, the Prism moves into the main. It's got to be
that's sexy. And those are DTs, aren't they?
Yep.
If they are DTs, they're going to get rid of that cannon so fast, and then they're going to start causing mayhem inside the main of Neeb. This is wonderful for Stats. He moves on fourth and will have to, Neeb, that is, will have to expose his Phoenixes to Stalker Fire in order to stop those Disruptors. So this is looking not too bad for Stats. Really want to get rid of those Phoenixes if he wants to hope to continue to produce Disruptors.
Yeah, and honestly, all he has to do is get rid of some of the Phoenix, right? Because Neeb's army is paltry. It's so small now. And without the Phoenix, the Disruptors are just going to be able to manhandle this. Now, finally, some of the Phoenix start moving back over to the main base.
Nice.
Gonna tap out. Stats putting one on the board with Team Cats.
All right. We're going to an ace match. I'm telling you, Ravi, it's happening.
I believe
too hot for a second there.
Man, I believe in my my next boy, who's going to be Mana as the last player for my team that is yet to play, and also going to be playing against SortOf. I think Mana. I've got to say, I think Mana is not going to be the underdog coming into this one, though.
I gotta say, you're wrong, Ravi. Mana is the underdog. He has been studied. He has been dissected, and SortOf is going to bring something to the table that Mana has never seen in his entire life. So.
Yeah. Okay, well, I am very, very excited. We're going to move it on to Europe, so there's no server advantage or ping advantage or anything for this one.
For once.
It's a nice, clean fight over here to decide how quickly my team is going to beat yours. So we gave you guys a nice little win there. I asked Neeb to tone it down a bit, didn't want to demotivate you guys. A lot of matches still left to play. Are you playing another match today?
I'm playing 2 more matches, actually. We're playing 2 more.
Yeah, so see, at some level, we want to beat you, but then we want you to beat the other teams because that's also in our best interest, right? So
why is that also in your best interest?
Yeah, if we beat you and then you beat other teams, if we're the only ones that beat your team, then it's just like for when it comes to like the score for the who advances out, it's like we just had an extra point, right?
But I thought you were gonna meet Pig in the finals.
Oh no, this is just for advancing out, right? Like Pig's still gonna make it to the finals. Yeah. Because we got to beat Serral in the ace match eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But don't worry, that's a bit further off, cats. We're getting ahead of ourselves because we're moving on to Ice and Chrome for this good old PVZ. How are you feeling about SortOf's play lately?
I'm feeling really good. I told you, he recently beat Clem 2-1. He has been on fire as of late. He has been doing really well. He 3-0'd Elazer not too long ago in another tournament as well. So, I mean, he's not been the most consistent, and against people tend to metagame him some, but it's something that we're going to be working on, I think, in and throughout this league. And I think that sort of will really step up his play and hopefully rise to his potential because yeah, he can do it.
Yeah. It's so fun. I actually love that you're bringing all this stuff up, Cass, because to give you guys a bit of a peek behind the scenes, every one of these commentator managers are getting different levels of involved and the different ways of involved with their players. I know I'm not going to name names. Some of the casters are just like, you know what? Trust the players, let them do their thing. Like when they need something from me, they'll tell me and I'll handle it then. And you have players like Cass who are just getting very involved and they're like, okay, we're going to work together on your mentality and do all this other stuff. I imagine Pig also probably getting involved with strategy. I'm getting involved with like, okay, let me get you all the prep work and everything. It's been very fun to see how everyone handles things differently.
Yeah, most definitely. And yeah, a lot of these players I've talked to in the past too. Like I've worked with Su before, right? Like, and he's used a few of my builds actually when I was decent at the game, and like he's used them to good effect in the GSL and so on. So that's part of why I picked my team too. Is the synergy and the workings. The potential to work together basically, which is why not picking Hearthstone was one of the hardest decisions because I thought Hearthstone could benefit so much from stats, but I went with another Zerg out of partly my own selfish needs to cast Zergs.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I get you, and I totally understand the idea of race synergy with a team.
Mm-hmm.
It's not lost on me.
Yeah. And all
right, Wardy, should we do the player ratios?
All right, well, SortOf is spawning up here in the top right-hand side of the map as the purple Zerg, and he got a hatchery down actually, which we weren't expecting to get against Mana, so that's nice.
Okay. Well, down over here in the wow, okay. I was like, Wardy, are you denying me this again? Down here in the bottom left-hand side of the map, we have the yellow Protoss player from Team Liquid. He is Mana. Absolute god. He's been playing StarCraft 2 in pro tournaments for over 13 years now. Isn't that crazy?
13? It's been 13 years?
Over 13. Goes back to Brood War.
Oh, I thought you said StarCraft 2.
No, I said StarCraft.
Ah,
I thought I said
Mana was Mana played Brood War. Mana was good at Brood War. I don't quite remember.
He played in CSL 2 and everything.
Ah, yeah.
Even listed as a notable participant back in 2017.
Incredible.
Or sorry, 2007.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it. I mean, he's been consistently good too through such a long time, right? Like it's whenever you write him off as an underdog that he shows up and he's like, no, actually, I'm still really good. He might be the player that's done that.
Yeah. I said that's when he makes his run to the finals. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's usually when he goes to the finals, is when everyone underlooks him. I mean, he is a very strong tournament performer. I think like his experience speaks to that. He's one of the best at preparing, I think, and he's one of the best at playing the opponent and trying to be tricky. And that's something that we are also trying to take into account here. We were not expecting, honestly, the Stargate. We were thinking that most likely it was going to be the Adept openers, but I mean, Ricky is pretty good. SortOf is pretty good at kind of just knowing what's going on.
Okay. Well, Oracle's going to be chrono boosted on out. It is just that Adept and Stalker opening there with a second Adept following things up eventually, but after Mana gets a scat out on that third base, he's going to go ahead and retreat on home.
There are no spores yet.
Spores? Oh yeah, that is certainly going to be a bit of a problem. There's also queens.
There's one. Where's the spore going down?
Main base.
Okay, that's good because that's where the Oracle is headed at the moment. So nice job by Ricky picking the right location here for the first pour. And the thing with Mana's opening and why it's so tricky is because usually when you go for a Stargate, you don't go for Stalker. But Mana is one of the very few players that will do that, just to be extra tricky, right? Because oftentimes when you go Stargate, you will have a Phoenix, so the Stalker kind of overlaps in purpose. But the Stalker, what it does is it denies the scouting. So usually it's a Stalker to deny the scouting of the Templar Archives, because if you have a Starport, you're gonna make the Phoenix. So very, very tricky, but Ricky is ready for the tricky.
All right. Yeah, gets a little bit lucky there with the Oracle moving to the one location that the Spore Crawler is at. Doesn't just instant lose the game there. That's very, very good. And we are going to see Twilight Council and stuff following up. This is going to turn into just like the standard, typical Protoss style, where you get up 2 to 3 Oracles, you move around the map with them. Twilight Council and all the other gateway tech is going to come out behind it, though.
Yeah, 2 Adepts actually splitting off onto the third as well, and 2 into the main. This is really annoying to deal with. So SortOf will have to do a good job of splitting, but has already lost 6 workers. Of course, these Adepts can't be microed all the time because the other ones are being looked at. So 7 workers altogether go down. Traded for 4 Adepts, not the end of the world.
Yeah, the other 2 Adepts, I think, also get out of there. So just only 2 of them falling. Well, honestly, a really, really good pickoffs there for Mana. And now there's going to be a Nidus Storm coming on out. Does Mana have any idea? I'm pretty sure the Nidus Storm came down after he left, so he's not going to have any vision of that. And the Oracles, where they are, how much energy they have, the vision around Mana's base, this is all going to be extremely important. But I also want to keep an eye out on that Phoenix, because where is the... Okay, the Phoenix is in the center. I think it's actually pushed back most of the Overlords, and it finds the Overseer.
Yeah, that is huge, because Mana's gonna rely potentially on DTs for a defense here, though the Dark Shrine is just started, so hopefully SortOf is able to capitalize before that happens.
Yeah, Nidus Storm just comes down right at the front. Not gonna try and do any sneaky ones behind the main base or anything. Shield Battery is also available and can definitely overcharge. Phoenix, didn't actually get the pick off on the Overseer, so the Overseer might be able to get close enough over to the main base to throw down another Nidus there. The Phoenix misses out. Oh, Mana's busy trying to micro on the defense.
Yeah, the Nexus is exposed here, but not any probes have been saturated onto. I like the split from Ricky here. It's very, very good. Sieging the wall and the third at the same time. This Overseer, like you said though, Ravi, I would have loved for another Nidus up in the main there. Oh, the Oracles actually are killing the Roaches up at the top. So SortOf needs to pay attention to those, ideally, because that's the most value they're going to get otherwise.
Worth noting, Cybercore goes down, and one of the gateways went down. There's only 2 gateways left over, and another one of the gateways is very vulnerable at that front line. So more gateways and the Cybercore are being rebuilt over in the main base, but Mana's production isn't exactly astounding right now. He's really relying on the fact that these Immortals can get a lot of value. And back into the Nidus Storm SortOf goes. Get some creep tumors down, but they actually get Revelation. And, I mean, there's no other way to get up another Nidus Storm, right? The Overseer got picked off by the Phoenix finally. SortOf is just forced back.
Yeah, and I don't mind that at all, actually, because Mana has to now remake a third, so he's reset on those fronts. SortOf gets away with all of his army intact. Mana also has to remake the Cybercore in order to get more tech out. So that's been remade in the main, and that's pretty good news for us, I would say. I like it.
Yeah, definitely something that got a good bit of damage done there. We'll see how Mana decides to follow this up, because there's always like the 2 different trains of thought here. Is that, okay, well, let me just grab my third, make sure I defend it properly and stay a little bit safer. But you've also made a big army, and you made all these big daddy Immortals, got a lot of Sentry energy available. Mana's going to go for the push out and see what he can get done over here.
Yeah, that's the train. That's the literal train of thought. That's the Immortal train. And it's coming for SortOf as he is trying to take a fourth. He's going to want to cancel that. No, stop! Okay, the Zealots are kind and block the hatchery before it can get denied or killed even.
Big loss of 300 resources over there. Revelation on the entire army is a really, really nice spotter there for Mana. We'll see what he does with that. He might continue to throw down Revelations to clean up some of the creep spread as well. Yeah, he's going to actually get another Revelation on the army and also kills off some creep tumors there. Active one, at least.
Yeah, things are looking pretty good on defense for SortOf, and this is where he starts thriving. Normally, the way to defeat SortOf, I mean, actually, I'm not going to say what the way I think to defeat SortOf is. I think most players are aware he's a very methodical player, so you really have to mess with his plan. And this is why it's so important that he is now willing to be proactive, right? And willing to do moves like that Nidus. I love that. And not just that, but have thought through it and past it, right? Where he's okay just taking a base and pulling back into his comfort zone. This is exactly what I think he needs to incorporate more and more of into his play. And he's already been doing so because he's been training in Korea for so long, and for the Chinese team league as well, where you know the role is pretty similar as in this one.
DTs are going to be able to clean up a lot of this army until the Overseer arrives, but the Oracle's still working away at the rest of this army. There's another knife that went up in the main base. There's the DT's going to start working on it.
Oh,
To kill it off. No, maybe not.
the Nidus in the main will also go down, so let's see what happens there, as there is a lot unloaded on the side of SortOf, and this is looking pretty good. I mean, 92 army supply right now on the side of SortOf.
Yeah, this is definitely getting very dicey right now for Mana. It's going to be a very messy cleanup over here because, oh, he's going to try and force field the units away from the Nidus at first, using some storms as well. He does clean up quite a few units there, but obviously he's going to be losing a lot. He kept the Temple Archives alive, but is losing a lot of units at the front.
Run, you fools! No! Okay, well, that was a kind of heavy taxation for not much of anything there, but 18 probes have gone down behind this. So this was a successful attack, all in all, on the side of SortOf, who's still being annoying with those Niduses all over the place too.
Yeah, DTs can be really, really nice for helping to defend against them just because they do so much damage, and it's a low supply a cost to actually just leave around and say like the main base or something, getting ready to snipe things off. And that Phoenix is finally going to work away at that Overseer. There's actually only one Overseer left out on the map right now, so if Mana mixes in a few more, could actually start pushing this army even further back right now.
Yeah, but SortOf very much playing by one of the oldest philosophies in StarCraft. When you're ahead, get more ahead, invented by Artosis. It's not always true, I will say, but it's often true, and it's holding true for SortOf right now.
Yeah, Baneling Nest is being added on. He's getting a +1 melee now. Looks like Mana is going to try and get some counter damage done. And there's going to be a bit of a question of whether or not SortOf feels like he has an opportunity to go for another attack if he's going to be in position. Oracle spot some of the Lings moving out, but I think that most of the Roaches are still back at home.
Yeah, SortOf behind this, he droned up. Oh, beautiful run by. He's gonna find this base. If he can pick up the probe as well, but no, he will just have to run away, and this is maybe the better choice, as he would have lost. Perhaps
10 workers killed, definitely not too shabby. Mana taking a worker lead now, using High Templars with the War Prism to kill Lings, and then Storm again. Oh my god. So,
oh, that was bad. Yeah, that was not cool.
it was great actually, Cats. I think it was great.
No, I think it was you know, bad. And now we have SortOf just remaking drones, so back to 70 he will go. We still have pretty good creep spread coverage here, and I think things are still looking pretty good for the Swede. Maybe Mana definitely has a chance in this one though, Ravi, I won't lie.
Yeah, I think absolutely. When you start getting some of the tools that both these players have, the micro potential here, definitely a lot that's going to be happening. Mono is unloading the High Templars just to check to see how much energy all of them had.
These oracles.
These oracles, how many kills do they have? Can we get a...
I'm just clicking them too. One has 5 and the other one has 6.
Okay.
I would have thought more, but those are all Roaches and Ravagers, so...
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's a lot of expensive units they've been killing, and killing a few more drones over here. I mean, once again, Mana might actually get close to the lead.
I want that Oracle to die so bad.
I wanted to survive so bad.
Interesting.
Well, the commentators stop being so biased. My god.
Yeah, I love that we can just be biased.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always been biased, but now I can outwardly do it.
Yeah, exactly. Same.
All right, we have a big army moving on in over to this location. Mana has a lot of his army that's actually in the center of the map. He's going to be trying to come in from the backside, catching a lot of the Banelings that are morphing. Oh my god, that's actually massive. But the Banelings finish, and they manage to connect with a lot of the sentries here.
Yeah, but none of the... Oh, the Templar! Nice! That last Baneling, he was a hero. He killed like 3 Templars on his own, or with the help of his Deceased brothers, and this will kind of potentially stabilize sort of, but these oracles have just been the devil through and through this entire game. Jeez.
They killed so many Ravagers this game. They're gonna kill some more. I think he might finally end up losing one. No, the Phoenix comes in.
Oh.
Pick up the Queen. He loses one Oracle, but Mana, he's pushing forward. The Corrosive Bombs are used not on the War Prism, but just to try and zone back the army with that round of Zealot Warfare. That's gonna seal the deal. Mana closes it out for the boom. Oh,
Lucky.
my man. Mana.
Mana. Yeah. Good job, Ravi.
No, thank you. You know, I have to say, this is something that's very important to always mention every time my team wins, is that my team is winning in spite of me. So I don't get the good job. My players did a phenomenal job preparing. And honestly, Cats, nicely done. I really do hope that you do better in the rest of the season and the rest of your matches today. That's actually it for my team. So go check out the YouTube trailer that I made for the hype video for my team during the break. But we are going to be heading to a short break before we move into the next series. Thank you guys so much for watching the War Chest Team League. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Welcome back to the War Chest Team League. I am now joined by my good friend and strong enemy as well. Wow, flexing right there. It is the Tank Toppers, Nathaniel.
What it do? What it do, Paolo?
I love that tank top. Where'd you get it?
Thank you. This one, you know what?
Yeah.
This I think they just came out with the Pokemon Summer Collection. I did not get the Lapras inflatable for the pool, since I don't know, if the pool's gonna be open still for a while, but it's a good collection. I had
It
two.
looks
Actually
like it,
yeah. I got my Pikachu sunglasses tank top with a little mojito right there. Pikachu
Oh,
drinks mojitos
nice.
like me. What can I say?
That's awesome.
Yeah, he's got good taste.
How do you know it's a mojito?
It's just it's like a tank top resonance type thing. You know what I mean? It's like when you're on the same frequency.
I
You just
don't
kinda
know.
get it.
It doesn't look like it's a mojito, like usually like a taller glass. Like that one seems to have
it
a round.
It doesn't need to be
Okay.
that tall, cats. Doesn't need to
Okay.
be that tall. You'll notice that we've got a little bit of that bit of a theme. I did try to pick some short players so that I wouldn't feel alone going into this match. And, speaking of good short StarCraft players, I don't know if he's got a mojito on him, but Maru to start our series has me very excited.
That's
I
gonna be
did
great.
message him. I did message him and told him that I have requested if he cannot prove to us that he's wearing a tank top while he plays his match, he may have to give his prize money to the teammates. So I'm assuming everybody's in full gear. I sent them all some nice, wonderful stunner shades. So hopefully at some point we'll be able to get some proof of that. Man, we got up early for this though. What a day of games it's been, huh?
Yeah. It's been I mean, I just lost, so I'm not too happy. But yeah, the first match is gonna be actually Maru versus Stats, so I'm pretty excited for that. It doesn't get more exciting than that.
Yeah. I feel like people underestimate a lot of what Protoss can do in best of one situations. I was like, I don't know. When I looked at Fear Dragon's team, I was like, I can see how you win, right? Especially if the Protoss players have different styles. Like, I love watching Astrea play, and yeah. Well, hopefully your players are demoralized a little bit now. That's gonna make it a little easier for me. When I posted good morning, when I woke up at 4:30 and posted in our Discord, I'm like, good morning everyone, let's have a good day of games. And then Maru just replied, good morning. I'm like, all right, this is it. He must be in the zone, right? Unstoppable.
Yeah, and I am sorry, I was a little bit slow to the server, but I am here now, so hopefully we can load in and get started here pretty soon, Nate.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I think we're pretty demoralized right now. We need something to pick us up because yeah, the chat, it started pretty active on Discord. Now it's like people are like, it's okay, we can win, like we can do it. It's doable, but it's like people are not crushed. They're not done.
Not yet.
That was a tough loss.
Yeah, well,
Not yet.
I wish you the best of luck as we start this. I'll do my fake Real Sports handshake over the camera, and we load in to Death Aura for game number 1. I'm pretty excited about this. I can't say I've actually, outside of this whole tournament, I can't say I've actually been in a game with Maru that many times. So it's also a nice little fanboy moment for me.
Yeah, he's actually one of the players that will almost not participate in a lot of the smaller cups compared to pretty much just everyone, right? He's probably the least participating pro gamer in terms of the smaller tournaments and cups. He only does the big stuff. But his big opponent in front of him in the top left-hand side, it's Stats.
And representing the greatest team competing in the entire War Chest Team League, in the bottom right, the Teal Terran Tank Topper, it's Maru.
Also playing for the Tank Toppers too.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Is he
So
all-
I actually legal-lacked this one because I was wondering about our chances, just like statistically speaking. I legal-lacked this one, Nate. It's split down the middle. 49% for Stats, 51% for Maru.
I love it.
Yeah, I like
Love
it
it.
because, on paper, I look at our matchup and I think, okay, if Stats wins, I think we're going to win 3-1. If Stats loses, we potentially have an ace match, which could be very well the same match. So I have to win 1 out of 2 coin flips is how I'm looking at this in order to defeat you. It shouldn't be too hard.
Well, I've got a lot of faith in my boys. I'll tell you what. My favorite thing is, you know, it turns out most of the Korean players didn't have Discord installed before they had to play in this tournament. But they were like, hey, you kind of have to talk to your team captains. Well, my favorite thing about that is I've seen it. The is playing StarCraft 2 has been on these boys' status for basically the entire last week since we got them all in there. And I'm feeling pretty confident. I've been seeing SOS put in a stupid amount of hours.
That's scary.
As much as I would normally, assuming that I wasn't the captain of this team, I would probably agree with you that if Maru loses this, it's gonna be very hard for the team to come back against you. But since it is my team, I'm just gonna say F that. We're about to clap your cheeks and prepare for a brutal 3-0 again, Cats.
Do you say
birthed me while I was a baby, but my team's gonna send you to a retirement home.
I did burp you when you were a baby. All right. Well, Stats is being sneaky here with his probe. Hopefully, gonna find himself a nice opening at some point soon. Do you notice anything different out of this game that has transpired so far, Nate?
No, this looks like a pretty vanilla TVP, right? The fast cybercore stuff, super normal. He's got his pro run around. Nothing super aggressive. Out of stats, it's pretty normal to send this Adept up first. I like that Maru takes the high ground on this ramp because he recognizes the Adept's usually gonna try to poke him from that far, but he can't really get the delay on the command center anymore. And the only question I had was if he was going to proxy the starport, which he is. That SCV was kind of sharking around a little bit. So my guess is he's going to do the Hellion thing that everybody talks about. I think you guys were doing some great Artosis impressions earlier. How do people keep getting away with it? That's cute though. The Adept Vision, you know, looks like your boy Stats. He's got a little bit of mojo, Cats. I'll give him some
most
credit.
Definitely. I mean, if we look at Aligulak, he's one of the very few players up there with, I think, Raynor, and there's just like 2 or 3 players that have a double arrow app, or at least did up until recently, you know, like that means they've been just winning everything. So Stats is one of those players, and I mean, that's why it shows an even match against Maru, who's, you know, maybe the best Terran in the world.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who make very good arguments for that. He certainly has a very good repertoire for success. And I was telling him, I said, Maru, look, man, you don't need to be the best Terran in the world for this whole entire tournament. You just need to be the best Terran in the world for the one map I send you on. Okay. then you know, man, if you want to go.
What did he say to that, Nate? I'm very curious now.
He didn't reply. Turns out he's a man of very few words other than good morning, which I take to mean I'm going to curb stomp you into the ground.
Right.
All right, so there's the Hellion drop. I think this is like TVP 101 now. Doesn't float the starport back, just gets the tech lab. So let's see what he can get done. This pylon actually is going to tip him off.
Why is there an opening there? I mean, those stalkers should have moved. Oh, I guess the potential for Maru to go into the natural is what Stats was looking to avoid, and actually starts attacking one of his assimilators for a long while. So these Hellions go unpunished.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm feeling pretty good, Cats. I mean, you had, what you told me you ordered tacos for breakfast? Well, it looks like I'm having the 7 a.m. or the 8 a.m. barbecue over here. Robot barbecue, so I'll probably still break my teeth on it, but it's a moral victory.
Yeah, I mean that was at least one stalker had to go and plug that gap, I feel like. So Stats being a little bit juked there by Maru, who fakes going to the natural very quickly, right? Like he moves the Hellions to the side and then back into the main, kind of like you see happen in football soccer, right? Like where you go to one side and then your hip is kind of broken. That's kind of what happened to.
Oh, he broke his ankles.
Yeah. There, yeah.
Oh, for sure, 100%. And he went full Allen Iverson on him.
Yeah.
He's already got a bunker in the main and the natural. This is like the #1 thing though for Stats, I think, to possibly try and get this game back to equilibrium. Since Maru's ahead on workers, it's a really nice economic advantage for my boy. But obviously the stalkers are going to say, hey, you can't mine out of your main base for a little bit. He really wants him to unsiege the tank and try to inch forward, but instead Maru kind of patiently waits, does the smart thing, gets his second tank out to cover and zone away the gas. He's feeling comfortable. He can afford to put a little bit of that mining time away as long as he's got that worker lead. And since there's no third from Stats, there's no risk of the economy spiraling out of control against Maru either.
Yeah, I mean, if he's pretty confident, he is Maru, so I'm not sure if he's ever not confident. But he can't. I mean, 2 gases picked off, right? Like he had to remake the gases. He really can't produce much of anything at this point. Very low gas income until he stabilizes, and Stats picks off another tank. Beautiful play here from Stats.
Definitely a little bit of a slip up there. One of the hardest things about this map is there's not really anywhere you can tuck that third command center. except for that north part of the main where the stalkers are. So that's a little bit complicated, but hey, we got the cloak banshees clapping back on the other side of the mineral line. I'm seeing probes dying in droves, cats. 39 workers for you, boy. Not feeling too well, especially on 2 bases. He is getting the third, but he might find himself riding the struggle bus pretty soon with this much economic damage. 20 probes, my man.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for Stats here, who snipes the further away Banshee. Another one survives, the one with the most energy on the side of Maru. There is a little bit of potential for counter aggression in the War Person, but I'm not sure that he's going to look to capitalize just yet. I mean, this was obviously terrible for us.
I agree.
Yeah. What is there to say, Nate? How do they come?
Okay, well, I mean, if you think about it, right? If I was to try to criticize the godlike player that Maru is, I would say that tech-wise, he's not really close to being able to leave his base. This is obviously the most defensive setup he could be in. But like, we don't even have Stim started. He has +1 started first. So can he really go out and do anything and actually try to kill Stats? No. So he's basically just going to beat the crap out of Stats economically and then hope that Stats doesn't make a big play really before he gets his Stim up and can just kind of bowl through this. But I mean, he's bringing a War Prism with a Colossus and a bunch of Stalkers. He's basically doing Stalker Colossus in the main base is what he's going to try to do.
Oh, but this turn's going to finish right on time, and that's the worst possible timing for Stats, who has to pick up and go back.
2 more Banshees. Oof.
I mean, Nate, this is just horrible, right? How many kills do those Banshees have? I mean, one of them died. The one that survived had 11. The one that died probably had another 11, so...
Not
7
bad
on
for
the
a
newer
washed
one.
up GSL champion, huh?
Yeah, for a back-to-back-to-back champion.
Not bad at all. Well, it's important to clarify the washed up part if you read the Team Liquid comments. The Colossus range is finishing, so if he wants to do weird stuff with that prism, he could probably shave off workers from the end of the base? Maybe?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he can do at this point. I mean, he's gonna have to do some really weird stuff to get back, because I just don't see how he's gonna recover economically, right? He's the Protoss player, and he's lagging 14 probes to now a 3rd CCing Terran, who's in a wonderful defensive position.
Yeah, with this many siege tanks, the Colossus is not going to be able to do a whole lot. And since it's all ramps onto this 3rd base, there's not really a whole lot of positional abuse that can happen either. I think the biggest problem is that there's still Banshees at all the bases. So he actually can't really send everything across the map either, or the Banshees are just going to come start wrecking havoc in the mineral lines. But
yeah, indeed.
Is he just going to attack into this? Is this just desperation here?
Maybe. I mean, there's only just the one Banshee now, so at least the shield battery can deal with that. That's why the second wave... Oh no, there's a second one tucked away. But that's why the second wave and all the Banshees for Maru have been doing so well, is because they've been paired up together. Otherwise, the shield battery can really do a lot to mitigate damage. So not too worried about those right now.
Even with the shield battery overcharge, if you have the 2 Banshees attack at the same exact time, the damage all ticks at once, and even the super overcharged battery cannot save your probes. So that's a very good point to bring up. The Banshees have been a massive thorn in the side, but since they've been kind of limited to 1-1, it should be a little bit harder. But 2 medevac drop, like if he gets onto the probes with those Marines and Marauders while that Banshee comes in, then I'm feeling a little bit worried for him. He's going to get the shield battery first. Looks like it. Probes are on the run. There's the recall.
It's a quick one, but I mean, that concedes map control yet again. It looks like one of the Banshees died, so that's a good thing. If not both, actually, finally. But still, it's Stats that's lagging behind by 30 supply, a bunch of economy, not doing great on the army department, and not even ahead on upgrade. So it's really difficult to think of how he could possibly win this, to be honest.
So how do you feel about SortOf's play versus Mech?
that's a conversation we should be having right now, because I like what Stats is doing here. He's gonna move across the map and try to force some sort of weird base trade. Maybe with Disruptors, they can kind of act as Banelings. You know, you've ran armies into Banelings, Nate. Every Terran has.
Oh, I mean, I'm a professional at running my army into Banelings, cat.
Let's see if Maru does it.
That's what being a low GM Terran means. As that natural gets lifted up. But like, yeah, he's just going to reinforce this wall on the natural. I think it's going to be really hard for him to get through even with the Colossi. There's just so many Marauders in this force. And at the same time, the 3rd is dead. He did try to take another third base, but unless those disruptors somehow magically kill every single unit, I don't think it's going to be enough. Actually, he depowered the Robo, so he can't even build more disruptors.
Oh,
He's gonna
no,
get 2
yeah,
siege tanks, and that's about it there.
Yeah, there's 3 disruptors ready to flank, but there is like a billion siege tanks here, so I'm not sure how you're even get close enough to shoot and survive through the tank shots. I think Stats is gonna. I mean, yeah. I was gonna say pull back, but you know, to what at this point? I guess he is double expanding. I like this. He's
Hey,
not giving up. Oh!
all right,
We
all
need
right.
a few more of those. Okay.
Lightning strikes
Okay.
twice. Ay.
Third time's the charm. Let's use all of the sayings and see if if all of them stick at once. That's what we need right now.
I've got canned phrases everywhere. That's basically like, you know, that's the core of basically any normal American personality that's quoting movies. I've got you all day.
Good. All right, and Maru feeling confident enough actually to reclaim his low ground. Weird force field there.
So he actually has a unit, by the way, over by the southwest nexus. So he knows about that base. He is aware of it. I do believe that the disruptors are still alive. There's still 3 of them with the stalkers. But Maru wants to bring his whole, I think he just wants to bring the whole army back, make it whole again. And weirdly enough, this isn't the Protoss player. I'm going to be honest. This is not the Protoss player that I thought would force a situation like this, but there is definitely a little bit more possibility now on the table for stats. But he's got these kind of speed zones to reposition. Cats, I think you were actually talking about this on a cast recently, but
Yeah.
the disruptor shots actually get sped up by the zones.
They
too.
actually do. If
that's
Stats knows
bullshit.
that, I think he could measure it so that, you know, it's a little bit better than normal. Basically, it goes a little bit further back than you might think because it speeds up. So yeah, that's something that could have been abused there perhaps, but
Just
not gonna be the
needs to
case.
Get the tanks. Just need to get the tanks in position. As long as he, I don't know. I always get nervous when all the tanks are on siege.
Disruptors are powerful, man.
He's got to be careful, or I'm gonna write up a report on him. He's gonna get an angry text message from me about his siege tanks.
Yeah. I mean, this is looking pretty dire, but I agree with you. I mean, Stats really made the best out of the position that he was in. Hey, 2 of those siege tanks will get tipped by a disruptor shot, so that's not too bad. But now the bio is in the front and zoning out. Stats is gonna catch all of the SCVs, though. This is huge.
Ooh, that is a really good grab. That prism paying off in spades now. Chunk of the army does get separated. I'm kind of surprised he hasn't
Oh my
tried to
God.
send anything to the main base. He's basically allowed this game to be put into this weird standoff outside of the...
Oh my God. Can we
quote-unquote-
actually win this? Oh, there's raptor shot. Oh!
Well, that one
Wardy,
doesn't
don't
hit.
do this to me, man.
He's getting close to that Nexus, Cats. The Bio's going to try and pull the army over. The Zealots are getting killed, but there is a flank coming from the backside. He needs to target fire the siege tanks onto the Disruptors and Colossi.
It's
Stats
close.
doesn't have the surround.
Yeah, the last Colossus will fall, though, and with that is a lot of the damage. I can't see under the medivacs. I want to know what's happening. It looks like Stats is doing it.
He's getting a lot of work done. That one Disruptor is still alive, though. There's a lot of medivacs left, but not a whole lot of bio. Maru may have to retreat for a moment.
Back. Okay. This is pretty tense, actually.
What
I'm
the
not sure who's
hell is
ahead anymore.
going
Are we
on?
ahead?
I think you are. Well, Maru lost the 3rd CC on that big push. He's going to float his main out. I guess that's like, you know, that's how you abuse your Terran powers there. He doesn't
Do you
to
have
build
Terran
another
powers
one.
to abuse at this point? I feel like you're out.
Being able to, when the Terran biased guy is saying that our power is floating in command center, we might be boned.
It's not looking too hot, actually. I mean, but yeah, you're right. In this kind of scrappy situation, that's a base that you don't have to build, so it's not too bad at all. Stats will be aware of it, though. There
Losing
is
the
a warp prism.
SCVs, losing the SCVs that he pulled to come join that fight was
This is the
That-
Bruce Willis
that
of
really
Disruptors, and he's gonna get just the 3 SCVs.
which Bruce Willis is he? Is he climbing through the vents in Die Hard, or is he drilling a nuke into an asteroid?
Aren't they all
I
the
much
same? Bruce
prefer the
Willis,
latter.
isn't that his thing? Like,
He's just kind of saving the world. Yeah, that's a good point.
yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what to make of this game anymore, man. This is some crazy ish we got going on here. Like, he needs to get out on the map. It really is just mostly stalkers, but at the same time, the punishment has been absolutely brutal. I'm surprised he didn't try to get like liberators when that big attack was coming in, when he was trying to hold the main and the natural.
Yeah.
I don't know. But he's scared to move drops out too. We have really good. If I have to compliment stats, if I have to, he's got some pretty good vision on the map. So I think trying to get around would still be very risky. I cannot believe he tried to take that base and it actually worked.
I am so impressed at his recovery this game. I mean, he knew what fights he could take. He knew what fights he couldn't take. Made really the best possible decisions that he could have, I think, into that mid game, and it's not looking too bad. This disruptor is so important, though. It's the only one.
Yeah, and that's really the only AOE. Like, oh, those stalkers. Yeah, and that's the tricky part, right? He's getting punished there. He uses a big recall to escape.
Like yeah.
But that's the fear. I'm gonna say this though, Cats. As much as like getting this big unit count out is nice, that disruptor really is the linchpin for this, because he doesn't have anything other than that +1 attack. So Zealots.
Now he has. Now look though. You see that? You see the chunky boys?
Well, yeah, they're chunky, but I think the Zealots don't have that tank ability that you normally hope for in this type of situation, though.
Is that because of upgrades? Or?
Yeah, having the +1 attack for the bio with no Zealot armor is big. Also, finally splits his damn army. Thank you. He's got the Widow Mines to try and help trail the Zealots out, but without a big disruptor shot, clearing this out is still going to be difficult.
Force fields, hello? Okay, no, not the best force fields there.
He's got so many medevacs too. He can stim for days.
Yeah, and actually, if Maru catches, and he does catch wind of the other army of stats, so he's actually repositioning his army. They're kind of juking each other, Stats and Maru, with their secondary army, because if Maru actually joins that secondary army with this one, it could be lethal. But now Stats has spotted the secondary army of Maru and will choose to chase it out, but at the expense perhaps of not having enough here. There's that disruptor though flanking.
Ooh, picks up to avoid the disruptor shot. More Zealots do get warped into that mineral line. Medevac still have plenty of energy. He's continuing to pull his units back. I think the biggest thing you got to worry about is the tank. And that's enough. Maru breaks him. Tank top is grab game number 1.
Incredible.
I'm not surprised. I can't finish the rest of that quote, but Rotterdam probably did for me at his place.
All right, well, it was a great game. I gotta say, I'm pretty confident that in Stats victory, should it go to an ace match, and I think I'm just gonna send Stats, because you're just gonna send Maru, right? So,
oh, for the ace match?
Oh yeah. You know what? We're probably gonna win the next 3, but I'm gonna tell you right now, Nate. I'm gonna tell you. I just looked at it, and if there's an ace match, I think you're doomed.
This is my opportunity. This is my opportunity right here to show everybody why I did what I did. All right, Cats. The whole, at the core of any team like this, your first 2 picks have to be the players that you 100% believe are going to win their games. Yeah. And assuming that I believe in my first 2 picks, which are Maru and SOS, that means that my other 2 players should not be the obvious picks. They should be players that people are either going to have less experience against or provide value in some other way. So
sure.
I'm very interested to see how this next series goes, if not simply for the fact that we get to see a matchup that doesn't happen super often, and that I think could end up getting a little bit out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly could.
This one too. I'm just triple checking. I don't know if we're playing on West for the next one or not.
I think we have server advantage for this one. So this is one of the 2 coin flips that I won, the 2 out of 6. I mean, honestly, if I were to pick server advantage, it probably wouldn't be for this one, Nate. And Supernova,
all good.
He was one of the best at some point, right? Like he was the original TY basically for special. If you ask special, like 10 years ago, who is TY? Basically, Supernova was his TY back then. So he's definitely been around. He's definitely very, very powerful. But I think he hasn't been that competitive as of late, right? He's more of a streamer and an entertainer, and he's very fun to watch. But I mean, he's gonna have his work cut out for him, and with ping disadvantage. I don't see how you win this one, honestly.
Well, with the power of an army that does not need low ping to micro, I am willing to believe. This is my opportunity to. You see, one of the reasons, Cats, why I do such stupid, trash, garbage stuff in all of my own personal games is because it's not only a whole lot easier than trying to play like everybody else, but it is pretty humiliating to lose against it too. And I think if Supernova is able to pick up this one, as unlikely as it may seem to some of you out there, this is going to be the kind of, mental state shattering stuff that we need to guarantee the 4-0.
It would be. I would say that would be pretty mind shattering. And I hope that Supernova takes some games, but it's not going to be today. It's just not going to be. So
let's see.
So I think we're loading into the map, and SortOf has played in the Korea ladder. He has played Supernova a few times, a bunch of times. He has never lost to him.
All right.
And
I'm
spawning.
excited to see it.
And spawning in the top right hand side. It is for SortOf Seoul Korea. SortOf. Also representing Cosmos.
Hell yeah. In the bottom left, representing this unknown team I've never heard of, Root Gaming, we have the Teal Terran Tank Topper Supernova.
Youngjing, he's a wonderful person. Yeah, so I'm so sad for him, honestly, that he's gonna get crushed here.
Well, when looking through the game plan, I'm going to assume that you would have assumed that this would be the map I would put for Supernova. As the mech player, Ice and Chrome obviously is going to be the most busted in the map pool for mech builds. And I did tell him that if he, for whatever reason, doesn't feel confident, that he could always just drag the game out to be about an hour and a half so that everybody else gets tired. I told Maru to stay up very late so that he would wake up very late and not be tired.
What did he say to that?
He didn't reply. I kind of just posted a lot of stuff in our Discord just so that I could have screenshot material more than anything. Although back to your earlier comment, Maru did suggest that we have Hero Marine be the ace player. So I wouldn't,
Nice.
It's possible
Was that
that
after
those two have been mind melding.
Was there after a significant event? Did Hero Marine do something?
I don't know. Maybe they were playing some 2v2s. Maybe he supply dropped his depot for him. I'm not sure, but it appears that we've already got some camaraderie on the team. Everybody is synchronizing well, and I'm excited to see what these guys are able to bring out. I will say, Supernova is somebody who does play that predictable style, right? But the way that I see it, he has practiced that one kick a billion times, and with the stakes up at this point, I actually did get a reply from Supernova after we had a good chat about how I was like, look, man, people don't expect you to pick up the wins. Just bring your A game. Everyone's gonna underestimate you, and just do your best. And that's a little bit of what I'm relying on. I don't expect SortOf to be taking this single map as seriously, because I think he's got the same thing in his head as everybody else, that Supernova doesn't have what it takes. But I've seen Supernova clap stats. I've seen him clap Sue on the Korean ladder. I watch his stream all the time. He beats top level Koreans every single day. Does he do as well in the tournaments? No, but it's a best of one. It's
Does he do as well in the ladder? No, but yeah, I'm with you on that, because again, Supernova was one of the best Terrans in the world at one point. That he was very creative. He was very good at understanding the game. I mean, obviously, right, judging from his style and just the way that he tends to innovate in this game. So I'm with you there. I really think players like Supernova can kind of rise to the occasion and rise to the opponent and play better than their norm in situations that warrant it. Maybe not constantly while commentating and on stream, but yeah, I could certainly see him grow against bigger, stronger players.
Yeah. I was also just hoping that being able to get into this tournament would give a little bit of that extra kick for him to want to be as sharp as possible for this match. So I do expect him to play above average for his own standard here as well.
And I agree with you. Yeah,
as far as good players go that I think can deal with ping, having a Korean player who can play mech, right? Obviously, if we lose the coin flip like we did, I'll be honest with you. If Hero Marine was out playing against with this type of like ping disadvantage, I would be like, well, if you're trying to play bio against a Zerg with off a coin flip loss, like you're probably screwed, right? So
it's hard, yeah.
Let's see what he can get done. There's that Spire.
Yeah, he is starting Cloak, so the Spire is pretty good. Pretty good response here on the side of SortOf, who doesn't manage to actually wall off in time. The Hellions will get through, but still there is enough circlings back there that there will not be too much damage caused, though the Hellions slip through. Oh, nice! Evo Chamber on the side of SortOf. will kind of save his mineral line for now. Can he replicate that in the main base?
Ooh, that's a good scout on the Spire. Halfway done. He at least knows that it's coming. Can hopefully make an adjustment to deal with that while he gets himself a little tasty drone barbecue.
Yeah.
Not going to say it was the most worth of all time, but at the very least, he's not going to be caught off guard.
From the kids menu. From the kids menu.
From the kids menu. That 4 chicken McNugget life.
Yeah.
The four nuggets in the 7 French fries with your little. I guess it would be like a little siege tank toy if we're staying in universe.
Yes, indeed. Though you didn't get the fries either, so just got the nuggets.
Oh, you just got that. Oh, you got the
okay.
apple slices as your side. Is that
now you
you the
got 'em,
apple
yeah.
slice guy, Cats?
No, hell no. No, I would get the fries. I was just saying the Hellions didn't. They forgot
Oh
to pick
yeah,
them up.
no, you're right. All they got was they just got the 4 nuggets. Man, that's the most depressing StarCraft analogy I've ever heard in my entire life.
All right, well, this Banshee is doing a little bit too much. 12 workers, 13 actually falling on the side of SortOf. So not looking too hot, quite honestly. He's actually lagging behind in the worker department against a meching Terran. I mean, if you want a strong start, that Banshee certainly accomplished that with the Hellions.
Yeah, and he's trying to get some preemptive turrets out. Widowmine Splash actually hurts the Hellions. This is one of those things that gets really tricky, and I would be nervous if the Mutalisks were already out. He's only just starting 4 of them, so it shouldn't be impossible to secure this third, but this is probably the most tense moment right now for Supernova. Getting that third up with a turret is super important, because otherwise, well, you know what happens. He's just going to get bonged around, and if the muta count gets high enough, Cyclones are never going to secure his third for him when there's still Zerglings too.
Yeah, but one thing to keep into account is that this was basically a 2-base muta opening. Like, there is a very late third, of course, but there is a lot of commitment on the side of SortOf to getting the mutas this early, and this is one of the most standard CVT openers right now. But I think it thrives with, or against Bio, it thrives against battle cruiser openings, which is something that we might have expected of a Supernova as well, right? But not so much against Cyclones, because these mutas are not gonna find any damage in so long as the Cyclones are in position at all.
Yeah, in low numbers, Cyclones will absolutely trounce the Mutalisks. I think you really kind of have to go, oh, the Widow Mine. There you go.
Widow Mines, actually, yeah, pretty nasty.
Some 300 IQ, I play mech every single game stuff right there. So what do we have? That's 2 of the Mutalisks dead already at 7 minutes. Is pretty good from my boy Supernova. He's got the 1-1 starting, Mag, Field, Blue Flame. I think the biggest thing I usually worry about in this type of situation, and tell me if you agree or not, I'll go a little normal caster here, is I feel like a lot of players, once they force out enough of those Cyclones and Hellions, that they go for that big Ling Bane smash on the third, that there's not enough to stop Massling. But he's getting siege tanks already, and I really like that.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, he's gonna play his own style, and that's gonna complicate things, especially for players like SortOf who want to play their own style and want to be in their comfort zone and kind of don't usually want to get messed up too much as far as their plan is regarded, right? So I really like any mix-ups that work and that make sense, and Supernova is obviously always gonna make sense.
Yeah, a very, very straightforward situation, and especially once you get this third base like actually set up, and he's starting to add the extra command centers. He's got one going up in the natural, and I think he's got an extra one building in the main base. If he can hold on and get any momentum, like I usually think one of the best things about this style from Zerg is that if you get enough mutas, like you just can't really go out on the map at all anymore until you have like, you know, you can kind of suicide Hellions, but
why don't Terrans do this? Why don't? Yeah, exactly. Like
I do it because I watch Supernova's stream, Paolo.
Yeah, like I was actually talking to Sol, and I was like when he was playing Zerg and he was going mines, I was encouraging that he would burrow random mines. They're just so very strong, especially against Mutilating Bane, but Terrans don't tend to do that as often for some reason. It's kind of like the same deal with Burrow and Zerg. I feel like Burrow in general and the invisibility of those 2 units are kind of underused.
Yeah, I think the other thing that people don't take into account as well when you're going up against any sort of Cyclone-based play is that it's very easy to target down that Overseer behind the mutas, even if the mutas get away, and then those mines still become even more of a pain in the ass down the line. Gets a little bit of a delay here on this 4th base, but not really that critical Mutalist count just yet. But we have Thors on the way, and not really a scary number of roaches. I feel pretty good about this one, Cat.
Yeah, very nice positioning though from SortOf, using all of the high grounds to try and clamp up his mutas before attacking and evading shots up until the very last moment. forcing a scan there from Supernova. And I mean, this style is not too bad on the side of SortOf for what Supernova is doing, in so long as Supernova continues to venture out on the map. Now, the good thing about this matchup, because I've been a little bit grim in describing the situation for SortOf, and it was a rough start of this game, but the good thing for him is that he's also a late game expert. Oh, this Banelings though. Did not do their job.
I mean, even keeping that one tank alive is pretty nice. Losing the barracks is always awkward because if he tries to add extra orbitals at some point, that'll hurt. But between you and me, I wouldn't mind if you just started slamming planetaries all over the map to cut off all these points of access. And then, well, let's be honest, if he doesn't get into like a lot of Vipers or Lurkers or Infestors, once he gets like 10 Thors, this game is over. He's just gonna walk across the map and kill him.
That is quite likely. There is an infestation pit on the way, but not nearly done. And yeah, the Thors just attack moving through the map could be terrible for us. I mean, Banelings could have something to do and something to say about the army composition in general, because there's not that many tanks. So it's very likely that a lot of the Banelings connect if they are made. And there they are.
Yeah, he's gonna add drilling claws too, so really keying in on having those mines everywhere. I'd like to see him try and clean and like kind of zone these areas a bit more, but good cleanups by the Mutalisk. He does have a lot of Banelings, but Big Daddy Thor, he's there, he's ready to play. You got no Carapace too. When that +2 finishes, these Thors are gonna really rip those Mutas apart.
Oh, really? How is I guess that would make a lot of sense, right? The splash damage onto.
Yeah, well, with the +2, they start to one-shot the Mutas since he doesn't have Carapace.
11 workers going down on the side of Supernova. Once again, I gotta say, right, and this is where SortOf can edge out those advantages, that ability to be more everywhere than Supernova is at this point, right? Like that is the mark of pro gamers this day. To like unequivocally, they have to be extremely fast. They have to be everywhere. They cannot be slouches, and 19 workers, it's gonna net him.
Yeah, oh, the Mutas are gonna eat some shots from the Thors over here, but he's trying to open up some space to try and push into the third at the same time. The tanks are still there, a Liberator siege is up, and some SCVs are gonna go down while the Hellions try to catch the Ravagers on the way out, but all of the Mutalisks get completely cleaned up, and we have a not insignificant number of Roachling being added, but a hold there from Supernova. Still 56 SCVs.
Yeah, that looks pretty good for Supernova, quite honestly. I mean, he holds to the core of his army, the more complex units. He has Liberator, Mine, Thor tank, good upgrades. This looks pretty good. There's a timing, I think, if he chooses to unsiege soon and move across the map, where SortOf is going to be pretty weak. There is Infestors in production, but there is no Neural Parasite yet, obviously. And you know, the Thors, I think, are going to reign supreme here. It looks very difficult. SortOf's going to need to find some openings on the other side of the map. I don't think he can engage this head on.
It's going to be very difficult, but it is also going to depend on him having those units in place. The Widowmines are going to get in position. He does have the Liberators, but if the Banelings don't get onto the core of the army and everything is allowed to siege, it will be very difficult to dislodge this force from the outside of SortOf's base.
Those Banelings getting hit first. They really want to connect onto the clump of tanks and Thors. At this point, don't pull back! Just connect them at that point, right? Like, you can't pull back from that many units, especially with siege tanks. Those Banelings are always gonna die, so he could have definitely done a little bit more damage. Now on the retreat is Supernova, so SortOf maybe could get a little bit more. Key that the Liberators got picked off right away, right?
Yeah, it's unfortunate position that he went for, too. I mean, I get the idea that he kind of wanted to try and bring it to the main, to get as close to the direct part as possible, but there are some expansions that have been set up for SortOf. Pushing on the outside can work a little bit, but not going to take that chance just yet. And, well, once Neural Parasite comes out, it turns into a whole different ball game. If he gets Burrow, he already has Burrow, actually, so that's going to become an increasingly difficult problem to deal with. It needs to get Fusion Core, I think, for Liberator range.
Yeah, I would really like to see, as soon as Burrow comes up, I feel like every base should have a Circling Burrow on it. And that's another one of the things that I don't see like pros do really these days almost at all, but I expect that it will start happening because it's just a little bit too good. And this Planetary Fortress, oh, come on! Okay, will go down.
All right, I'll give you that one. That's a good grab. Those Ravagers are putting in a lot of overtime right now, Paolo, and of course we know they can deal with the Liberators too in those situations. I mean, delaying Supernova's economy this heavily is going to give him enough time to get whatever army he wants for the quote-unquote final fight if Supernova is able to max out. So really good engagement earlier by SortOf, able to bring him back into this one.
Yeah, and that was, I mean, that was off the back of throwing a lot of mutas in the main for economy, and on the back of using a lot of his army in the front with Supernova keeping most of his. So that meant SortOf basically forced the push out of Supernova, because economically Supernova was too far behind to I think, you know, just sit back and chill. And was able to hold just barely, and that's, you know, that's a wonderful position now for SortOf, who doubles the drone count.
Yeah, the mobility of the Ravagers combined with the utility of those infestors, fungal growth obviously for limiting the repositioning capabilities, but also neuroparasite if he can get to it. Oh, walking into this is I think it'll be a little bit of a mistake though. That's a whole lot of Terran mech to punch into with a planetary fortress cap. Siege takes laying waste to the Ravagers.
Yeah, I didn't like that at all, actually. If you look at the setup here for Supernova, there is no turret even. So if those infestors are burrowed and they just grab the 2 Thors and the tank as that attack happens, it's so much better than fungling like 5 units, right? Like fungling 5 mech units that have like infinite HP and can't move anyway. I think is Neuroparasite available?
Yeah, he has it. He has Neuro, he has Pathogen, he has Burrow.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, even just for not competing for space with his roaches, for giving the army more of a concave. Am I lagging? Is it lagging? Did it lag?
It looks good to me. No, I don't see any lag in the game.
I lagged for a second there. That happens like once every few games. Okay, so yeah, I think he could have maybe ended the game there, if not at least taken that base and the army down with some Neuroparasites instead.
Yeah, he's done a good job with the Hellion run bys too. He's been throwing them all over the place. If I had a criticism to make, Supernova, where is your transformation servos?
The student becomes the master. Ooh. Okay.
Well, at least they soak a few more of the banelings before they die there. Maybe.
Yeah. All right. So, I mean, things are looking really, really good for SortOf now. He has definitely stabilized. Supernova not out of it, though. He has 5 bases and still working off of mech. It is something that he can definitely make work. SortOf now going for 3/3 upgrades. And air attacks is actually on the way for Supernova. What's that about?
So I think he just wants to get it for the Liberator damage. I don't think anybody who plays these types of styles knows you don't try to build battle cruisers in the late game.
Yeah.
You know, for all the jokes people make about, oh, it comes in the first 3 minutes. I'm like, yeah, the first 3 minutes of the game is the only time a battle cruiser is fucking useful against Zerg.
Yeah. And okay, now there is a turret, because I was about to get pissed off if there was no turret again and it wasn't abused. But now it shows there is a turret. I don't know how much.
Just don't move into that, sort of.
Yeah, do not. He won't, of course. Yeah. These infestors are powerful, man.
I think it's just a little too hard to attack into this though. Like if he tries to flank with the infestors and then hit from another angle, there's just too much pre-set up.
Yeah, but there are openings that, like, if you look at the openings that there are from that high ground burrowed infestors, I'm pretty sure you can neuroparasite like a few of those units, right? Like at least maybe not actually. Yeah, at least while they were moving, sometimes they definitely can. Like there's been force in transit and yeah. Right this second, I don't think they can. I like infestors, man. Okay, there's Hellbats are gonna go down, so the Baneling's still seeing some good use here on defense.
It's a good opportunity to try to move out as he pulls a lot of the army over. I think the big question mark is I don't even know if I can try to look. I'm gonna check his command centers. He's got enough energy for at least like 4 or 5 more scans. That's gonna be the big kicker.
That's a lot of tanks. Why are there no Vipers here? Why aren't there no Vipers in production when
there's
there's
the
so
tier
many
3?
tanks essentially? Yeah,
where is the Spire? He has a Greater Spire and 8 Corruptors. Honestly, I think against this many tanks, some Broodlords would be nice. He's spreading those tanks out a little too much, though.
Yeah, especially because you have infestors for the Neuroparasite on the Thors as well, which would be standing in the front if they want to threaten the Broodlords, right? So I think right now SortOf is in a wonderful position if he just makes either Vipers, like a few Vipers, or Broodlords because of the army composition of Supernova. But I do not like his chances if he fights heads on with the army that he has currently.
Oh, well, some of these tanks do siege up as this army comes back down the ramp. He's going to drop Biles all over it, though. Supernova preemptively built some Vikings. Maybe I guess he saw those Corruptors. He's a little bit worried about the possibility of Broodlords With our God vision, we of course know that's not happening. I don't know if that was I just derped.
No, I think you're spot on. I mean, Thors are a great transition later on. I think that Supernova is accounting for things that sort of is not actively going for, but I think there was a timing for Broodlords. Maybe it's passing by. I'm not sure that it's gone, but there's always the possibility upon resetting as well, right? So hopefully we see some of that. I really want some Vipers at least, though.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those situations that is incredibly awkward to play around with those mobile army units, but also trying not to be caught with the neural parasite as well.
Yeah, there's a burrowed baneling on the way back. Oh, but there's also a Lynx, so that kind of gives it away. Yeah, unfortunately, it's gonna be pretty difficult for SortOf to win with this army if he isn't able to really transition to that tier 3. I feel like Supernova is doing a good job. SortOf has done a great job of keeping the economy down throughout the entire game, but in resources lost, I mean, Supernova is pulling way ahead, and that's really concerning. All the traits have gone in his favor for the most part.
I mean, if SortOf is able to secure bases like that northwest one though, and he can actually just mine out more of the map, it can end up being something that doesn't cost him the game. But I think the biggest question mark for me, that you've already mentioned this several times now, but like the lack of stuff like those Vipers just comes up this ramp a little bit. We have tanks.
Oh, there's the neural parasite.
3 siege. Vikings come down. There's the neural, goes to the scan. I don't know if he can hit the infestors.
Yeah, no, he can't. This is neural parasite is by far the best spell against Thors. Finds an opening where the tanks are not siege protecting the Thors. Now he has to back away, run away, or read neural parasite at least like 3. Okay, so he has enough to read neural parasite. They gotta kill each other now, and this is an amazing cleanup for SortOf, who finally finds an opening with those Thors exposed. I mean, when there was more tanks out though, Nate, that was not a play that he could have gone for. So now that it's predominantly Thors, neural parasite becomes the best ability in the game, period.
I mean, well, he missed his opportunity there, and we're looking at a mech player floating 4,000 gas, which should tell you everything you need to know. Supernova putting up a good fight. I feel very good fight to start off his first match here in the Chess Team League, but I'm not going to pretend that this is looking very good for him anymore, Cats. A couple of missed opportunities, I think, for sure, in this one.
Yeah, I think predominantly, Nate, if he could just like theoretically, and like the units and the decisions, I think I like from Supernova all over the place, but every time that SortOf does a poke, he's losing like 11 SCVs, right? Stuff like that. That's just a player that can keep up mechanically with SortOf would not lose that many SCVs all the time, especially with mech, right?
Yeah, that was a lot of really, really well-timed attacks too. Like when he killed the planetary, he moved a regular orbital over there. The defense ability goes down. Mutalist, even the Mutalist kind of made things really awkward at the beginning, even if he didn't lose to it. But when he's just kind of running around with Cyclones and now there's Ravagers and Infestors on the map, that's not going to do it anymore. Well played. Take your point, Paolo. Take your point. Whew.
Important point. That looked really scary, honestly, and I took this one for granted. But throughout the game, it got really scary. I thought we could easily lose at many points, so I'm glad we ended up taking it, Nate.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna go. I'm trying to read. I actually have to restart my game. My thing bugged out a little bit during that one. I don't know if it showed up on the stream, but yeah, that's well, you know what, Paolo, it keeps things interesting. Let's just say that much. But I definitely was looking forward to having a little bit of an I told you so there. Still think he played a lot better than people were anticipating for that match. Not quite the stomp. Not quite the stomp people were suggesting it would be.
No, and like you said, I mean, Supernova is capable of beating just about anyone on a good day, or if he can rise to the occasion. I feel like he did for the most part here, just a little bit, a few blunders on defense more than anything.
Yeah.
And maybe on that attack, I felt like he had more potential too, but the Liberators got sieged a little bit too early, allowed for the Ravagers to move on forward and kind of just pick those off for free right away. I think he really had a strong shot there.
Yeah, you really need to be on top of those types of situations if you want to be able to pull it out. I certainly don't have any defense for that. That is an unfortunate result, but looking to the future, I'm still hopeful and excited, Cats.
Yeah, the next match should be a pretty good one here, Nate, as it's gonna be Su versus SOS.
And this is, the nice part about this, at least, is we're not going to have to be thinking about the latency, right? Same thing with that first match. I was actually looking forward to playing against you because of the number of Koreans on your team that I'm like, all right, I'm not going to have to at least think about that the same way that I might otherwise normally have to either.
Yeah, I mean, this is so stressful, Nate. Honestly, I really am so invested in this. I really want the players to do well here. And we lost our first match. We got 3 matches today. I'm feeling pretty scared. Like I really want us to beat you. Maybe you're the wrong confident for this, for this little ramble. But yeah, I really hope you lose, man.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, but the first conversation I had with SOS, and he did reply to my messages, is he said he looks very much forward to winning and making a lot of money. So,
oh, nice. What a guy.
I'm glad the total prize pool for this is going to be enough to pique his interest, because that was certainly a weighted component of my decision to take him on my team.
Yeah, I mean, if SOS has been practicing, like you say, like there's some players here in the Watches Team League that you have to account for, like sometimes only show up for huge events. SOS is a question mark. Sometimes like Rogue even can be a question mark, right? Like, are these players gonna care enough to prepare each week for this in this particular team league? And now that you say that SOS has been practicing, I mean, I think that makes your team so much more scary, to be honest. In the left-hand side of the map, before Wardy goes crazy, it is representing SortOf Seoul, Korea, Su.
I gave you your sound effect.
Thank you.
In the bottom right, the teal tank top toss. He is SOS. Do you see why I picked the color teal now, Cats?
The teal tank top.
Yeah, I literally did it for the alliteration.
Nice. That's cool. I believe you too. That's awesome. Yeah, we are
Also, teal is my
complementary
favorite color
colors,
to use,
actually. Yeah, teal and purple are complementary colors usually. So
Yeah, I think it was as soon as that thread got posted, when I woke up at 4:30 in the morning, and I was like, oh, Warch's Team League's live. I'm like, I don't have a text from Wardy saying that, the first match ended in 20 minutes, everything's okay. And the first question, someone's like, pink versus red? What on earth is going on? And then someone's like, well, maybe they just did what we asked, and each team has a color. And then someone's like, I'm like, no, that's literally exactly what happened. I think it was actually, there was a good discussion in the TL thread about it. I think Fear Dragon and Zombie Grub were asking about making it happen so that we could each have our own color for our teams for the league. And I love it. If I'm being honest, I just love getting into the team spirit, Look at this low ground base, SOS. The cogs are turning. This alone makes me feel like he's thought about this.
Oh, for sure. I mean, when you see this map, you have to imagine it's SOS favored pretty much against anyone, just because whatever he's gonna do is gonna be different. It's gonna work. It's gonna make sense. But yeah, I mean, he's playing against Su. He is number 1 on the ladder in Korea. He is pretty beastly, and he has played against the Trickster for like 10 years. So if anyone can smell it, it better be this man.
Yeah. And just to give a little bit of insight, I'll try not to give away too much, but when we were doing the map selection for this, that was actually the one time everybody was all talking together. We had a good conversation about who would prefer to play on more standard maps. And one of the reasons why during the draft I wanted a guy like SOS, despite anything that people might have to say about his current level of play, I took it the same way as Maru, where they're also incredibly flexible individuals. I think Su is a similar player to this as well. So when I see a map like Golden Wall, SOS actually asked to play on this map. So I was very interested to see what he would prepare, what he would bring forward. And it looks like he had that one adept at the start. He has a stalker coming out now. I'm wondering if he's gonna go, what he's gonna do with this Twilight Council. He had a probe by that base too.
Yeah, very interesting. Maybe just checking to make sure that Su isn't mining the back of his base and going for something like a Roachling all in. I'm actually surprised that the probe goes back and doesn't drop something like a pylon or something, or just leave it there just for future scouting. But maybe the adepts just do enough scouting. It's so wonderful. It's so great to watch SOS play, because like just watching how he might be thinking and trying to get inside of his head. That's something that Koreans do a lot, by the way, that especially when there were like a lot of team houses around and whatnot. They will watch each other play from behind, and the idea is to get behind each other's minds. So whenever like True or Hydra would come and visit the house, for example, they would sit behind me sometimes, and I'd be like, oh, okay, like, do you want me to tell you anything? He's like, no, just your mind, they would say.
Yeah. Stuff like that is important. That was another reason why I picked SOS, because once I knew I was going to be able to get Maru, I'm like, okay, well, at least I know they'll give each other shit if one of them loses, right?
Yeah.
So like right now I kind of assume that Maru would be like, hey, I won my match, it's time for you to do your, you know, to do your work. And I'm obviously I'm not going to claim to be like the 7-dimensional intergalactic Chinese checkers player that some people in this planet are, but I'm certainly hoping that picking these two increases both of their performance. Get a chemistry bonus, you know, some ultimate team memes.
Yeah, I think that's a great point to make. I think the chemistry is really important as well. There's a Dark Shrine, and I agree with you. I mean, whenever a player as good or better than you is like sitting behind you watching, you really feel like you have to do your best. You know, you really feel like you want to show them that you can hang, that you can. And I mean, yeah, not that SOS needs to prove anything to anyone.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. But that if I told you, I would be lying if I told you that I didn't consider the possibility that, you know, if these matches go late or if the scheduling gets tough, these players are all in the same room with each other, right? Yeah. Or at least a couple of them are, that, you know, it's a little bit easier to stay energized, to stay excited about it, and to put up the good performance. These adepts have been bullying, but he hasn't really gotten anything done with them yet, Cats. I'm a little nervous here.
Yeah, a little bit of mining time lost, and there is more adepts coming out onto the third as well. So I'm not sure that Su is well equipped to hang on here. He also has a Dark Shrine just about to finish SOS, so he is going to be warping DTs next. There is, I think, just one spore at the no, there is one spore everywhere but in the main. So SOS has taken note of this surely as well. So Su is going to have to be really careful.
He immediately starts an Overseer as soon as that lair finished too. So this is actually really a tight play out of Su. The Dark Shrine is done. The DTs are here, and the Overseer is right there too. So it's going to turn into nothing there. Pretty solid start for Su. SOS, come on, buddy, you got this. You got this. I believe in you. Get those Immortals out. Let's kick some ass, dude. Open the great book of Protoss BS. Whatever we have to do to get the dub here.
Yeah, I mean, that book has been somewhat depleted apparently, because everyone is going for the same thing. Su lost to this exact build earlier from Astrea, and this is very surprising, Nate, because of everything that we've been foreshadowing about SOS. Yes, he took the weird base, but other than that, he went kind of for the most standard build ever at this point in time in CVP. So not very SOS-like from that point on.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, I'm you know, I can take it as much as I dish it. Certainly not the start for this map that I was hoping for out of what he pulled off, especially since he broke his wall and he's just gonna go take the normal expansion now, which is still a safe one. He doesn't have to take any of the outer north bases for the fourth expansion, but I was really hoping to see him get a little bit more damage. At the end of the day, he just kind of like hardly delayed the tech here as far as the Spire goes, but that's still going to come out well before anything that could deal with it. He does get a Stargate. Did he see it? Okay, he did see the Spire. Yeah, he saw the Spire. He knows. So he's going to get his Stargate up.
Yeah, I mean, the Spire is still going to serve its purpose and pushing away that Warp Prism / just stopping the harassment altogether, hopefully. Now, Su is going to scout the third of SOS, and now remember, because the natural base was taken first, there might need to be a wall off, and that's further investment into this third, right? So SOS gets the first base and you know, doesn't have to invest much into defense, then doesn't have to invest into extra units then, because, you know, the block on the main is so good. But now he kind of has a more exposed third than normal.
Yeah. Oh, I agree with you in a way, right? Because he's got the southeast. He could kind of park outside there if he were to overwhelm on the air side of things. SOS is building a Phoenix at a time when 9 mutas are coming out. Oh man, you know, I wouldn't mind a little bit of the Roddy channeling here if he had just gone for like 2 or 3 of them and tried to eat it. But then again, he might have just died to this ground assault, which he still could. Some focus gets a lot of the Zerglings though. Not bad, my man.
Yeah, that is a lot of Zerglings indeed. They will pick off a sentry, but it was the one without energy anyway. Forces another force field at least. That is not nothing, and this is a significant ground force on the side of Su, especially because there's little zealots on the ground for SOS, which means Su could get this round and trade effectively because the Zerglings are soaking up so many shots, but the shield battery finishes.
He does immediately take the shields off of the battery, but does not lose it. So solid hold there. All right, that's my boy. Get them drones. Get them drones.
Yeah, that's really nice. 8, 9 workers, 10 workers go down from those. Just very few adepts. Still Su with a very hefty economic position advantage. Good creep spread, taking a 4th. So losing 10 workers, not the end of the world right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, he put himself in a position where he could lose those 10 drones without it being a big deal, right? And that's all credit to Su. Certainly a monster of Zerg. I think one of the hardest parts about this map, no matter what style you're trying to pull off versus Zerg, even with this harass, it is such a large map and there are so many angles and so many bases to be taken for the Zerg that, you know, I still wonder what SOS's plan of attack for a move out is going to be. Gets another 9 drone kills there, slowing down that eco, but it is just Mutas being cranked out. But SOS is building 2 Phoenix at a time. He got the second Stargate. I'm feeling a little bit better about it now.
Yeah, that is 20 workers that went down. And one thing though, Nate, Su is the type of player that will just continue to build Mutas even against Phoenix, and I'm not sure how he makes it work because I watch his games and it doesn't make sense that he makes it work, and it doesn't make sense to me that he's doing this. But I think just leveraging the amount of actions that he has to throw against a player like SOS, who is already low on actions to begin with, one of the slowest pro gamers ever, actually. He's just that smart that he can, you know, play with 100 APM and beat everyone. But he might struggle here regardless of having the right counter.
Ooh, I'm so glad we didn't have to play on a different server for this. At least he's got some good Phoenix micro, slicing and dicing some mutts. Did lose a handful of probes, but he's got the fleet bacon about to finish. And once those what is the upgrade? What is that one again? Is that anion pulse crystals is the one, or am I thinking of a different one? Yeah, no, okay, that's the Phoenix range. Hell yeah. I haven't had to say that one in a while.
Yeah, Phoenix range is usually what I call it. Anion pulse crystals. That's a pretty cool name. Yeah.
There are people out there who care about the names of upgrades and abilities and the lore. Although that's a shit ton of mutas. I'm getting a little nervous.
Yeah, and Corruptors are now gonna join the fray as well, which is gonna help out a lot to tank those Phoenix shots and make space for the mutas to actually go onto the probes or even pick off small sections of the army, like we see here. As one of the immortals will fall. That's big. That's like picking off tanks, right? Like that's the equivalent of picking off tanks in a CVT.
I don't like that.
I love it.
Well, he's got the 3rd Stargate. All right, let's get more Phoenix. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah,
you know,
he's gonna need a lot though.
As a tank topper, I was gonna say, you know, Phoenix for lifting, you know, kind of fits our theme thematically. But if we gotta use them for the air punch, I am also okay with that. But the Corruptors are gonna bully away my poor Phoenix from the rest of the army while the Mutalists try to kill the Immortals and that 4th base gets shut down. It's not looking all that good, man.
No, it's looking great for us as the Corruptors are gonna push in and the Phoenixes are gonna get pushed back. An attempt at an overcharge is made, but it looks like Su is gonna prevail as he doubles SOS's supply and will put SortOf South Korea at a 2-1 advantage.
Now you guys are just lucky. Corruptors are the most stupidly tanky units. Corruptors, we need to get a Phoenix buff over here, okay? I don't know if anybody's watching out there. I need my Phoenix to be able to do a little more lifting than usual in the future. He's got a little bit of a counterattack going. I don't think it's possible to recover from this though. He's like, I don't have my Roddy soundboard on, but I think it goes something like, not bad, but still super bad.
Yeah. I mean, he's pretty dead. Yeah, it's pretty over. 29 workers have gone down. SOS is now down to 2 bases. And you would... I don't think Alberto Einstein could win this one.
No, he's... It's a less than ideal position, I suppose you could say. 15 drones get killed, but 37 probes. And, like, the main is mined out for the most part. The natural, running dry as well. Weirdly enough, the low ground base still has a lot of money on it, but unless these DTs do manage to actually kill every single drone at both of the other bases, but there's units at all of those bases, it's not feeling that good. The only thing here is that the Phoenix count did get to a pretty good place, and he did get +1 attack and range, so he can bully if he controls perfectly, but he's one mistake away from this game being over. Like, these Lings canceling this base will do it. No cancel either. Well,
Yeah, I mean, when you only have 100 APM, you know, you gotta budget those decisions. And like you said, I mean, that's the potential of this Phoenix is he can micro them forever if he just pays attention to those. So we expect to see some good micro here to go out with a bang, but I don't foresee that that's gonna be enough in any universe.
All right, yeah, we're gonna have there's gonna be quite the locker room conversation for halftime here. Good job, Sue. Good job, Sue, building Zerglings and Corruptors.
Yeah, very good job by Sue. And yeah, finally, this is the most comfortable I felt all day so far. It's the first time our team is ahead in anything today. So
I'm glad at the very least I can give you some comfort there. At least I have another match to look forward to if we somehow manage to fumble this one after the start that we had.
yeah, I mean the last match, most people would maybe favor your player. Maybe. But
Well,
I think they'd be wrong.
You think they'd be wrong? Oh? Well,
Yeah.
you know, if there's one thing I have to say, it's Guten Gaben, which is German for Guten Gabe, because his name is Gabe. And he is, in my opinion, such a solid, stable player. I do not see him to be someone that plays down to other players very often. I don't see him as the X Factor guy, but I like Hero Marine because he's stable, he plays consistently, and he's got one of the best streams. So I believe in my boy.
Yeah, he can definitely rank it. He can definitely rock a tank top as well.
I ask all the German viewers who are able to watch this at a reasonable time, I guess evening now, to please channel. All right, all my German fans out there, all the tank toppers out there, you don't even have to like me. If you like Hero Marine, get your tank tops out, cut off your sleeves, and scream at the top of your lungs to the sky to give your energy to Big Gabe to help us close this one out, because we are going for a trip on a yellow submarine, cats.
Oh, and that's gonna be, yeah, a great map. Soul actually picked Yellow Submarine 3 times in a row this week, so that's pretty exciting. He's only had to prepare on one map essentially. It's the shortest map, and he feels like he has something ready for Big Gabe. I mean, his main concern today was gonna be innovation. And I mean, he already lost to Trap. He probably has the toughest opponents, by the way. He's like unfavored in every matchup in spite of being a 7K player, which is just bananas to me. But
I feel like I am a fan of Soul and I do like him. I feel like the one thing he's missing, he's gotta get his swagger, you know?
yeah,
Like he's a good StarCraft player who's just like, you know, he's like too much of like the protagonist at the start of the anime, you know? Like we don't see the trauma. We don't see the overcoming the odds yet. It hasn't happened for him. He's still just like a little Goku who doesn't know about the other Saiyans that are coming to Earth, right?
Well, is he though? He's more like Tenshin Han, if anything. Like when he was or Piccolo, maybe. He's more like Piccolo, I feel like.
Soul's Piccolo?
Yeah, a little bit. You know, like he's strong. Everyone knows he's strong. He's everyone's practice partner, but he's not Goku or Vegeta. Certainly not yet. But maybe
The practice partner comparison is pretty solid. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. I'll also do my player introduction before I get yelled at. In the bottom right, the teal tank top Terran. He's Hero Marine.
And the top left-hand side, the eventual winner of this game, spoiler alert, it's Soul!
I mean, 7K MMA is good, but I never lose to him on ladder, so what's the point? I'm channeling the energy here of Hero Marine.
Yeah, but Polish fans, honestly, probably louder and stronger than German fans, generally speaking. So, yeah, I think as far as energy is concerned, I'm just saying we're going in there. I'm just saying.
You know, both of those events have great, loud, big crowd. both of those fan bases. I'm not taking that torch. I'm not taking that torch from him.
Yeah, but where do they hold the? But where do they hold the main IAM? Let's be real here. That's gotta have something to do with the fans, right?
I'll give you that. I've got nothing bad to say about the Polish fans. I am Katowice is awesome. That's
No, but you invoke the German fans, and so I feel like I need to call the Polish fans, but then I feel like I'm cheating.
That's a good
because
play.
then
You should.
yeah. No, but yeah, our team. Yeah, now we have too much energy.
The thing is, you say that, but I know for a fact, statistically speaking, across every single tournament StarCraft channel, the #1 European country that watches StarCraft is Germany. There's no more European country that contributes more to online, especially particularly StarCraft tournament viewer statistics than Germans, which means there's a high likelihood that the majority of people watching the stream, since everyone in America, well, I guess people are waking up now, is German. And that's why I want their power in here. That's why I want them cheering. I want their vibes to come overflow into this game and give my boy Gabe that big win for a big boy.
I mean, I see what you're saying, but I don't know. I feel like even if there was like a few less Polish fans watching, they would yell twice as loud. Yeah, at least twice as loud. Like because they're actually invested. They actually want Soul to win. Germans, they're like, they're both nice players. You know?
What? You're gonna get a lot of angry Big Gabe fans coming after you, man.
None. Germans are too nice. Yeah. There's actually no one angry right now for Big Game. Yeah.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Oh,
no.
Look at that little block. So you can't park here, sir. I'm gonna need your validation. The early TVT pokes. Well, Submarine is a weird map for TVT, mostly because like we do oftentimes see the tank Viking or the Raven shenanigans. I feel like Cyclones can always be a little bit tricky here, just because you usually end up worrying about how fast the tank Viking can get to your base. It kind of limits the ability for the Cyclones to do their thing, right? Because there's also that cliff in the middle of the map that goes down, so you can't actually kite all the way with Cyclones with the field of vision blockers and all of that. So big things that I'm gonna have my eye out just from an analytical standpoint on this game is who tries to push first. This map, it's really hard to dislodge like a 2-base tank Viking siege if they're able to set up outside your natural, because when you get locked on that natural, there's really no other way out than to run through that choke point.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and it looks like it's Soul that's gonna go for that approach, whereas Big Gabe is gonna be looking to take control of the map, maybe open up things and kite with units like the Cyclone, which would be pretty nice, say if Soul had opened with a Raven. So I have to imagine that's what Big Gabe is ultimately hoping for in the best universe, right?
Yeah, well, he gets a good little boop there, grabs himself 2 SCVs. Nice little start, at least, asserting some dominance on the field, asserting his massive presence onto this small map. Actually, that was his only concern when I asked him if he was okay with playing on Submarine. I was like, SOS wants Golden Wall. I want to open with Maru. Supernova obviously gets the mech map. I'm like, are you okay with Submarine? He's like, I'm afraid I might be too large for the map to actually load into it, but I will do my best. And thankfully, so far, solid start. Gets the Hellion pick off. I like it every little bit. Get that momentum roll. Get the ball rolling. You know what they say, inertia is also relative to the mass, cats. So once he starts moving, it's going to be a hell of a challenge to stop him.
Yeah, an inertia is cool, but an inertial is attained only when you are actually coming from behind, right? Because you have to be somewhat surprised. So you have inertia, but I have inertial coming.
I like that. It's good. I like that we get to do some linguistic plays here. I'm fearful. I'm fearful for if I try to bring it to the intellectual fight once we get like Benjamin up in here. I might have to tone it down a little bit.
Yeah, he's very English.
Yeah. We've got eBay starting, so it's gonna be bio versus bio. Only thing, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. The upgrades are, relatively speaking, really freaking late for Hero Marine. Soul, if he can force a fight with that 1-1's not gonna be done forever for Gabe. So it's gonna rely a lot on tanks and the Raven usage. And his stim only just started too. So Gabe playing a little bit more of like this eco style. He's got that third command center ready to go. Gets the delay on Soul's third, but I'm not gonna lie, that army's pretty heckin' terrifying.
Yeah, these Ravens are gonna get spotted as well by the Viking potentially if they want to move in. What did the scan catch the Viking? Not sure, because Big Gabe just scanned the main. I think it didn't catch the Viking. I don't see how it would, but the Ravens are still very hesitant. I like Soul's position, quite honestly, especially because of those upgrades.
Yeah, Gabe is he's in an extremely defensive position. Just look at where that tank is, nuzzled next to his main base command center. Like, these Ravens, they want to do something, but if I'm being honest, I actually think he needs them at home if it turns into a big fight, because that's the only component Soul's army doesn't have. And even with the upgrade disadvantage, like a Dorito cannon could maybe help, but he's actually still pretty far from stim, and Soul's gonna have combat shield, so.
Yeah, and this Marine actually took the wrong route for Gabe, so it's not gonna spot the army of Soul moving out until the latest possible second, you could argue. There's spotter Marines, but there's one of them gets taken down by Soul's own Marine, and now he has been able to move out on the map undetected. Can he secure a good position off of this?
As these upgrades start to finish up, we don't actually have the 2-2 started yet for Soul. It's just now. He's just starting it as I say that. But yeah. It's gonna even out a little bit more as long as they have those upgrades. And I do think the possibility of the Dorito cannon or the interference matrix being used on the tanks is big. He's got to get he unsieged that tank by the main, by the way. It's actually stuck. That tank is a little too thick.
A little bit too thick, and that's important. I mean, there's a medevac, so I guess that's the easiest way out for that tank. And actually, Soul looking to pounce to further delay this third. I don't think he has to. He has the upgrade advantage and the faster third on his side of things. So, and these Ravens are so scary as well. All these Ravens might go for the tanks. Please, Soul, be careful.
Yeah, that's the tricky part, though. If he forces a fight, he has enough. With 3 full energy Ravens, you can use 2 interference matrices per Raven. So he could technically wipe 6 tanks off the board in one fell swoop if it comes to it. He's going to go for a scan. Is he going to try and attack here? That would be absolutely insane.
Absolutely insane. I'm not sure if this is nerfs or what this is. Like, I did not see, that scan was just completely unwarranted after the scan. It's like, oh, a perfect setup. Let me stim my army. And that might be nerves, right? The tanks get picked up as well, but I am terrified. I mean, these Ravens could really make things ugly for Soul here.
That 2-2 timing for Soul is going to be incredibly powerful, too. Is he going to actually try to push into this? There's a wall of for Hero Marine. He spreads out. There's the auto turrets. Big Gabe dropping it like it's hot all over this army, blowing it to smithereens. And he's going to have a very short window with this combat shield to try and go across before +2 finishes for Soul. If he can siege his tanks, the upgrades for the Marines won't matter, but for now, Soul needs to stop Big Gabe from rolling across the map to his third.
Yeah, I don't see how that happens. I mean, an attack right before 2-2, essentially, and for no reason. He knows he has the better economy. He knows he's had that third for so much longer. He knows there's 3 Ravens with full energy, so defensively, I mean, that was never going to work really for Soul, right? And that much should have been clear to him, but still, I think that's one of his weaknesses. Sometimes he will force a push because that he feels like he has his timing or he feels like he has his pieces. But here, the right position and the right call was just to chill back and take advantage of his economy. Yeah, this is a sad game.
Yeah, the siege tanks, just too many in number for Hero Marine. Soul, he doesn't even mind to walk into Soul's tank fire because there's only one of them. He's got between the natural and the third base. He can easily pick this one off if he wants to go for it, and he will. Even with that +2, the Dorito cannon made it a little bit too difficult to keep the forces alive. He's going to kill the natural orbital. The SCVs tanks are now going to siege up a little bit closer to that third. There's just so many of them, though. SCVs coming off the line to try and stop Hero Marine, but you can't stop the tank top. GG. Hero Marine ties it up.
Can't stop the tank top.
I've got a lot of them.
I'm sure
I can't use them all in the first match that I have to play in the tournament, but I promise you, if we play again at some point down the line, I will bring some fresh, original, baked memes for you.
That is incredible. Yeah, so we are going to take it to a very quick break, and when we get back, we will have your ace match. Which is probably the ace match that you would probably expect. We'll be right back. Ooh. We're back. Hello, Nate.
What it do?
What it do? All right, Eternal Empire. We have our ace match. It's gonna be Stats versus Maru, as well anticipated. Not
Hell yeah.
to anyone's surprise. I mean, Maru is just like the best TVC I think in the world, right? It's as good as Su is. I don't think anyone wants to CVT against Maru. Maybe Raynor. I don't know.
No, nah, don't think so. Absolutely do not think so. We are in the lobby. There is a little bit of discussion going on. I'm just trying to see what's going on over here because we've got yeah, we're just figuring this out real quick, but it's been a good match. If I have to,
Right? Is the display working? Are we good? Are we on camera right now? Okay, no.
I think so. I think so. Yeah, we're having a mild discussion about a request. Oh man. Well.
Oh. Yeah, I feel like this is yours to take, Nate. Why didn't you explain what's going on here?
Well, if I'm being honest with you, well, we're having a little bit of discussion about just how one of the players is feeling right now about whether or not about playing in the ace that we're going on right now. So we are trying to just see if we're gonna need to make a last minute adjustment or a change, call an audible over here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So all right, I'm just gonna ask. We might have SOS come in and play instead right now. So
That's interesting. I'm not sure why you revealed that either. Like, do we get to?
I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. This situation I did not anticipate happening, and
So
we're on camera, so the only thing I can do is talk about what I'm dealing with right now.
I guess you might as well talk about it openly, right? Like it's
Yeah,
so
well,
that you bring people into it.
I could try to talk about something else, but I'm in the middle of a conversation, so I can't run two thought trains at once, unfortunately.
Well, I will run the thought train. Then one of the players in the ace on Nathaniel's team, so Maru, is feeling like his shoulder might hurt a little bit too much to continue on playing right now. So let's hope that he recovers. I'm not sure. He's talking to Crank. Obviously, like we're having to wait for the translation. This we have run to ace matches in 2 out of the 3 matches already. So
We're going way behind. We're way behind schedule. We're way behind schedule, basically, and it's very, very late in Korea right now. I think, right? So
yeah,
that's
yeah, Stats also saying, you know, like he'd like to sleep at some point, and that we have an hour and a half in this. It is already 1:30 a.m. in Korea, so yeah. Hopefully,
It's like,
this
I gotta go to sleep because he's got GSL tonight or whatever, right? Oh,
what solves the issue? What happened?
oh, well, no, they're just talking about the other match, but we're not gonna get into that. I think we're gonna have so we're gonna have SOS come in and play the ace match here against Stats. So we'll get some PvP action. SOS is ready to come in and hopefully save the day. I'm not gonna lie, I'm nervous, but I got faith in my boy, and that's all I can do right now. Let's go. Let's try to get that win for the Tank Toppers. It's an unfortunate setback, but you know, you got to play the ball as it lies.
Yeah, but the ball as it lies. Here's the thing: is SOS is a Protoss player. We were anticipating Maru. Now, I guess we picked Stats, but I mean, do we get a choice if
Did he practice for PvP? Is a fair question to ask, and now all I can do is expect some just some bonker to go down. Honestly, that's about it. So,
all right,
the lobby set up. We're gonna see what happens. We got a last minute switcheroo. Okay,
let's do it.
We had to put Cal Jr. in for Ricky Bobby. Let's see if he can drive that car.
Let's see if he can. I mean, yeah, he's gonna have to shake and bake really hard here because it's stats that he's going up against.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta say, I like my chances a little bit better now against SOS and against Maru. So yeah, now you're gonna have to flip a couple of coins before SOS wins this on this map, at least on paper.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, I got nothing else to say. I'm gonna be very anxious for this map. We've got Eternal Empire coming up that we are loading into to decide who's gonna win between the tank toppers and the other guys. Oh man. Oh, damn it, cats. Oh, all these delays. You know what? This is what I get for being a rude fat American and asking for to have the later games because I didn't want to wake up at 3 a.m. Now the players are like, well, the games all went for 3 hours, and it is the dark hour in Korea.
It is the dark hour indeed. Most of all, if you are SOS for in the bottom left-hand side, it is his opponent. The best. It's stats.
And in the top left, the teal tank top toss. Hopefully bringing it out here for my boys. It is SOS.
Yeah. And I mean, it's PvP. If SOS is gonna pull out some magic, it best be in this matchup. At least we didn't have to swap servers. Though, yeah, I mean, Su could have come in here. I mean, if we thought it was SOS, quite honestly, he kind of slapped him pretty hard. But I mean, stats should be able to do the proper as well.
Yeah, well, we'll just have to wait and see which way these guys want to take it. PvP's kind of been in an interesting place recently, especially with like what people have been doing on different maps. But relatively straightforward, double gas, double gate, and the first probe to go out on the map, at least with to somewhere not the other player's base, is stats. There's that proxy. All right, SOS, channel your dark magic and find this, okay? The total tournament prize pool is above 100,000. All right, this is why I picked you. Let's go. Bring it out. Bring it out.
But that's the thing, is this probe is moving away from the pylon. There is no way that pylon sees use anytime in the near future. So what this pylon is doing is just being not spotted, right? It's not an amazing position for a proxy or anything like that. It's just a pylon accounting for the fact that SOS is inside of Stats' base, gathering the information that pylon is elsewhere. And so now, if you are SOS, you gotta watch out for that. You gotta watch out for a proxy that's not happening.
Yeah, tries to get that probe up into SOS's base, is going to get blocked by that shield battery as he has the robotics facility in his main. He doesn't want his opponent to see it. He didn't see any tech from Stats. Stats is just going to put that low ground pylon. And as you said, the original pylon that he put out was just the debate pylon. So to make him think he was proxying something, but there is nothing there. There is no probe over there.
Both of them did that pylon. What does that do?
Oh, well, I mean, it just has to do with, I think, the nerves people have about the about whether they're being hit with the proxy tech. Or do you mean the one on the bottom of the ramp?
Yeah, each of them made a pylon on each other's side of the map, like on the bottom of the ramp, and then canceled it. So I guess it's just for, for the
it's vision. Yeah, I think you want to see if a unit finishes from the gateway and shoots it, and then you can see what they're building more of. I'm not 100% though.
Yeah, might be spotters for the Nexus as well in case the probe can stick around. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Haven't seen that many of those pylons, but both players doing it here. So perhaps adding something a little bit newer to the routines, at least in my books. Of course, Protoss players should be well aware that this is somewhat of a trend if two players are mirroring each other doing it.
Yeah, and it's going to be a later Nexus from SOS as he goes with this early Prism to try and get some damage done. Wants to take the aggressive stance in this ace map, putting the team on his back. I'll tell you what, cats, I have never been more emotionally invested in the success of a Warp Prism or a Death than I have here. He's going to get only a couple of probes. He did force a big pull off, but just two. That one survived. Okay, wow.
Wow. Well, that's amazing. Great force fields on the side of SOS to minimize damage there as well.
Tank tops do give +5 vitality, so there is that. Very breathable, very comfortable. He's going to find that pylon, by the way, it looks like, on the bottom right, too.
Yeah, I mean, that's something. It might actually end up supply blocking stats for now. But he stats that is ready for this. No, I would have loved for a pylon there to be dropped. Probes. Yeah, to feed me from walking in.
Oh, there we go. Look at that.
For SOS.
Grabs 3 probes. Dips.
Yeah,
Nice.
You see how there could be a pylon dropped in the gas there, right? And avoid that probe lossage because there's already another pylon there. He could close up that gap, yeah.
Well, you can tell where SOS's mind was with the pylon he had in the corner of his main too. Like he's got that outward vision to watch.
Oh yeah. Oh, the adepts will actually make it in for stats. This is huge.
This was not a part of the plan, my man. Okay, well, that's gonna offset everything that I was just happy about. He's got the immortals here at least. Okay, well, he loses the sentry.
Yeah.
He does kill both of them, but
yeah, and again, I think that this is it sounds maybe unfair because his mechanics are still very good, but I think it's a valid point always to make. When things like that happen, SOS is one of the players that I think is gonna get the most taxed because he really doesn't have that many actions to spare compared to some of these other players.
yeah, resonating glaives is coming in for SOS. So he's gonna try and double down on the adept shenanigans. But oh man, this just makes me nervous, man. This game, this this is just so intense. I don't know. It's different. It's different than just casting it because I'm like shit, man. This is I'm a part of this right now, and I really want my boy to take this with this big push he's about to do.
You know, if Stats makes a cannon in his main anytime soon, I will be the happiest man alive because this is such a committed attack from SOS that's about to happen here.
He forced the recall too.
Oh, that's good as well.
Forced the recall, so this is going to be way delayed. I mean, he's going to have quite a few shield batteries ready. I would be lying if I told you I wasn't a little nervous about this one, Paolo. Thankfully, I'm not the one playing, so my nerves won't necessarily affect this game. Thank God for that, actually. It's gonna add 3 more gates, but like that with that blink, I don't know, man. Stats is really good with blink control. He's gonna need to make some ace plays with these immortals.
Yeah, now the adept upgrade is about to finish finally, the resonating glaive. So with that, I think SOS is gonna look to hit a sharp timing. However, on defense, I like blink stalkers quite a bit, especially against adepts and with 4 shield batteries in the natural. That's why I'm saying if there was a pylon in the main right now, I'd feel amazing. Without, these adepts are still concerning.
And he's gonna try and get past into there to ravage the economy, but he gets blocked out.
Beautiful.
And I think he did just lose the observer there. He's gonna come to the low ground, grab one of the stalkers. He does. I mean, immortals are strong, we know that, but oh man, shading the adepts into this would be still absolutely bonkers.
Oh, I know.
There's so many shield batteries.
Yeah, there's a lot of them, and this is really exactly what Stats needs to do. Will trap actually the immortal and blinks back for the adepts. I'm surprised that actually it's SOS that's gonna commit, seeing as the shield battery overcharge was just spent. I would have rather him wait for another warp in, but yeah, this looks pretty good for Stats now, I think.
Well, SOS did get a decent amount of probes on the way out, and I think keeping the immortal alive keeps his chances alive.
Yeah.
But you know, with blink only just starting and that disruptor coming out, that's when I'm like, okay, yeah, it's time to back it up.
Yeah, you're right. The disruptor is going to be really scary for him, and I'd much rather have stalkers over adepts in the matchup, but most of the adepts have actually already been sacrificed, so the armies are kind of even, minus the disruptor and the immortal elements of each army here.
Yeah, well, they're both going to take third bases. I do think SOS needs to be really careful about that position. I don't know if he saw the disruptor with that last poke that he was trying to do, but one misstep, none of his units are going to be able to run away from it. He doesn't have blink. The prism is not actually there with those forces. It's threatening with the resonating glaive adepts. It has 3 of them still in there, but yeah, he does see he got vision of the disruptor. I think he knows it's there now, so I do expect him to pull some of the forces back. Then you don't want to engage this army right now with these disruptors. He's going to need something else to handle this. At the very least, his blink will be done soon, but is it going to be is he going to have enough to actually stop the disruptors? Because it looks like Stats is going to try and bring the pain here.
Yeah, this has to be nerve-wracking. I am nervous as well, and the players have been talking on Discord. They have also been nervous throughout, right? Because it's a different kind of pressure to play just for yourself than to play for a team, much more when it's not even a team of necessarily like friends or people that you're extremely familiar with, but rather people that that you don't know so well, right? Like it's your impression that you're making to some degree on many other of these players, and it's definitely a burden to carry for them.
Yeah, and with the third base is complete, so SOS has the double robo pumping out the disruptors now, so he's going to try and catch up in that disruptor count. Still has, of course, the prism on the field. He could get gravitic drive for it at some rate, and this is is this what PvP has been a lot of recently? I feel like I'm watching a Drogo game here, man. We got so many stalkers. Where's the Colossi now?
Yeah, I mean, I think disruptors are kind of like the norm for the most part. I see Colossi mixed in here and there. Charge slot, Rambites, I don't know. PvP is getting pretty diverse on the back of games going longer because of the shield batteries and the overcharge, I feel like. So, yeah, props to the design team, honestly, on that. I think that PvP is maybe in the best spot that I've ever seen it be.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot to be in. That third base is so exposed. Just drop your damn adepts in there. SOS, drop the adepts on the third. Okay, well, he's warping in zealots there now, so not as much of a factor in the immediate future. Has a lot of posturing with these disruptors. I think we all know the terror of disruptors in PvP because they basically kill everything in one hit, except for the immortals.
Did SOS think that was not his observer? He just blanked right under it. Did you see that?
I think he thought that Stats was going to try to get it.
Oh no, there's another observer. Okay, maybe he was.
Yeah, it's kind of like they've got themselves in a little standoff. They're just outside the range of each other's stalkers, but still able to see each other.
Yeah. Well, this is funny. And yeah, the disruptors are so difficult to attack into. I like that SOS has identified that this is somewhat of a stalemate position and takes the fourth actually before Stats takes it. And this is the kind of move that makes SOS the type of player that he is. He will anticipate things and he will be ready for things and he will.
He's getting 6 DTs and DT blink. What the hell is he thinking?
Whatever he's thinking, I like it, to be honest. It's the kind of game that lends itself to scrappy interventions, and those, I think, 6 Dark Templars are now crossing the map unspotted. So on the side of Stats, he's gonna really have to.
Oh, but there's a cannon in the main.
Oh,
Is he just gonna snipe it? He's building an observer. Oh, this is so weird.
Okay.
What is? I don't know.
The
I
reaction.
didn't like that.
I mean, if there was in the main, that would have been really, really good, right? But as it was, he could have picked off 2 disruptors instead, right? So SOS going for the big money play over the safe and sound play there.
Yeah, they're both getting Shadow Stride. How strange is that? That's I like it, man. This game is just getting funky.
Yeah, again, it's been happening more and more. Oh!
You gotta
I think the disruptors first 2 Stats. What a god! We'll get rid of a lot of the disruptors actually of SOS, and now we are pushing on fourth onto the fourth base of Stats. Only 1 immortal remaining. Will get blank on and get rid of before the shield battery comes into play. Still a lot of disruptors on the side of Stats. Blink available and only 2 at the moment for SOS.
Oh! What the hell is that? Oh, well, that's just. He's gonna trade out one of those. I think he's gonna. Okay, he's gonna kill the fourth, so they both lose the. No, kill it! Finish it!
he only has 100 APM, dude. Okay. Well, now he's gonna turn around and snipe that fourth. Okay.
Thank you. Oh! Be still, my beating heart.
Yeah, he's gonna need a lot more than that, though. The funny thing is, when I say he only has 100 APM, it's quite honestly a compliment, because he's able to do so much with so little. But the reason I'm comfortable throwing compliments here, Nate, is because we're about to smash you.
Yeah, no, that's the whole point, man. We're never allowed to say this stuff when we're actually casting games. I very deliberately wanted to have fun. I woke up and I'm like, oh, well, we've got the Christian Mingle thing going on here with Pig and Fear Dragon being all polite to each other. But I was looking forward to some smack, and this series is delivered. Oh my god, I'm so freaking nervous.
Oh, I think that's it, buddy. I mean, these disruptor shots. Okay, Stats is taking complete control.
Don't drive on the Autobahn if you can't handle the speed. Well, that fourth is going to get denied again. He did take the top left corner base, so he recognizes that this is going to be less than easy, or a little more than difficult, perhaps, for him to grab. But if he pushes the army that way, it's gonna fly.
Would you say he's tanking the top?
You son of a bitch. Well, this has been a series, if anything. Well, he does get a little bit of a grab on the gateway forces on the right, but he's basically relying on these 7 disruptors to completely protect this expansion. And here we go. First couple shots are going to come out, but Stats' control has been too good. SOS has missed so many opportunities to keep his own units alive. Just some really, really awkward blinks. He's got a decent bit of money to add some more forces, but he's going to fall behind irrecoverably if he cannot get a 4th.
Yeah, this is looking increasingly good for Stats. I mean, SOS is going to need some miracle disruptor shots. It's not undoable. We've seen bigger comebacks is what you're supposed to say in this situation, but I'm not sure that I have, Nate, especially not against Stats, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, SOS is a miracle worker, if anything, but this is not one of those situations where, I'll be honest with you, I didn't want him to have to work a miracle cats. I wanted him to just, clap him and win. There you go. Finally, he does not lose all of his stalkers to one hit.
Yeah, I was about to say.
If he had to play against Drogo, on US Central with 200 ping, I'd be like, yeah, I expect him to lose disruptors like that. Uses the DTs to push back these gateway forces on the right side, though. Not bad, not bad. Bought himself a bit of time there. He has a disruptor out now that can actually try to do something here. He's going to jump on it, though.
Yeah, that Stalker, I mean, that Stalker definitely did not stand a chance. His commander was never going to move him. But now, I mean, pushing everywhere Stats, and when you're pushing everywhere, it's going to take more than perfect disruptor shots because he has so very much. SOS, though, doing the proper thing, I think, in counterattacking to try to make space for himself. Maybe if he could recall some of those disruptors and kind of be sneaky, that's the one chance that I would give him. If he doesn't show, or if he shows the disruptors and then recalls them, and Stats is overconfident, that could be the way. I mean, there's only one disruptor in the natural base of SOS, but no, he will just give up. And yeah, sort of South Korea securing our first victory.
Man, you know what? I'm just gonna. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. They want to show this disruptor shot again. I certainly don't blame you, Cats. But I'm gonna blame everybody else before you. He killed all the disruptors. Oh my god. I'm gonna blame the first couple of teams that went out and let their matches drag on for 5 hours, so my boys couldn't perform. Damn it! Well played, Paolo. That's all I got to say. It was a good match.
All right, Nady. So we're gonna throw it to a break, and then we'll be back. I'll be back for one more match. So stick around, and yeah, hope you're having fun. Welcome back to the War Chest Team League. I am now joined by the captain of the Grabbalaba Dub Dubs. What's up, Jessica?
What's up? Grabbalaba Dub Dubs are finally allowed to actually play after just a casual 3-hour change up in the schedule. No worries. And I'm so excited for this, man. I was watching you guys and getting so jealous about getting so passionate about their players. And I was like, man, am I going to get that passionate? And then I looked at the first match, ShowTime versus Stats. I'm like, oh, man, yeah, I'm already passionate. Hells yeah, ShowTime's going to take this. No worries. No problem. PvP, it's good. It's fine.
It's going to be super exciting. And of course, you picked a team of your favorite players you claimed, but it also happened to be the highest MMR team on a League, essentially, right? So quite a stellar lineup, but of course, it will not be enough today. As in the bottom right-hand side, spawning for SortOf Seoul Korea, it is Stats.
And in the top left, for the Grubbalubba Dub Dubs, he is ShowTime. Also BIG, but you know, Grubbalubba Dub Dubs are cooler.
True. So PvP has been pretty explosive as of late, pretty crazy. We just saw a pretty cool PvP, a little bit anticlimactic with the disruptor shots of Stats. So he's plenty warmed up, but at the same time, ShowTime has maybe had some time to check him out and see what's going on.
I think so. I think this is like a net gain to go last in this particular scenario, right? I get to watch all the other players, all the other teams that I'm up against, and my players as well. And also that, you know, besides the whole like, oh, there's going to be ping and all Stats, you know, it's getting laid over in Korea, ShowTime has actually just been flipping excellent at PvP recently. He went 10-0 in this week's European Cup in PvP specifically, like all the way to the finals, and he got every situation thrown at him too. So apparently he says he doesn't understand the matchup, because that's what I feel like Protoss players have all agreed to say, but I think he does, so he'll be okay.
Yeah, he's quite an impressive player indeed. You have some of the strongest foreigners on your team, and innovation, you know, in contention with Maru for the best Terran maybe in the world, so it's quite stacked. But Stats on the other side has also been extremely powerful as of late. The first pylon gets proxied just so that ShowTime doesn't know what's going on, so same trickery that we saw against SOS.
Yep, pretty common trick. Yeah, this was a different map. We might see something even weirder out from ShowTime, you know, like some of those Nexus after gateways, but on this map we're going to see what is currently, I guess, the typical PvP, which does mean going into Blink Stalkers. So that is actually what I'm going to guess is going to happen, but I suppose time will tell. I know ShowTime has been walling off the natural a decent amount, especially if he sees a bunch of adepts to prompt that decision, prompt that reaction, but they actually both open up with Stalkers, which is something that ShowTime saw with his own pylon, so very similar builds.
Yeah, and actually I like the pylon of ShowTime a little bit better on the high ground, right? Because what ShowTime does is he does not reveal the units until Stats cancels the pylon, whereas the pylon on the high ground for ShowTime reveals the units of Stats as they spawn, and then he gets the cancel. So kind of the same idea to scout what units are popping out with that pylon, but ShowTime's pylon was a little bit better. So it's, yeah, sad face for me.
Yeah. Let the bias be let loose, right? Like, we're just gonna be cheering for our players. I mean, we got a couple more matches to go, except for to like the sides today. Although I guess you were actually starting to run low, right? Like having 3 series today. You actually have the most stress probably. There's a little less like, oh, we'll get them next time for next week.
Yeah, we were really hoping to win 2 out of 3 at least. So hopefully we can still do that. Again, it's so weird to confide in my co-caster for this strategies because it's also the enemy. But yeah, I hope we can do well because we have a long break after, which is nice for preparing. But yeah, we got 3 matches today, so.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. So what else we got going on here? Natural to natural, a little bit of a safety pylon there. Again, that pylon for ShowTime on the low ground would have let him wall off if he saw it need to, but with no aggression and no adepts, really doesn't need to. And straight into the Twilight Council and Forge. So what is Stats waiting on then? Am I missing something? He's just attacking. He just used all of his warpanes to attack, but I don't know if it's really going to work out. I mean, ShowTime didn't really skimp on a lot of his warpins, and he has a shield battery with the overcharge.
Yeah, ShowTime is just
Oh,
3
or
workers
not.
ahead. I'm not sure how necessary this attack is. Oh, misses the force field actually, allowing one of those stalkers to slip by, and he's gonna poke in Stats and see that there is that shield battery. There is a probe on the high ground, so this adept should not make it in, and they will not. And Stats using another force field ineffectively.
Yeah.
And so far for ShowTime.
You know, I was wrong, actually. He doesn't have the overcharge. That's one thing that's a little bit scary, but I think ShowTime, he got actually hallucination fix in just now. But I think even before the hallucination, he kind of realized it was only so committed. It was definitely more of a surprise attack, right? Literally what happens in PvP is at a certain point, whenever you feel like safe, so that can be like 4 units or 6 units, and 6 units is definitely safer. You can actually just stop warping in. You actually go into everything we saw ShowTime go into. And you don't warp in even that commonly, I would say. But with Stats warping in, he was looking for a bit of a surprise attack. Certainly, I would see another Protoss, not ShowTime, not build a shield battery. And if those force fields are effective, you know, they were just a second away from being effective. Suddenly, we're talking about a bit of a snowball effect. But this is looking better for ShowTime. I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, he wasted, quote unquote, money on a second shield battery, I suppose. But Blink's faster, +1's faster, and third Nexus should also be on the way for him too soon.
Yeah, that is the one advantage that Stats does take, as he identifies that that it's a little bit of a stalemate. He will drop his third and additional production a little bit faster, but he is lagging behind in terms of upgrades and Blink, which ShowTime is looking to make use of right now with this group of stalkers.
Feeling very confident to move out and take out this gateway, which he did scout. This wasn't just totally random, but he's extra confident because Blink is already done. It does look like Stats' army is a little bit too large to actually take out this gateway. You don't want to play with fire too much, even though Blink is usually a very good escape tool. Plus, he doesn't quite 100% know, I guess, how many chronos went into that Blink for Stats, for instance. He knew he knows he was faster, but like how much can't be 100% on.
Yeah, definitely. Could have maybe not revealed the Blink in hopes to bait some more force fields, but I mean, that might cost him a stalker or so, so it's always a difficult decision. And funnily enough, Stats is really caring about this gateway and this position here to warp in perhaps reinforcements and go for a siege onto ShowTime's third expansion.
ShowTime has a really good army, though. We're gonna see a little bit of micro action. Okay, they both disengage.
Yeah, armies are pretty much even. Actually, Stats has a little bit more in terms of minerals. Near 400 resources more invested into his army in terms of minerals. But I mean, ShowTime does have the defensive war pins and soon to have a shield battery that I think that's the timing that Stats is looking to hit here.
It is interesting, though, because Stats is able to pressure while also getting up his own third Nexus and his own probe count, right? So this is just, unless something went catastrophically wrong, which I don't see how, because they both had very similar armies, Stats is allowed to do this pressure. And ShowTime's actually the one falling behind by not starting up Charge, for instance. I think eventually he will start that. This might be a decision for now, but it also might just him being so concerned about this attack. Actually, a little bit awkward. He's away from his shield batteries by a little bit. He could always run back to them, but he's trying to take the fight out in the open. He's lost his Guardian Shield. They both have, but no more force fields. And Stats actually takes the fights. Hasn't taken the game yet, but that's a good thing for Stats. All right.
Yeah, I think especially because, like you mentioned, ShowTime has not started his charge. Stats is almost finished, and now he's warping in Zealots. So the next attack is gonna have Zealots potentially on the side of Stats, serving a much greater purpose than for ShowTime, because Zealots with charge are so very good against Blink Stalkers.
So the one thing that ShowTime did get overcharged is Immortals, which, also means that he had a Robo. So, not that any DTs were out, but he also would have been safer against that. But most importantly, he has 2 Immortals, and that is going to help against what is still mostly a Stalker army, but of course Stats finished up charge. And as he realizes, oh, you have Immortals, they become less effective the more charge lots are involved. And Stats building more gateways, not really adding on a whole lot of tech, just a simple Robo just to get a Warp Prism. I think he's really going to try and pressure ShowTime into cracking under the pressure, but ShowTime's the wall, dude. I don't know if this should be really your plan. All right, Templar Archives goes down. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Stats is kind of like the Korean version of ShowTime, but I think he's tired as well. I think he's pressuring more perhaps than is comfortable for him to do. I don't know. I mean, I like that he's kept an eye out on the map. If you look at the mini-map as well, he has very good vision. So it's difficult that ShowTime's gonna find much space to make things happen with a War Prism or run-bys. But yeah, army complexity-wise, I can't help but to feel like ShowTime is is getting there. I mean, much faster than Stats is, right? And the +3 as well.
Good hallucination scout from Stats sees that there are stalkers prepared for Warp Prism. So I don't know if he should really go in. Okay, he's going to kind of skirt over to the right side of the stalkers in that main base, while also trying to keep ShowTime distracted, and it works out fairly successfully. Uh-oh, ShowTime bringing his entire army back. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, okay, he realized he shouldn't do that. Okay.
Yeah, the map is still pretty choky, and there's an extra gateway making additional chokes onto which a lot of the zealots actually charge, waste the charge onto. So now there's another 4th base being taken faster this time around for ShowTime, who's feeling confident on the defense. I'm getting scared for Stats. He needs to make something happen soon, I feel like. 4 Archons being warped in.
He does have the Archon advantage over his opponent. I mean, there's been slight differences, right? The Immortals over the Zealots, but now that they both have Zealots, it's going to be Archons over just straight into Disruptors. But ShowTime is still, at the end of the day, it looks like he's going to have +3 faster, and he's going to have less Archons, but slightly faster Disruptors. So, like, there's a bit of, something for both players happening right now. And, I mean, I like that +3, I really do. But I also like how well Stats is using his army to really pressure ShowTime here.
Yeah, this could be a great sandwich, but instead, yeah, those Fortitude are gonna make it so that Stats is able to snipe the Immortal, and at the same time, on the other flank, gets the recall. Actually, beautiful moves, because at the 3rd, he's pushing on. But wow, how did he get repelled? I guess he's just scared of ShowTime turning back around with his army, huh?
I guess that army's also not very mobile, so if he overcommitted and realized, oh no, I can't take this on, all the Stalkers are gone, and ShowTime Stalkers are still plentiful and could chase as well. So, bit of the safer call right there. Probably an ideal world to be able to just like leave a couple of Zealots, but ShowTime was on top of things. ShowTime also going into Disruptors, that's what I was expecting from both of the Robo Bays, while Stats is actually adding on Colossus. Yeah. Which I like the Disruptors more, man.
Me too, especially because these units clump up so much, right? Like, it's the Zealots are gonna clump up, the Colossi stand on top of the Zealots. It's very difficult to dodge shots with Archons because they're also kind of fatty, so it's a very difficult position, I think, for Stats. He has to keep coming from 2 angles, I think, and just keep getting split fights.
Love that they're both going for Dark Shrines, but I think that goes so well with Disruptors more than it goes well with Colossus. It's a good thing to have no matter what, as we head into 4 bases for either player, but I do like the 2 Colossus beam hitting because you're not paying attention does not hit the same as 2 Disruptor hits hit when you're not paying attention. So I assume they're also both going to go for Shadow Stride. It really is where PvP is at right now. I just think that Stats is showing us a bit of his unique take on things by going for these Colossus.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Colossus added in, but not so many as we're seeing from Stats. Now he seems to have stopped at just the 4, it looks like. So I would love to see Disruptors added from here on out. The Colossus will dish out consistent damage, and I mean, it's a very strong army if he can fight in the open. But there's not much open space on this map is the problem.
6 Disruptors are available to the 4 Colossus. It was 6 Disruptors. I gotta assume one of them's gonna be a decent hit, starting off things like grabbing a Sentry. I mean, hey, why not? It's not bad. +1 shields is also gonna finish up for ShowTime around this fight. So there is gonna be an upgrade lead, which is really gonna matter because, again, Colossus, they actually care about upgrades, whereas the Disruptors do not. So another reason I would like the Disruptors. But it's Stats control over the game that makes me worried about ShowTime. ShowTime is always on the defensive, never quite seeming as confident as Stats. So I guess he's just waiting for the perfect opportunity.
Yeah, but the defense has to be one of the comfort zones for the wall, and this is looking like a very scary army on either side, really. I'm starting to not be as confident for either player here in their engagement because it's really going to be so chaotic. And when you have this many Disruptors and a big fight happens, I mean, it's very difficult to connect with all of them. So even if he gets a good 1 or 2 Disruptor shots, the rest of the army of Stats might just be enough here.
ShowTime did have a unit scouting the army movements. I guess he kind of knows that Stats knows that it's very dangerous to actually commit to these attacks, as what if he's sandwiched and those Disruptors come out and he's not prepared to move out of the way.
Oh wow,
backing up.
A couple of Zealots will fall there, and the Colossus have done really good at cleaning off whatever Zealots are shaved off and appear on that side of things. But yeah, actually ShowTime is gonna go for it. And the Disruptor shots do not connect as well as he would have liked. Now 2 Archons getting taken down by them. And a nice blink back from ShowTime will save most of his Stalkers. He hasn't really lost any super important units yet.
Yeah, It's a huge bank. That's kind of the first time he really took a direct engagement, a painful engagement though, to be sure. Without the blink backwards, those Archons taking down some of the still expensive Stalkers, but certainly not as important as keeping the Disruptor count high, which are still safe, tucked into the corner. He's also being very good about saving the shots for when Stats does get overconfident and says, oh, maybe you're out. No, I don't think you're ever out with this many Disruptors. And actually another aggressive blink forward is going to catch some of the Colossus Disruptors, hitting them as well. A Warp Prism saves one, but the Disruptor shots are really starting to get work done.
Yeah, this is really, really good. It looks like for ShowTime now on the counter offensive Stats with some Zealots warping in and a lot of those Disruptors being on cooldown. Now, Stats is adding his own Disruptors, which I quite like. And yeah, ShowTime definitely with a decent advantage here, but not you know, not all is said and done. Those Disruptors still have to connect, and that's a lot of army supply tied to them.
I mean, at the end, it was actually not so bad. A Colossus was reinforcing when Colossus was saved, and despite running back up into a choke, he still had a bit of a concave on the bottom side, so it wasn't as bad as it could have been. But that was scary. That was scary indeed. It's always going to be a little bit scary, I think, for Stats just because of the explosive nature of Disruptors, right? ShowTime might always be able to run back home and reinforce because he has the bigger bank. So, but it is an even game, so like I still think Stats has a chance, and Stats actually is not going to play this Disruptor war. He's going to go into a Fleet Beacon.
Oh, what a guy, and I kind of like that as well. Disruptors are not going to help at all against the air. And I mean, Zealots are kind of accounting for Walkers. I do like also Stats took that fifth a little bit faster than ShowTime did, in spite ShowTime having and having been floating a lot more resources. A lot of that because he was maxed, but that was kind of my main concern, and I think that Stats is stabilizing nicely now.
Well, he's gonna find the Warp Prism. Okay, did see it. I would say this actually is a little bit awkward though, because now Stats knows where the army is. Okay, no, he's gonna pull back, he's gonna defend.
Quads of DTs are always funny to watch.
Yeah, right? They both need to bring observers with their DT harassment, because the DT is also gonna be the defense. Which is always funny.
And now there's gonna be a lot of more observers needed on the side of ShowTime because the mothership is about to finish, and I really like that decision as well, because if you can't spot what's under the mothership, it's gonna make it that much harder for Disruptors to connect. And the Disruptor shots are also going to be cloaked for longer, right? So that could be a very good surprising factor here on the side of Stats.
Yeah, it's a kind of a weird move, so I wouldn't be surprised if ShowTime isn't prepared for specifically, you know, a mothership, like a surprise transfer to Phoenix. Like, I mean, that can happen if the game's kind of calmed down a little bit. But a mothership first and foremost, that should be a surprise. ShowTime does have 4 observers, but they are kind of spread around the map. They're again with those DT, and this is more than DTs actually on the left side. They're with one army and also with another army. But where is the mothership going, I guess is the big question.
Oh, those DTs not actually blinking in. That could have been an opening for ShowTime because there's so much DPS that was missed. But he was paying attention elsewhere, as Disruptor shots can really turn the tides of this game instantly one way or another. I mean, one Disruptor shot could kill every other Disruptor on the map. Well, yeah. The other at least.
You know, I really like how Stats has been playing this late game. I think he's taking advantage of being the aggressor and being the one who's pressuring ShowTime, which is disappointing, but it is the truth. Like, he's getting all these upgrades now. He's transferring over into the late game where ShowTime feels like he's just saying, all right, I'm going to build up a bigger bank and take better resource trades. And oh no, there's a third, there's a fourth, fifth, whatever step to PvP that I actually didn't account for. It's getting a little concerning. Now he has his own Stargate, but that is quite late.
Yeah, and there's the Blink DTs now coming into play, and with that, ShowTime's army is going to be much stronger than Stats on the left-hand side of the map, as both players are continuing to look to secure their new expansions. A lot of Disruptors on the side of ShowTime. Again, I think that they're going to become a little bit redundant, as there is way too many at this point. They're kind of throwing their Disruptor shots blindly, and both players connecting, but not a lot. Archons now being brought to help, but no Observer.
Funny, because like ShowTime almost went, oh, I don't care that you're cloaked. I have a billion Disruptors, so I know there's something under there. Like, I'm gonna shoot for it. But that should be alerting him also to the idea that like carriers could be on the way. So he's got to make the decision to either really start to pressure, like actually halt his own transfer over into carriers to try and hit Stats when he's weak, or to actually start up his own carriers. And so far, it's just a single Oracle for that Revelation. No, the Disruptors! Oh, bit of a misclick there. He loses like 5 Disruptors, I want to say.
Yeah, and that's the thing with having this many is that they'll overlap and roll and be harder and harder to defend. I like this move by Stats moving out, but he's actually gonna get caught. Now warping in enough units that he should have enough to maybe take control of this base without a recall from ShowTime. They are expanding right next to each other, so this is gonna be the main point of contention, I have to imagine. And I love that there's just a little squad of units under this mothership being cloaked. Oh, come on!
Oh my god.
Okay.
Okay. That wasn't quite worth the one disruptor, but it could have been worse, I suppose. Oracle providing that vision now sees exactly how many disruptors. So that was the scariest thing, is that he didn't know how many disruptors Stats necessarily had. It looks like he's also abandoning the left side. That's just ShowTime's abandoning the left side. And he's got a bit of a bank, but this is actually a pretty big deal because he hasn't denied Stats' expansion process. Stats has right and left now.
Yeah, now knowing how many disruptors and how little the army is under that mothership, ShowTime will feel more comfortable taking this base, however, of Stats. So that's a really nice move and something that he probably would have done earlier if he knew for sure. And that's why Stats' move was so brilliant, to kind of just put all of his army on the left, right? And make sure that he can take that base, but it will not go unpunished. This is still a fairly even game. I'd say Stats has an advantage though for the first time.
Yeah, no, I think it absolutely does. It's actually getting really scary because the carrier count is no longer just kind of like, we're not going to show ourselves. We're kind of just going to build up. Like, no, it's at that point where if he showed them, especially because they also have decent upgrades, they're working on 3/3 cats. Like, they're actually really good. And ShowTime has not started his air upgrades. He's going to be straight up behind. It's going to be a disaster, actually, unless ShowTime can really make some moves right now with maybe his more mobile army.
Yeah, the transition from Stats has just been stellar, and again, a lot of that point comes down to what you were talking about earlier, right? That map control that allowed him to kind of keep ShowTime back, and ShowTime maybe not feeling comfortable enough to move out on the map earlier with that much of an advantage, or the whatever advantage he did have, because now Stats is gonna reveal the carriers, and there's really nothing that ShowTime has to answer them.
He's got to use his mobility, which is exactly what he's going to do. Stats might be forced into a bit of a base trade, but he should be feeling very confident with his army type. It would take either a mass amount of stalkers or a mass amount of archons, right? Like, the point is you got to have either one and really commit, and they're both vulnerable to the disruptors that Stats still has.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what you said. This is just so many carriers on the side of Stats, and they are kind of a surprise at this point, so I'm not sure what ShowTime can do other than just counterattack, and he is doing exactly that. These disruptors, though, all exposed on either side. Oh! Okay, that could have been worse for both.
Yeah, right? It is turning into a base raid. ShowTime desperately trying to get to some Tempest. They're going to have that range at least to try and abuse, but he's going to lose all of his disruptors on the ground. He has nothing but the left army that is attacking Stats' 5th base. Or 6th base, if we want to call it, because Stats is expanding once again to the right side. So far, Stats has not really reinforced a whole lot. I mean, neither one of them with a lot of bank. Maybe in a desperate scenario, ShowTime could win a base race, but it looks like he's actually given up on the idea of the Tempest, and it's just warping 7 stalkers. So I think he is just all in on the base race idea.
Yeah, but carriers are pretty fast at killing stuff, and like you said, Stats has been very good about expanding wherever he's not getting attacked. ShowTime mining very long distance is the closest thing that he has to a fourth, whereas Stats actually has the terrain to transfer some probes, but they will actually get spotted and found. So all of those will get taken down, and this might just come down to the armies. So this is definitely the best shot that ShowTime has at winning this now.
Yeah. A better shot would maybe be like disruptors hidden somewhere to try at least pop off the ground army of Stats, but well, he only made 1 Tempest. Actually, I think he canceled it.
Oh, I thought he was making 3 at a time. Yeah, if he made any, they must have died. I think that's maybe what the carriers might have dived for there. And once he feels comfortable, he can always recall a lot of those carriers to defend his main. Stats, that is. That's what we need to see, and we need to see it kind of soon here.
Yeah, I wonder if it would even ShowTime might even want to go ahead and focus fire that. Or maybe just recognizing that it's unlikely Stats will recall. Just the idea of maybe getting 2 or 3 carriers picked off is a little too dangerous. Like, it really is the base race.
Definitely is. Yeah, it definitely is now. The last Nexus, though, is being sieged. Now recall, please. Recall to that Nexus before the rest of the army shows. Yeah, when the army is sieging Nexus and right under it, it's so difficult like this. Oh, man. This is gonna... It's actually ShowTime who has additional economy. Now, one thing to check in this base races, for example, is things like observers. There are 2 on either side. So that is the thing that keeps DTs kind of in check. Stats still has a stronger army. but I'm not so sure. Okay, this is nice.
Oh, yeah, he finds the Nexus. He also finds a lot of the probes, if not all the probes. Is that all the probes? He's down to literally 2 probes. Okay,
Right,
one was in the
right.
top right. All right, he's reblooding the Nexus. He can only cancel so many times, though. Every cancel is resources lost, and it wasn't like he's swimming in the bank. I mean, Stats isn't either, actually. He only has so many canceled Nexus if he even wants to put some down. He has so many extra buildings. DTs are going to be, I guess, tasked with killing them. But this is actually getting really heated. The Sibler to the top right was revealed or known about. I'm not sure, but oh my god.
Yeah,
Oh my god, Cats. Oh my god. This is too
For a
stressful for me.
second there, I felt like I was feeling pretty comfortable because those all of the probes of Stats are in that warp prism, but now I'm like, oh my god, all of those probes are in one warp prism. You know, like I'm like, where are the probes? Oh, in the warp prism. I'm like, oh, all of them are in the warp prism. But yeah, I mean, if Stats can get a heads-on engagement and those probes don't get picked off, he's definitely got this in the bag. He's gonna corner the army of ShowTime. He has the army complexity going for him. He just has to keep making buildings and not lose that warp prism.
Yeah. I mean, he needs to be really careful about, not... I mean, he doesn't want to reveal his hand that he actually has 600 minerals and can build a Nexus, but he also has to make sure not to derp, and be like, oh no, I was a second late. I didn't build my building. Because we're down to the last, 7 buildings. A couple pylons. The Nexus of ShowTime has been found, but he has an assimilator to the bottom left as well. This is coming down to the last building, and where is the probe? Yeah, he's
The probes all get dropped.
Yeah.
So
That's
Stats
6
is-
pylons that he can guard. Or a Nexus and 2 pylons,
Oh, he goes the Nexus. I'm not sure if I want to go for the Nexus, but I guess that's the right play at this point, right?
I
Like you
think
just
so,
defend
yeah.
that Nexus.
Yeah.
Just defend that Nexus. All right.
Revelation.
Nexus defense.
I think primarily
Why
to
are
reveal.
you moving away from your Nexus? Just stay next to your Nexus.
So you know what's actually so heartbreaking is I think ShowTime's supposed to lose this game first of all, but second of all is that the mothership cloaking the buildings means that ShowTime not only has to dive, but also somehow draw the mothership out of the way because he lost his observers.
Oh no.
And even if he hadn't lost his observers, let's just assume that GG.
I was gonna start brainstorming, but there's just no way at that point. That Nexus just seals the deal. And Stats will take a very exciting game 1 there.
Damn, man. That was so stressful. That was so stressful. I mean, as soon as I realized the carries were on the way with 3-3, that was it was just 5 carries. I'm like, yeah, maybe. But nah, Stats, I guess Stats still just proves to be that better macro shield of ire than ShowTime. But that's okay. ShowTime now has experience against that late game of a PvP.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too respectful with ShowTime because Stats and Cest are kind of like the players that ShowTime would have been raised on to be the monster that he is today, right? And when you have that kind of relationship and you view players in that light where you've learned from them so much, it's kind of an easy thing to give them too much respect because you're too well aware of what they're capable. And I think we might have seen that because I think ShowTime put himself in a very strong position early on.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I think that really is it. I don't think ShowTime is where he was, 4 years ago or even 2 years ago, where he was so reserved and really lacking the bloodlust. But I still think that he definitely is more of a comfortable player on the defensive, waiting for them to make the mistake. And it's too bad because I think, especially when he had the bigger disruptor count, I was feeling quite good. But on to the next match. Su versus Thermal.
Yeah, it almost makes me feel okay whenever it goes up to super high disruptor counts. I guess he was accounting for a potential Phoenix switch that you were talking about potentially. Yeah, maybe that's what it was because so many disruptors, I rarely see them do well enough, right? And that was kind of the overcommitment where eventually, even though Stats started with less disruptors, I didn't feel threatened when he just had 6 disruptors and a bunch of Archons and Colossus and just a little bit more diversity at that point.
Yeah, I think it's also part of the reason that ShowTime didn't do what he usually does is that Stats was always on his side of the map. So not just in controlling the main engagements, but every time I thought this would be the chance to use Shadow Stride with DTs, every time I looked, it was actually ShowTime on the defensive with those units instead of opening up opportunities. But like I said, on to the next game. It's just, let's pretend it didn't happen. It's Ever Dream, and it's a TVZ. And at the end of the day, I guess I chose the right players to give the best games. Okay, that's what I'm falling back on.
It's a pretty great team. And in the bottom left-hand side of this map, spawning as the purple surrogate is Su.
And to the top right, as the green Terran, he is Team Liquid's Euthermal.
Oh, Euthermal is a tricky player. I'm not sure how much research he would have done onto Su. Su is kind of like the macro oriented player in this matchup. I think Euthermal is very, very good at macro, but Sol was giving some advice to Su here for this particular TVC. And he was thinking that Euthermal really often doesn't take a fourth and goes for a very committed 3 base, 8 barracks tank push. So that's kind of the advice that we've gotten for this particular match. And I'm looking forward to see if the read is right and if Su makes the adjustments to counter it.
I mean, to be honest, it felt like my players they watched a lot of Nate's players, I guess. And a little less on yours, but I think our order of things was actually more discussed for versus you, funnily enough. And then I kind of had to swoop in and be like, okay, here's what we're gonna do versus Nate. But anyways, this I still wasn't that upset at all with how things went down, especially because we won the coin flip for the servers. So I'm still feeling pretty good. And like Su is an absolute beast, but I don't think he's. And this is actually really unfair to say because it feels like almost always we're like, yeah, but is Su GSL champion worthy again? And then it's just like a mere 3 months later before he's back in those finals, right? But it does, Su is like legitimately on his way out. I'm not trying to be BM or anything, but he is legitimately thinking about military. He's gonna go there. And I think Euthermal has the best chance to take down a TVZ here versus Su.
I mean, he's pretty great. He's one of the best at Reaper Micro as well. And will be playing with that advantage that you were talking about. But if he's not able to find too much in these micro battles, I mean, Su is, I don't know, as far as mechanics are concerned, I think one of the strongest up there with Raynor, maybe just in terms of sheer speed and just ability to execute. He just never misses a beat. He's the kind of player that you can kill 40 drones and you look at his drone count and it's still higher than yours somehow. He's pretty nuts, and he might be on his way out to the military. But some players like to go out with a bang, and right now, I mean, Su is at the top of the Korean ladder, and doing pretty well. I mean, and he's in the top 10 of Aligulak as well. Not at the very top, but definitely above Euthermal, I would say. So feeling good.
I mean, all right. Let's just take off the gloves here. So basically, Su is absolute shit, you guys. Like, I don't know how he won his previous games, but he's absolutely terrible. Euthermal's the new blood. He's coming in.
He is definitely the younger player. All right, let's see it. So, we'll actually get a drone off of that energy right there. So, but if he loses the Reaper, I'm okay with it. Su not really paying attention. He could have cornered that Reaper. But, yeah.
We actually have a Hellion drop on the way. I don't see an armory yet. I see a medevac and Hellions. Oh, there's the armory. I was like, you don't usually see a Hellion drop here. That is usually what you do after the Hellbat attack has done its job. But it is going to be a little bit awkward. It's going to be a Hellbat attack versus a Roach attack, which I feel like this comes down to who scouts who first. Or in my mind specifically, if the Terran scouts the Roaches, they can actually utilize the Hellbats well defensively. If they do their attack and then see the Roaches pop out, they go, oh no. It's not as good. So this is going to be a lot about that timing of that Hellion that's searching right now, if it sees the Roaches or not.
Yeah, another important factor is that the Hellions are going to move out, but the medevac was spotted. So Su is aware that there's a medevac headed towards his main. And these Hellions were looking to sneak into that main. I mean, the longer they wait and as Hellbats are made, they're not going to stack up well against Roaches. And Su already has Roaches here, actually. So this is looking pretty good. It's that first Overlord that's put at the medevac.
Yeah, so if he just goes in with the Hellions, I think this is still... This is I think that he can... Oh, well, that Hellion scouts it, so there you go. It's a position that I think Euthermal can absolutely defend now. Although, oh man, it does actually suck. His Tech Lab on that starport was not very fast whatsoever. Despite getting the fusion core, his Tech Lab only just starts as I start my sentence talking about how I'm okay with this. But I was going to say you could easily get a Banshee to help out. But, Su really is not committing a whole lot here. Still seeing Roaches back at home defending. That's only 5 Roaches, 2 Ravagers.
Yeah, and I like this because I think he's going to be able to do some damage, and some damage is going to be enough because, like you said, he's not really overcommitting here. There is a battlecruiser just now started, so if we look at the investment, yeah, exactly. If we look at the investment for Euthermal, it's just into so much tech, expecting that Su will not attack, right? It's like
good.
Got battlecruiser, then the fusion core does not come into play, then the armory doesn't come into play. That's so much tech, so much resources that just are not army, and Su has an army, so
yeah, but he wasn't really going like very hard on bringing the army across the map, right? Like everything was still defending the Hellions.
Yeah.
So I mean, first of all, I am surprised he went for a battlecruiser. If he's thinking like I need to be worried about this attack right here, right now, a Banshee absolutely would have been the faster call.
Yeah.
And obviously that would have delayed his plans, and he's still not in a fantastic position, but that was definitely a surprising tap out.
Yeah, I think
he was scouting a lot.
Yeah, that's the thing is, I think if Su was all-inning, there's no way Euthermal holds. But Su wasn't all-inning, so I think Euthermal could have held until the battlecruiser shows up, and then I think Su probably gets some sort of advantage, like maybe a big one, but perhaps not completely game-ending. So yeah, definitely Euthermal may be feeling like like this was the worst possible case scenario as he had so much tech invested. I agree with you on the Banshee, but then you have a fusion core that you made for no reason, and it feels bad anyway.
Yeah, it's not good for the Terror when that happens. It's not. But if you scout it, sometimes you can go ahead and defend, maybe get some lucky kills with a battlecruiser later, and try and play out the game. Especially if you're going to go into mech, there's always that whole idea of like, if I turtle just right. But it's not supposed to work out that well against the Roaches.
Yes, indeed. And now we are on EU for the next match here. Hopefully, the last. Well, actually, it wouldn't be the last one regardless, but hopefully, for my team, we are able to close it here. I would really like that.
Hope we make you feel pretty good.
Yeah. So it's gonna be SortOf versus Elazer, and SortOf actually beat Elazer last time they faced each other, I think.
You were talking about that with a previous series, I believe. So you said in the recent past, and I didn't actually look it up or anything.
Yeah, I thought it was very recent that he 3-0'd actually, maybe like a couple weeks ago. But they might have played since then. These players play so much.
They do indeed. I'm actually looking it up right now. I mean, a best of 1 ZVZ, it's always going to be kind of scary. So they recently played in the they played in DreamHack. So SortOf 2-0'd there. It was actually Elazer who 3-0'd SortOf in a home Stray Cup in April. So the second state home Stray Cup. So yeah, most recently Elazer did lose to SortOf, but it does look like Elazer has that advantage over him generally.
Yeah. SortOf, we talked about this matchup a bit. He feels pretty comfortable in the macro games against Elazer. He says that Elazer has been liking Mew to play a lot in CVC, and the last couple of times he's been all-inning. So what he's thinking will happen here, SortOf that is that Elazer is most likely to not go for Muta because he expects SortOf's all-ins, have been working against this Muta play, and it's expected. And so SortOf is kind of just hoping for a standard Roach macro game.
That makes sense, but that is a lot of I know that he knows that I know he knows. So
yeah,
see how it actually works out in Ice and Chrome. As starting off on my player in the bottom left, he is the green Zerg Elazer.
Currently on a slump, and in the top right hand side, it is Cosmos, and for my team, SortOf.
Currently super overhyped and not deserving of it. Anyways, so I feel bad doing this, right? Because like everyone wants us to be like at each other's throats, but of course the players are like obviously the ammo that we use.
Yeah.
So it's like we go from being very nice and really liking these players to be like, no, actually they're really bad.
Yeah,
Please don't ever watch the VODs.
Yeah, these two I play with sometimes, like other games just to relax. They play some like browser games and some other like major esports for fun as a team sometimes, and they play together a lot, so they're good friends as well.
That's for sure.
All right, pretty standard openings here.
Yeah. Well, Ice and Chrome, you're talking about how like Elazer likes mutas, but they might not do mutas because sort of knows he likes mutas and the whole roundabout thing. But Ice and Chrome is a map that says mutas. It's large. It's one of the longest rush distances, along with Eternal, I think. And then it also just has a lot of, it feels, left to right potential. And actually getting in there and bopping a few drones and being able to actually successfully escape. So, I mean, I feel like Elazer, yeah, okay, maybe he is afraid of SortOf's attack. He's not going to go for mutas, but God, I hope he just does something like instead really be very good about scouting, and still kind of takes the risk a little bit. If he actually gets some mutas without losing a hatchery or losing 20 drones, I'd feel pretty confident with him.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a few things. Elazer is a very, very tricky CVC player, but SortOf is, yeah, again, anticipating, he's playing as the underdog, and I think it's fine to play as the underdog, like anticipating that your opponent will do certain things to try and cut some edges or get ahead. And he thinks, for example, that even though Elazer is capable of going for an early pull, and he's done it on this map, that he wouldn't do it. He thinks that Elazer is capable of cutting the Baneling Nest and going straight into roaches, and that's something that I brought up and we discussed. But he doesn't think that he will do it against them. He thinks that's a thing that he would do against Serral or Raynor, right, to try and cut a corner. So yeah, Ricky feels good in the macro game. I really want to see this go there.
All right, wouldn't mind it, as I would still feel really good about Elazer. A lot of lings are on the way. You actually mentioned the whole skipping the Baneling Nest thing, and you see Elazer skipping the Baneling Nest thing, which is something that the ling of SortOf is going to be able to see. So that was not a great start there. It sees no Baneling Nest, and while it doesn't see the lings, all of the lings pop from the larva, that no Baneling Nest is a pretty big tell.
Yeah, and it will actually be the build order that we were talking about on the side of Elazer, where he does skip the Baneling Nest and go straight for the Roach Warren. SortOf has a few less links, but will have Banelings available, and now drops his own Evo Chamber, so both players looking to potentially transition into those Roach Wars.
So SortOf's going to be pretty well prepared, but Elazer, should he not be able to do any direct damage, as long as
don't trade her, what are you?
on the return, then I think he'll be okay with this one. But he wants to do a little bit more, making 14 more lings. He's not going to go for the follow-up all-in, it looks like. He's adding on drones incrementally without getting a ton of overlords. You have to get some follow-up roaches just to make sure you don't die to a counterattack, because you don't have banelings. But yeah, this isn't the follow-up all-in.
Yeah, SortOf is really playing a little bit nervous here. He mentioned he was very nervous against Supernova, taking a couple of very bad link trades, and he's actually behind in workers in spite of defending with less links. Of course, there's the cost of the Baneling Nest to account for.
He is going to do it. He is going to do it. So I didn't see oh, okay, so it goes back to the droning. I was going to say, like, one of the things that, like, especially for Elazer, that says to me, like, I'm going to all in you is like 5 overlords at once, right? So I was like, is he? Isn't he? Is he? So he did get more than what is necessary purely to defend. He's also doing a fine job defending without the roaches anyways. So he's going to, I think, really scare SortOf here, right? Show the decent number of roaches. But yeah, it really sucks, because if he had been planning on actually macroing out of this, I would have loved that faster evolution chamber. SortOf had his, and while it took him a while to start up +1, his is definitely going to be faster.
Yeah, that's a good point, though. This +1 could have been started and be near finishing by now. So SortOf missing a few opportunities himself. And Elazer does have a pretty hefty roach army. SortOf is actually lagging 4 workers behind still, and not really producing more. So actually producing 4 more. So Elazer is going to keep a slow or a small lead in that department, whereas SortOf is just going to have the upgrade advantage to work with.
Funnily enough, I'd actually be terrified of SortOf out of Aspire. Like,
yeah.
And not that I think that he would, like, there's not a potential for Elazer to use his army supply. There is, but I'm just like, what is Elazer waiting for? Either he uses the army supply and keeps like 3 roaches at home, or he starts a lair, and I mean, finally he starts a lair, but that feels really late, and he still hasn't started +1 missile.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I mean, he's been making so many roaches. I'm not sure if he's anticipating an attack or just building up for an attack of his own. But if he was building an attack of his own for this long, you'd expect he'd want to hit with this +1 and maybe time it with that roach speed, right? Instead, he's been pretty chill here, just standing back. SortOf has been good at keeping 2 groups of links out on the map. So if Elazer moves out, he can try to pull him back or do some drone damage in return.
Very concerned about Elazer. I mean, he's going to have a decent... He hasn't really fallen that behind on economy. In fact, he's been ahead on economy. So that is one thing that I'm trying to keep in mind here, trying to reassure myself. But that +1 missile is kind of worrying. Obviously, Roach speed means that SortOf could feel more confident about at least pressuring. And while he pressures, he can add on Aspire, which is exactly what he does. So it's a Elazer who's going to have to scout that. I mean, which he probably will, but...
Yeah, I mean, this entire time, it's been Elazer with so many roaches. So when he does move out, I'm not sure that SortOf can even catch up in that regard. There's so many roaches on the side of Elazer, and SortOf does start his +2, so that'll be a nice potential timing. No, stop!
Oh, that's nice. Okay, the Overlord of Elazer is getting into that main base. It should be able to see, I mean, it's got Overlord speed, it's an Overseer. I really think it should be able to see enough signs that it's Aspire, but it actually has not gone into the natural yet. There it goes. Okay, so he will be seeing it. That's pretty important. So I think it's pulling the trigger right now is still kind of awkward. Yes, he has an army supply lead, but it's right as SortOf also gets comfortable kind of being able to produce nothing but roaches himself. So that with Defender's advantage, I'm not sure Elazer's gonna be able to crack him. And it looks like Elazer also not really putting all of his hopes and all in here also at the Hydralisk then.
Yeah, most definitely. And now SortOf is morphing some Ravagers preemptively as well, so he's not really committing heavily to the Spire play or the Muta to be a surprise. The Lynx pull back the army of Elazer, so if he had actually saved up for Muta, that could have been great. Instead, he's only going to be able to make one at a time, but one is good for now because he really just needs to hold this army and then get map control with the Muta.
I think SortOf's also like, are you? Aren't you? Are you? Like,
Yeah.
what's going on here? Like, are you doing it or not? And so there's not a whole lot of mutas on the way. Enough to clear Overlords, which I guess can't be underestimated. But looks like Elazer. I mean, it feels like he's not quite had like a full plan, executed 100%. But by keeping his mechanics intact, still getting the economy up and his fourth base up, it still looks like it's going to be an even game. They're both maxed out. Two different choices here. Ends up with sort of not really going for mutas, like a little bit, but not really. And Elazer just adding on more tech.
Yeah, oh, this is a good catch for SortOf potentially, but Elazer is paying attention. Yeah, I think this game feels like a game where you just got to lean the last two games you played against this guy, and that's what you're thinking about the entire time if you're Elazer, right? Because he really played so overly defensive and with so many roaches back at home, and this is kind of the game that SortOf wanted to play. So it's looking pretty good for the Swede. I mean, at least it's an evenish game, I would say.
A little bit better for the Polish player now as he rebuffs both attacks, left and right. He had a couple more Ravagers initially, but now he's moving into a choke up a ramp against SortOf's Ravagers. So maybe just take a chill pill, adds on a Hive, as he realizes, okay, the mutas really aren't a big threat.
Oh. Yeah, +2 just finished for SortOf as well, and there's two armies to engage here, so while it might look like Elazer has a potential sandwich, you can also move on and pounce on one side easily if you're SortOf and trade effectively in that way. He's opening up additional paths and actually splitting his army. Oh, but there's an Overlord lane.
Yeah, I brought up the mutas taking out the Overlords at the very least, and they didn't actually do that.
Yeah, not all of them.
Yeah, there's still two mutas that could try, but I mean, with Hydras now available, they'd eventually get suckered into the army, which there's an army fight on both sides. Right side looking a little bit weak for Elazer. Left side, though, very strong for Elazer. And now Elazer's going to try and pull back. No. He's going to continue forward, actually, hoping his reinforcements on his defense can help this army out. Well, he might actually be able to grab a base of SortOf if he continues pushing.
Yeah, nice piles for Elazer on defense, and it looks like he will get a hold of that fourth, but at the same time, SortOf is pushing onto the fourth of Elazer, and he has to force the issue here as well. Now, this is a good army engagement if SortOf can take it. Elazer now threatening at the same time onto the third of SortOf, so both players sieging each other's economy, SortOf a little bit slower to the punch in that front.
Muta play is going to be really crucial there. SortOf recognizing that there aren't any Hydras with the army currently attacking into his bases, so that's eventually going to clean things up, but eventually being a key word. And it looks like Elazer, though, he was looking for his reinforcements to help him out in the defense. They weren't fast enough. I don't think he still has enough. Even though the upgrades are in his favor, Although he is finally getting into the juicy center of the Ravagers. Here come more Roaches. Maybe now we can push this back, but the Mutas are on top of those Roaches. A deadly loss over there, but oh, at the end of the day, Elazer killed 2 hatcheries, 27 drones, and is even sandwiching SortOf's Ravagers.
Yeah, but he thought about it a little bit too late. He could have actually started this sandwich a lot earlier, and that would have been much more effective. I think the entire army of SortOf might have been doomed if Elazer never stopped chasing with the army from the main, recognizing that he had army coming back from the natural. Now SortOf, or from the main of SortOf rather. Now SortOf is finding himself with some semblance of map control here with the Mutas. Will section off some of the army of Elazer, but traps most of his army in the process. Not looking too hot now.
No, it is not. I think it was looking a little bit promising as SortOf had really been able to do like very swift damage on that 4th base. He was on top of it. He seemed to be kind of catching the army before the reinforcements were coming, and that can cause a snowball effect. And suddenly they both lose 2 hatcheries and 20 drones. But the snowball effect never really started for SortOf. He took too much time to actually dig into the production line of Elazer, where Elazer is just a little bit faster and is able to get into the bases. And the Mutas, yeah, it eventually pushed him back, but after the damage had already been done. Actually, the Mutas still being a bit of a problem, since the Hydras are maybe a little bit light, but that supply tells the tale. GG! Elazer, my boy! Bringing us back.
Yeah, that was a very exciting game. The picture-in-picture, I think everyone watching the stream probably caught more of the action on the other side of the map than at least I did. But I think that there was probably some more inefficient traits on the side of SortOf. I think that he lost his army sooner, whereas Elazer kind of gave up his base and reunited with his reinforcements and waited until he had enough to push SortOf back, and that might have been the thing that does SortOf in for this particular game. But we're okay. We're chilling.
Elazer immediately pops in the Discord and is like, I have to say, I played like a effing god.
Is that what he said?
Keeping it PG. Absolutely. That's what he said.
What a guy.
What a god.
What a god indeed.
I love it.
I mean, looking for a huge upset, but finally, this is the match where we get server advantage. Gonna need it, perhaps.
Oh no, what am I gonna do? Soul going up innovation. He's gonna be in Central instead of West. Oh no, I'm so scared.
Don't this. This is a 7k Terran. It doesn't get much better than that.
You know, the 7k Terran thing, you know, it's absolutely true. He's an amazing practice partner, but the only time Soul actually gets up to like the top 4s and the finals is when people mention him as a practice partner. So I'm just saying the results aren't quite there yet. All right, we're Innovation. He's been a boss ever since he first transferred over to StarCraft 2, man. Changed that name from Bogus to Innovation, and has been amazing ever since.
Yeah, but he's playing with ping disadvantage and from behind with all the pressure on his shoulders from Korea at 3 a.m. So I feel like when you look at it objectively, he's lower MMR, playing with ping at 3 a.m. from a disadvantage 2-1. I mean, I'm not sure.
But you forget that your boy's already played a TVT today, and he had what I would call a kerfuffle of a TVT, Cats.
He sure did.
So,
Fair enough.
you know, you make me feel a little concerned, but I can reassure myself with that.
Yeah, that is true. But maybe if he doesn't do that, he did put himself in a great position in the top left-hand side playing for Makers and for SortOf Seoul Korea. It's the soul of the team, Seoul.
In the bottom right, the #1 pick for the Grubba-Lubba-Dub-Dubs. He is Innovation.
All right. So I gotta say, I didn't like Soul's plan when he told me what his plan was here. He practiced a few things with Future. Shout out to him for the help in practicing, and to Pili Pili also, who helped us practice for CVP in particular. So some players coming in handy from the NA region and helping out my team in this instance. But Soul's plan here is against Innovation, play standard. I'm not sure that that's a great plan.
Oh, okay. I was waiting to hear what a bad plan was, because to me it all sounded like a bad plan, because Soul's gonna lose 100%. But you're right, that's probably the worst of the worst.
Yeah, I don't know. 3 a.m. with ping? I think Soul's got this.
Innovation was playing like 3 a.m. with ping against was it Rainer or Serral? Actually, I've already forgotten. For DreamHack. It was Rainer. Yeah. And yeah, he might have lost that series overall, but he took the first 2 games, so I think he's okay. I think he's okay in these conditions.
All right. So Soul is gonna be scouting, not gonna find anything. Innovation scouts all the way on the other side of the map and actually makes the CC on the high ground. What does this mean, Jess? I don't really.
It does actually mean he's a little bit scared. He doesn't want to make a stupid mistake, which I actually think is really smart. I mean, yeah, it's a little bit of chicken, but luckily he's not no Marty McFly. He's not going to be all stupid and run his car into another one, I guess. But he's going to play safe for the scariest part of TVT, especially after scouting that Soul is going to be one basing for a little while. It's a factory expand, but still. I actually really like this. The one stupid thing that could happen is that he misjudges the micro on the Reaper, or hallucinates a third Reaper because he's so tired. So he's gonna be like, you know what? No, don't even need to defend the natural.
Yeah, on the other side, of course, we drop our CCs on side, no fear. This is the way. That's it. Look at that SCV. The confidence that you need to win against Innovation that SCV has.
I mean, he factory expanded, which to me also is like, yeah, it can be just like, oh, I want to be aggressive. It also can be like, oh no, what if he does the same thing to me? No, I'm scared.
Yeah. I mean, we did test this build. We did test that he was going to be safe against everything on a map as short as Submarine. Feeling pretty good. What do you see in the production though, Jess? What's this TVT? How do the openers stack up against each other?
Well, it's actually pretty fair because the command center is on the high ground for Innovation, but he didn't, he didn't have to worry about taking damage, and he shouldn't take damage, as the units actually try and kind of test a little bit. The Cyclone coming out as a priority is actually a little bit funky, just because like he literally swapped the racks, like built on the racks and swapped off to the factory. So you don't usually see that, I would say. It's usually like you wait for the tech lab to be added to the factory. It's not that long of a building process, but. I was maybe even like he's gonna do like a weird Cyclone thing, but no. I guess is like what Innovation's doing is what I would have expected. I guess is the easier way to put it. So
yeah. And I mean, is this particularly good against Raven openers? I've seen a lot more Cyclone openers in TVT lately. Is that as a result of Ravens?
I wouldn't say so. The Cyclone's just actually the catch-all easy defense of the early game for Terran versus Terran. I would even say, like, unless you're doing something that's like a planned attack, like a weakness, that going for a Cyclone is something that you could, like, if you think you even want to skip. But, the lock-on's good for Innovation. He's not going to test it, though. He hasn't gotten that much of a scout until literally just now. The Reaper gets in, confirm everything, so maybe he would have chased after, but sees a tank attacked him.
He actually had energy for a scan there. Do you feel like he should have used it, or is that not worth? Oh wow, Soul is so good.
Sorry, who scanned who?
Innovation could have scanned for the kill on the Cyclone.
Yeah. No, again, because I also think that he's still playing very safe. It's better to have the Cyclone where it is now, which is in the main, defending against any like surprise Banshees. It's very unlikely, but still. Or more commonly a Raven harassment than it is to dive after, I guess, the other opponent's Cyclone and, again, maybe misjudge. So I'm feeling a safe Innovation here, but, I mean, just like, I also, ShowTime also thrives in being safe and defensive, and he ended up losing that game. I just feel so much more confident for Innovation, specifically against a guy like Soul, that if he wants to play a little bit passive and a little bit defensive and, yeah, kind of hurt himself in some ways, I actually think that's such a smart plan. I'm still feeling really
honestly, it might be, especially looking at how Soul kind of attacked into Hero Marine. I really hope that there's some adjustment made on that front, because Soul can tend to over-aggression, so I completely agree with you on that front. Also, Innovation has to feel like the overdog and play accordingly to some degree, whereas ShowTime was probably the underdog playing like the overdog. Is overdog a word?
Not really, no. I don't think that's what they use it.
What do they say then? The favorite, I guess? That's boring.
Yeah, just the favorite. Yeah. You're right though, because I mean there is, like, if we're talking about like dogs showing dominance, I guess, and the dog that's on the ground is the underdog. Like there is an overdog. There's two parts of this equation, but.
Yeah, I didn't actually picture the dogs fighting, but
I mean, isn't that where it comes
I just
from?
figured if there's an, I don't know. I just figured if there's an underdog, there's an overdog.
That's
If it's
where,
from
like,
dogfights, I'm not sure I want to use the underdog.
Well,
term.
I don't mean like literally dog fights, like gambling. I mean like literally when a dog wants to show alpha status. You know what I mean? Like,
I see.
I didn't want to go that
bow with you?
direction.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're just calling him a favorite. So the combat shield is going to be fasty here for innovation. So while stim is not a big deal as far as timing of these two, combat shield timing with 1-1, I think is going to be when innovation is going to feel confident about moving out, which is exactly what's happening.
Sold,
Raven goes
though.
for a couple of kills, but now you know the Raven isn't there defending against your push, and combat shields is still huge. Stim is huge, combat shield is also huge in Marine Tank versus Marine Tank.
Yeah, Sol did a fantastic job this time at spreading units around to see where innovation is coming from, so nothing will catch him off guard. All of his tanks will be sieged. I'm not sure if this is the best position though to siege them in, as innovation has entry into the natural base where there is one tank.
Yes! Queen. No, I'm just kidding. This is actually a really good move. Got the Raven. The other Raven's back at home. Still going for some harassment, yes, but after almost getting the command center, it's barely going to be saved. Still a lot of SPs going down. The tank's trying to siege hop forward. Do catch the Marines with some off combat shields. That's finishing in 8 seconds, and he's going to grab the CC.
No. Those
Hell
tanks
yeah.
still getting caught off position, even though innovation kind of telegraphed this attack to some degree, still manages to find a good position, and Sol is now getting destroyed. It looks like we might be going to an ace match, and this is kind of a little bit of a nightmare, to be honest.
This is absolutely perfect. This is how it should be. Innovation taking the TVT after a very safe play into a very standard attack that even if his opponent had the same exact timing on everything, he still would have been able to scan ahead, judge the maneuvers, and it just would have been a good old-fashioned TVT. Instead, now he actually just finds a straight-up opening and wins the game, for sure. Sol's down to either like doom dropping or... yeah, that's the only thing I can think of right now.
He does have air superiority, so let's see if innovation kind of walks into both tanks of Sol. Maybe that's a thing that could happen. I mean, he's repositioning nicely. Now one tank, I think, in fire range of the tanks of innovation. So yeah, it looks like this is gonna be it. As Sol's last stance will be dislodged, and unfortunately, he will actually lose all the games today, sadly.
Well, that made me feel a little bad.
Yeah, me too.
Innovation.
We'll get him next time.
Yes. And with that, we're going to go to the ace match. It's going to take a little while to go ahead and choose our players. I'm feeling very confident about this one, but we'll see you guys after this break. Ready.
Ready.
Welcome back, everyone. We have made our decisions, I do believe. So, I don't know. We're supposed to wait till like we show lobby or something, or can we just say them?
I think we can just say it.
Oh, okay. We're just gonna say it. All right. On
Wait. On 3?
On go. Like 1, 2, 3, go. Okay. On go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, go. Innovation.
Sue.
What the fuck, dude? What was that?
I just figured I could say S, and it could be any of my players, so I could just extend the S forever and keep you in suspense. Suspense.
Once everyone recognized what the map was, even though Stats was like already a little bit tired and all that, and it was always already a question, I think even if he was absolutely ready and raring to go, I think a lot of us, my team, were kind of just like, nah, it's gonna be the Zerg. Pillars of Gold. No one wanted to play them.
Yeah, Pillars of Gold is a pretty great Zerg map. I mean, Aligulak thinks that innovation is favored here. But I've learned not to trust Aligulak when it comes to CBT on Pillars of Gold.
It's gonna be scary, man. Awesome. Innovation played here, and I cast him. It didn't hit so hot. Didn't go as well as I hoped. But that was also with maybe some ping disadvantage, and at least now we got Korea versus Korea.
Yeah.
So let's do this. Let's go.
It should be a good one. I burned some incense for this game, so we should be, it should be good. I'm pretty sure we win, as in I win.
I mean, okay. If that's what you're depending on, is some smelly candles, all right. All right, it's me. It's my player. It's my number one choice. Proud to introduce this guy in the top right. He is the Green Terran Innovation.
And in the bottom left, it's my number 2 choice, but only because it was an easy choice to pick him second. It is Sue.
Honestly, by the time I got to you, I was like, wow, is no one gonna pick Sue? Maybe that'll be the Zerg that I pick. And well, it was a snake draft, so
I got to pick 2 at the same time. So obviously, if you pick 2, you have to give Sue second pick, right?
I mean, obviously.
But technically, they were picked at the same time. So
that's not how Sue's gonna think of it, man. Once he realizes, like in a week, Sue's gonna be like counting his head, like, wait a second, that chose me second on purpose.
Yeah, him and Stats were actually BMing each other before the league as well, about how they were gonna destroy each other in the league. So that was pretty funny too, that they found themselves on the same team. And yeah, this is our final match for a little while. So yeah, thank you everyone watching and for cheering for all of these teams. Really, it's been a really fun experience so far.
Yeah, it absolutely has. It feels very out of my comfort zone after years of ingraining into your head not to be BM, not to talk about players' weaknesses and all that good stuff. Now everyone's just demanding the bloodlust, and I'm like, ooh, when's the cutoff point though? When do we go all like Leslie Knope and Parks and Rec and ask for Katz's head on a stick waving in front of his mother?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I was pretty cryptic about my BMs on you thermal, but then you went all out on my poor people. So I like the spirit that you've brought to this one.
Thank you.
Now we have Innovation showing up with his first Reaper. Not gonna find anything.
Well, last time Innovation played here, it was a good old-fashioned 8 racks, but funnily enough, it seems like some Zerg players, I mean, at least Serral said this, right? I think that Mech's actually pretty good on this map, and then I do see Terrans go Mech on this map, so there must be also some Terrans who think Mech is good. Is Innovation that guy? Maybe he's just gonna bring it out now here, and as it's getting late and all that good stuff. But I so far have not seen the appeal of it, so I am actually hoping for another 8 racks push. But Sue, I know he goes for roaches a lot, and that might interrupt Innovation's plan.
Yeah, and these bases are so open on this map. That's part of what so heavily favors Zerg in these instances. The map in itself is just so wide open. It lends itself really nicely to things like Mutilating Bane play or just swarmy plays in general, which is most of all that Zerg can do.
Scary to be out in the middle of that map. And even taking your extra bases. I mean, it's not some of our older maps, 5 years ago types, but it is a bit of a stretch to get to your third. Fusion Core is on the way, so that would, I would say a lot of the time nowadays, like let's say like 80% of the time, mean that it is going to be mech. So I am feeling it for that. He could be trying to play into the expectations of the Zerg player though, which would be kind of cool.
Yes, indeed. I think that's as good an assessment as you can make on that. Most often it's gonna be mech, but it could still be a trick from Innovation. Not the trickiest player, but he's very map dependent. And like you said, I have no idea what his game plan looks like unfolded on this. But what is this zoom? Oh, it's on the logo. Cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's actually a really nice zoom.
Yeah.
Production has been really good for this one. It's actually pretty sick. Good old Wardy. He's got like 8 hands. He's an Octa Wardy.
He's insane.
All right, first battlecruiser is on the way. Now, I always bring this up because it seems to always be the case. The Hellions actually can be the most dangerous thing about this build. With the 2 gases going down as fast as they are, I'm going to go ahead and confirm that it is mech. And all right, so he is going to change things up. Su's going to start up +1 melee, actually. And we'll see how Su likes to handle mech.
Yeah, I already like the positioning for the spores. He's very much expecting this battlecruiser play, I think, because those spores are pretty good against battlecruisers that TP behind the bases, as we usually see.
Well, a couple of Marines trying to shoo away that Overlord can be, even that actually can be somewhat of a tell. Otherwise, there really hasn't been much scouting to say that it's a fusion core. Maybe a little less on the Hellion production is also something that kind of denotes it, because the battlecruisers are so expensive. And that actually might have been what warned him, but it actually just might be like, oh, I just anticipate it. It's just what Terrans do, right? So if what Terrans do is send the battlecruiser into a mineral line, also send the Hellions into a mineral line, but Innovation actually going for the combo here. But I don't know if that was actually as effective as he was thinking it would be.
Yeah, the combo is kind of difficult to pull off, right? It's that kind of build that you can't really do better than any other player. You just hit the timing and there's not a lot more than you can do. Whereas otherwise, if you're Innovation, I imagine you would benefit more from multitasking. Then again, multitasking against Su is a difficult thing in itself.
I mean, it's not. It sucks that he doesn't get like even a couple of drones, because if he had teleport into the main, he probably gets a couple. Yeah. And it really is quite disappointing because he saw the queen to the right side. I guess he just maybe thought he could tackle him, but yeah, that main was pretty wide open. But it's not the worst thing, right? The battlecruiser is alive. He is still keeping all of his Hellions alive, constantly pressuring the drone kills, even though he's not actually gotten anything. I mean, it could be worse, but definitely not the explosive start that Innovation wanted.
Yeah, definitely not. And I mean, it's looking pretty good for Su, who was pretty greedy on those very early upgrades. If he can keep those up, he could get some advantages here and there. Less relevant, I think, upgrades in general against mech than against bio, just because mech units are so big and do so much more damage that there's a lot more overkill going on. But all in all, I mean, Su defended pretty well with just about the minimum that he could get away with. So he's in a great position.
Yeah. Creep tumor change really coming into effect with those scans. It would take a lot of Hellions usually to kill a creep tumor, but now they're light. It's not that bad. Battlecruiser also still being kept alive is great for that defense, especially against roaches, but even against the lings, it can at least alert Innovation. And Innovation, I mean, it is kind of scary right now for the third base. As time goes on, if you kind of assume it's going to go into like at least 11-minute macro game, then it's going to be probably a lot easier for Innovation to go to his fourth. He'll already be building up a tank count. He'll be out in the map with some cyclones like he is right now. The third can feel a little bit vulnerable in the early stages, but he's good. Now he just needs to worry about the Corruptor Roach attack that can happen. I'm not sure that Su is really prepping for it, but it's something you got to be concerned about.
Yeah, Blue Flame is out, not the most common upgrade to see, especially this early. I really like it, and I was kind of concerned about Su going for Roaches because I thought, maybe you can just go Mutilating Bane against this. But now that I see the Blue Flame Hellion, maybe that's part of why he's so confidently choosing the Roach as the backbone, which is kind of standard, right? But he did get double melee or the melee upgrades rather, so I thought it would be an option to just go Mutilating Bane. I love the Roaches now.
Yeah, I think the Roaches end up being a really wise call because I don't think he was prepping for like a 2 or 3 base Spire. Obviously, he didn't do it. But I also don't think he was like 100% like, oh, it's absolutely going to be bad because it's absolutely going to be mad. Because I think if that does happen, the Roach Warren comes down for like a couple just to help. And then we do see a lot of Zerg players experimenting with playing Baneling Muter, right? But that seems to be dependent on like really getting the 100% scout pretty fast. So Yeah, it's still gonna help. You know, he's obviously gonna use Ling, Bailing, Ravager, which is pretty effective against the Helene Cyclone on the map. A couple of drones go down finally, but literally a couple, that's it.
Yeah, so not too great for Innovation on that front, who is establishing himself a nice defensive position. Now, I am starting to see the appeal of mech when I look at the mini map, right? It looks like it just a couple of sensor towers will do you your half. It seems like relatively easy to defend half of a small map.
I feel like it's like, you know, if you compare it to some of the other maps that we see mech on, I feel like it's still like, yeah, I mean, yeah, but sensor towers, they have a wide range, so
Yeah.
they should be able to cover a lot of the map. It's you know, the fourth base is not really as choky as maybe like some other maps, and I was trying to think of Death Aura. Death Aura, and the third base, you do have to make a whole wall to the right to try and account for that entrance. So that's exactly what Innovation is doing, but it's absolutely a map where you can get to 4 bases. This game has certainly just allowed both of them to just be supremely macro-oriented, and now we're going to get that late game type play. And my question is Innovation really going to play the late game? We have seen him absolutely turtle, go up to 7 bases with Thor, Liberator, and just wait for the Zerg to come to him, but that was like maybe a year ago at this point.
Yeah, for the time being, it looks like he's committing to a mid-tier army. There is a lot of mines, so Su has to be really careful. 2 of those Zerglings actually absorbing those mines onto the army of Innovation, so not too bad. And these are traits that Su is going to be okay with. And yeah, I see your point on mech. The less choky the map, the less effective AoE is going to be. So obviously the tanks are not going to be as powerful. But also, you know, mech does get an advantage from the map being a little bit slow. So there's, I can see the appeal, but it's not the regular appeal that we see for mech. And I'm actually surprised that it's this more mobile mech that we see pulled out from Innovation, because there's not that much space to run it around.
Yeah, so I can't. I do this in my own game too, and I hate it. That wall that Innovation has to the right of his base isn't a wall. Yeah. And I don't know if he thinks that it is, and he's missing the Ling run-bys coming from the left side, but he still hasn't fixed it.
You need like 2 more supply depots now to fix it.
Yeah, exactly. So he's gonna set up a tank, which helps, and he did get some drone kills kind of at the same time. But
oh, nice fungal.
Yeah, very nice fungal. One thing I want to mention before we get too far past the early game is that Innovation did not go for 3 battlecruisers, which I think is also something that Su might be a little surprised by, and also let him get into a very safe position with like a decent number of tanks and that 4th base. So just wanted to say that as we head into, a supremely late game. Battlecruisers are definitely not what we're talking about anymore. It does also mean he doesn't have battlecruisers to kind of send to the left while he goes to the right and vice versa to try and catch those corruptors out of position, but no, I think at the end of the day I like it. But oh, Broodlords. No one goes Broodlords anymore, especially not this fast.
Yeah, and if they are a surprise, they can be so very powerful. They will destroy tanks. Cyclones are not very good against them because you gotta get under them, and there's gonna be a bit less of Roach Ravager under them, but still a good chunk of Roach Ravager under them. So these Broodlords could be nifty.
Greater Spire has not been scouted. It's in the natural, and while there has been 2 scans in the main, I don't think he's really bothered scanning the natural too often. Broodlords are tucked back into the 3rd base. This actually might be finally where he sees them. I think. No, yeah. Innovation, please. Just,
Did he?
Please, for me. Please. Go. Come on. Okay, he's gonna see him.
Okay,
you're alone. Oh my god.
Oh no!
Okay. Like, if the Hellbats are on the front line, I actually think the Cyclones might be able to run underneath them, which is, oh yeah. Oh, my boy, Innovation. Oh yeah. Yes.
Where's the army?
To the left.
Yeah, but why?
Left.
I mean, this is such a big mistake, such a big blunder from Su. Now the rest of the army is coming to aid the Broodlords, but it's a little bit too late. Now the tanks are finally gonna start doing friendly fire to the rest of the army, and Su will eventually get a cleanup, but it will not be cheap. Now I don't know if you call it a decent thing, but the decent thing for Su here is that Innovation is being forced to make Thors, and Su doesn't really have any Broodlords anymore, but otherwise it's looking not so great for us.
Yeah, well, the thing is that I think adding in 5 Thors is actually quite a good thing to do, even if you don't have Broodlords out in play. We've seen plenty of late game, like fully upgraded armies have Thors in them and still look really darn good, even if they're not, because of Broodlords. So I really like that. I also like that Su is getting Neural Parasite, though. Yes. I think he has another chance to remax and rebuild an army that he wants. So if it's Broodlords, go ahead. And with Neural Parasite, as long as he isn't caught a position, he will actually take on Innovation's army.
Yeah, absolutely. Neural Parasite, again, my personal favorite unit against, or the Infestor, I guess, with Neural Parasite, my personal favorite unit against any relevant number of Thors, because they're so big, they're so expensive, and they're usually at the front. And they're, you know, even their unit size makes it so that they're like barriers for the rest of the Terran army trying to snipe the Infestors that are holding them captive with their great range. So Neural Parasite I love, right? Like it's a great choice here.
And it's something Innovation should absolutely be anticipating. He's seen enough burrowed Infestors to know that it is something that Su's going to be comfortable with. This is a little bit awkward, kind of running into the right while his left was a little bit late to the party, I think is what happened there. But pulls back to the defensive. But yeah, if he wants to deal with the Infestors, he would be best off, yeah, getting some Liberators and range for them as well.
Oh, yeah, this could be it. If Innovation is not careful right now and the Thors walk too far in front or too far behind the tanks for that matter, they are very, very susceptible to. Right now, it looks like just 3 Neural Parasites, but that's a 1,500 resource swing if it happens. No, actually, it's a 3,000 resource swing if it happens. So this is really important. It's all about these Infestors right now.
Oh, I think maybe Innovation's hoping Neural Parasite's not done, or maybe he's just hoping he has enough scans to stop him from Neural Parasiting, but here we go. Neural Parasite's on those front Thors. The tanks would love to help, but they're just a little out of range. No, they actually kill about half those Infestors. Good target fire there from Innovation, and Innovation's supply is looking good.
Yeah, a little bit too good perhaps. Su is remaxing, and there's not that much beef left over for this army, though Su is struggling a little bit in bases. I like the remax on Zerglings. I think that'll allow him to clear this position, but not before he loses his base.
And while the Lings do help clean things up, they are mostly lost as well. Certainly a cheap giveaway, but at least it ended with a kind of a straight-up trade. In fact, Innovation has taken the opportunity to try and expand twice to the left side, but good on Su to block the bases out, and also good scouting as well.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. That's a move that I really want to see Zerg players adopt a little bit more. It's a thing that I am a huge supporter of. Just get burrow whenever you have the resources for it and you feel safe, and then just burrow links everywhere. It's so strong.
Mm-hmm. Not I mean, it's obviously anticipated that Innovation will take that top left, but I think to see exact timing, and he's trying to get both too, he might try and actually pressure that a little bit more. But things are awkward for Su. I mean, he still has a bank. He still definitely has the chance to replenish another army of his choosing. But, you know, the hatchery down here being destroyed, and then to the bottom right, not even mining for like this entire time. Innovation should be feeling okay about this. It's not a situation where the Zerg player's on 5,000, and you're actually barely doing anything to them. If Innovation can have another fight like that, I feel pretty confident.
It's looking pretty good for him at the moment, and like you said, he's situating his entire economy. On the flip side, Su can still win an engagement very decisively if he gets those Neural Parasites off. There are tactics that I would like to see a little bit more, trying to be sneaky behind the Terran army and try to get a hold of the back lines if you are Su. But yeah, at the moment it looks like we're just gonna have another trade, and I don't like this so much.
He's gonna get a planetary, and even if the depots were raised, that is still on a wall. So might get some SCVs. Nah, some reinforcements coming. Liberator as well. It's actually a pretty good defensive force, while Su loses 2 bases back at home. Oh no, he's moving Brood Lord right in the vision. The scan reveals them too.
Oh no.
Innovation's gonna go for it. He catches all the Brood Lords. The Fungals are trying to save the day, but the Cocoons are dying to the Cyclone lock-on.
The Fungals are big though, and they deal with most of the Cyclones on the ground. There's only 3 tanks, but 3 tanks is a lot. These Brood Lords are actually dishing a lot of friendly fire from those tanks, essentially. And now they are finally gonna dislodge the position for Innovation, who actually gets blind and clouded. I'm not sure if that was at all necessary, but why not? And yeah, this is still a game.
I gotta give some props to Su's transfuses. I was like, how are these not dying? Like, what's going on here? And then I realized the queens were popping off, man. And they were just out of range of the tanks so that they could transfuse. So only 3 of them are alive now, and there has been a lot of Liberator harassment, so that's actually going to be a problem. Even some Blue Flame Hellions, that bottom right base, never really droning, never really got any static defense there. And Innovation is digging in. He's 89 workers to 50 now. Okay, Innovation.
Oh yeah, that's not good. 7 workers being remade for Su. He really needs to get a hold of some of these bases on the counter offense, and that is exactly what he's trying to do. I am surprised he's biting on the same spot here. because you should vial around, right, to catch as many of those SCVs as possible, since you just need one vial to kill any number of SCVs in that area. So not the bestest vials, and we kind of need the bestest vials right now.
Yeah, the wards are on their way. Right now, the Cyclones can't quite kill the Broodlords, but oh, you know what? There's no Corruptors. So a couple of Vikings are doing the job. No Queens to mass transfuse this time, and Su is running out of options. He's trying to double expand to the left side and get his drones finally on the right side, but that army supply might not look that bad. It's not that great of an army. He's back down to mostly Ravager Baneling with a couple of Fungals to try and save the day.
Su makes so many brilliant decisions, but like right now, he has so much gas and he's choosing to remax on Lynx. He's really looking to break through and find maybe Thors without Hellbats or something of the likes. There's still some Neural Parasites available, but I'm not sure if all 4. I think 3 or 2 are only available at this point.
Yeah, something that Innovation has to be a little scared of, but with his reinforcements being so close as well.
Go. This is good.
Yeah, there's one right in the heart of the Thor army, in fact.
Oh, no, don't walk it away.
Yeah, that's gonna do some serious damage. You don't want to target down your own Thor, and they won't automatically do it either, so finally loses its grip on it.
Yeah, this is looking really rough. I mean, Su lagging in supply, and it's that economy underlying all things at the moment. Innovation with a very healthy 86 worker and many orbital command economy to the just 55 workers of Su. It's not looking too hot.
Yeah, I know Su has talked about that he's had a poor history against Innovation. He's really glad when he beats them every time. And I know he's done well in the past occasionally, but it still feels like Innovation has got a little bit of Su's number.
Yeah.
He's up 60 supply. He's dominated this game. There was a mid game that seemed good enough for Su, but Innovation reacted well and just constantly kept up the pressure too. You know, yeah, Su got a fake, but couldn't keep it up for very long. GG! Rebel of the Dub-Dubs with their first win.
Dub-Dubs. Incredible.
Oh, yeah.
Well, congratulations to you and the Grabolava Dub-Dubs. This is it for me for a few weeks at least. So yeah, thank you guys for watching, fighting, supporting. And next time, hopefully we will win.
I believe in your team, Cats. But not against mine. is the thing. But yeah, it's a pleasure.
Indeed.
All right, so up next is going to be me and Nate, I do believe, to finish off the day. A very long day indeed. So yeah, guys, thanks for watching, but don't go anywhere. There's another best of 5 on its way right after this break. Welcome back, guys. I'm here with Nathanias Boyle, and we're about to play our best of 5 here. And,
Hell yeah.
I'm pretty excited, man. I feel like a lot of the pressure is off. You know, like I didn't want to be the team that got the only 3-0, you know, when the pity 4th match played out. Or the team that lost. So as soon as I got my first win, it's actually smooth sailing, man.
Well, you know
okay.
what? And I hate to say it, but I definitely need to get my first win off of you now. I'm sorry, Zombie Grub. Tank toppers are coming out in force. We can't get the O2 start. I'm gonna be really sad if that happens. I don't know if I'm gonna have to change the outfit or we're gonna have to do something else, but I'm ready to get into this match. I'm ready to see what's gonna happen, and I am certainly very hopeful that we are going to be able to have ourselves a good series. I'm going to take a wild guess that this is my guy with the barcode on in the bottom right. The red Protoss player. He is SOS.
In the bottom left has the blue Zerg for the Grubblubadubdubs. He is a Elazer. Right. Elazer had a pretty good ZVZ, but now bringing in the ZVP against SOS. I think my team kind of predicted this would happen, to be honest. SOS on the weirder maps.
You guys were planning this out?
From the very beginning, I'm pretty sure. And I think Elazer offered himself up to play, if I remember correctly. I can go back in the logs. But of course, there was a bit of planning. You know, your boy does some weird stuff, but I don't know if they were talking about it much after the actual performance that happened today, right? Because SOS did recently play on this map and is kind of doing similar things.
That's true. I'm wondering now if that's what we're gonna see. If it's gonna be that just okay, let's throw out a bunch of resonating glaive adepts and try to poke, fail at poking, and then eventually die to Mutilate Corruptor with what, 15 Phoenix or something like that. But man, that last match was really good, by the way. I do want to give you a bit of a congrats, a bit of a shout out, because that innovation game was something to watch. I'm not going to pretend that this is going to be an easy matchup for the tank toppers. I got a lot of respect for your squad. Also, I did not get as deep into the analysis and the breakdown of the maps with my guys, because I'll be honest with you, Zombie Grub, this may come as a shock to you, but I actually do not speak Korean.
No.
I only know how to say a couple of things, like, you know, manner type things, right? You know, thank you, hello.
Manner and maybe one curse word, if I had to guess.
Well, I watched Parting Stream. I think everybody in StarCraft should know at least one curse word from watching Parting Stream.
Exactly. Yeah.
If you don't, are you really a StarCraft fan?
Exactly. Yeah, that's definitely one of the problems. I mean, Katz is like talking up his team as if it's really like a whole team dynamic, you know? Like he's giving advice, he's like getting to know his players' mentality. And I mean, for me, it was like, you know, it wasn't really part of the conversation, unfortunately, until recently. And then Thermal was kind of leading the charge a little bit. and the rest of them were just like, yeah, this makes sense. And I had to fill in the blanks a little, but it's nice when your team actually communicates and try and determine who would be best on Golden Wall. As soon as we saw that as the first map, you're like, okay, all right, like what's gonna happen here? And I know Elazer has watched a bit of SOS's stream, apparently, and had some ideas. But again, like it would be best if he was watching the last game just, 2 hours ago.
That's true. That's true. I think the last time I saw SOS streaming, he was up with the new guy, right? Last time I watched him stream, he was playing with Prince, the Protoss player that was doing some memery. So I do expect the unorthodox strategies out of SOS, if not just for that alone, considering the discussions that were had about the way that he plays StarCraft, which was also quite exciting, as we have that recall to bring back the adepts. So this wall gets open, and Elazer just going to try and flood out towards that low ground base. As an unusual of an expansion as players will try to go for it in this situation, Elazer kind of poises himself to punish SOS if there's a hole there. But there's no hole to be found in that wall, Zombie Grub. SOS, this is not his first dance. His first rodeo. Rodeo might be more appropriate.
I do want to note that killing 4 drones and getting the adepts out was pretty bad for Elazer. To bring down my own team, but that was a great start for SOS.
I was trying not to get too deep into it. Resonating Glaives is almost done. And your Roach Warren's not ready, Zombie Grub.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like, okay, forget about that, but are you prepared for the Resonating Glaives? And that's where I'm a little more concerned. You know, like those 4 drones, when you already have to cut so many to even prepare against this, even if they don't commit, you still have to prepare against it as if they will. They already be down 4 drones is pretty painful. And you have opened up the back kind of for them. So obviously, like, the elevator would have been SOS's main goal, main plan, but now the back is open. You could go for that.
Yeah, having the multiple options for which way to attack is nice. I will say it's like weird because in the other match, these minerals on the low ground did not get mined out. But like, yeah, of course the Warp Prism helps him get in, but now being able to throw the shade first, right? Because the Prism can only move so many of them at once. As the do come in, actually grabs a couple of the roaches right as they are spawning in. Oh my god, that is a dirty position to be tucked in against Zergling Zombie Grub with those adepts, and now warping 4 more in at the 3rd.
Yeah, you know what was kind of cool, at least I'll give the Elazer credit for this, is that he kept on mining throughout the entire exchange. He didn't actually wimp out and pull those drones. He put roaches between the spawning pool and the hatchery to block the adepts from fully reaching in there. That was some very courageous play. I want to say big baller move a little bit, but I also kind of want to say that could have backfired. That could have been maybe like 6 drones dead and still able to escape a little bit. But I don't know, not a bad start. He's already pushed the adepts away. In fact, finding a lot of them in the middle of the map is definitely good, away from their buddies. While the transfer into the natural might have been threatening, it's nowhere close to the mineral line.
Yeah, it's a frustrating situation to be in as well, because as you pointed out, despite the fact that, yes, there are a lot of adepts and they're good against these lings, that roach count has kind of improved to a decent number, as well as the fact that we do also have not really any drone kills past those initial 4 that we were talking about earlier. The observer kind of sees a little bit of what's going on, but not a whole lot. And adepts just cannot fight against roaches, Zombie Grub. That's not something that we see happen.
Now, you're already in a pretty good lead if you're attacking the roaches, so you're right about that. The Dark Shrine coming down is really not the swiftest follow-up of a Dark Shrine, so it looks like even the lair will be prepared, but Elazer also with excellent decision-making in this game. Got Spore Crawlers only just recently, basically just in time for the Dark Shrine, and didn't have to sacrifice a drone to do it much earlier.
The ESP here, the awareness from Elazer is actually pretty gnarly. Gonna get the surround on the 3rd Nexus, trying to take on that low ground position outside of the other base. Sees that the road speed is starting. The 4 Dark Templar are going to make their way north while the adepts try to buy some time, and finally gets a little bit more drone damage done. That's my boy SOS. Shield Battery is going to keep the Stalker alive back on the other side of the map, and the DTs are going to come in onto the 3rd base, going straight for the Spore Crawler, and the detection there is going to be taken out. No Overseer here, Zombie Grub.
Uh-oh, I think Elazer might have been a little too bold. He had a brilliant position and then used his links to not stop the adepts, rather go for a counterattack that is simply only denied a 3rd base. It is not equal exchanges. The adepts have gotten so many more drone kills, going up to 41 drone kills for what was a measly like 8 or 10.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's brutal. 21 workers for Elazer, and SOS trying to clap back here for the tank toppers with basically the same strategy that he did in the earlier match. A little bit better execution, a little bit later Mutalisks. Well done, SOS.
You know what I got to say about that game, Nate? Adepts are cool. Adepts are really good units.
Adepts are cool.
That's an awesome build. I'm really glad it exists. Let's give a round of applause for Adepts getting into the main base.
I'm just glad I didn't have to watch Phoenix die to Mutalisks in the middle of the map. That game. That was a hard thing to witness in that earlier series, to say the least.
Well, now I get the difficult thing to witness. Just a Elazer in an absolutely fantastic position, and what 10 links would have done, he instead sent 30, and overconfidence is actually the killer.
That's StarCraft
build. Specifically that build.
Yes,
okay.
Specifically the Adept build. Yeah. I guess SOS is pretty heavily favoring that, likes that low ground base on that map. I'm happy to let him play there if that's where he wants to be, you know? Just trying to be a good guy, Nathanius, and let my players pick the maps. SOS wanted to play that map in both matches. He asked for it, so I'm not surprised. He feels very confident with that strategy, even if he couldn't pull out the win with it against Cats.
Yeah, I mean, that was just like a disappointing game for that last time, but this one's disappointing for me, and that's what's worse.
You're too humble, Zombie Grub. You're too humble. It's hard to make fun of you. It's easier to make fun of Cats because he's got that He's got that cocky air about him.
Really?
I've had my ego checked on my way out of that first series, so I'll be waiting for us to get this 2-0 lead here before I go too heavily into my bragging.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I don't know. I really, I'm scared, man. I'm scared I'm going to be one step away from being the hated caster of the league. So it's like I was pretty happy about my performance in the last series. But...
I picked players that I wanted to have on my team, so I'm already the most hated. We're good. We're already there. You got nothing to worry about. You could not possibly get more hate than I would for picking my favorite streamer to be on my team.
I do love when I'm looking at the live grenade in front of me and going like, should I throw myself on it? And Nate's like, I got you, and just throws it right over it.
No, you're good.
I'm really thankful for that.
That's got to be somebody's job to take the heat off of everybody else. You guys can all have fun and do whatever you guys need to do. And meanwhile, I am going to win this league. That's going to be my compensation for that. We're going to pull this out. We're going to have the epic rally story. And hopefully all the matches leading up to the Tank Toppers matches are not crazy long. Has every single series gone to the ace today?
I think there was 1-3-1. That's what I was trying to remember.
Okay.
But I was awake, and then I kind of took a nap, and then I was awake. And
yeah, I wasn't awake for the first match because, well, at first it was like the schedule that like Team Liquid had put out was like, yeah, you know, your first match probably end up around like 7:30 in the morning, and then Wardy's like, guys, I'll really think that. You know, it's we're gonna have some quick games and you're not gonna be ready for it. And I'm like, okay. So I messaged Wardy last night. I'm like, all right, here's my cell phone number just in case, because I'm gonna set my alarm for 5 a.m. That's my plan. I know 2 hours should be well more than, you know, enough time that my match I won't miss it, right? And then I ended up I always wake up before my alarm goes off. So there I am at 4:30 and I'm like, oh, we're still in the first series. I'm like, nice. No, I can't go back to sleep because the dog's licking my face because now he thinks it's time to play because the sun is rising.
Exactly. That was my problem as well. I woke up at 6 a.m. for no reason at all, and then cats were like, okay, it's time to wake up. So I ended up watching like 2 hours of the War Chest League, which is basically the entire first match. Also because I kind of wanted to see what would happen. And then I finally willed myself to go back to sleep for an hour. And when I woke up, I had messages from Ole Mole, our dear admin, and I was like, oh no, did I oversleep? Oh my god. Wasn't at all the case. I still had 4 more hours to wait before he even got on camera, so probably could have really slept in. But all right, finally got everything fixed, guys. There's a little bit of a lobby break, so
hell yeah,
let's do it.
All right, I'm interested to see what your boy can bring out against my mech demon, as my mechanical persona that I have summoned onto the field for our second map, Zombie Grub.
Well, I'm already just giving you Thermal the 1 point on my overlay personally.
Oh, what's the parting word? Oh my god, that interface. Oh my goodness. Oh, there's like a cool graphical thing you can do with this.
Yeah,
I don't even know if they. I accidentally hit Shift tilde, which like pulls up something that I don't even know if I don't know if I accidentally would reveal that, or I won't say anything. But that's a cool little graphic thing that exists. It's not for this tournament, but
no,
there's a graphic.
There.
That's a cool thing.
It's been there for a while, actually. It's
okay.
it's a relic from the past, like when the bars used to be on top. You know,
it got updated to say EPT, so I was like, yeah. No, it's like Shift Dash or whatever. The top left. I don't know. It says EPT rank and points. I'm like, oh, okay. This might be something cool.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're supposed to do the intros.
Ooh, oh yeah, we do. Right. Sorry, Wardy. I love you. In the top right, the blue tank top Terran. He's Supernova.
In the bottom left, as the red Terran, red. Hold on a second. It should be green. It is Liquid Euthermal.
Players picking the wrong colors. Zombie Grub.
SMH.
We're not on a stage. There are not $30,000 of blue LEDs that we cannot change the colors of. That was the most you know, it's like, oh, all the tournaments are going to be online now. It's like, oh no, what do we do? I'm like, oh yeah, well, you see, now that we're not limited by like unchangeable pieces of hardware, we can actually kind of mix it up a little bit. We can do some other stuff. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to be like, Wardy, what's your max upload? Let's just crank the rate on this. Let's go. Take it all the way to the top. If there's any big benefit to the YouTube being the platform for the broadcast, then it's definitely the bitrate.
No argument there. There's definitely some nice things about that. All right, what are the build orders here? So the Reaper actually kind of checks for a proxy Pyrrhix that was happening for a while there in Eternal Empire. Misses the SCV though, which is going to get a cheeky extra scout into the main.
Nobody puts an SCV there though. That's just so, it's like so random. That's
Well,
like it's 2000 it's 2000s internet level of just like, OMG, my SCV is so random.
The MySpace.
Like you would never think that I would just hide here, would you?
Oh, as soon as he did that voice, I was checking Supernova's vision because he has no vision. He's actually totally blind, and he uses the Diva announcer.
Oh, and then you heard Diva's voice. Oh yeah, no. I don't know why I don't know why that announcer's in this game. She's got nothing to do with StarCraft.
I know, right?
Backfield accelerator.
Okay, all right, okay. It's off of one base though. Like this feels more committed than usual. Although we do see it occasionally.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I saw Hero Marine doing this type of opener first, but he was still a little bit faster to the gun on the starport with this. But you have like really crazy early punish potential. Like just the mag field itself will give you like the most stupid amount of damage output against anything armored. It only affects armored units for those watching on the internet or wherever. If you don't watch this on the internet, I'm actually kind of curious how you're watching this then. But regardless, it does give you that power to really do a lot of damage too. If units are out of position, you can grab a depot easily. I've seen Terran players like our boy Big Gabe. I'm going to talk him up. He's on our team. I've seen him pick off people's command centers, trying to fly him to the third. So that Liberator that's coming too from Thermal, if the Cyclone's in position, should be able to handle that without too much trouble.
I think you're talking about the Cyclones, and I think you're right about it. They can be absolutely scary when you don't predict something like this, when they suddenly just show up. You don't have a bunker, you don't have a lot of units. And Thermal is doing something that we don't usually see, which isn't necessarily a good thing, which is going for like non-stop Hellions. Like, funnily enough, they're gonna have more attacks on the Cyclone, I suppose, but they don't kill the Cyclone very fast, Like, they can chase them, but no chase required! Actually locks those Cyclones in, and before Mag Field Accelerator was done.
Well, to be fair, it would not have done anything against any of those units because it's all aliens. Right. But you know what makes me nervous? That Liberator right outside Supernova's base, and I'm like, oh my goodness. Okay, he is at least building another Cyclone. He does still have that mag field, but it's not going to be done for a little bit. He's got the Liberator in the main and the Hellions in the natural. This is throwing away your units against people who open Hellions is just so frustrating. It's so hard to come back from these weird spots.
Oh no, the rest repair in the Cyclone means that there's also a mass death of SCVs and also rallying them all out of the natural from the main. Thermal's attack works out exactly like he would want. That's the ideal right there. Catching the line of transferred SCVs. Perfect.
Yeah, that was a pretty flawless attack there, and this counter would need to do some really serious damage to bring things back. A tank did just finish, but it's just going to be an auto turret to try and take down all of these Marines. A little pickup on the Marines that are getting low on health. Actually, really good control from Supernova here, but he needs to kill a lot to get this back to equilibrium, and he's not. I'm a little nervous here, Jess. Okay, pulling the tank inside the main can be nice if he could somehow get the Cyclone in position to lock onto it, but this makes me nervous. Tanks are really good against Cyclones. Yeah, 2 hits are going to kill him. No thank you. No thank you.
Yeah, there's just nothing, there's no way possible. Like, unless Thermal just stops microing his SCVs, there's not much you're going to be able to do to equalize the damage. That's a severe worker lead. But Supernova, they can definitely say about him is he doesn't tap out of games super quickly. He's got the Eye of the Tiger. He really wants to win. He wants to prove Papa Nathanius right, choosing him. But I don't know,
right.
I don't know, man.
Right. You're damn right. He wants to prove Papa Nathanius right. He's a good guy. And his mech play is very good. I think a bit unfortunate the way that these build orders kind of shook up. The Reactor Hellion openings in TVT, they happen at a decent amount on the ladder, I feel, but I don't actually see like a tremendous number of them where like you go up to 6 or 8. But those builds are weirdly good against the Cyclones for the reason that you mentioned. Like, you're able to get a lot of the Hellions out. The Cyclones don't really have a lot of hit points. He's trying to drop Marines into the SCV so that the tank friendly fire kills them, and he actually does get one. So that's something, I suppose. Is he getting a fusion core?
Yes. Yes, he
Okay.
is.
Well, you know, this type of thing I would like if he had been able to do damage early on. Now, I'm not so sure.
Well, I do like some of the things that Supernova is doing, right? Like, obviously, taking a chance is something he's got to do, and what we expect chances to more be like, like a quick fourth, like Turtles with mech or something. A battle cruiser transition is not a bad risk. I guess it's not the worst risk he could take. Additionally, he is getting a third CC on location, so he is somewhat making up, I suppose, or it could have been a worse economic position. So I'll have 3 CCs, apparently, alive for a while, because Thermal doesn't have stim or any upgrades quite yet to really do a real push. So there's a chance that Supernova can get to 2 or 3 battle cruisers and start to make Thermal, misjudge, but I'm really giving Supernova a lot of credit there. I'm trying.
It's gonna be hard. Well, he's going 3 port on 3 bases for BCs, and the Raven drops the auto turret is gonna be able to get some SCV kills, quite a few actually. And on top of that, the Raven sees everything. So I mean, I'm about as anxious as you could really be. Honestly, like, I think we could probably agree that if this was a ladder game and you take that much damage from the Hellions at the start, you're probably gonna tap out. But as you said, Supernova is not going to give that up. If there's a possibility to come back, TVT is, weirdly enough, probably the easiest matchup to throw a game in, I feel. Outside of, I don't know, I feel like in ZVZ, once you're ahead, you kind of get past Banelings and it's not as much of a threat. But like, there is a possibility that without Vikings, without Cyclones, without anything that can guarantee the kill on the BCs, they can tank a lot of damage, they can do a lot of damage. But in this type of situation, I'm like, oh man, I'm interested to see what he can get done. That's all I have to say. I'm hoping for the miracle here. I want to see him bring it back. Catching this Raven would actually be really nice. He does get it on the top left, so that's something. Piece by piece, bit by bit, he's trying to pull something together.
It would be fantastic if he hadn't just lost 14 SCVs. Like, he lost 14 SCVs to the Ravens, as well as a tank, which he really did need. And, that actually, if he hadn't, right, he'd actually be at the 65 workers or around that. And
Yeah.
maybe there's a 4 CC on the way.
I'll say this. He can definitely try to bait out at least an interference matrix from the Raven or some of the energy possibly off a turret or a stim or two. But I just don't know that he can actually stop him if he just pushes up this ramp without having all of his units here. And that's the hard part. Cyclones do get some decent lock-ons, but there's the interference matrix. He drops some auto turrets. Can 1-1 Marines deal with all of these battle cruisers? There's only 2 of them right now. Another one is about to finish, but how much more damage is he going to take by the time he's able to clean this up? Without combat shield, the BCs are actually doing a little bit of work, but he still needs to kill them before he loses all of his workers, and, well, his natural expansion is going to die, so I think that just about says it. Despite the fact that, yes, these BCs could, with the repair, clean everything, is he going to stick? I don't know. I don't know. Is he going to continue to try to stick this out? He is going to clean it up. He is going to have all his BCs, but now Thermal has a 4th command center done. He actually has his 5th command center about to finish as well. And Supernova's on 2 bases.
I'm sure Supernova has played a decent amount of games where if he can just simply get to 6 or 7 battle cruisers, people start to really underestimate battle cruisers. Because that absolutely happens, especially if you get like a 1 upgrade.
Now, he's going to roll up with Yamato, and there are Vikings. There's going to be, I think, 6, maybe close to 8 Vikings by the time he gets there. So he has enough Yamatos to remove them all off the board. But the problem is, even though he can actually, because BCs take forever to build, like, he can kind of continue to build them, but he can't build anything else at the same time is the hard part about this type of strategy. So he's unfortunately left without a paddle. And the first battle cruiser is going to die. He does get good Yamatos, wiping out almost all of the Vikings. But he needs to kill every single SCV at this base and probably the whole entire army and probably somehow find a way to win this game right here, right now, if he is ever going to do so. Because that 3rd base is getting ransacked zombie grub. Getting on top of Terran production is something that we talk about oftentimes being a very strong point. He has erased most of the Vikings off the board. I don't know. He's got 5 battle cruisers inside of him.
Oh, no.
And all I can think is, what the hell is going on?
Oh, not like this. Thermal, please don't let battle cruisers kill you. You are not us. You are not 5,000 Memorial ladder. Please no. It shouldn't happen.
He's killing the starports. He's like, how you gonna? He calls down the repair mule. No. Just Marines are gonna have a hard time. He's getting +1 ship weapons as well. And that last starport, I mean, if I were him, yeah, just kill that. And all you could just kill the Marines as they come out. It's like Mutalisks, and suddenly Thermal's gonna have like an advantageous level of missile turrets in his natural to try and defend himself.
No. Like, Uthermal, I can't believe I'm actually scared about this game. I was just letting Nathanius talk up his boy. Didn't really care about talking too much because I was so confident. And now I'm just like, oh no. Oh no.
There's no way he wins this game.
There's
right?
no way, right? Like, no.
Marines.
There can't be.
Two.
And yet my heart feels so anxious. There's no way you should win this.
I can't take this. I'm losing my damn mind. Yamato's down the missile turret. The thing is, the battle cruisers do have more range than the Marines. So another one, he's just gonna teleport them straight across the map as they finish. Gets the Yamato on the last Viking. He's on top of the starports once again. He has that mule still repairing the forces. Teleports another one in at the same time. What? I can't. No, there's not possible, right?
Why?
There's no way Supernova wins this game, right?
Why do you bring this guy into our game plan? Why do you bring him into the war chest?
This has to be no way.
I can't believe this is happening.
He's building 2 starports and another barracks at the other base. He's getting marauders inside the main because the BCs are just instantly teleporting. He's pulling his main base SCVs to try and protect his battle cruisers so that he can continue to build more of them. So many of these BCs at almost no hit points at all. Okay, well, that one BC is going to finish and kill those. He's floating the barracks everywhere. I don't know that there's enough health in the BC to actually tank the missile turret shots, though.
Yes, exactly. He loses one battle cruiser, almost loses another one. He's going to teleport it back home to safety.
Oh, okay. Well, this is where the steam. He's running out of steam now. He's going to yeet another BC in, but he hasn't found the starports, of which there are now 6 missile turrets wrapped around them.
Yamato, though.
When you gaze into the memes sometimes gaze back, I believe is the saying. I believe that is how it goes.
Focus fire, you double focus fire.
But I don't think he needs to be cost effective with the turrets anymore. Like, at some point he's gonna have a bunch of Vikings and then you just kite the BCs, and at this rate, I don't know. I guess he could just float his main over to his natural. Killing the command centers is not a bad play either, though.
Yeah. I can't believe that got scary. He had everything, and just losing the production, not quite getting to the starports fast, actually made this a bit of a game.
He teleports one BC straight into that base, and that one I think might be super dead. The other guys are not here to defend it. Well, okay, at least he knows. Somehow it doesn't die. He's got a natural expansion again. Supernova somehow has more economy now if he starts mining there. Okay, I don't know what the hell's going on with this game anymore. Oh my god. If he somehow wins this game, I don't know. I have absolutely no idea what I'm gonna do. He's gonna go for a little base trade type thing here, though. He's got nothing at home to defend. He does have some BCs off cooldown for the teleport, but that little Marine Marauder hit squad is gonna take out the last little vestige of economy he has, unless he does have one BC on the right. Oh my god, this game is going to give me a heart attack.
It's fantastic. I mean, I'm feeling a little more confident now that that base is well and truly secured and there's a lot of Vikings, but even without it, this would have been a fantastic game. To actually give us a little bit of the heart attack is just absolute kudos to Supernova, and kudos to the battlecruiser unit. And there goes Supernova's economy, which had briefly, I guess, been better than Uthermal.
What economy now, right? Yeah, well, Uthermal's got the Viking count up. I think Supernova needed to spread out the BCs earlier. Like, once he got that lead, once he started to get that lead and start to take the game back a little bit, I think just not having the awareness on that 4th base is going to cost him everything, because I do not see any possible way he's going to get through all these turrets and Vikings before Uthermal has enough to just kill him.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. There was maybe a chance. We always say that when we camp production and battle cruisers. Imagine if they had like even one armor as well to help them out, which is what you would usually see if things weren't such a disaster in the early game.
Yeah.
That could be such a big difference.
I think the best thing he could try to do, as insane as this sounds, is to actually try to kill this orbital, because now he's just got the one base again, right? And then when the Vikings show up, fire all the Yamatos, teleport home, and try to turn this into a game again. I don't even know if he can do that. He's got 2 more BCs that are about to finish. Like, is he just going to eat it in here and just see if he can make it happen anyway?
Oh no, too many Vikings. Can't even Yamato then teleport out, so he's just going to teleport out with the remaining ones he has left. That should give you thermal confidence. Yep, exactly. Go across the map with the Vikings and go for the kill.
The 3 random barracks that he has too are ready to rock and roll. He's actually pumped out a good amount of Marines from those. In base trade situations, you always got to be careful to make sure you hold on to that. But thing is, battle cruisers are just terrible defensively. They're not good defensive units. Mass repair is the one thing you can do, but Vikings can kite. And you've got to deal with 2 Marines that are going to jump in as well. The Vikings have 9 range, BCs have 6. Like, simple as that. It's just a unit counter, and there's not really anything that left that Supernova can do in this game.
Nope. 6 battlecruisers, not going to beat 10 Vikings and a handful of Marines. Not unless things were going absolutely perfectly. Maybe they had like a missile turret ring to fall back to. There's no way Supernova could have afforded that, but he really did play to the last, man, down to 17 supply.
That was sick. That's actually a sick game.
Wow.
Well done. GG Thermal. Yeah, no, I don't have any smack talk for that. That game was just heckin' wild. Imagine if he didn't take that economic damage at the start from those Hellions. Jesus, that would have been insane.
I did not think I had to worry about that one, but that's going to be our point in the board. Thank God. Thankfully. Nothing but respect to Supernova, though. I think all of us remember when he was our favorite, not just our favorite Terran because he played a little weird, but because he was actually just like doing really well. He was definitely one of those guys who was abusing maps first and foremost when everyone else was playing standard. So
Supernova is one of those people in StarCraft that folks love to hate on because he plays the game his way and he has a lot of fun doing it. And even with that loss, though, that was a really funny match. That was a fun match to watch. That was a fun match to cast. I have no complaints about that. I think I'm hoping that the rest of the team is going to be able to put it on their backs and finish strong for us. But at the same time, I am looking forward to future Supernova games if they're going to be that exciting. A couple really good games, actually. People talking like he's the worst person in the whole tournament. He's going to get absolutely rolled. And I'm like, look, the situations he's still able to get these games into are completely winnable. And honestly, like, you know, a few adjustments with the way that he started there. If he doesn't let him build 3 starports and 7 missile turrets, right, when he had nothing left, like, he probably could have won the game if he had just teleported that BC to that base a little bit earlier instead of straight back into the main.
I absolutely agree. There was definitely a chance. You just need to find all of the starting points of the defenses, and he just didn't do it. So missed the opportunity, but it's like, oh man, letting that opportunity happen in the first place is just such a heartbreaker. Losing a battle cruisers when you know it's on the way. I can almost guarantee that you thermals like this guy's gonna go mech, gonna go battle cruisers. You knew from the get-go, and to still almost lose. That is absolutely terrifying. But fortunately, you thermals doesn't have to play any more matches, and can just kind of calm down a little bit after that freaky game as we go into a PVT. I am so glad that we coincidentally sent these guys out in Death Or Nathanias. This is my favorite European matchup.
Hell yeah. Well, we got the, well, you know what? You start with the introductions. All right. I saw the camera was on your player
Trying
first,
to guess.
so we can do that. Wardy keeps jumping between the 2 of them. Pick a player. Okay, fine. At the bottom right there player, he's Hero Marine. You can't move faster than me.
In the top left, as the blue Protoss, he is ShowTime. Amazing. All right. Even match, even score. Death Aura. Yeah, feeling actually I think ShowTime of this match was like really comfortable with many of the maps. So it was like I remember listing out the maps, and it was like for 5 maps, right? Because we don't plan the player for the 5th one, but we still have the knowledge of the map.
Right.
It was like first person was Elazer, and then it was ShowTime question mark, ShowTime question mark, ShowTime question mark. And then nothing for the ace yet. So we decided, or I think I decided ultimately to put him here, and I was like, oh, hells yeah. ShowTime versus Hero Marine? Yes, absolutely. Give me the disruptors. Give me the base trade from Katowice, you know? Do it.
Well, I'm hoping for some more big plays out of Big Gabe. I was very impressed with his clapping of Soul in our earlier match. His positional play, his patience, his control, all in tip-top shape. I know Hero Marine was streaming earlier today as well, and he was clapping fools quite handily. And that's one of the reasons why I actually really wanted Hero Marine on my team. Is he is somebody that is vocal, but he kind of gets like a little bit more of a rap for it than he deserves. Like he's the kind of guy who just speaks his mind. Really, he doesn't really say things with like a terrible intention. He just says how he feels, a bit of that German bluntness. And he is a really fantastic player who's kind of played through almost every scenario you can as someone who plays as much as he does. So That's one of the reasons why I like having him there, as I don't really see him as somebody who's like got too much of that variance in terms of the mental state, right? Like I see he's to me that consistent guy that I can kind of rely on to go out there and win a lot of games versus players like this. But ShowTime is pretty good too, so I'm not gonna. I got nothing bad to say about D-Mauer.
I'm gonna let you finish, but ShowTime is the greatest German StarCraft 2 player of all time. Okay, of all time. Don't care about Hero Marine. ShowTime should absolutely be getting all the accolades deserving to the European region StarCraft 2, and I think he's gonna prove it.
But he plays Protoss in 2020. And Zerg players, right? Like, what do you?
I mean, at least it isn't Zerg.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Well, I didn't want to make it too easy for myself, and that's why I've got 3 Terrans and a Protoss. So, with that blink coming in, I'll see if he can stop the drop from Mr. Tank Top.
Oh, the what am I trap? I was like, what are you talking about?
Oh yeah, sorry. just doing the alliteration.
You are enjoying quite a bit.
Contractually obligated to have as much fun as possible, so that people who take StarCraft 2 seriously get upset watching.
Of course. I have no doubt that the amount of people who are asking us to dig a little deeper and be a little more BM to each other, there's also an equal amount of people, or even greater amount of people, who are currently in the chat going, why are these casters so mean to the players? Why can't everyone just be cool? And why do they hate each other?
None of the reasonable people were in the chat for this. I'm going to say that right now. that's not where the reasonable.
I mean, when you think of
you
think of YouTube comments, and you give them live access to a chat.
You guys delivered on. You guys delivered on that part. I'm going to ask you to manner up a little bit for the future shows. All right. Nobody working on this project deserves the hate that some of them are getting. This has actually been a really fun first day. I watched as much of it as I could. I had it on my TV between the matches while you were playing against cats. Like, you know, I'm glad that we get to have some fun StarCraft content. At the end of the day, it's a video game. You should have fun if you're playing it. Let the competitors take it too seriously, you know?
Yeah. Again, I just hope that none of them are watching.
Well, I mean, if it's your job, I'm not going to tell you that you shouldn't take it too seriously, but it's important to have fun. This is a good fun tournament. Liberator follow-up. Does he have anything for the mine drop? Let these mines hit, please. Please, right.
Of course he has things. Of course he has things.
I'm gonna pray.
Of course he has things. Of course he has things.
Widow mines.
Hit it.
Let's go.
Yeah. All right. He's good. All right.
Does anyone have the Church of Tasia copy pasta? Or is it Church of Maru now? Did we update the pasta? Or did we update it again now that he's apparently completely fallen off?
All right. He's out, man. I was worried because I thought he was gonna go to the natural where I saw nothing. But now we're back into the main base. It's all good. I think Hero Marine is definitely one of those Terran players who is very comfortable not forcing the Widow Mine drop, though. I would say that most Terran players have to get comfortable with it. It's just not. It's so much better when you're attacking, especially on Death Aura, which feels like it's very apt for these 3-pronged pressures: Raven in the natural, Widow Mine in the main, and attack on the third base. So it's ShowTime you might have to deal with in maybe not soon. Actually, I'm looking at Hero Marine's build, and I'm like, okay, so he's just posturing. He's gonna force a reaction here from ShowTime, showing tanks and Marine. It's always scary, but his sim is quite delayed. Only just gonna get started for this.
Yeah, I'm gonna call back to what you're saying though, like the patience on that. At the same time, I'm like, man, I want to see this Liberator at least do something. I want to see these mines do something. You know, the value of losing the medevac and both Widow mines, but killing 6 or 7 probes. The value of that is way higher at the 5-minute mark than the 7-minute mark, you know. As the total number of workers increases, the percentage of income lost per worker is lower. So as much as it's been slow, I'm excited to see this kind of crank up the action, get a little bit more high octane. Hero Marine pretty defensively postured, although we're not really getting that big the 4-gate 2-base Blink Stalker attack. ShowTime's just got a really, really nice economic situation going right now.
Like Hero Marine's playing a little bit more defensive, a little bit more scared of ShowTime than the other way around. ShowTime very confidently went to a third base. I didn't actually quite catch what timing of the gas was, but it definitely was a nicely timed third base and is already at a good worker count. So he's not super greedy, like double forge, but he was prepared for all the harassment, that's for sure, which still hasn't done anything. But at least he's alive for Hero Marine.
I'll tell you what, Zombie Grub, that may be the moment though. As it was against Soul, where Hero Marine sat back very slowly, let Soul actually get a lot of stuff before him, particularly upgrades and research, like his stim and combat shields. But when he made his big move out, He made a big move out. He made a big Gabe move out, and it is coming now. So, oh yeah, that's a lot of zealots. Actually, I'm really nervous. Oh, that's a shit ton of zealots. Oh boy. Well, I think the siege tanks are about to kill 20 Marines. He needs to,
Right.
oh my god, and he's still got units everywhere between all the liberators and everything. And with the Widowmine medevac. All right, he's gonna do the drop in the natural to try and distract him during this. Got the liberator sieged up actually on the edge of the base. Kills the observer with the Widowmine. Okay, I won't complain. Won't complain there.
It's something, but I think ShowTime was very aware of this push. He is very prepared for it, and now he has to work around it. It is scaring him for sure. It's still very scary. But he can take a good push and also maybe like sneak in some upgrades or a fourth base. In this case, it is going to be that Storm coming out fairly fast. Love his usage of the Warp Prism, so I'm excited for that. I think he'll get there. I really don't think Hero Marine is going to be able to do very much. In fact, he doesn't even really think so. Not even pushing these tanks along, just looking for maybe like a couple of, maybe an Immortal gets chopped off type of thing.
He's bringing the next wave of his army though. The Liberator is going to unsiege, and now he's going to finally try to inch forward on a mineral line, but he steps back at the last second, playing extremely cautiously with this. He does have a pretty large army, and if ShowTime doesn't commit properly to this, or he doesn't get the flank at the same time properly, force fields end up being at a bad time, this could still turn out ugly for him. There's a lot of bio. My biggest concern is just this many charge lots with the siege tanks, friendly fire. It's so hard to actually get through all of this, especially without losing the tanks.
Here it comes. Upgrade's about to finish, but I don't even think he needed it. Just the concave and the army composition seems pretty good, but now he has it as more bio comes through here. The scan reveals the Warp Prism. He's got to know that storms are about to come down, yet Hero Marine is still trying to push the issue.
Yeah, this is a pretty bold play to stay out on the map this far like this. There's that storm you were talking about in the medevacs, and immediately Ghost starts in production. Thankfully, did have the Academy ready to go. That's my boy Gabe, but he's got to let these medevacs heal up that army, get it back to a good place. And this is kind of the advantage that Protoss gets in a situation where the Terran doesn't do damage early on. It's one of the reasons why we see all these Widowmine drops, all these Liberators. Protoss gets that third base so fast, and you've been rolling off of an extra, maybe almost like 1,000 resources of income a minute for a couple of minutes before Hero Marine was able to take his third base, and that turns into a bunch of zealots to kill your tanks. So Hero Marine's next move out. He's still got a massive army, but I'm scared to see him try and do something without having ghosts with him.
Ghosts are definitely important, and in fact, that's going to only be a part of the equation. Hero Marine's also going to have to add on those Vikings. We already have a robotics bay, but that's probably not even for Colossus. It might even just be straight to Disruptors. What I'm worried about, though, is that Hero Marine has never started any additional upgrades. Not that he started, no armory. He didn't actually even start +1 armor. That is, I think, just a mistake, which could be really deadly as 2-2 is on the way for ShowTime. Still has those storms. So far, not hitting the heart of the army, but making those Marauders very weak.
Now, Widowmines are doing the best that they can in this situation, but even without that armory, they are going to reveal themselves as they shoot. As you were talking about, lack of upgrades, lack of buildings to even get upgrades. Continuing to push out Vikings just to try to zone away that, I guess, before the Colossi become a factor in this. And there's those drops. It's just so hard to attack a position like this, up a ramp, through a choke point, into Storm and Archons. Yeah, even I'm not going to try and pretend like that's possible.
It feels like Hero Marine is all winning, yet we don't have a boy pool, It's actually kind of funny. There's no 4th CC on the way. He did not go for upgrades, and I guess that was intentional. But if it's going to be like that, I mean, I'm surprised, SCs weren't pulled. Maybe because Storms were the first thing that ShowTime got, and he didn't feel like it would work out very well, and I'd have to agree. Now the Colossus are also available, so dealing with 2 types of splash, that's being very well controlled. I mean, Hero Marine supply doesn't look that bad, but I don't see him cracking the defense.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? That's
there it is
for you. There's the big wall. He just doesn't have those upgrades.
This is actually so unfortunate because the storms are still available. Oh, maybe that would have been the last one, so maybe the SCV pool would have been nice for that. It is pulling into +2 armor finishing. So it still feels like it's not going to work out. The medevacs have also been just completely dry from all the engagements before this. One good EMP on the choke, sure, but a third Colossus pops out. Another couple of storms are about ready to go, and yet again, he doesn't really need them. He is tackling this army and winning this game. ShowTime, Demyower with the win. Thank you very much.
That defense at the start of the game is tilting. Oh man, that's like you play one of those games and you're like, how on earth does the other guy, how on earth is he just always in the best possible position? But that's the reason why ShowTime is A very popular German StarCraft player, Zombie Grub. I'm not gonna say the best right now.
If you want,
I have to be biased for my team.
Okay, all right. I mean, I guess one of them has to win a championship before you can really determine it.
We'll see. We'll see.
But this is a point in my my guy's favor of being the best German for sure. And now we go on to who is the best Korean. No, is this Maru versus Ino? I think it is.
Looks like it. Looks like it. Looks like we get I guess we'll get a little bit of our TVT action. And oh man, yeah, this has been a pretty rough match for the tank toppers. A couple of close calls. I'm gonna have some nightmares about that Supernova game. I'm not gonna lie, because it's like I'm like, of all the players now that have lost, that I'm looking at, like, well, I guess it really should have probably, like, Supernova's the one that I actually was the closest to being able to pick up one of those lost maps. And oh Lord, I hope Maru can bring things back to equilibrium over here. We'll see.
Maru's a pretty good player, but people kind of talk about his TVT being his worst. And
Definitely.
I do feel like it's kind of like a really odd conversation, though. It's like you're the worst of the best. Like, congratulations.
I wanted to put the best.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I wanted to put the best micro player on this map because I feel with how many Terrans we have, in case it was like a Zerg or that we would have had to deal with here, or even the Protoss, I feel like it is really hard to get that third base up and secure. So maybe that won't be a problem since it's TVT. Anyway, in the top right, we have the red Terran player representing the tank toppers. He is Maru.
He had almost an instinctual reaction of sending SCV out, and then was like, no, I'm not gonna do it.
Not today.
In the bottom left, for the Grubba-Dub-Dubs, he is the blue Terran Innovation, as well as representing Kaizi Gaming, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh la la. Yeah, they got them fancy icons. I can't read though, so I don't know what any of them mean.
You don't need to read to be able to play StarCraft, Nathanius.
No, you don't. No, you don't. When I
Picked
was
up guitar, and so he started strumming it. Picked up StarCraft 2, instantly got good.
When I was 3 years old, a friend gave me his Game Boy. He said, "This is Pokemon. You don't need to read to play it. You just have to click buttons every time you get into a fight until it's over." And then I quit playing the game when I got to Lavender Town and I couldn't kill the ghosts. I was like, well, I can't read, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do to get past this. There you go. Some games you can get pretty far off just sound effects. It's kind of funny though, right? Because like a lot of people use even the alternate languages for the alerts. Like I do that because you just kind of get used to what the sound means. You get used to what the sound means, but your brain doesn't have to actually parse the language. So there's a little bit less like lag in terms of reading what it's telling you. At least that's why I do it. That's my fancy made up excuse for it.
Not because you sound super cool using the Korean language.
Nope, totally not what I was going for.
Yeah, of course not. I love that. That was the coolest thing to do, man. I miss having the really cool things. You know, just to touch on the game for one second. Got a command center after barracks versus a one base from Maru, but I feel like there were so many things that I just felt made me really cool. You know, like learning how to worker split was one of the first things that I just felt like a pro gamer. You know?
Oh yeah. Well, because that was
sick.
like the whole thing, and it was because you could try to just quickly box your workers and then send them to mine, but once you got down clicking on like the top half mineral patch and then boxing the bottom half before they actually got halfway there and clicking on the bottom patch of the mineral and like actually getting that perfect split, like that was the greatest thing ever. But then you would have games you'd literally just leave at the beginning because you misclicked and your workers just went behind the mineral line and you're like, why don't workers auto mine?
Yeah, right. I was a little bit worried. I was like, where's Innovation's Reaper? He's actually gonna chase the Reaper of Maru. Who wins the micro battle? It's Innovation.
Oh my god.
Nice.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm gonna have to send some protein shakes over to Maru's place. We're gonna get him one of those heated massage guns for his shoulder and his arm. We're gonna rebuild him. We're gonna make him better, stronger, faster. Maybe replace him with a synth and not tell anybody.
Funny you bring up Pokemon, because I just imagine you sending over like some berries, you know, to boost Maru's stats.
Yeah, where's my max revive? Can I get a full restore for this guy? Sensu bean, something? Anybody?
Yeah, he's gonna come back in. He's got a Reaper and a Hellion, but it was supposed to be 2 Reapers and a Hellion. Still probably wouldn't have been able to do very much. Innovation playing as cautious as you really can when you go for that command center.
Yeah, well, he gets some serious. He's going to be able to get some nice damage in here to start this. Almost, it's kind of weird that he had the second SCV there, but I guess it works out nicely anyway since he's going to have that. And the Reaper sees Maru's getting a fusion core. What?
Oh, oh yeah, oh yeah.
What? What is? Okay, am I gonna learn how to BC rush and TVT from Maru? I'm not gonna lie. I don't even care if he wins this game anymore. I'm gonna steal this shit and use it on ladder. Let's go. Oh my God. I'm gonna have a replay of Maru doing some absolutely bonkers stuff that doesn't make any sense at all.
Maybe he got inspired. Maybe Supernova really showed him a way he hasn't thought about before, which is to get battle cruisers on top of production.
He's like, wait, if I get 3 starports on 3 bases and just mass VCs, my opponent can't really do anything at all about that, can he? Like, okay, well, sounds good.
Innovation, of course, scouting it is though it's already like hard countering it.
Yeah. Well,
Raven Cyclone, buddy.
It's not the final answer for it. I do think that Vikings are, like, at least as somebody who likes to BC rush and has done it a lot in TVT, there is nothing that is harder to deal with than someone who just goes for like a decent number of Vikings. You can micro around the Cyclones a little bit. They have really low health. A lot of people overextend with them and they get in range of the BC and then you kill them in 2 seconds. But this little first shove does look probably more terrifying than that even. Like, just the fact that he does not really have anything here to defend against this. He's going to have to pull SCVs, right?
Get him, kill him, get him. Okay, they both lose the lock on. The SCVs are going to go down and Maru's already down 5 SCVs. So actually, I mean, this is about as good as Maru is trying to get here. Saving the SCVs while keeping his own Cyclone alive. A scan for the high ground lock-on is good, but also reveals a tank, so it's not going to be the end of the world. In fact, only 4 SCVs went down. 5, sorry, last lock-on.
The problem here, if he teleports into his base when this BC finishes, I'm going to cry. If he teleports straight in there, I'm just going to cry.
He scans first.
Don't do it! Don't do it! That's Magfield! There's Vikings! Don't!
That is the biggest stop sign I've ever seen. Do not do that.
Thank you for scanning. I don't know. I don't know. Oh man, absolutely. What is the phrase? Was it baby rage, never lucky? I think, to quote a famous former StarCraft player.
Okay, so here's the thing though. Like, as bad as this should be for Maru, Innovation, I mean, I don't think he has a killing blow necessarily, just because Cyclones are hard to get into a tank line, which Maru is going to be playing very safe behind tanks to make sure that doesn't happen. So it's possible that Maru maybe, like, if he can grab a 3rd CC, I think that it's still okay. Innovation's really hardcore denying the battle cruisers, so he's not necessarily getting stim. He's not getting 3rd CC on location because he's still worried about the harassment, I suppose. So, maybe, but I'm feeling very good.
Innovation is not a turret builder, but yeah, that one Marine shows it right there. So the hard part about this type of situation is just that you can bait the interference matrix and teleport out, but then you don't do anything. And this Raven has so much energy that he's basically saying, Maru, the next 2 attempts that you make to attack me are completely worthless and will not accomplish anything at all. So with the 2nd battle cruiser, that's nice. It's going to literally run into another Marine. This is like perfectly timed, by the way. Is this scripted? The one on the left is just gonna, yep, right there. Marine gets there right as he reaches that path point. He's gonna run past the other one. This BC does teleport out on the right, saves it, but I would like to see him get at least 1 or 2 zoning turrets so he doesn't just fly over his main with the Vikings and try to kill it, like what happened to Supernova.
It's always a little bit scary. Maru, while continuing to invest into a battle cruiser at a time, could eventually get to that point where Supernova was at, where it's like 6 battle cruisers, right? And they just suddenly are on top of your production. He is also taking a lot of resources away from literally anything else. Upgrades, factory production, the actual units from the factory. That it's a big committal for something that's supposed to be hardcore denied. But if he can keep these all alive, and so far he's done, then he will have that air superiority. Innovation is not exactly on the most amazing economy, and in fact, he's just losing SCVs. He's just letting them die.
He's got teleport out. No. Oh, he gets it in time. Nice. Ooh. It's still interference matrix, by the way, after the jump. But you do get to finish the jump. That was the way that they tried to keep it a little bit fair, because there are a lot of units that can just kind of click on the BC to kill it. So it can still teleport if you start it in time. And now he's going to make that move out. But like you said earlier, the best thing about this type of style is that it is very hard to kill somebody if you have turrets to zone and you build tanks, because Marines are going to have a hard time getting close. Cyclones have a hard time getting close. Siege tanks, 2-shot Cyclones. So Innovation's got about 6 of them on the right, though. If he were able to lock on with all of them to that command center and just pull back, he might be able to kill it if Maru does not react in time.
I think he's okay. Imada's gonna go down and cut the Cyclone counts short of being able to really target fire that command center. Nice. It was a good defense, but he absolutely should move that tank a little bit farther forward. And he knows it. So far, it's okay. I mean, Innovation, he got cut down to an even worker count with the battlecruiser in the main base, and it wasn't like his third CC was that much faster. He is getting a much faster fourth, it looks like, on location. So that's the good news.
The upgrade tab for this game, by the way, just makes me like, this Maru versus Innovation. Is this what you would expect 10 minutes in? It's just 2 mag fields and Yamato? Like, what the hell?
It is odd. Both of these players, not necessarily the most mechiest of mech, especially Maru, would say. So for both of them to go for it, it's weird. It's weird.
Oh my god, he almost had that tank killed. It's got like no health. Good job. There you go.
Battlecruisers.
Good Maru. Who's a good Maru? All right. Now kill the fourth.
Yeah, right? I mean, he could. He's going to bypass it, but not go for it. He's going for the naps. He's going for the juicy SCV kills. He knows the Vikings are on the offensive. And as soon as they come back, he can just teleport out.
Yeah, this is actually really nice. It is important to keep in mind, yeah, those battle cruisers take damage during the warp out animations. You have to time it a little bit more smoothly. He loses 1. That's a little Monka-esque right there. He's going to keep just 2 of them. He's going to rebuild the third. He's building!
What?
Maru, what are you doing?
What?
He's building 4 armories! No!
What?
Oh no!
They're like so close together too in timing. It really looks like on purpose.
Has he been watching Up a Tree Zelda? What the hell is happening?
Quadruple armory upgrades.
There aren't even 4 upgrades you could get. This isn't Wings of Liberty. No.
It's not. You only get 1 armor. Why?
Cancel the other 2, please, God.
It's so close together. How did they do this?
No.
Within like 10 seconds of each other. I can't believe you got 4 armories. Okay, look at this. It's a big brain plays, 2 decoy armories, so they're never target fired.
Yeah, he is getting 3 upgrades at once. So.
Oh my god.
You know, Maru is like, do I really have to play in this thing? He's like, all right, I guess I'm just gonna do the most stupid shit I could possibly think of. Oh god, the battle cruisers on the right might just fly straight into those Vikings and the Raven, by the way. This does not feel good. Oh my god, does he see that scan was there? Okay, so he realizes maybe it's time to back it up. He can land the Vikings in the main base too, by the way. There's no turrets. If he can just land.
So funny. They just alerted him to it, like Innovation's intent, though.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. That's a good point as well.
Yeah, so it's like, but it's funnier too, because it didn't just alert Maru to like, okay, I need to be concerned. It also alerted Innovation that he just alerted Maru, and now they're not gonna do anything around each other. Not anything is happening around that would-be 4th base. But Maru, speaking of 4 bases, still has not reached over to any side, whereas Innovation gets a 5th base.
What a game. We got the box wars going on over here. And you know, I actually think Vikings are pretty busted in TVT, but in this specific scenario, overbuilding them may actually end up working in Maru's favor if he doesn't take a really good fight. If the tanks are able to if he can force 1 fight where his tanks shoot those Cyclones, the majority of that army dies very, very, very fast. The important thing is like the BC retention. I don't know. I wouldn't even mind if he used some Widow Mines. They one-shot Cyclones. Spreading those out with the way that these Vikings and Cyclones are sharking around the map, I wouldn't hate to see that either. But Innovation is taking those bases so fast. Maru's playing like, I mean, this is like some NA turtle mech shit we're seeing here.
It absolutely is, and his entire game plan, I'm pretty sure, to get to enough battle cruisers to just, you say, if you don't have battle cruisers, I win. Which I am concerned. I mean, you're bringing up a lot of ways that Maru could tackle Innovation's composition, and I agree with you, which is why I'm like, Innovation, just start matching your opponent, because you're already taking the economic lead. I think you also could maybe slowly start to win the battle cruiser war, but he's going to continue kind of playing with fire. He has started it in tanks, and actually Maru no longer producing battle cruisers is, oh my god, the Vikings in the main base.
This is where Vikings are stupid good. See, the thing is, they do that bonus damage to mechanical. Terran buildings are also mechanical, so he's going to kill those SCVs, but that production gets threatened. He doesn't lift up to deal with the BCs, so the Viking count is going to get reset. He didn't lose too much of his actual infrastructure that I thought he would.
Yeah, the response was too quick. There was too many things to shoot at. The Vikings, in particular, to only battle cruisers, only factories, or only Cyclones, they haven't actually had a chance just because there's so many of them. But there's too many things.
Thank God he didn't kill one of the 4 armories. Maybe we should get a 5th one to be safe, you know?
Oh god, I can't believe. And Innovation is not exactly on 3 starports, dude. He's on 1 starport. He cannot replace those Vikings that quickly, and he's still not able to crack Maru's tank defense. Like, I really feel like Innovation might just be, because he should have won with how well he scouted and how well he defended, is getting locked into a composition that at 14 minutes is starting to fall off. I'm really concerned.
Yeah, so the thing about Cyclones is they really do not hold their value into the late game. The only reason why you see this many is because both players honestly kind of have them, and the air has been such a focus, but it really is about the siege tanks. It really is all about those tanks. If the Cyclones can get the lock on and pull back, that is one option though. And he is just gonna try and come in and push through this. There's quite a few siege tanks staggered back. He needs to focus fire down those important tech units. Don't let the tanks shoot the Hellbats, and he can overwhelm this. There's really not too much left over there. The battlecruisers at the same time are making the planetary fortress on the left. They are going to be able to pick that off. The SCVs trying to hide, but they will not be able to do so. So a command center for a planetary fortress and a handful of SCVs.
Innovation does have Cyclones trying to respond, but Yamatos are available. So it's down to 2 Cyclones. It's not a whole lot. And yet again, he never made additional starports. I think that's actually a really big problem. Vikings are going to be the most convincing thing to defend against this, rather than the Cyclones. But, I mean, both can be an option if you catch them, which he manages to catch at least one of the battlecruisers.
One of them there. He does get one of the BCs. He is going to restart his battlecruiser production. He's going to add another one in there. I mean, the upgrade situation is still looking pretty good for Innovation. Maru is just not getting that +2. Couldn't quite afford the jump to make, or try to make the jump for the +2 air attack. But that's the hard part with these Cyclones, is it's very hard to attack into siege tanks. Cyclones are not good against tanks at all. Just the fact that they 2-shot. It is so easy to clear them out if you don't have like just one single tank trying to protect a base.
I'm still with you, man. Maru has managed to get himself to a max out position while his economy doesn't feel very fantastic. It's now a position where, like, well, I have a full mining base and they probably won't be trading very much. So that means that all goes to my bank. There's no remaxing, constantly trading that would happen with bio versus bio. So I think Maru is still okay. Actually, he gets to a 5th too. Like, this actually defended. And he's finding Innovation's other base. Innovation was so... He wanted to save those SCVs because he knew he had command centers to float around. But now with this base being found out and the SCVs getting barbecued.
Ooh, good target. Oh, but the rest of the Cyclones are kind of getting caught here. He finds the Liberators, though. Not a bad grab to be able to take away some of the air to ground. I definitely think that's something you want to worry about. If you can't have that air control, Liberators are still going to be phenomenal for ending mech v mech. There's actually no missile turrets on these siege tanks, which I think is also worth noting in this particular situation if Liberators become too much of a factor.
So I would love for them, but Innovation still isn't adding on any extra starports. If he's going Liberators and Vikings, I think at this point he would have had once again built 8 or 10 Vikings, something to actually try and dance with the battlecruisers. And absolutely he's jumping on top of these tanks with some Liberators. The Innovation continues to only invest into more factories. Another factory goes down because I guess he had to replace it because the battlecruiser killed it. But also a fusion core. Where are the starports? Why? Why?
He just wants to get lib range and just trick a lot of few. That's his play. He's gonna try and get on this mineral line. There is a turret kind of covering the back. I believe there is an open spot though. And oh yeah, well I guess if you've got 2 Liberators, 1 missile turret is just never going to be enough. 4 Cyclones lock onto the northwest planet or command center. Unfortunately, if he doesn't have anything over there to defend it, that is gonna get knocked down. The DPS is crazy high, but a couple of Cyclones will show up to shepherd those forces away.
Oh. If there were 6 Cyclones, the command center is dead, but he just took out enough to save it. They go to the other command center, though it's not planetary quite yet. Innovation does have more of a mobile army, so he's trying to catch the tanks, not siege in appropriate positions. Maru's doing a decent job protecting the bases he has, but absolutely going to take the top left as a loss. And at least he's got that middle right. Liberators come in, maybe... Oh no, they're on shift queue, so they are trying to get some harassment done.
Yeah, well, thankfully, Maru he's kind of following that euthermal book of missile turrets everywhere, but they do manage to siege up on the east base. The top left base is under siege once again as well. Oh God, Maru, please.
The Innovation, please, yes, win. I believe.
Maru, I need you, please, God, don't lose this game.
Oh, is they gonna save the command center? Absolutely not. SCV stop mining for 1 second. It literally goes from 0 or 100 to 0. Actually, is what happened. The battlecruisers are alive. They're alive, and they're trying to go to the bottom right to get some revenge. But Innovation's also taking the top left.
They need to win. The BCs need to like somehow just win the freaking game right now, and I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna do that. He needs to get some serious damage done. He has had such a difficult time getting his bases up and running. It has been the ultimate pain in the ass. He does deals a decent amount of damage. The rest of the army is actually coming over now to push this southern expansion. There's not a tank count here that can actually keep the Cyclones away, though.
I mean, innovation, he's going to have a bit faster of the response with building Cyclones, but a couple of tanks would actually be really nice right now, because then he would stop his command center from being killed, so at least there is some revenge for Maru to be had. Cyclones down the middle. Oh, it's always down the middle, right? That's when 18, 19 minutes, suddenly you don't remember that that's an option. He only finds a couple of structures, though, and doesn't go for the command center.
Oh, no, those tanks are unsieged. Maru is going to siege up really quickly again. As I say, that's a bit of a nerve-wracking moment, as he almost had the chance to go in there and try and get a killing blow, potentially. But the rest of this army, actually, a lot of the tanks are in position with the help of these battle cruisers. Do feel like that southeast base may be primed for a big push. However, Innovation took the top left expansion during all of this. If I have to give Innovation a big credit for anything, it's just his tenacity with the expansions. He has been playing an economic bruiser of a game, and the BC's longevity and the cost effectiveness is the only reason why he ain't dead yet.
I love it. Maru scanned the top left, but didn't actually scan the top left. He doesn't know Innovation has taken the base up there. So that's going to be gone for a little while longer. Definitely good for muling. I would love for Innovation to stop thinking about Cyclone Hellbat or Hellion and start thinking about just Hellions. There are orbitals on the outside bases that are right for just 2 Hellions literally getting in and killing a bunch of SCVs. But he's thinking mostly about using his entire army. All of the army is here attacking into the third base, while Maru has his battle cruisers once again doing a flyby, taking down the bottom right at the very least. But can Innovation get to the production? Can he get into the main base?
I feel like he can. There's only one tank that just finished, and it's rallying out. It's not sieging up Zombie Grub. It's going to walk straight into the Cyclones while the battle cruisers go for the top, or excuse me, the bottom right planetary fortress. But Innovation has taken all of the bases in the northwest that Maru would have eventually wanted to get. One tank on the high ground is going to kill a few Cyclones, though.
My God, what is happening? Innovation with some lackluster control on that main engagement has just had Cyclones going left, right, upper left. All the Cyclones are dead, and Innovation still has to deal with the battle cruisers. He's down 30 supply, and Maru actually wins.
What I'm talking about!
Are you kidding?
Oh,
why?
God. Jesus.
God.
That's some StarCraft right there. That's some StarCraft, baby. Oh. What a game. Wow, I've never, you know, I feel like I almost say this every time we do a tournament, and this may not be a normal big tournament we're doing together, Zombie Grub, but hell, man, almost every couple months I see something I've never seen before, and I have not seen a game play out like that with players like that. Oh my God, what a gnarly Terran versus Terran we just bore witness to.
That was amazing, but oh man, his vulnerable units. All it took was like it took like literally 4 units of Maru in like odd locations to kill like 20 units of Innovation that weren't being controlled. He wasn't paying attention. Oh, it is so upsetting. He had such a good economy too.
That's the hard part.
I hate it so much.
That's the hard part, because I really like Cyclones too, and watching that game, you can really see just the impact that you have. The impact that you have in a situation like that is just so heavily influenced by the fact that you just die in 2 hits. You know, you don't need a lot of tanks to kill a lot of Cyclones. We're not going to be going to a break before this ace match, ladies and gentlemen, just so y'all know. Wardy is speaking into my ear. He says if I say anything incorrectly, you'll never see me again. So the ace match is coming up, and we are excited to jump into that on Everdream. Who are you picking? Who do you have playing as your ace here, Zombie Grub? Do you mind telling anybody?
It's really a surprise. Innovation is my go-to ace pick, man.
That's fair. That is fair. Naturally, I went for the most obvious counter pick humanly possible that I could have went for, and I've got SOS. I've got SOS as my ace here. I'm hoping for a bit of that X Factor play. Did well in his earlier map, so let's bring this day of e-gaming to an end, shall we, Zombie Grub, with our red Protoss player in the bottom left trying to close it out for the tank toppers. It is the TOS player, SOS.
In the top right, the number 1 pick, the ace man for the Grub Lubba Dub Dubs. He is Innovation. SOS, huh? Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. So like I said, we're currently looking into finding a way to artificially just regrow Maru's entire body, save for his precious brain and hands, and some parts, hand ligaments, of course, to fully restore him for future ace matches. But for his own comfort, he doesn't want to be the ace player. So I do like SOS as my X Factor guy to try and come and bust it out. I think there's some really good strong timings that you can go for in PvT, and I did kind of expect, honestly, that Innovation would have been your ace pick player. And frankly speaking, I wouldn't have picked Maru to be my ace versus you anyway, just because I don't actually think he's that good in TvT. And I was like, well, he wouldn't beat Innovation in TvT, would he? And there you go, he just did. But yeah, SOS. Put the team on my back. I want to see it. I want to see SOS run 80 yards. I want to see him run 80 yards down the field with a broken leg and score to save me here. I need it.
Well, Innovation might be getting a little tired, but I believe in him, man. SOS and shenanigans don't work as much as they used to, but there's no denying that they do work. I mean, I definitely was expecting
60%
SOS.
of the time, it works every time.
Exactly. I wasn't anticipating this as the ace. I don't think anyone else would have either, but even if I had known, I mean, after Elazer unfortunately kind of threw his game as well a little bit, to be honest. Like, I don't know. I think I'd still choose Innovation. It's still, my trust goes to Innovation, all right? That's why he was the #1 pick, not just because he's my favorite
he's
Terran,
phenomenal.
but he's
awesome.
so solid. He's so solid.
Oh, he's solid. He's incredibly consistent. I love that about Innovation. He really is a great phenomenal player. And you did pick ahead of me, right?
I did, yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, you know, I had thought for my first pick, I honestly just assumed that you or one of the other players would have taken Maru. So I was like, all right, my first pick will probably be TY. If TY is not available, if somehow Maru and TY are gone, I'm like, all right, then I'll go for Innovation. And then it turned out, you know, it kind of rotated back around the other way. And
yeah, the Muslim chose TY and I chose Innovation, and everyone was like, "You fool! Why not choose Maru?"
Y'all are geniuses. You made some good plays, but our team is we're going to be coming back stronger and hotter than ever down the line, and hopefully walking away from this one with our first dub of the season to not go out 0-2. Please God.
No one wants to be that embarrassed. Looking at you, Fear Dragon. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Fear Dragon's X team actually is like kind of proving all of our memes wrong, but
well, it's
only the first week.
The magical thing about Fear Dragon is that people think they're making fun of him, but he very deliberately does these things because he's like, he doesn't care about winning as much as he cares about being like entertaining or funny. And I'm kind of in the middle on that. But when all these people like get Fear Dragon's goat, he's just sitting there like, oh yes, please keep telling me I should have picked Haas. Please keep telling me that you guys just know everything about me based off of your limited experiences. And well, I mean, he ended up getting a nice victory himself today. So I cannot say that his strategy was necessarily the worst. Astrea is really freaking good, by the way. Slightly off topic. Man, I loved watching his games today.
They were fantastic. Yeah, Fear Dragon, kind of, as I said, proving all our memes wrong, our jokes wrong, actually getting a win on the board. You know, all right. But anywho, it'd be awesome if we got the second game. Looking like a bit of a risky game, actually, from Innovation not to get a bunker. But I guess feeling confident against what he has scouted. Yeah. It is going to be just a 2-gate blink macro build for SOS right into that third base. So nothing to worry about. This is not tricky.
Very fast third base. I mean, this build feels like some of the choices that he made in this game may have been based on the simple fact that he did get scouted early on. And that he's like, all right, well, I want you to be worried that I might do this, 4-gateway, 2-base, blink prism, parting level shenanigans. But instead, I'm actually just going to play the most insanely greedy thing and maybe try to bowl over your first push ShowTime style. Like, maybe with just a ton of zealots behind this defensive blink opening. As that hallucinated Phoenix Scout kind of sees what's up, and now he feels confident stepping forward. Since it's a Raven, and with the way that mine was out front, this isn't really like a harass-focused strategy from Innovation. So there's some potential here for SOS to try to bully him a little bit. I don't think he's going to be successful in that, though. Innovation's defense looks scary.
It's specifically catered to dealing with any early mid-game, I guess, at this point, harassment. Like, it's not going to do very much, even if he had invested into 2 more gateways. I don't think you're going to be really cracking Innovation, because that's what he's anticipating. I think he's trying to get rid of the 4-gate blink attack and he's trying to get rid of any DT shenanigans, which is why I went for a Raven. But SOS could absolutely know that and say, well, the Raven, while it's still useful against a charge lot based army, is not as useful. There's always that chance that Dorito just kind of misses. See that happen often enough, right? That I think I can take advantage of this, and I actually think that SOS's plan is looking quite good. Prioritizes the charge as well in case it was some type of swift tank push, and then works on +1 attack. Actually,
he's begging for a 2-base all-in from Innovation is what it looks like, because he's going up to 5 racks. He's got plenty of upgrades. He's going to have an insane amount of bio, and you know the weird thing is too, the way that those stalkers went into the main base. Like, I don't think he knows about the extra barracks because he put them in the natural. He hasn't even gotten add-ons on them. He's just like, I want a couple more Marines to go along with this. And the Observer's trying to go around the back, but that's the power of that Raven. And here comes the move out from Innovation. The Stalkers are going to see it. They are right here, but does SOS have what he needs? Charge is almost done. He's starting to crank out those Zealots. All right, SOS, just get enough Zealots. Make those tanks kill everything. Make those tanks kill everything. No Doritos. Oh, there's the Prism. My man.
Exactly. That's why I didn't feel so good. SOS has got Innovation's plan entirely mapped out in his mind, dude. Like, I think the lack of the 3rd CC when he last checked the main was like kind of a hint enough, even though the Observer didn't quite see the 2 extra barracks. And now that he confirms that, he just knows exactly when to go in. The Observer is right on top of the barracks now, by the way, but yeah, knows exactly when to go in, and he knows exactly what to do against the push. Just gonna mass Zealots, have a single upgrade, 1 shield bearer that can be overcharged to help out, and all SOS has got to do is make sure he doesn't go through a stupid choke, I think, is the only thing that could actually work against him right now. Otherwise, he's got the army type. I'm quite worried, dude.
It's still a big push coming, though. There's a lot he can use to try and reinforce this, but the Zealots are going to try and get the catch on him before he can actually get to that siege position. The Zealots do eat that Dorito cannon and get blown to smithereens, though. SOS, please, man. You got this. I believe in you. You can do it. Save me, SOS. The boys have been pulled.
The tanks, I mean, 2 of them going down is kind of scary, but 2 more still existing.
Minerals.
He's going to give up the base. I think that is the right call because he has a Warp Prism in the main base of his opponent, warping in those Zealots. It's a dangerous call to make, but there's hardly anything back here for Innovation to defend. Just a handful of Marines.
What the hell? He's like, I was going to send my army back to your side of the base and then recall once he kills the command center, I suppose, giving up that 3rd. Seeing that the SCVs are there, yeah, you definitely don't need your 3rd base anymore. The Terran has basically given up any chance at having a semblance of economy. The SCVs are dying in droves over there. Probes have already been sent to the corner of the map preparing for this base. I am actually quite surprised with how willing he was to just say, yeah, let's just base trade. I don't want to actually fight your army. Screw that. Nope, I'm good.
Insane.
Cheers, bruh.
Well, okay, so the +1 armor is going to finish is actually quite nice. The Engineering Bay was in the natural, so that wasn't found out, and that's giving me a little bit of hope here. Innovation might not have any workers, but it's no longer about economy. Do not get the orbitals.
He doesn't have enough money to get another command center. Look, he's going to the corner.
No, that corner. No, there's a mountain. There's a mountain there. There's a mountain. I think he can. I think a stalker or 2 can actually reach it, especially since it's being crossed over, but he's not going for it.
Okay.
Yeah, he's going back.
He wants to try to poke the army to death now while the Zealots and Immortals kill all the depots and whatnot? Interesting. You can't hide a command center there.
Wait, Innovation's not sieging. Innovation's not sieging. He's not protecting his tanks either. Those are SCVs down with the tanks. Tanks, please go for the high ground. Tanks, no, please. Come on, no, stop it. No.
Get him.
No.
1, 2.
The 3rd tank even comes behind. No.
All right. I was gonna say your SCVs can have a stalker, but you have decided you don't want that one with the workers. That's fine. Chip away at the Marines. Blink back. Chip away. Blink back. Chip away. Blink back. Give it to me, SOS. I want to see it. Oh, you're a tiger. You're Tony the Tiger.
So good. 3. Good.
Oh, this beautiful, beautiful Protoss player. I have never felt so happy watching Blink Stalkers just freaking kill everything with charge lots in someone's main.
Yeah, how dare you, Nathanius? You are just a race trader right now. How are you cheering against the Terran?
I cheer for good games, and when it counts, I want to win. You know, as a Masters 1 Protoss who hates playing PvT, this is also very cathartic. Oh, good save. Almost loses everything. I mean, if the Marines get on top of the Stalkers, he can still kill all of this, especially with the Raven support.
So, I mean, if SOS is really on top of his game, he will never engage the army without his say-so, you know? So, there's a lot more credibility, I think, to SOS playing around this game. He's got a Nexus. He's got the high ground now with that Nexus, too. He's got 2 Nexus, actually. I just realized. He's still got a Warp Prism, too. Like, there's so many things that he can move around with, and even his Blink Stalker control, every Marine he gets is not going to be replaced.
Yeah. It is worth keeping in mind, though, like, if SOS slips up even the slightest bit, even if he kills this whole entire army but trades his in the process of doing so, there is a command center floating in the corner of the map, and the game could be forced to a draw. The starport is actually, I think, in a place that it can be tucked at least, or those barracks can go up between, I think, above like that top left and the main. You can kind of hide there. But I think the other issue that you just pointed out, Zombie Grub, is, well, yeah, there's two Nexi, and he doesn't know where either of them are, right? He didn't spot the bottom right. He doesn't know about the one in his former main base. And he does have a sentry with those two immortals. He actually cancels the Nexus. I guess he wants that money back. Or he thinks he just doesn't want it to finish because the Marines are about to kill it. But he could recall to the southeast.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, that, you know, he knows there's a Nexus, doesn't know where, so recall doesn't reveal where.
Ooh,
and his command center, it is going to be able to evacuate, but his barracks probably should have been used to scout.
He used interference matrix on the sentry, and he gets another force field off. All right, fight the army bit by bit. Let's go, SOS. Close it out for the tank toppers. Medevac. Smack it down. Smack it down. Yeah. I guess it's risky. I guess it's risky. He doesn't want to use the recall because it could potentially give away where the other. I don't know. I don't think it can.
I mean, yeah, it was revealed that he has one, but I think the Nexus was canceled long enough for Innovation to know he has another one.
Do you think that he's building this Nexus under the barracks so that Innovation thinks that he just canceled and restarted it, so that that's the only Nexus?
It's very possible. Like, I don't know. I don't think we're familiar. Like, anyone is really familiar enough with these types of situations to know exactly how long to expect that thing to pop out. No, the command center. Oh, the army's really quite close. I'm pretty sure I won't be able to kill it. There is still a repair available as well, technically.
Still so many Marines. I'm so nervous. Oh my god, I hate
one
everything.
more soccer goes down.
Please.
44 army supply to 30. We got better upgrades for the Marines, but the soccer micro is going to try its best to win this game. Oh my god.
Oh, you know what? I just looked at all the zealots is warping in. Okay, I feel a little bit better now. Get him!
That's not looking so hot anymore. That's not looking so good.
Well, Dorito cannon too.
Yeah, Dorito cannon's pretty good, but doubling the arm supply is even better. The Immortals have to get involved with this. The Innovation is down to his last few Marines. He's not going to be able to take it. GG.
That's what I'm talking about. Oh. Well played, Zombie Grub. This was a really sick match, but I'm so glad I got a win. Oh, what a crazy series.
You know what? In the spirit of Terran Brotherhood, I let you have that win.
I appreciate that a lot. Even if it was a pity win, you know what? A win is a win is a win is a win. That's all I have to say.
Both those games, Innovation was doing so well. You know what? Next time we don't go 4 hours over schedule. Innovation's going to be tip top. All right.
Yeah, well, you know what? Same here, honestly. Right? The hours absolutely insane. But we were the last match, right? So we've got a little bit of janitorial duties to do here. I have been instructed by my robot overlords to let all of you know that we will be back next Friday, July 31st, as well as the Sunday following that. I do not know calendars well enough to tell you what number day that will be, but that should be very exciting and fun. Do you agree, Zombie Grub?
I absolutely agree that it will be mega fun.
That match was too stressful for me to try and smack talk after winning, but Tank Top champion, let's go! The Tank Toppers are coming back. That's all I have to say. SOS is our new ace player. Apparently he can get it done, so I'm not going to complain. Well, at least in the second match, he got it done.
Yeah, well, I mean, he did well here, but Innovation's still my buddy. He's still my number one choice because he still got us the win earlier. But we are done with this broadcast. Make sure to remind yourself to catch all the broadcasts on this channel. Since we're on YouTube, you can do that, which is pretty neato burrito. And to return for next week for another 5 apparently long, very long best of 5s to watch some amazing StarCraft 2 action.
You can already set a reminder for the next show. So go to the page, do that, easy peasy. Thank you guys for tuning in, and thank you for your support for all of the teams competing in the War Chest Team League. We love you guys. Have a great day.